Ninjas are my next victims because they started off their season pretty damn good. See things coming through. Mr. Hampus.
Yo, what's up, dude?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Lovely.
Things must have looked pretty damn good for you guys, right? You come back as IGL and you go straight through to the full finals?
It's just me.
Just you?
It's just me.
You said one funny thing for me during the interview, though. I remember you said you were playing like a carrot. If
Yeah.
you play like a carrot and you can still do well, what's the next level up?
Well, I mean, I don't have to play good in this team now. I have 4 good hitters, so you know, I mean, if I just tell them what to do and they do as I say, it should be good.
That should be easy.
Yeah.
Now, how's it been coming back, though? You feel like the roster's off, ready for Cologne?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Blast was warm-up and first place, so it was good. So hopefully Cologne will be better, but you never know what happens, right? Every team is good. A lot of new teams as well now. With Cloud9 gonna play the Cologne as well. So yeah, we'll see. We are ready and we'll see.
Tell me what you think of, you got Config and Hedrick here, right? They got this quite little nice duo relationship, like big brother, little brother. Explain that to me.
Yeah, yes. Hedrick is the big brother. He needs to have a leash on Krella sometimes, you know.
Okay.
So Hedrick is keeping Krella in check.
So when Config's bad, Hedrick, you say, no, stay back. You don't do it too crazy.
I mean, yeah, we just. I think we have a great balance with Krella, with Config.
Do you agree to any of this?
I'm fully agreeing. Like he's definitely also older, as you can see. So he's the bigger brother for sure.
More experience in Hedrick.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trusting fully in Hedrick. Whatever he says, I do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him like some plays, like the experience I had before. So just trying to give this young talent what.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And what is the thing he's lacking the most? What do you really need to help him with?
I don't know. Maybe sometimes when he's so focused in his crosshair, it's hard to talk. But I think it's for everyone like this.
Hard to talk. Config, you're always good at talking though, mate. You love a little chat.
Yeah, but I can't. Like when I'm playing next to such an experienced player, it simply gets me out of my comfort zone. So I just need to. I need to listen more. I'm so sorry, Tanya.
Do you feel like sometimes though he holds you back? You know, we've seen some of your performances a bit up and down. Do you feel like you want to be let go to dominate, and he's just stopping you sometimes?
I mean, I can't say anything. I just have to listen. Like it's crazy. Like I'm so uncomfortable sometimes, but he makes me comfortable when he says beautiful words to me.
Oh, you say beautiful words, so you do give him some encouragement.
No, I just think that like he's really like he has huge potential.
I feel like we've done a polar opposite side of things there. But this little guy has been doing very well on the server, right? You must be pretty happy with him. Ever since you guys sat next to each other, we've seen this little bromance growing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that he took me under his wing. So like it's actually feels I'm so like grateful for whatever he's done for me. It's crazy. Like I can't put words into it.
This has gone so wild. I'm going to go and speak to Broline because this man, you hate this stuff, I know. But you were a little headshot machine when it came to getting these guys across the line. You feel more comfortable now with Hampus back?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That's it, for sure. No, any other good words for Hampus here?
I mean, Hampus is a fucking legend.
Yeah, okay, I like
Yes.
that.
Legend of the game, you know. Yes.
And is it easier to understand him in English or Swedish?
I mean both. I mean, we talk Swedish also the game, of course, but it's just, I mean, nothing I've been thinking about now.
But I remember right when it was back when you left Fnatic, you were saying things like, didn't want to go and have to speak English. Now you've ended up back on another English roster again. You're just settling with it. You're like, okay, this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, that was just things I was spoken about. Like, it was maybe not about English in the past teams, but it was just, it was kind of weird situations in Fnatic maybe. So, yeah.
Now let me give you something here, right? Tell me one thing about each of your teammates and then Rez, who's not here. Oof, they're putting you on the spot, man. You got to have some camera time, Broline.
Hedrick loves to be, he loves to go to barbers, you know. Loves it so
like
much.
a fresh cut.
Yeah, Krell is a crazy guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
We agree.
And Hampus always want. What the fuck you want, Hampus?
Look at Hampus' face. Hampus is
I don't know. It's hard for Hampus. Yes.
I only do bad things.
No, you only go do good things as well.
Okay.
But
touch is good.
I don't fucking know. I don't know. You have any good words for me? Can you help me please with this? Good for the first week.
The pressure is on you, Broline. Hampus. One word.
Good fucking caller.
Not one word, but I'll accept it. What about Rez?
Lovely.
Okay, last member, DJL, because he's just incredibly loud.
Serbian.
Serbian. That's it. Teacher?
Yeah.
Teacher?
He looks like a teacher. I don't know. He's old.
He's old. He's younger than me, man. What do you mean?
Sorry.
I feel attacked. I feel bullied. DJ, we're not that old. It's just these young guys all around us. One last thing. You said he's a teacher then. Okay, so does he have a whiteboard when you go into practice? Does he do a lot of drawings and you just go, what the hell is this?
I mean, not the past tournaments, but some tournaments maybe. But it's most on the monitor.
Okay, next time I'm going to get DJ out. I'm going to find a whiteboard and get him to draw some strats, and we're going to rate his strats. Let's see how it goes.
Got Hades behind me. Come on, let's talk to Hades. Hades,
Hello.
how's it going?
All good, all good.
All good. How was your break, Hades?
That was pretty nice.
Yeah.
More CS than break, but it was good.
A lot of teams went on vacation and then they came and they used blast groups to warm up. What was your team doing?
We played the quotes to Gamers 8.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and we qualified for that, so it was good.
Congrats, because lots of people didn't qualify for that. Actually, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, quite a few teams which I actually play in Cologne didn't qualify. So
Okay. So some of the teams that came into groups, they used that to practice, and they didn't actually play that well. So when you watched, did you watch any of the groups?
yeah, we watched like most of the games actually.
Well, what's your opinion on how hard the scene feels right now? How good people are playing?
I mean, there isn't any team which is like top one right now. I think I feel like you have the best teams which is Heroic, Vitality, and I think that's it. And possibly Cloud9 after we played them in practice, they are insane. So you have those three, and then everyone else feels on like a similar level right now. So
Is this your second Cologne? Were you here with Ents last time?
yeah.
Okay.
It was disgusting. We sucked that tournament so hard. So.
Okay. Well, we got a new roster, 9, doing much better off the break, playing all the way through the break. Hades, good luck.
My next victims, the next ones to find. Liquid Big Brains, your Kinder and Dabs, their new roster. Let's see what they're thinking.
I mean, that's true.
Hello, boys.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, doing well, you know. Chilling.
Chilling.
Having a good media day. Great time.
You don't have to do as much as he does.
No, I don't. The coach usually doesn't have to do as much, so.
Easy.
He did already more than usual because usually coaches don't do photos, right?
Yeah.
And now he did photos. So now he's finally out of the hotel, finally, and not sleeping.
Maybe next year I'll do hero shots, and maybe let's start working the coach more into the content. Yeah. Okay.
Did you do the shirt shots because of the new shirt?
Honestly, I don't know. I have no idea.
I was just told to do something and I did it.
No, yeah, they told me I have to be here for the first time, so I came over and now I'm here.
And how long do you have to be here for, Dabs?
I'm leaving right now.
Look at his easy life. Okay, you're happy with that, I guess.
Yeah, you know, just gonna go to the store for the boys after. So,
Isn't that a Steve thing?
you know, he's here managing the players, so you know, I'm gonna go fetch some stuff for the boys, and you know,
Steve managing.
yeah. I mean, don't listen, Steve. Don't listen. You do a great job, Steve.
Steve, how's your luggage? Steve, there's a source.
That's a hard one.
He's not had his luggage for how long?
He's lost it for 3 weeks now, and it just keeps going on a flight back and forth between like England and the U.S.
Do you think they've just like left it in there and they're like, we can't see it? And he's just like, well, I'm just watching it
No,
back
they
and
have no
forth.
clue.
Oh my God.
Every time he calls them, so.
All right, on to the CS. Sorry, Steve. New roster you got together. You had your first outing with it. Some highs and lows, but how are you feeling coming into Cologne?
I mean, we feel really good. Obviously, as you said, highs and lows at the blast groups, but you know, we learned a lot about ourselves in game as a team and out of the game as well. And that was honestly the whole point of the event, regardless. And you know, Cologne were coming in with slightly higher expectations, but we're still in the learning phase of the team and figuring out everything. So.
And how is the personalities working? Because Yakinda's always been fun and good on camera and everything else. Naf is who he is, right? We've got nothing but love for him. OC, he's like pretty chill dude and everything else. But the other two, describe him for me. Some of you, Yakinda.
Well, I mean, Roberto from Miami is pretty.
Why? Yeah, you have to. No, this is for the lobby. You have to explain the Roberto from Miami because I got thrown this all the time by Steve.
I actually don't know how it happened, how it started, but Steve started calling him Roberto from Miami, and then like Robert just embraced it and became Roberto from Miami. But I mean, he's like a really as well. He's not afraid to speak, not afraid of the cameras, and he's really like out personality in a way. And if you're gonna come up to him, he's always gonna laugh with you and like speak to you and whatever. Alex is more like a quiet guy, like a Keith type guy, like Naf.
Okay.
But
That's why they get on.
Yeah, but when you crack him, you understand he's like super as well, like really funny and charismatic.
Daps, we need to make sure someone explains to Patsy that if he goes to a border and says he's Roberto from Miami, they're probably going to think he's smuggling something.
I mean, he was born there, and you know, he just lost his American passport. So I mean, he's been trying to get home ever since, and you know, I'm sure they'll let him in eventually.
Yeah,
So this is the real reason he joined Liquid?
Yeah, we're still an NA team. I don't know why everyone's so mad. We're still the majority NA, so.
We're still technically majority NA. It's you know, it's like it's a good balance now.
Yeah, Randy Smith. Randy, you can Smith.
Yeah.
I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Okay. You need to draw my hat? Do you remember my hat? Do you want that?
Yeah.
Okay, so your teammates seem to be fitting in quite well. You guys, you said to me on one interview, 7 map map pool, but you're just trying to work out which 7 maps. You worked them out?
Yeah, I'd say we pretty much know the maps we want to play going forward. You know, there's still maybe some role changes that may happen, still figuring things out, but overall we have a pretty good idea of, you know, what's going to be long term, I'd say, at this point.
And for you, Yakenda, we were worried, or at least I was worried, right, thinking your individual level's so good, could drop off when it comes to your in-game leading. But even when you were not just dominating everyone, the team was still winning maps. So that must feel pretty damn good for you.
Well, I mean, I only played one good best of 3 against G2, but other than that, other best of 3s like against FaZe or against Astralis were not necessarily good individually. But I feel like the longer we play, the more reflexes my teammates are going to have, and the less micromanaging I'm going to need to do, then the more comfortable I'm going to feel like an individual player.
And how are you feeling just as taking over the IGL range? Do you feel more pressure in it? What's it like for... We see this so much in CS where an in-game leader just becomes an in-game leader, maybe not always by choice. Was yours like, yes, I wanted this? Was it just thrown on you?
Just from my personality and like character, I wanted to become like a leader, and I wanted to lead the team. And before joining Liquid, and also like at the end of VP, I was thinking about it, and then it just happened somehow in Liquid when like Nitro decided to step down. Then I was like, okay, I want to try this, and obviously it feels a little bit more pressure, maybe, yes, but at the same time, it's like, what did I expect? Of course, it's gonna be like that, so I'm ready for it.
What advice did you give him, Daps? You were leading for a long time.
I mean, as he kind of said, he has, in my opinion, the personality traits to become a good in-game leader and a good leader, but you know, it takes time as well, right? Like a lot of IGLs have been doing it for a long time, and now he's instantly coming in, going against, you know, Kerrigan and IGLs who've been doing it for their whole careers pretty much. So, you know, it's not an easy task, but I think with how Yakender is, it's going to be a quick process.
Oh, look at that. High praise. A quick, but yeah, nice to hear, right?
Nice to hear, yeah. It gives me some more, like, whoa. You know?
You got your Kinder feeling good. He's shaking and all stuff. I'm gonna let you shake it off elsewhere. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and 1xBet.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the
båda födelsedagar.
Här.
Some of our new teams are arriving at IEM Cologne, ready for the group stage. But today we find out which ones will be advancing and the final teams that are going to be eliminated. It's another grueling day at IEM Cologne, but it's going to be action-packed.
The Flash, not known for being a barber, but he will take your head off with a vengeance. Now, I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We find ourselves in Cologne, and more importantly, we find ourselves sending some teams home. We got the play-in, then we go to the group stage, and then we find ourselves in the playoffs, which will cultivate themselves all the way up into the grand finals. And there's a nice chunk of change waiting there at the end of the line. But don't worry, we're still a long way from there. Starting off with the A stream, we're looking at 9 versus Team Liquid. And then a little bit of nip action there to come in the later part of the day. So just 2 best-of-3s here on the A stream. And then if we switch our focus over to the B stream, Furia and the Mongols and OG Apex will be rounding it out over there. So still a ton of Counter-Strike and still some people just staying alive. Hi, I'm Trace. Nice to meet you. If you're just joining us for the first time, we're glad to have you, and I would entice you at this point in time to use the hashtag IEM on your favorite social medias to let us know how you're watching, show us, tell us anything you want. There's always a chance that you might see it on screen, just like Kassad just now, or to his left, Maniac.
Some of the best work that you've done so far.
Thank you. I only fumbled one word. And also, Alistar down there on the very end. Welcome to the pre-show.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, a lot of things to go over, a lot of things to talk about, but for the Greyhound side, you know, things didn't necessarily pan out the way that you wanted them to.
Yeah, no, definitely not. We faced 2 Brazilian teams and only walked away with 1 map, so it was a pretty rough event for us, I'd say. What's there to say, really? It was after a boot camp as well, so yeah.
It's rough. Like, it'd be like that, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's complicated for you guys because I feel like the level of competition that you usually have changes and the tones whenever you show up at these events. And we are stuck with a loop of talking about, hey, it's Greyhound, let's see what new they bring to the table. Let's see what improvements there's been. Let's see, and we don't necessarily really see it. So what's the solution?
I wish it was simple, but at the end of the day, I think it's just time in Europe. It's always going to come back to that. Every time we come here, we get to play all the top teams, and it's good practice and stuff like that. But then we go back, and it's like we fall back into our old habits, and we're versing the same teams over and over, and it's just not.
Do you see a difference in who you are from event to event? We're not talking about just placement, just the experience from within. Do you feel like there is improvement, there is learnings, even though it doesn't really translate immediately in results?
I think when we have like a string of events back to back to back, by the end of it, we see like insane progress. It feels like, you know, we're filling in all these gaps and we're understanding what our weaknesses really are and how to work on those. But when we've had a break and then we come back to it, it's almost feels like we're back to square one, trying to rebuild.
Now, you did say coming to Europe was, you know, kind of something that was necessary. And ironically, what would be the difference if we stayed down under? Do you think going to Sydney might help?
100%.
Yeah.
Keen to have all the boys come down and practice in Australia, and, you know, they get to see what it's like playing against all the Australian teams.
This is a fantastic drawing. I've just got to add, if you didn't
so
notice,
many things going on.
Yeah, the koala at the very top. We got pizza boxes falling. Moses is on a cake. So yeah, there's a ton going on right there. I'm not sure about the alligator with the sword in its mouth, but
Chad is kind of jacked on that one. Like, he's been hitting the gym.
I think he drew this. So
he drew this.
No, I made that up. That's not
true.
true.
I thought it was Kassad for a second.
But yeah, we're going back down under. This is a big deal in terms of Oz Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for sure. I think the last event that we had that obviously wasn't Tier 1 was like DreamHack Melbourne, where we had international teams come down. And before that would have been about 3 years ago, an actual IEM Sydney. So it's good to have it back.
Yeah, Kassad, Sydney, that's a big one for you, huh?
Yeah, we carried the torch a little bit back in the day. Now it's time for you guys to you know, show what you can do. But let's come back to that. And, you know, obviously, thank you for being here and doing this. I know a day after the event is always a really rough, dark day, you know. And how is the general mood in the team besides the fact that obviously you just, you know, got eliminated? Like, what do you look forward to in terms of, like, progress as a team? What's going on there?
I think straight after the game was obviously pretty doom and gloom, and we'll make the jokes and put on a bit of a face and everything like that, but it wouldn't have felt like we had a really constructive talk basically last night, and if it wasn't for that, it would have felt like almost a waste of time with the I guess the results we put up like that, you know what I mean? So we had this really good discussion, really open with everyone in the team last night, and if it wasn't for that, it would have felt like a pretty
It can be like
Pretty
a
bad
very
one.
like easing feeling like when you get that over through your chest. It's like you just say the things that you want to say and basically start over. But I want to come back to another point that you guys, the problem that you guys have. You don't have a coach. What is up with that? Can you just tell us why don't you have a coach, or you want to get one?
Yeah, what are the conditions, the salary? Because Kasad might actually be interested in
He's got a CV.
And
He wants to hand your way to.
The second part of that question is why don't you move a little bit longer in Europe for a month or two or something that will just get you like up to speed of whatever is going on, because it feels like whenever you go there you just stay a little bit and you come back and everything fades away and then you need to do it all over again. So walk us through it a little bit.
I think in terms of a coach, with our most previous coach, Kingfisher, we sort of didn't. It came to a point where it wasn't the kind of coach that we were after. But like, we're open to having a coach and stuff like that. We're not against it. It just has to make sense and actually gel well with our IGL, which is ends. And coming back to, sorry, what was your
the European thing? Moving to Europe for a little bit more of a rather than 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, I don't know. We've sort of floated the idea and danced around the question, I suppose, but it's been quite difficult trying to do that whilst playing the Australian ESL Champions events, which actually give us pathways to all these events in Europe. We need to be getting those points as well. So it has to have a good timeline and for it to actually make sense, because it's obviously a long time to spend away from family and friends in 2 months. Yeah. But we would improve for sure.
And if only you had a coach. If only they had a coach to organize that.
Yeah, or
a manager. That's what you look for.
Yeah,
there's a manager.
Well, I did it. Never mind.
That was the old days when you were doing everything.
I'm not going to throw Gomez under the bus here. It's fine.
Wow.
He was doing a great job.
He just did. Too. Like, my goodness. Hey, check this
watching
out. This isn't the only Australian lad we're going to be talking to. In fact, I've got one just situated probably right over there, if I had to guess. He's standing by with Hawka. His name is Sponge. What's up, guys?
How you doing, Trace? Yeah, look, another Aussie, but we got a Brit here as well. Plenty of those flying around. Me and Hawker, well, we're not going to be casting together. He's going to be with James.
I am.
And I'm going to be with Machine. And Jason Mercer Tool decided he wanted to walk in as we're actually doing the caster check-in. So we can't hear it. This is live. This is live on air right now. Yes, it is. Yeah, Phil wanted us to talk about the teams that were eliminated. So we can talk to you. Well, we weren't going to talk about Greyhound because Alistair's on the desk. We were going to talk about Complexity, Into the Breach, and, of course, the final team that I'm forgetting here that was eliminated, Big, the German representation. So we want to rank them on the one we're most disappointed with. Hawker, who disappointed you the most, and why was it Complexity?
Wait, what? I feel like I'm like on the spot here between two parents. Yeah, what's going on, man? What the hell's going on, man?
Why is Yanko here?
I'm scared. This is not okay.
What the hell is going on? Hawker, let's do our segment and let them keep talking. So here's the names on the screen. Who was the most disappointing to you thus far?
Ooh.
I know Into the Breach, they have Thomas.
It stings. It stings personally. I think Complexity, though. I was actually expecting Complexity to come in and do something here. Not winning a single map. Didn't see what I wanted out of a leash. It's a shame. It's a real shame because I thought that was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Into the Breach, after the first match, I saw them around the hotel. They looked like they were already done. So, hopefully not breaking too much news here. But the mood in the camp didn't look great. So, disappointing Complexity. Didn't really have high hopes for Big with the whole Sensei situation, even though he played pretty well, right? But it's difficult to see the Germans go home now. But I wanted to ask you a question before we throw it back. Let me bring out my phone here because you made a tweet yesterday.
Oh, boy.
And I'm going to read it out to everybody. Furia have looked like one of the least disciplined teams for a while. Missed nades, double AWPs, risky solo plays. I know it's early with this lineup. If I were them, I'd definitely look at a coaching change, right? But I read that. And wait, did you change the tweet?
No.
I swear you changed it. I thought it was about the old Furia. Well, I feel like this tweet here sums up the old Furia quite well. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say so too. That's why I'm saying coaching change, because it hasn't changed. Exactly.
Okay, so Yanko was right all along.
Was right.
Guys, Kasad, how do you feel? Yanko was correct.
How do I feel?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kasad, how do you feel?
In life pretty good, like in general, like really, like I have a good day today, Yeah, especially gonna be a good day later. But the thing is, when I don't have to look at you.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what the catch was, but yeah, naturally.
The thing is, like about Furia, I don't know what to think. It's just a team that for me is always like close to making it, but never kind of do it. It's always the gatekeepers, always the team that's going to upset someone and then lose.
Just like Moses with his BDS segment right there. That was great. The timing was just absolutely pristine. It's perfect.
You would have thought that was scripted.
Almost.
Here's the plot twist. It was not. Surely not scripted. But as scripts go, we talk often about who's advanced and who's moving forward in the tournaments. Well, let's look at some of the teams we do have within the group stage at this point. Like, who do we have already?
We're talking about the group stage. The next stage. Here we go, indeed. Well, Obviously, we have teams that have proceeded or advanced. You can choose your word for your little puzzle or word crumble over there. Mouse, Fnatic, Astralis as well, and Monty, you know, at the expense of Furia. That was a very animated series. We could hear them shout at each other. There's a very LAN, like old school LAN cafe sort of vibe here, which I kind of appreciate.
It's like they never lost their best player. That's how they played, you know, and they got demolished on the second map. I didn't think that psychologically they could come back, and they did. And completely deserved. These guys, they won't go out, you know. It's very hard to take them down, and they have a place which is very well deserved.
You know, I wanted to grab onto the B group side of things that we already know.
Grab the B group.
That looks dangerous for just about anybody that's there. For the side of B, it does boil down to like the household names that kind of build into what will be the group stage. Let me just pull it up.
Want to give us a lowdown? Is that the Na'Vi Vitality G2 phase situation?
That's the one.
You got it.
There's a lot
going on. This is ridiculous. Look at this. Vitality on top of the bracket and FaZe on the bottom. It's like, and then you have G2 and Na'Vi and all these teams. It's just so it's like a playoff right there.
I like it. But you're talking to me like it's a bad thing.
No,
I
just
appreciate it. That's what I paid for. Well, I didn't pay actually. I'm getting paid, but that's what I'm in for.
Fair enough. Alsar, which one of these, you know, through the scrim networks and all the things that go on prior to these events, which of these teams stood out in scrims?
To be honest, I really liked. It's sad because Cloud9 are not getting to really play with their proper roster, having Exile have the issues and stuff like that. So I was really excited to see them. They were really fun to play and really good in scrims. And then also, I think Na'Vi were actually really... It's good seeing Simple back in form, it seems like. So they were really entertaining and really fun to play against.
Can I poke into that for a second? You said you played Cloud9 a couple times. Did you notice any striking difference with how they were playing before? I'm kind of interested.
I think,
like I'm reading the news and I'm learning about...
Yeah, it's hard to take too much away from scrims. Obviously, you get an indication of it all, but it didn't feel too different. You know, they still kind of give you that respect and you're able to default and play against them, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They play that really kind of slow style and really grind you out sort of thing. Yep. And it seemed like they still had that identity.
I got a question for the end. Like, you have direct line to these teams, right? Because of the scrims and everything. Who do you got winning?
Uh-oh. Oh, that's pretty hard. We didn't actually get to scrim all the teams at this event, but if I had to pick...
Back up. Hello. Oh, you're still here.
Again?
Hey. I thought that was all scripted. Sorry.
How was your break?
How was my what?
Your break.
From the segments, or are you talking about at home?
The break from Jason, not being with Jason.
You know, the break at home was good. It was a nice little reset to come into Cologne and then, you know, kind of do our job, Jason.
Yeah, nice.
Your hand's really cold, by the way. I don't know why.
It is a little chilly, you know. Kassad, you're known for some absolutely moronic takes on Twitter. During the break, did you reconsider your approach to anything?
No, I stand by my words. And also, I have to tell the people that me and Jason swapped watches. Now he has the Joe Rogan watch, and I have this signature NASA watch, whatever it's called, right?
Yeah, thanks for that information. That's lovely, Kassad.
It's good to see you.
How you doing?
Good. I'm very happy to see you. I think this is a very nice addition to our broadcast, what we're doing right now. You know, that's this kind of level that the entertainment has to reach, you know?
Yeah.
I like that. I think you're perfect for the job.
You can tell he's taking a break because he's in a great mood. What's up, dude?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good, how about you?
Yeah, I've been all right.
You excited for IEM Sydney coming?
Very excited, very pumped.
It feels like they're interviewing each other because they both have a mic. Like, who is interviewing who here?
I don't know.
You pumped for IEM Sydney?
Awkward, yeah. I'm very excited for IEM Sydney, yes. All right. Well, cool. That's the pre-show. We'll take off.
Cool, yeah, that's the pre-show with Moses, sort of featured with us. At the same time, yeah, we need to go to a break. We can get this first match underway.
Listen, who's winning the event?
Vitality 9, we go to a break, we'll come right back.
Sorry.
Cancel yourself.
There you go.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
CVP, dilapidated James, motivated to come up clutch with 4 of his own. James to save VP, looking for it is Acorn. James pulls off the 1v5.
do a second, perhaps it's IEM trying to do it all! Ridiculous! IEM! Works though. Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter to Prey! Oh, the fourth as well! How sick is this round for him? And he's looking for the ace. The first ace from anyone on a
What is your calling?
The year is 2023, and the Liquid lineup is as you see. That would include Naf, Yukinder, Patsy, Rainwalker, and OC, trying to come in here and get something done according to how it should be for Team Liquid. Expectations high. On the other side, we've got 9, and certainly a team that has had a little bit of a flame behind them, and all things considered, they should be a formidable threat within the server. Let's go ahead and hear from the coaching side of Team Liquid, the staffs.
It's the big 3-0, the birthday boy, looking for a birthday win for sure, Daps. But I need to ask you some more questions about this team right now, and specifically around Patsy and Rainwaker. These guys have come into the team. Things have looked good at times, but what extra are they bringing, and what development have you seen already?
I'd say Patsy's stepping into that second IGL role pretty well. I mean, considering, we're still working on language barriers, obviously, and we knew it would take time regardless. But so far, Patsy's stepping into that kind of second IGL role. That was our expectation of him coming into the team. So he understands that, and he's doing a good job. Rainwaker, he's coming as like an anchor player, trying to hold down sight. And, he's a very stable player. He's even working on talking more and, adding more in terms of rounds. So both of them are developing at, I'd say, a pretty quick pace, but, it still takes time, and it's hard since they both never played in international teams.
Now, did the guys promise you a birthday win, and is Yukinder going to dominate like he did yesterday? But even that was only just enough to take down Big, so where's your confidence at?
I mean, Patsy guaranteed me 50 kills today, so we'll see.
Okay.
He got everything he wanted. He got the food he wanted today, so Patsy, look out for Patsy.
Patsy got everything he wanted. Now he needs to give Daps everything he wants for his birthday. Let's see how it goes down.
Yeah, it is a birthday for Daps, and it is ultimately a back-against-the-wall situation. We're talking about a lower bracket matchup here, and one in which one team gets to qualify into the group stage. So, gents, how are we feeling about this one? Right out of the gate, I'm looking at the side of Liquid, and that's where we're going to continue.
I think this is a tough game. Yes. I mean, for either team, right? This is a really good game for the play-in stage, and I just wonder, we see this more from teams, right? We heard from Ents in Dallas, like they address their dietary schedule as well, so Liquid seems to be denying their players the food they want until it's crunch time, right? And then you let him eat whatever he wants, so he's feeling good. And
negative conditioning. Yeah, and the thing about, okay, so we take a look at Patsy, right? We kind of see where he implements himself in the lineup. We're talking about aggressive riflers. Was that something that Liquid needed?
Well, not originally, but when they picked him up, of course, they had to go through the whole plan and change the structure just a little bit. I mean, post for position, he's sitting in most of Yikinder's old positions, and that comes with a whole lot of responsibility and autonomy. I think in Copenhagen, he hit the ground running. His numbers were really good. His performances were up there. Quiet down just a little bit, and then I think we can start to see here how this Liquid, for this amount of intensity and pressure they're in, might be a little early in the journey.
And then you look at Rainwaker, not Walker.
It's okay. We've all done it multiple
Let's just go ahead and
times.
get that taken care of. Let's talk about a guy who's 22 years old. Let's talk about a guy that, you know, as quoted by Daps in an interview, is maybe 1-for-1 trying to replace where Nitro was playing in the maps. That don't seem to really check out in all things considered, other than Anubis.
I think for Rainmaker, it's obviously one of those additions that caught everyone a little bit off guard, right? Like, I think people knew maybe who he was playing for and they knew about the nickname, but he wasn't on anyone's radar as a player that a team of Team Liquid stature would come and pick up. But I think once you go a little bit deeper into it and you see his style and you see how he plays and something that the way his teammates have talked about him, right? I think it makes sense for them, right? Like maybe you were hoping for a more high-profile name, but in the grand scheme of things, he has a sort of a prove-it situation, and we'll see if he can fit.
Yeah, and listen, I talked with them a lot in Copenhagen, and they went through a whole process of like watching demos and analyzing potential players, and they had like a group sort of council going through these demos, and obviously they saw something in Wind Waker, and I think there were a couple of games where his game sense really shone through, but my issue is I think we're going to get the most out of him once the playstyle is fixed, when they know what they're doing, what's happening. Because he's done a couple of mistakes against Astralis, for example, moments he was getting caught completely off guard, because there is an element of uncertainty in what the hell they're doing.
And what you said is also seems to be the problem for Liquid a little bit, because they won their first 2 games at Blast, right? And it went a little bit downhill from there, because I imagine that their playbook is also limited. And once you show your go-to strategies and sort of how you play, you have plan A, you have plan B, but after that, plan C becomes real shaky. And I think that's also true for the individuals, like some of the newer individuals on the team, like Rainwaker, and also the squad as a whole.
And perhaps we learn a little bit about some of that approach from the 9 side. I mean, this is a team with a little bit of fire behind them, a little bit of excitement for the Polish crowd. In doing so, we need to hear from the coach.
Elimination or qualification is all about what's going on today at Cologne. And the thing I want to start off here for you guys and your team, we look at how well you guys can play and we get excited about 9, but when it comes to the pressure matches, things start to get a little bit more tricky for you guys. What have you been working on to counter that?
To be honest, we just need to focus on playing our fundamental game, because we often forgot to just play basic CS that we used to play, like a little bit crazy but still good fundamentals, and I feel if we manage to do that, we will just show what we are made of.
And do you guys get bothered at all by the comments where the people are saying, oh, they're just onliners, they can't do it here? Does it give you any extra motivation? What's it feel like?
I don't really care about these comments, because when we were in IEM Rio, we pretty much showed how we play. It was really unlucky. It was more of a mental part from our side that we lost against NIP, but we played really 6 years there, so I couldn't care less about these comments, to be honest.
I like it, and you got good attitude coming into that answer as well. But how's the team feeling today? What's the mood like in the team? Because you're going up against a Liquid that looks a bit shaky.
I think team is feeling really nice, because after the Fnatic loss, that was pretty painful. Yeah, we had a small talk in Prague room, and we talked about our issues. And I feel like it helped a lot, and everyone is chilling, everyone is happy, so we just need to go and play our game.
Well, let's see if they can get it done. 9 taking on Liquid coming up next.
And as painful as it might be for me personally to say that, yes, he is right. Liquid can be beaten at this junction.
It's a beautiful opportunity for 9. This has upset written all over it. You're a team that's been together for a while, 6 months with the whole roster.
Wait, upset written all over it. Who's the favorite for you?
Upset in that sense. Well, Liquid by the name. 9 is going to win this game for me. That's why I say upset.
That's a goofy take. No, I'm kidding. It makes sense. No, speaking of goofy.
No, listen, here's the thing. This whole narrative of 9 being onliners is a lazy-ass narrative. You're just basically lazy. You watched them, lost a couple of series, and then suddenly they were onliners. The truth is, in series, in best of 3s, this 0-2 against Fnatic was probably the worst we've seen them online. Prior to that, it was very decent. It was very legitimate. There's an almost loss to NIP we were mentioning. You see the ranking as well. It's been going upwards. Yeah, they're hitting Liquid at the best goddamn time. Namesake, obviously in Liquid's value, but I have 9 in that series.
But the reason why they're a little bit up and down on LAN as well, their success is very matchup dependent. And the reason for that is map pool. If you go back to the RMR, 9 beat Vitality
yes, they did.
to qualify for the major. And the reason for that is, look at the discrepancy with the maps. Vertigo, one of the best Vertigo teams in the world. Nuke, very high up. Anubis is also pretty decent, right? So in that series, they beat them on Vertigo and Nuke. They got both maps. You should not let this team get these 2 maps. And Liquid obviously won't, because they're switching between the permaban of the 2. But it's more pretty much pick your poison, right? On the other side of things, there's also a massive flaw, Ancient. Like, that's a huge weakness for the side of 9. They can't win Ancient to save their life. I did an online tournament and they played tier 3 teams, still couldn't win Ancient. You have Inferno over here, like, wait, well, why don't they ban it? Because Inferno is their permaban. And they tried switching it for the actually Paris Major and it didn't work out either. So another one is, well, people also consider them a pretty decent Overpass team, but they actually didn't get any map wins, right? Like, it's a lot of close losses, but it's still losses.
Yeah, I mean, we have the video that's rolling over right there. That's the Ancient punish that you were talking about, of course. Liquid jumping on it. On the side of 9, I'm not exactly sure where they go on that one. Vertigo is open. Wait a minute.
Vertigo,
hold on.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, my brain just had assumed that Vertigo would not be given.
Liquid hasn't played Nuke yet with this lineup, and we know they've been switching between Vertigo and Nuke, so it's like, well, they're good on Nuke too, so might as well play the map that we'll play a couple of times. They've won Vertigo 2 times. They played it. They beat G2, and yesterday they beat Big on the map. And we can see also Liquid decides to start on the T side.
Yeah, now it's going to be, I mean, we have Overpass that's still in the mix, potentially for a 5th. Anubis is still up there as well.
I think Liquid gets rid of Anubis. They haven't played it yet.
There it goes.
And now it's just up to 9, whether they feel more comfortable on. And that's going to be Overpass. And you're looking at this, like, they haven't won a single game, but these are very good opponents on Overpass, and they're losing some close games. So I'm fine with them still going for this map.
So, I mean, we've identified that Liquid can lose here.
Yo, that's a fact.
Like, we've seen it before. We've been down that road. For 9, also coming in sort of an underdog story if you look at just household names. But for you, Yanko, who do you situate yourself? Which side of the fence?
I'm going with 9 in this one. I'm surprised that they lost to Fnatic. I think they are definitely have a higher level of team play. I think the map pool as well. Vertigo, I think, is a given for 9, despite their loss against Fnatic. I think that was just like a discrepancy, right? And then Ancient, yeah, they suck on it, but if anything, they must have put in a ton of work on the map during the break. And even if it goes to Overpass, I feel we'll see a 3rd map here regardless, but I'm going to actually go with 9 for the series.
I have 9 as well. I had them just in terms of like trajectories and where Liquid is at as a team right now. It's so young, so early in the days as well, with Yakinder leading this new squad. I don't think it's anywhere near ready for a deep series like that.
This is a game where for Team Liquid, the stars have to step up, right? Like Patsy as well needs to have a good game, like that was telling us about. Nav has to pull a couple of clutches out of his ass. OC needs to be consistent throughout. They need to get a good level of calling from Yakinder. Like, you can't have your players go missing in this one because 9 is a super solid squad.
Yeah, man. Gentlemen, I thank you very much. We've got a very clear, concise picture as to what we want and what we have. We're looking at Ancient first, a Liquid pick, Vertigo, kind of the kings of, well, 9. They'll be the kings of Vertigo, rather. And then we go to Overpass, should we need it. And I'm thinking that we just might. If you're just joining us, it's hashtag IEM on all your favorite socials because it's time to begin the matchup. I've got 2 commentators who are raring, chomping at the bit, and I think I can see it from here. I'm looking at Sponge in the machine.
Thank you very much, Trace. Yeah, loving that desk there, Yanko and Mathieu. Beautiful juxtaposition of voices and opinions. And yeah, I like the conversation to start it all off. You know, you're saying that this looks set for an underdog win, and then you go, well, who is the underdog?
Precisely. We've still got the measuring stick out right now. Let's see where Liquid are at. Was a good mood in the camp, and they're just below us. But T-side start, their map choice, odds favoring the Dark Horse. The title that they have put on themselves here is posted outside B with a bit of utility. Not live has been called.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's all good. No worries, guys. We will be restarting this one. So a little technical issue, and that's great because we had all that hype. And now it's dead. It's all cool, you know.
Well, I don't know about all that hype.
We'll build it back up.
Yeah.
Now we can say the anecdotes about, I was down there talking to Liquid before. Have you all seen OC's tennis ball? I'm sure you have on the cam. As we can see, the tech issue appears to be with
I'm
Mr.
looking for
Nafly.
OC's tennis ball. I don't see it.
Wait, did Steve take OC's tennis ball? They were throwing it around a lot. So,
So maybe it's like a kind of a Formula One driver reaction speed.
I asked the question. I wanted to know because I've seen the ball on the desk for many an event, and I said, "What's the go?" And he said, "Well, OC uses it. You squeeze it. It's good for like I don't know. He didn't say exactly what, but I guess it's for the tendons.
Hands,
the RSI. Exactly right.
Okay.
And we should all make sure that we are stretching our hands if we're gamers out there. They're the tools of our trade.
Wow, I have never had such an advanced view of a tech issue.
It looks like a headset from here, doesn't it?
Right now, Naf is fiddling with his Ghibli Wibbly, I believe is the term.
Yeah, just making sure the connection of the Ghibli Wibbly is, well...
the light is on,
the
but
replug. He's gone for the replug here as Naf.
Intense. Could be problematic. You can see the referee going to have to try and get this functional.
Teamwork, though. Referee with mouse in one hand, Naf with cable in the other.
Oh, he has got the tennis ball. Okay, he is allowed the tennis ball. I spoke to the tournament admins, and it is approved.
All right, and I heard about a couple of other things. Mr. Cameraman, I can see you're focused on the tech issue with Naf right now, but if we could be directed to the birthday boy himself.
Oh, yeah.
The coach of Team Liquid, Daps.
Damian Steele.
Yeah, what a baller name that is. Here he is. He's coming. There he is. That's the birthday boy right there. So
30 years old.
Yeah, he hit that big 3-0.
It's coming for me, Chad. It's coming for me this August.
It's daunting, isn't it? But yeah, Naf. Sorry, not Naf, Daps. They get along. They're both Canadian. Good friends. But yeah, it's Daps' birthday today, so wish him a happy birthday. He told me a fun little fact. The guy said he's ginger full, and I said, oh, okay.
Ginger full?
And then Daps chimed in. He said, the Chinese, they call me Big Charmander. So...
the Chinese nicknames are just consistently brilliant.
It's great, right?
Yeah, it is great.
We were down there on the sideline, and Banks was down there too, and he heard that, and he goes, if you win a major, does that mean you're Big Charizard? So good one there for
Big
Banks.
Charizard. You know, I met some Chinese fans outside the hotel in Paris. And they told me, now I don't know if he was just blowing smoke up my bottom, but he was telling me that there is one of the largest casters on the Chinese Counter-Strike coverage. It's called Machine.
Really?
Yeah, and he was just getting married. And so I sent a video to Machine to congratulate him.
Aww.
And signed Machine's poster.
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't really
What
know.
a world that we live in.
I don't know. I couldn't find him, but I also can't type in Chinese, so...
Okay, well, if it is true, let us know. You guys can do the research for us, but it is Liquid taking on 9, and we've been told there should just be a couple more minutes before they get this one sorted.
Ooh.
And the great thing about this, the round hadn't started. No damage was done. We weren't into the round.
I had a question, but obviously if their headsets are off, I can't keep...
Yeah,
no. But I had a question about what was going on in that pistol, so we'll come back to that.
No, they might not run the same one.
Well, yeah. Yeah. It's not like they have to, right?
No, they don't. They can do it.
I was just making sure there's not some sort of rule like, well, you did have a strategy. Excuse me, could you please return?
So I think if they change their mind, maybe they have a change of heart here. But interesting, 9 are one of the teams who didn't change roster coming through the off-season.
Yeah, and I liked, of course, the interview we had Navrot talking a little bit about, Banks actually kind of a baller to be throwing questions like that.
Hey, people call you onliners. What do you think?
People call you onliners, and don't think you can do it online. And he just went, well, I don't really care. We did it in Rio.
Yeah.
End of story.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you a little bit about your genuine opinion of seeing Yakinda now with the crown on his brow in terms of leadership. As in terms of a secondary, he was practically doing it anyway.
He was. Right. He was, right? And this is the thing. Since he's joined this team, it has basically been under Yakinda's wing. And I know some people have a bit of an issue with that, right? It is a younger player. But, if you talk to Yakinda as much as I have and you get to see the way that he presents himself, the way he conducts himself, he's a leader-type individual.
I agree.
Right? And I think that, that's not for everybody. It's something that he has chosen to pick up here as a bit of a mantle. Maybe it'll be a regret in a couple of years. Maybe he turns himself into a great in-game leader.
Well, yeah, and as someone that's done the whole in-game leadership stuff, admittedly, you didn't have your nose as close to the monitor or play similar roles.
Yeah, I couldn't shoot like this kid.
Right, but that was where this question was going, right? In terms of his individual ability, do you have a fear that he could be quashing what was an individual promising? Is he going to be losing mechanics at the cost and pursuit of leadership?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah,
it will just happen. It depends now on how big of a support structure you can build. How much do we talk about the game? How much
voices?
No, in the sense of as an in-game leader, right, and you want to control the macro within a round, you want to make sure, you're focused on where your teammates are, they're getting that space. You've already talked about your executes, your moves, all that good stuff. What you essentially want is to not have to micromanage when something happens, which is about doing the theory. So the thing is, you're going to have a decision tree. And of that decision tree, if you don't have to say, do this now to a player, and he intuitively knows that he has like 3 options in this moment, and he picks one of them, right?
The best one,
ideally, right? Then you know that your players are already there, a step of what you had to call, which then makes it easier on you. And that's ideally what you want to get to eventually, but that's the hard part. And that's when we talk about new teams, new rosters, new roles, learning all of these details becomes a key factor. And that's something with this Liquid roster, which is new. Sure, it has the core of 3, OC, Yakinda, and NAF remaining. There are going to be these teething issues, especially when you bring in, or Patsy, who hasn't played an international team before, and you bring Rainwaker as well. So there's going to be a development period for this team. But yeah, with Yakinda, it's like Electronic. It's the same conversation. I know people like Matthew would much prefer Electronic just to be a fragger, right, and not have to worry about it because we know how good of a player he can be. But imagine if he can still be 80% of the player in his peak while in-game leading. I know that feels like an impossibility, and maybe it will be, but if Electronic can turn himself into that, Magadona's, one of the best in-game leaders of all time.
Well, I mean, I had an interesting conversation with Electronic. Where was I? Rio.
Okay.
Actually, it's on YouTube. We sat down and
that's
he did it in English.
Yes.
But one of the key takeaways from that was that he's a different person with different goals. His objectives previously were, I want to be as, what he used to say, didn't he? I will be better than Simple.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Comes out flip side, starts bobbing heads, but it seems his objectives have changed, and he really did seem to be quite enthusiastic about taking leadership full time and as a main in-game caller. Except it's funny that when I've heard it from Simple and I've heard it from Blade, they all frame it as, I think he's better as a second in command, a second voice. And maybe that's just because they've seen more of that, and perhaps we haven't had the opportunity to see Electronic going full leader. I'll tell you who disagreed. Hobbit, so we're going to be interested.
Well, that makes sense. They're on different sides of the camp, doesn't it? Yeah. The whole Cloud9 situation at this event has had a bit of a dampener, just like the Cologne weather, unfortunately, right, with this Axel situation. But we can kind of pivot this conversation back into Yakinda. You got his stats on screen here.
Look at that.
Yeah, right. He had a great showing yesterday against Big, but this is a Big who I believe Maniac was describing that they were in like the most chaos that Big traditionally would. Well, the opposite of what Big would traditionally be in. They're a well-organized team, very structured. It's Tapson's and Godby's way of approaching the game. This is a team with a stand-in from the academy. You just promoted 2 new guys. Who the hell's in-game leading? It changes between every game, right? So there's a lot of details that went into that. It was a looser-looking Big, and, well, Yakinda had a bit of a field day. So great to get a couple of his highlights on screen.
And speaking of Big, I just saw an announcement Tizian has joined a team in Tropic.
Yes.
That roster is all locked in and announced. They did the tweet, yeah, those big boys finding themselves new homes, and yeah, and of course not going to be seeing them advance to that group stage. Yakinda, though, did put in a good performance up against them. That's the reason they're here against 9, as we are looking to battle out and secure a spot in that group stage. Who did they lose to? Let me refresh my memory. No, 9. Fnatic, that's right.
Yeah, they won the best of 1, and that was the comeback against OG on Overpass, right? We had that one on the other monitor as we were watching that game, and then they lost the best of 3 to Fnatic, who a lot of people haven't put too much stock behind because of the players in that roster, but they could have done it in 2-0 fashion.
I mean, I think I had it on the second screen, but I am surprised to see Vertigo falling. I mean, 9 and Vertigo, it's like, bread and butter.
It's meant to be their map, right? Which is where Ancient is the opposite.
So does that already kind of have a little bit of a question mark / doubt in your mind as to which 9 are present here in Cologne, or are we happy to sweep that under the rug should they start strong today?
I think there's a couple of factors to keep in mind with that matchup, right? Like 9 are this team that have some groundswell behind them. They've qualified for G8, right? There was some of the good showings at a few of their events. We talk about the pressure being a bit of an issue. Is a younger team with some more inexperienced members, and that will come with time. But this groundswell, I don't think it's gone. I think it's just bubbling under the surface. Maybe we're not as as excited, and we think they're just going to get it done. But this is still a good team with some good players, and this is the Polish pride now. This is the Polish powerhouse. And I wouldn't say they're in bad form in the event. I would say going up against a new roster like Fnatic, who hasn't got too many officials under the belt, they have the black box that we would talk about in the past. Okay, how are they approaching the game?
Gives you power,
And you're trying to identify in matches where players are playing, and that right there is something which becomes a little more difficult. And that's when, as a team, you go up against a new roster, and here comes the cliche, we play our own game, right? And essentially what that means is like you're just trying to do your moves and your plays that work for you.
Whereas,
not as opposed to exploiting.
Yeah, and if you have a roster that you're familiar with and have played multiple quarterfinals against, it's a different type of, you're not playing your game so much as you're aware of theirs, aware of yours, and trying to break theirs and play yours. I mean, I know that sounded like a complete word salad, but
no, I'm with you.
It was making
I'm on
sense.
the frequency.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. I did just see Nav put his phone in the box, which filled me with some confidence. We might be on the right track to getting this one started. If you have just joined us and are wondering why we're in podcast mode, it looked like we had an issue over on the Liquid side of things. We had a not live on the Pistol, but I am seeing Counter-Strike open on Nav's PC and the console's open as well. So that's a good start.
That's a great step in the right direction.
Oh my God, Ancient's even loading.
We just had a bit of history on the screen right there talking about the last time a Polish team, you know, I think it was a deep run. I didn't get the full text on screen.
I saw names.
Yeah, but that's it.
What about Neo?
Taz, right? Yeah, well, Neo back
He's
in
here.
that FaZe jersey. He's the, I think, interim coach for this one here, so we'll see what'll be going on with that. But Taz, very vocal on Twitter, big supporter of the Nyan boys, wants to see, you know, them. I think it was he talking about Kay or was it Kyler? One of the two. He just wanted them to not overthink it.
Yeah.
Because these guys, they can frag. There's no question about that.
Yeah, but also, yeah, especially when you've had the come up, because, you know, the environment where you start cutting your teeth and start making an impact suddenly changes. You know, you start finding that comfort, you start to believe in yourself, and then they say, yeah, do it against harder opponents and in a completely foreign environment where you're no longer in the comfort of your own home.
Under the bright lights.
Yeah, no, truly. You know, there's a camera in your face. You'd like to think, viewers at home, you'd like to think that you'd just be able to switch it off and play your Counter-Strike, but when there's a big red light and 3 cameras and bright studio lights in your face, it can be difficult to not overthink it.
And especially in the device wave meta. So we might see a bit more of that today. And I have, well, the good news, everybody. We are back underway. And, well, the game didn't even start. So technically, we are just starting. And this is a different look. All 5 together. Quiet over towards B lane. We've got 2 smokes and a molly available here. And just trying to take contact towards cave is Patsy. Nobody jumping up mid just yet. And speculative jiggles to make sure nobody's home. There's K and Goofy on the site right now. Now, Naf, smoke could be deep, could be cave, could be pillar.
Could be problems.
They're going to push.
Goofy, spot out your Kinder. Throwing out the utility. That's going to surely get them their Feckles up, and it's going for Goofy's double with the duel. He's finally put to rest. Patsy secures the plant for the squad. And on the retake, Kyler, he has dual Berettas as well. It's not going to be particularly clean to cover and find a way back in. Now, OC unarmored could give him an advantage, but he's lost Hades already. Good one from Patsy. Post to second. Now gets that smoke out. OC, what a gift that is. He rots the clock further, puts it all onto Minio to make the next move. And yeah, blind as well. Wow, this is flawless from Liquid. The utility as well as the entries. They've made it as difficult as possible for 9 and very limited options to contribute.
I think right there. Oh, OC.
Jobs are good.
Yeah, well, they've got the round here, just seeing if you could get a blind one through the smoke. But I think that was a dynamic pistol where they could change depending on the CT setup. Patsy might get this kill. Kyler chipped on down, but should be going with the bomb, and they both fall. And that is the pistol round for Liquid right there. But yeah, I think it was dynamic in the sense that smoke, if they were playing in cave, they could have changed up the round. They could have gone back, smoked off cave, smoked deep, gone for a different look. Yeah. But the fact they didn't take any contact through cave, get the space, can change the way that you want to approach the site there. So good stuff from Liquid. And we will see 9 following up with a force buy of their own here. So a big part of this is about how teams want to contest middle. And I actually had a conversation a little bit earlier today with some members of FaZe and Ents while watching back to their Dallas game and talking about this very map. Oh, that's a bit of a deep smoke there, right? You see that one with a big gap. You want it to traditionally be a little bit more between the two.
Okay, is on notice. Forced the smoke. Molly might find him anyway. He's not gonna spread. It is! Your Kinder cooks him. And already looks like this force buy falls flat. Perhaps there's something for the Hades Deep to contribute, but yeah, they can go anywhere they want now. What a luxury this is. And Patsy, yeah, presents his head. Hades happy to snap shut on it. Then there was damage inflicted. OC's going to just go in for a second bite of that cherry. Aggression back into the cave position. Red room no longer occupied, and it does just fall to Goofy's MP9. Smoke and push. OC's ready, and Yakinda, he'd like to keep himself alive. He's took the dink, but he's fine.
Good shooting from OC right there. You know, the pressure was on. Definitely had support, but that smoke was troublesome. So good stuff from the American sniper. It will be a full eco right now. But we know that Ancient is not a 9 map. It was highlighted by Yanko on the graphic, looking at their map pool here. We know that they have some weaknesses in the pool. They've been flirting with Inferno a little bit, considering how dire their Ancient has been. But I liked what Yanko said. Like, during the break, this is a map that they could have focused on in their game yesterday against Fnatic. They won both pistols in a, I think it was 16-12 scoreline. So
is this smoke just not landing where it's supposed to?
Well, look, maybe they want to throw it deeper and they wanted to come out the backside only, but normally you wanted to cover off so
You can't.
There's not a gap on either side, right? So we've been talking a lot about the mid. We've done an awful lot of ancient games, to be honest, with everybody at home. But this one here is pretty easy. You can do with cave, Patsy with mid, they're down B lane, and well, yeah, we're in A. We'll plant the bomb. That's fine.
And how many is he getting here? 600 bucks a pop. Make it 1,200. Patsy cashes out. Leaves the Mac 10, and no harm, no foul, because Naf is dead as well.
Okay. Well, I don't think they can win the round, but good damage.
Yeah, great damage. A Galil, a full nice belt of utility that you won't have to buy into the next as well. So that really works out nicely. Goofy gets a lot of credit for that, I think, as well, especially finding that kill before you can do anything. It really facilitated a nice save. I say save, it doesn't look like anyone's going to have any more contact. Just looking to contain. And of course, with that bomb radius, they are potentially going to have some more friction. You can see Goofy walking on in. Rainwaker seems switched on, and nice and alert. He will remove that Mac 10. Looks like Kai, or excuse me, K. Yeah, getting away.
Only just.
He was in cave.
Yeah, 4 HP remaining there. But that Galil, it's a great weapon to hold on to here. Has himself a smoke and a molly as well, so that's going to save him about $900 worth of investment on this CT side. And he can even buy a kit here. So tidy work from Liquid. Sure, a couple of extra casualties, but mainly giving up Mac 10s. Not the end of the world. Now they can get into a tidy-looking full buy of their own. But one of the key differences as we move into round number 4 is Hades has his signature weapon. The AWP is out to play here. They want to start it over towards Donut early, and they're coming fast out mid, Alex.
Could be interesting. See what Minio Spam finds. He's really done a lot of damage. Leaves OC on just 12 HP. Kyler smoked off Donut. Patsy still aggressing. Naf chip further from the nade from Goofy B. So already a great start for the CTs. They've really chipped away at the health pools of Liquid, looking to get this first gun round started with victory. Oh. The timing, flawless from Hades. Yakinda caught with a Molotov pulled.
The thing is, Patsy's so noted. Look at the radar at the passive setup the Nine are playing, right? They don't want to contest red, which will constrict the end of the round here's rotations. But K and Goofy are coming back. They'll clear this out.
That's what Patsy's been waiting for. And Minio, good on the clear. 2-man advantage, thanks to Minio and Hades.
Yeah, they did it together as well. He wanted to take the fight. The other two would have been there to trade or if it got out of control. So a good job, and now a 2-man advantage here as Liquid are scrambling outside the B doors. They have enough util to set themselves up and execute. But what do you want to obscure? The best would be short and long. Try and get this bomb down.
Yeah, they're going to push through those smokes or boost even better for the element of surprise. A bomb plant would be fantastic. And maybe, just maybe, Rainwaker's made it across. OC catches one. Boost does not profit or deny the plant. And Waker down now. A 2v4. Bomb plant, great. A round win would be better. Surely Nine have got this one in the bag. OC's gone already. Great catch from Minio prior to the smoke bloom. It would have to be a wallbang. Now he's revealed himself. It does feel as though this is just a matter of time. What would Naf find on this wallbang spray? They're on the defuse now. Naf unable to contribute, losing out as well.
Okay, well, first round falling against Liquid here. Well handled, lose mid control, you deal with it. The group up top red, I really enjoyed that. But the key there was obviously Yakinda maybe not timing the smoke. So well, maybe that was exactly how he wanted to time the smoke, but not getting that molly in. Donut, it wasn't... Well, it wasn't... I was trying to think of a good donut. Like it was...
it wasn't like...
It wasn't glazed.
Yeah, I see what you're going for, yeah.
Sometimes the words aren't there.
I'll tell you, the jam donut got nothing on the custard cream. Absolutely nothing. That's a better smoke.
Yeah, there you go, right? And I think a lot of the time it may leave like a little gap either here or there, but they're investigating it, so it is being punished.
Yep.
They've just walked out here for free, so it may actually be a big problem.
Do they flash it?
They should.
Oh! Wow, that was ridiculously quick. No one dead. Kyler builds upon it.
Good response.
Very nice. Yakinda will keep it level, just stopping the damage, stemming the bleed, but a great tag out of Hades. Profitable. Nice donut lineup for all of you guys at home. Yakinda.
Nice misthrowing that one.
Well, it's not a nice lineup. It's actually an elbow smoke.
Yeah, it's one of the best. That's the full ricochet elbow smoke, that one right there.
Very efficient, yeah.
And then you play in front of it, and the CTs think it's smoked off. But that's all right.
Just a millimeter higher would have been fine. There you go. So that's the cost of an extra smoke. They still have one to work with, but you can see... Oh,
that has another gap on it.
Lads, this is Gap City today.
All right, well...
Both sides.
Yeah, that means they don't have to force a rotation to red, so they should be able to keep 2 players towards B. K is still concerned about it here. So pressure on Goofy, and no util to block B anymore. problems now.
Should be set for success. Goofy, what can you do? The XX coming through. Flashed off, smoked off, spamming as best he can, and insignificant damage dealt. Liquid have the sight now, and he gets very uncomfortable for the retake. Don't forget, all below. Oh, what a flashbang. It takes down a first component. K gone. Goofy back onto Patsy. Naf, he goes hunting for that AWP. It takes Hades down before he can even start to consider the retake. Yakinda's set for success, and so are Team Liquid. Leaving with that one. I feel like you could kind of see that coming from the minimap, Shad.
Yeah, but they're the round 0 now, and we've addressed this smoke a couple of times. They were able to creep out mid for free there, right? So I know there was that early exchange.
But you've told me from Chad's School of Counter-Strike just how much of an integral component of the map for the CTs mid-control is.
Yeah, so the fact that it is, look, it's definitely not, this could be the end of the world. Minio, don't lose that. All right, we'll get to retain the AK-47 here. It's not the end of the world, but these are little things that teams will punish, especially Patsy. Like, oh, you have a smoke with a gap in it? That's all I need. I just need a little keyhole to look through, mate, as we get the replay of this. And this is what I was talking about towards that B bomb site. They're in quite a passive stance. Easy for Liquid to get in here. And another round will fall against the Poles as we do here a tactical timeout. And Navrot, the coach, an opportunity for him to get on the mic. Unfortunately, my Polish doesn't extend past Dziękuję.
Yeah, or a nasty word or two.
Yeah. Looks like Naf's got insta red smoke at the ready here. And, yep, Rainwaker's going to do donut smoke. So they're going to continue to keep obscuring middle with a red and donut smoke insta from spawn by the looks of things. So maybe Patsy with a little bit more aggression out mid.
Yeah, he's got a good spawn for it. See how this one shapes up, as it does seem like they want to keep bullying B. This time more CTs trying to vie for control. HE, Molotov, and presence shown by Patsy. No smoke, interestingly enough. Flashes and nades instead. OC equipped with a T-side AWP. Going to be interesting to see how much of impact he can find. And look at them just walking in. 1 minute 30, Yakinda.
That's their own smoke. Oh my god.
Walks through it. Oh! Or maybe not. K catches him on the spray, forced away. Now already down. And they were going for something cheeky and contacty, but it leaves them 3.5 players left with a whole 70 seconds to play this one out. OC could.
Oh, he's been spotted. He's been spotted.
Barrel sticking out and between the wickets. KQ's fragging a second as he looks to find 9. There's. Yeah, they're looking to pivot.
A little bit lost here, aren't they?
I mean, look at the presence in Firmino. He should have these whenever he desires. Not going to be cleared. Not going to be cleared. Into the side of the ear. Rainwaker.
Oh, he's not cleared.
Now he's caught out. Patsy reveals himself. But yeah, they've got both sides covered. Letting Patsy do what he wants. And it walked into the AWP. It's clearly what he wanted.
All right, well, just Yakinda here. Not a whole lot of health.
Or hope.
Yeah, so the question is, does he save or does he give it a crack? Does he try and take a couple of 9 members down with him here? Well, at the moment, not moving a muscle with Mr. Mustache. He's parked the bus over towards Polly's Pocket. What a name for a spot.
Polly's Pocket.
Should be the official name.
I agree. Because, you know...
And if you didn't have a Polly's Pocket, you probably had the other one. Dungeon...
Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
Dungeon something.
But yeah, I think I remember the day we sold all of my sister's Polly Pockets at the car boot sale without her permission. She was distraught, absolutely distraught.
Yeah, I can't imagine that was a fun week.
Well, yeah, and she was a bit of a Beanie Baby collector as well.
I see.
Yeah, you know, basically the NFTs before NFTs were cool.
We used to have Beanie Baby wars, me and my sister. That meant
you threw them at them?
Pegged them at each other as hard as you could.
Okay, we did the same. We did the same thing, but we did it with those small plastic beads. You know, like those make your own jewelry sets. We just pelted them at each other.
People losing eyes.
Made a horrible mess. Yeah,
I bet it did. All right, wow. 9 have been able to get 2 of the last 3 out mid. We go fast.
This is what I'm talking about. This is a double. Oh, Yakinda has already mowed down the competition. Kyler from one from the grave with the flame. Hades spotted out. Will have to reposition now.
Under so much pressure here, isn't he? In a push from K. It's been deleted. Naf's removed him. This round looking good for Liquid.
It could have changed the dynamic completely. That duel right there. Still could if Goofy Goofy?
Goofy's brother.
Yeah, Goofy's watching. Good to see you, mate. But yeah, they're into B. He's pushed up B, so this is a bit of an interesting dynamic, a strange turn of events. Seems to have fallen nicely into place.
And now you want to take this AWP away, right? Try and remove this from play. So at least send 1 or 2 bodies after this. Sure, you haven't built a tier economy just yet, but an AWP, quite a thorn in the side, a position where if the CTs on this map can get very picky with it, right? Very tricky with it, you can definitely find yourself a couple of entries here. So Hades tucked in towards A main right now. Yakinda searching Temple. OC over towards CT spawn. And Rainwaker making sure he can't push past that precipice. They're not applying an awful lot of pressure, but there's still time for Yakinda to get a move on.
I mean, the last time he was seen was Temple, right? Yakinda's just called that clear. Rainwaker starts to walk
Spot him
up,
out.
spots him out. Get
shot.
One, yeah, and he had one more. He probably saves it. There it is. Hades holding on to his Zoom banger. Nicely executed, but Liquid already racking up a good haul of rounds here on the T side.
Yeah, and look, it is great to see them get the 5, but this is when you probably hear from different coaches or in-game leaders or even just pundits on how they see those rounds being played. They gave away 3 guns in that round. So now to get the drops going, everybody is not bottomed out, but everybody's still going to be at like a little bit of a rough territory. So, and you can even see Yakinda going into a Mac 10 here. Now, he didn't have to. They could have got him an AK, but might want to keep this fast. One of these strats that Liquid like to run is this B pop. We spoke about it the other day. They get the B lane control, they pop in. We're going to get a cave smoke, a pillar molly, a deep flash, a deep smoke as well. Here it is, setting it up. That's the cave smoke right here. Here we go.
Let's see how they receive it. We've got 2 forward in a cave. They're going to be trapped behind the smoke here.
He's in.
He's already bounding through. Hades is his first target. If he can really isolate this AWP, he's in a hot water. Through the flames. Wow, Hades. It costs him his life, but he does catch that first contact.
That's not clearing.
Not clearing his corners. Okay, Profits. Bomb planted. Limited resources for the retake. I don't see a kit as it stands. Patsy needs to play out this forward position.
They're leaving it. Kyla's left it. Minio's still staying here. They're going to try and bring more players around the lane here. This is a difficult fight.
He's found the kit. They have got that 5-second defuse available to them. OC onto K, sure, but he overlooked it. He expected that to be the only one, the only component. Now they go for it. Very light on time. It's up to Rainwaker. A big find onto 1, and it seems they've done enough. No AWP, no weapons, and no rounds. Liquid up to 6 with a pace change.
And there it is, right? That B-pop. It's like they're using almost all of their games. It's just when are you going to expect it? Is it against an anti-eco? Is it against a force buy, right? This type of a round right here, well, it's straight in against the guns. That leftover AWP in place, some upgrades around it, and they were able to punish.
So I'm going to ask you those really annoying questions, but like theory crafting, they were playing 2 cave, and obviously that strat perfectly abused. That's what they want you. If you're in cave, you're going to have an awkward retake. So in terms of, if I had identified, this feels like a Liquid B-pop, where do I want my troops?
This is the thing.
Back long, like playing behind that box and not letting Yakinda take the space. And
even having the AWP there, the util, right, isn't designed just to deal with him. Oh, hold up a second. I'm going to fight here in middle. Should be a Mo up here. Oh, no, Patsy. Okay, well, trouble now as these pistols are deadly.
It's Goofy's USP, man. He's very quick to the headshots. They've got weapon now. Minio will take the AK-47 for his troubles.
Well, they're in this side. Surely they don't lose this one.
Nah. I mean, I don't see a universe where NAF doesn't find at least one. Onto Goofy, there you go.
Okay, so this is the thing with the Hades AWP. It's like if you were to play B, they are executing. He would have to almost be aggressive ramp, right?
Yeah, and hit the collateral, and then you have stopped it.
And then you think, okay, so if you're Liquid, why are we doing a B pot? Well, if we go out mid, right, and there's an AWP donut or something, maybe he can get some easy picks. If we go towards A, that's a good position for an AWP. Yeah. So I'm just trying to close down on that B bomb site. But not too shabby in terms of the damage here for 9. So still keeping some of these, well, extremely ladder investments costly, I would say, right? That's probably the best way to frame this here. But 7-2 now. And again, this is, I think, what we were expecting on Ancient, considering it is not a good map for 9. If they were to pick this up, you could see them getting the series done 2-0 with Vertigo next. But if this one here goes for Liquid, then it will have to be the distance for the polls if they want to be getting themselves through towards that group stage. Now remember, reminder for everybody playing at home, this is an elimination or a progression game. That's for all the marbles here. The final day of the play-ins of IEM Cologne 2023, and we will find timeout number 2 for 9.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we still have a very exciting affair, another exciting fixture happening on Stream B. You can find that very easily over on YouTube or Twitch. But the Mongols taking on Furia. It's just begun and is just wrapping up its first half of its first map. So that's a series to keep your eye on as well. I certainly will be. But 9 Liquid is happening here, and it looks like we are getting back underway with round 10 on Ancient. We will have 2 AWPs, so we'll get to see that OC Hades head-to-head here.
What's the change-up going to be? You take a timeout, you have a chat with the coach. Do you want to try and dictate the pace? Do you understand what they're calling so far and you can set up a bit more of a stack or a move? What's the play for 9 here? That's the question off the back of that timeout. Looks like Kyler starting solo A, Minio solo mid, and 3 towards B. And Yakinda's out mid. Kyler's going to have a lot of pressure here, Alex. An awful lot.
Very quickly as well. Smoke arrives. Spam only the one heard.
Look at Yakinda already.
Yeah.
And he's actually worried about rotation in from mid, so he's somewhat undetected. Minio knows it's a possibility.
I think 9 know. Look at the way they're cheating over.
But it's very scary because there aren't... Well, there is now that Minio's there, but it still feels like Yakinda can take an awful lot of space. K and Goofy are both still over towards B. Hades has rotated red, and now Yakinda's creeping in.
Minio spotted out. Yakinda forces CTs away. Stubborn though, and maybe not going to clear Kyler. Oh, gets the info. Awkward spot, and that's just not ideal. Hades takes one back, but going to get into the site now. The bomb is not planted. Vying for temple control. I set the orb head to head, and we get it. Hades didn't clear his corners. He's overlooked him completely.
Patsy?
Hello? Hello?
What?
This is ridiculous. He will catch him. That's 2 in 1 round. He just completely overlooked him. Staring at the wall a little too long, and it's a one-on-one. Patsy. Well, Goofy. You can peek over that. Still has the bomb in his sights. He hasn't got any fear here. The double molly deeper this time. Nice work from Patsy. Knife out, though. Not expecting this one! Patsy solves the riddle and finds an 8.
Yeah, he had a hard time finding players initially, but booked right there was Goofy. A heads-up play from Patsy. I don't need the bomb, I need the frag, and that right there is round number 8.
It's very, not very rare, maybe I'm a bit hyperbole there, but it's highly unlikely you see a player in this environment be caught with their knife out in the way Goofy just was. You know, like that doesn't really happen.
You have to just consider the circumstances. 20 seconds left
in a one-on-one,
and he's really just going to fight me?
Yeah, right.
What if I just stayed CT?
Right, and you could see the information. It felt like he had, oh, look at the run boost. They're already up. This is exciting. Aggression, the remedy. And the response, OC Shaw one back with 1. Look at the damage inflicted though. Naf and OC, oh, they're hanging on by a thread as Patsy's cut down to size as well. They are not looking particularly healthy, Chad. Quick maths, that is 132 HP remaining for Team Liquid.
Well, I wonder if Bogdan's Law comes into play here. OC is low, but Naf is lower.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's always exceptions, isn't there, to these rules?
Yeah, no, I think OC will get to retain this one here, but they're going to group up and try their luck over towards A, and you don't mind this because OC will get to search with the AWP. He can take these longer angles, these longer duels.
It looks like he'll have an opportunity, or an opportunity, onto K.
Well, look at his off angle here. So you can see him playing behind the box. He's not in Temple, just outside in Brokey, and might catch 1 or 2.
Depending on their route. OC's posted for that fight. Rainwaker, ooh, the healthiest member, not so healthy anymore. This really is hanging on for Team Liquid now. A single bullet from that MP9 could take any of them down. Oh, and it will. Rainwaker caught through the smoke, but the bomb still goes down. He assumed he caught the plant. 3 for the retake now. 10-second defuse, but look at the health. OC would have to hit everything perfectly as he's lost his support for network. It is only OC. Up against 3. The first is hit, but a single bullet will do it. Nice find from Goofy, and they are starting to make their noise, find their voice, and start winning some more rounds. 9 trying to make a CT side here and on the road to recovery with a 3rd.
Yeah, that one's going to feel good, right, considering what they brought into that round. So skirmishing in middle, making sure they're getting a whole lot of damage done there. You highlighted, what was it, 133 HP between the 3 of them there for the finish. The fact that Rainwaker gets a kill, that's the only reason that round becomes even slightly interesting, right? He shouldn't have got that kill. You feel like it should have been a frag. But yeah, the run boost is great, right? One way to subvert a little bit of the expectation. But again, that mid-smoke, I don't know if they've thrown it correct once yet. It is kind of finicky. I'm well aware of that, but
and you were telling
me you can throw it better than how they have been.
But the one smoke on its own, perhaps with a Molotov, you've got that's your default utility.
Yeah, you're calling the bluff. They're going for the same pop again. Yeah, here we go. We've seen this before.
Let's see what happens to Hades this time. Oh, he's dead. Staring at a wall, fully flashed, and Patsy kills the rest of them in one fell swoop. Round. Done.
Yeah, and this is a really powerful strategy. It's a really powerful strategy, especially because in the flow of a map like Ancient, a lot of the time you are going to want to contest Cave so a team can't just have mid control. And I understand that Cave and mid are not the same position, but if you apply pressure from there, it means the guys that he's coming out mid have to now worry about the ledge peak as well as people coming out of Donut or that red smoke. So this is one of the key ways to exploit a double Cave or a heavy mid setup. You just pop into B and you lock them into these hard choke points to get through. So you see it again. This is twice in the same game.
I mean, look at that death for Hades. The 2 deaths he's had. I mean, one dying to the Molotov. And
I love that last molly though. Like it's so that
the last piece, the one that lands because CT push.
They've already scaled, and then it's a molly that they know exactly where it lands, and they're fighting behind. So it's giving them, they're getting to pick their fights with this execute. You could almost break it up into segments. This is a really good round that could get broken down by the desk, right? That's such a fun little set piece. It's we will have 9 buying up again here. Orbs on both sides. It already feels like Liquid have done enough in this half, if I'm being completely honest with you, but Liquid have been known to joke, so if we say it quietly, maybe it's not real. Mid go again here.
Yukinda out mid and dead. Minio naded to finish. Good spam from Kyler to combine.
That's the one thing, right? If you path to go fast donut, it's pretty easy for the CTs to line that up. A bit of a B-stream update. Fury versus the Mongols. You can check that out as Goofy checks out lane. OC with 1 back here. Orb still traying. The other 2 over towards main.
There is definitely still grounds for Liquid to convert here. With that frag from OC, it's going to keep boots planted. I say that as Hades floating back towards the rotation.
Oh, nice
Tyler, great on the first. Takes down Rainwaker. Now Nafi's going to have an extra caution to him. The bomb on his back and now spotted out. That's going to be enough for the CTs to throw out the utility. OC has to be diligent because Minio's waiting. And looks like 9 have got a 4th in the bag. Can't find him over the edge of that smoke. You can see a very strategic, underhanded smoke. Gives him angles of elevation to peek and fight and probe. Securing a 4th and doing so cleanly. Even a couple of AK-47s finding their way into defenders' hands. That's going to be very nice for 9 as they look to find 6.
But that's what happens when you get a freebie through the smoke in mid, right? And this is with this mid control for either side. And we've spoken about it being a bit coin tossy at times. But it's good for both teams to take these fights. And it creates this more brawly CS, which is always quite fun to watch. What's Yukinda buying into here? He's got a gun on the ground, yeah, a Galil available, so we'll have full rifles, and we only have 2 rounds left remaining in this half.
Slower this time. Both teams have experimented.
He's ahead of the elbow smoke.
The pace, but yeah, ahead of that, so he'll be able to, as soon as the molly fades, take a look. It's nice to keep eyes on how Patsy's been taking this space. In his spirit days, he was an absolute madman space taker.
I love how deep that top mid smoke is as well. Means that it's unlikely Minio can risk staying around. Because Patsy can phase through it. He can play, just like this, right? So it's more awkward.
And for Hades, you have to kind of straighten your back. You're going to have a very uncomfortable close quarters engagement here.
Should be able to hit B now because someone has to deal with red. So if Patsy stays alive, a BX can come in, but Kyler and Minio have a main control. They know it's going to be the B finish. And they've just blocked the top of B ramp. Well timed.
Hades goes clearing. He was ready for Patsy, so now it really shapes up for a 5th. Liquid, they aren't in a hurry, but it seems like OC is considering the go upon the fade. Smoke short, smoke long, molly and go. Oh, Goofy perfectly places the crosshair and beheads Yukinda. A 2-man advantage now for 9. Into the site, Waker chipping away at K, but need a whole lot more of that because Kyler's finally arrived. Minio and Kyler from that A push and perfectly timed. Yep, Chad, you're bang on. That smoke grenade buying the time. OC's bought himself a couple of extra frags, but a 5th round secure and a recovered half. You got to admit it. This was looking rather bleak at times. Liquid definitely putting in a good haul here, but if they find this final round, you've got a competitive half, 6 in the bank. And 1 more round to play. Look at Liquid's money.
Yeah, finally, though, for 9 consecutive rounds on the CT side. And as you've just mentioned, Liquid's money means it might even be 3 consecutive rounds here going into the half-time break. So maybe a little bit of confidence here because, you get that pistol, you get that first gun round. Could be tying things up here quite quickly. Liquid are going to have to operate here with plenty of MAC-10s, a Galil, and 1 AK. Patsy towards mid, red smoke in play. Oh, they're going to brave this.
He's a gamer. 114 ADR, but it will be less as Kyler takes him down without a single damage done. Yeah, flashes through the air.
Strat.
Pushing through. How do they handle this one? Looking better this time for the Poles. Goofy happy to finish with Kyler's helm. The 5-7 does the dirty work, as did that flashbang, just barraging them over. One after another. And now Naf reveals himself. Yeah, the MAC-10, not the most penetrative. And all effective. There you have it. A 9-6 half recovered for 9. We've got ourselves a game, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be RB.
in a row off the back of the pistol, as the Mongols won't have a massive amount to work with in the next round. Definitely nice to see Serato getting that kill on Banana there. I'm hoping he has more of a chance to try and take initiative and really take over the game on this T side if he wants to. He should really have freedom for this Furious squad. Definitely eyes on him after a subpar performance yesterday. Furia doing a good job at keeping this one close though, even though this is a map where the Mongols have got a fair few upset wins in their history. Obviously, a couple of different players in the lineup now. But it seems like with Blitz at the helm, leading the team, they're always able to find success on this map. What sort of risks do the Mongols take in this round then? Boost up to try and get creative. They spot that nade early to make sure they can fall back. And Art doing Art things. Very quick flick for the first.
In he goes. So fun to watch this Art. Great flag bearer of the style that Furia have. Maybe there'll be some kills in this round then. Those tags could be promising. We've got 3 low health players. We could see something super weird here. Made a lot harder now. Techno versus the world. Often been alone on his B bomb site as the T and the CT now. And the flank is on the way from Yuri. A wipeout for Furia. That's good for them. A great boost of confidence at the beginning of this second half. Now the big guns will come out for Mongols. 9-10 with just 3 kills so far in this game. I would imagine he'll have much more opportunity with the AWP on the CT side.
That'll definitely be important for the Mongols here. Definitely a man to watch if they are going to have a good CT half. Really enjoying seeing Art play this well, though.
Intel Extreme Masters, baby. Yes, indeed. It is the last day of the Cologne play-in. We're looking to secure the last few spots to the group stage, and we've got 9 and Liquid on our screens. First map, good half. And Liquid making a lot of changes. You get to see, you're gonna have to get used to seeing Patsy in that jersey, Rainwaker as well. And on the other side of things, 9, one of the few teams, the 2 teams in this play-in that haven't made a change. Greyhound gone. Let's see what 9 can do.
Yeah, well, they're hoping for a change as far as their fate with Ancient is concerned. They might be able to get it done in 2 with their map choice of Vertigo up next. But first, we need to glue our eyes to the screen for this pistol. Round 3, heavy mid for Liquid. They want to brawl here.
Patsy does too. Flashed off and executed. Nice response. Rainwaker a second. Immediately. OC chilling out your beans there because he was pushing the smoke. Would have been sticking out.
Look at your Kinder.
Thumb. Yeah, but he's feeling himself. Good delay. Doesn't need to do too much there.
They're going red.
Yeah, but look at that. That's a free frag into the side.
Oh, he's got no idea.
Hades trying to make the call out. Just one silence bullet. And now OC, aware of Kyler's occupation of the red room, needs the duel. OC takes it cleanly. OC can finish it right here. And shall Liquid launch themselves up to 10. And they've got Yakinda to thank for making it oh so clean. They actually lost the opening kill there.
Yeah, right, and starting 2 mid, going, I think it was all 5 of them coming out mid, right? But it wasn't 5 out the gates here. So Rainwaker with 2, really important that he gets away with those. They are beautiful shots considering Goofy's initial, and Yakinda has all the time in the world to line that one up. Great stuff, good shooting, right? That's crisp out of everybody who got a kill there from Liquid.
Full eco, a
yeah,
Fico,
well,
as it were.
No plant, sad man.
A single flash bomb.
And this is the thing, I'm just having a look here at that Ancient match against Fnatic again to make sure that I've got my particulars correct. 9 won both pistols. The CT, they won but lost the follow-up. Yeah. The T they got plus the conversion. And this, they don't have either. So they are going to have to do it harder through, well, maybe winning some ecos or winning all the gun rounds here. As they're just going to trundle in towards Cave. Hello. Naf, he's going to farm a few here, and I think he's getting a little bit more aggressive on the jiggle. He can find a whole lot more. Well-placed molly. It's going to get hot in here, isn't it?
Yep, cancel your plans and go back to spawn. Bomb taken away from them. Goofy does manage to recover it before any more blood is drawn, and now running straight into Rainwaker, who can't quite believe his luck as $600 comes through to his account.
Oh dear, at least the mood's looking pretty good over there in the Liquid camp.
Yeah,
that's Roberto from Miami right there.
That's what they're calling him.
Yeah, well, hey.
Roberto.
They're trying to fit in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is an interesting dynamic that, I can't imagine there is much more of a different out-of-server team dynamic, maybe even in the server, as Team Spirit with Chopper as my IGL, to Team Liquid with Yakinda. I mean, I just think this is going to be a very different environment. You know what? I think it may even benefit Patsy if he takes to it. Not everyone will.
It's a B fake here. This is a fake. It's not during the rotation. Naf's still jiggling here. He hasn't called. Well, Patsy's coming over now.
Seems like
this is the fight right here.
He knows.
Rainwaker's he's gonna see the bomb.
Oh, what a horrible angle for K to clear. Oh, he'd have loved a second one there. Kyler's done well to keep the round afloat by finding that.
It didn't make Liquid move an awful lot, and the fact that this one-way is deployed, mid is essentially going to be called clear here. So Patsy with a good reconnaissance mission right here, and Yakinda has locked the door. He doesn't need to push. Play to contain. He can activate later, because right now they don't have, well, so much info on exactly where this finish is. The regress towards mid, red smoke, flash, and donut pressure.
What? OC gets a lot of info. Avoids the molly as well, so timed that brilliantly.
They just blocked top B ramp and now are searching red together, so they wanted to fight middle, but this is an avenue open here for 9 through cave. Naf has a molly available here on the site. They don't have any smokes though, only flashes on Hades for this one.
Patsy arrives in time.
They're just creeping out, it's contact.
Yeah, and they don't have the info. They do not have the answers they were hoping for. And caught out now, Goofy, a big frag to post. Naf caught completely off guard, and it's Minio that secures the frag onto Patsy. Kinder and OC left. There's 9 in hot pursuit of their first here on the T side.
Kinder's having a look here.
This is the fight, right, Kyler? Perfect with it. Takes the head, first bullet. Yakinda down, and round 1. Well, you said they're going to have to do it the hard way. That is the first step up this Mount Everest.
It's more impressive if they just win all the gun rounds.
Yeah. Who needs pistols anyway?
Yeah, right. So I took that from our bird's eye view again. I just saw Naf just get blindsided by that contact. The thing is, when we have X-ray, you don't realize like how shocked they get from time to time. It's great to get to see, but a fantastic round from 9. And sure, the scoreline doesn't feel that close, but you win this one, you should be getting yourself up to at least 9 here because, oh, whoops. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha.
Yeah, and that's the death we were just discussing. You saw it from Naf's POV, but yeah, that contact walk, it seemed like 9 had a good idea as to what that smoke on ramp indicated. Okay, well, they've smoked ramp and they're probably no longer on the site, and timing favored the Brave there.
Patsy's got mid-control here. No molly in towards the cutout.
Loud about this A-pop. That's very smoke and mirrors, quite literally.
Oh!
And we just lost Yakinda.
Yeah, he was heading towards A. He pushed out cave to go towards middle here.
He really bit the bait.
He did. That was a huge fake. That's an opening kill for free. He wasn't ready for that at all.
I love it. 9 in his head.
In both rounds in a row, they've done something a bit fakey. So they're really hoping to keep Liquid moving, and by doing so, finding openings like this. So great start to round 19 here for the Poles. Good calling out of Minio, as they have an awful lot of space on the map. Now, what is the finish going to be here? Doesn't look too tricky. Is Patsy set up to take information alongside of Naf?
Oh, this is a very well-timed regress from Naf and Patsy.
It's a fake top ramp smoke, huh? Or did he miss it?
No, I think they just wanted to kind of fake it out if there was anyone there, but we are going to be seeing that info flow. OC surely going to be helping him out. He needs Naf to hold the mid so OC can help on A. Util in the sky. This is their go sign. Rainwaker's the closest to contribute bar OC.
Rainwaker has a molly for the site here, Alex.
He's going to have to use it. A high flashes through. Needs to delay them. As Naf gets away with murder on that one. Still alive. Bomb not planted. Hades, default plant, and down. Nice work from him. Maybe they can recover this round now. A 3-on-3. Hades onto Patsy. Naf in the temple noted. One back from Rainwaker. Needs more on the MP9. He's gone, and Naf doesn't have the health to contest, and so another round slip in the way of the poles. K will close, and that gap closing too.
Yeah, good fakes, and now they can be more direct with their plays, and Liquid won't bite as hard, right? Because they've moved around quite a lot here. It will be the eco from Liquid, and as I mentioned, 9 should be getting up to 9 in a moment's time.
Buster Rhyme.
And this was it, you see, not even considering it. So, yeah, exactly.
He got faked out, and he knows it, and he knows it. Really cool. And I love the next, your knee-jerk assumption is that they will now be able to be more direct because of the punishment they've felt from these fakes. You've got a P250, and you've got 5 fully equipped Ts looking to spray or Goofy. He has the opportunity, but obviously has no idea the luxury of that X-ray as we were just discussing.
I'm still a little bit worried about Liquid in the next round, if I'm honest, Alex. It's only 2,400 is the loss.
A couple of kills would be nice.
A save would be even better. They really need excess cash.
Looking for the unicorn.
Well, the thing is, this round, right? Buying into the next, you're going to have to see a couple of Famuses or SMGs. So 9 are actually in a really good spot to maybe even tie this game up. Minio might get caught off guard here. OC with the P250, able to scoop up the first kill. Bomb on Kyler, disconnected from the pack.
Yeah, this retrieval mission has actually been a success, aided by that smoke from the Ts, which you'd think gets Naf alert that he's going to have a very busy B site. Yeah, spotted and executed. Okay, comfortable.
OC needs to hold on to this AK, and the rest need to try and get more exits or find another gun here. So Liquid's mission has changed. The round has been lost. They're well aware of that. But how much damage can you do, and how many rifles can you pick up and take into the following? As mentioned, there will be light on in the util department if they want to prioritize weapons, or vice versa if they want to prioritize util. So 9 are putting up a fight here. And with Vertigo coming up next, I'm not sure how much confidence there is behind the Vertigo of Liquid.
Could be hard to get some more kills here from Liquid. They are in good positions to do so, but cleared out nicely by Kyler. Yukinda has that P250, and he's dead too. Good work, farms up a couple of extra frags. But more importantly, a couple of extra rounds, doing this one clean.
I wonder if Ben has that stat for us again. It was a graphic that was brought up earlier when we were doing the fill with that tech issue at the start that was comparing Yukinda in-game league and then Yukinda versus B.
Yes.
Because Yukinda is having a tougher time of things today against 9. Only 9 kills so far. Still has plenty of time to activate himself. And, well, it will be another gun round, the 3rd gun round here on the CT side. And the CT side is where you traditionally do your better work as a fragger. So we'll have to wait and see if he can start to find himself in the game, because yeah, sure, he is in-game leading, but I personally still expect Yukinda to find his.
And that you say traditionally, I'd argue for Yukinda, yeah, you'd expect to see it on that T side as well, but to be sitting here in that second half with a meager 9, definitely seems like 9 have been somewhat of an issue.
We just said no about 7 times in German there, so
yeah.
Genau.
So good.
Well, here we go. Now we're able to get out the silenced M4, as you can see here. Plenty of smokes, prioritizing incendiaries. Lighter on with HEs, not oodles of flashes to set up peaks. They did manage to get the kill on OC thanks to that saved AK. This could just be another A fake here. They don't have to commit this.
Yeah, we'll see if Yukinda goes charging out of cave. Not this time. But with Rainmaker staring at the smoke, Patsy has no info. They could be all over this site right now, and Liquid have no idea.
And they could just park Kyler here at the big box as he gets a kill. That should be enough to draw a rotation.
Yeah, you'd think so now, right? OC's trying to check mid, and this would be a big frag from the North American. Spots out a second as well. Will repel Goofy. Kyler's burrowed into the A side. Minio goes looking.
Not clearing his corners.
Neither Naf.
Oh dear.
Hello?
He might find a god tier timing here.
No, Naf's back still turned. He's still clearing ramp.
But Minio might call him into B. Oh, he's heard the steps. Minio must have heard the steps. Why is he not turning around?
Down.
Oh!
Naf adjusts! I thought he had no idea. Just pure instinct. Pure reactions. Patsy's laughing as the rest of the squad win the round. OC with a nice contribution as well. And Liquid back to their winning ways.
No way, Jose. That
really
right
bizarre,
there.
man. Bizarro world.
But it felt like Minio didn't acknowledge the steps initially. Like, I understand he was looking towards spawn and anybody could have rotated in at any time. This is a great shot from OC, by the way, who's having a fantastic game. But what a reaction shot there from Naf.
Yeah.
And even better shooting from OC again. So, okay, that one is going to sting. 3 rounds the difference now. That fake onto A was great again. Kyler did everything he needed to win more. That one's going to leave a bit of a mark here for 9. And they're starting to whittle down to the bottom of the bank balance. OC's all very aggressive. Perfect position to stop a set piece.
Yeah, he gets that advantage of the shadow. Vulnerable to that trade swing. OC gets it and gets out.
Perfect. And now they execute, right? They were hoping to be able to try and have their forces apply pressure towards this B site. They haven't allowed the Ts to set up. They haven't allowed them to execute. They've disrupted them before the call from Minio can come to fruition. And now they're the ones having to react.
Minio doing the lineups here. Might just be one molly to see if they get a reaction out of the CTs. Burn util or... Actually, yeah, they do come knocking onto OC's door. Yakinda primed and ready and does receive Hades. Traded by Kyler. Gets away from the AWP. OC choosing not to pull the trigger. 3 on 4. K investigating middle. Looking for more. Minio will linger. This is the gap. They have found their opportunity to relocate. Now, Rainwaker's already very pushed up.
I like this from Rainwaker. You don't have to just sit marooned in the site, especially if you don't have a support network. It's okay to let them into the site and plant. You have the number advantage, and then you have them boxed in. So a main control for Rainwaker is key right now. It's just as long as his teammates understand the lay of the land.
Naf seems to have Minio dead to rights here, and that's twice in 2 rounds. Naf has bested him. Rainwaker, oh, okay, goes looking. And puts the bomb on the floor. Really difficult now for K. And a shot in the head. Patsy makes it 13. Liquid going to be happy with that one. A team ace. Every single member of the squad finding a kill. And it puts 9 into economical despair.
I'm liking new OC. I'm really liking the new OC. Like the heads up going for the AWP picks. Has good. His aim's looking good with the rifles. Starting to get a bit of noise about him. It's good to see. So an important opening there for OC. And a great round for Liquid as they will extend it to a 4-round difference. But a timeout to be called, and the 3rd out of the 4 from 9 here. Navrot on the mic. They will have to take an eco here. The next round, there will be a 2,400 loss bonus, and they will be able to purchase, but the scoreline 14-9 at that juncture. Minio has had a little bit of extra cash and able to adopt the Deagle here. And the same for K, so going to be hunting for some heads, but they're really up against it right now. It's not the type of round where you're expecting an awful lot. A plant would be a bonus, a couple of kills would be great, but this should be 14 confirmed right now for Liquid as A main steps have been heard. OC and Rainwaker up close and personal. Patsy patrolling red. And Yakinda and Naf responsible for that B bomb site. Mind everybody, we do have the Mongols taking on Furia in another progression/elimination game on our secondary stream, being brought to you by Bardolph and Hawker. You guys can go check out twitch.tv/ESL CSB.
Thank God.
Almost got it wrong.
I need to get them embedded in my skull. New URLs, by the way, if you missed the memo.
Getting ahead of the change of game.
Well, we've lost Go, yeah.
And CS can stay forever.
That's right.
Because it is just the Counter-Strike, so...
Wow, Hades. Thought for a moment he'd lost his pistol entirely. That would have made things even more difficult than they already are. K's Deagle could still be set for a headshot as he's in that headshot box. Looking at Yakinda Red Room. OC's posted for his retreat, so Patsy and K's Deagle does find one. Nice work, but still it's not something to be celebrated at this juncture of the game. As they find themselves, up the creek without the paddle if they don't win this one. I heard middle. Did you hear middle? I heard something, middle, something.
Yeah, look at this gun round. Like, look how limited it is in resources. They should have enough for a mid smoke and a donut smoke and flashes, but if you don't win this mid exchange, it's almost all over Red Rover. So there's the red smoke. Flashes are ready from Kyler here. They're going to push this.
They are. Patsy's ready to receive them. He seems primed and ready. Spotted, no? Not at all. Both there exposed. He only gets the one. Good work from Minio. Contributing heavily. It's up to Naf on the aggress. Does take one back. Has the lane control. Cave occupied. K.
Did he see a foot there? He saw a foot, I think.
Yeah, from his movement, it looks like he's trying to address the potential. A missed smoke back at spawn, perhaps they will have to do without. Oh, perfect.
Oh,
Minio having a round.
Yeah, Uzi's saving now. In-game leader stepping out when it's needed most here.
I mean, with the X-ray, that looked like a guarantee for Naf.
Yeah, nice round. Okay. I was loving being on board with Patty there. You saw how many flashes he had to dodge and still gets dealt with. So, a good round from the Poles. As there is still cash for a Liquid buy. That isn't a problem. And we'll get themselves up to the double digits here. Turn it back into just another 4-round game. And continuing this tug of war on map number 1.
He is the VIP right now. Such minimal deaths, 9 in total over 24 rounds of play if OC survives this one. But yeah, you'll see this exchange. This was Minio first, second, and the third as well. That's
Get a bit of revenge on Naf there.
Yeah, right. I mean, especially if that ignites something within 9. Don't forget, they didn't win either of the pistols here. And with that said, this round distribution, it's been favoring Liquid all game.
I feel like 9 have been doing better in the opening exchanges as well here. Patty's 0 in 5 in openings.
Yeah, and yet, I think he's the highest performer, bar OC. Let's have a look.
If that's not fixed in CS2, Volvo, yeah. I'm coming to the office.
Yeah, Patty's ADR is bizarro world. He's got 100 ADR, 19 frags, and utility damage actually being won out by the 9 boys. They've got a significant nade damage, I'd imagine, from their CT half. Those American accents are...
Yeah, Roberto.
It's the Miami accent. It's very unique.
A standard mid block here. Yeah, well, his smoke has a gap in it too. So if I'm going to fault 9, I better fault Patsy.
Oh, that's a good flash to force OC back. You can see the hesitance to re-peek any wider. Now, we can see where this is going.
Double pump on A here.
So OC and Rainwaker up against the whole squad. Hades, that prime position to smoke out Donut and Temple.
Okay, so CT and Donut smokes here. And away we go. 2-man setup. This is strong for Liquid.
Rainwaker just goes straight in, just like that. What? Reacts ahead of the curve. And with a tag onto Goofy, limping in, but Hades is there and turns his back to Rainwaker. Oh. They line up for him. Puts it all onto Minio, 15 in the bag, comfortable. And Rainwaker has to be, feeling himself to react like that. He hears the util, but I think in his mind he knows where you're throwing that from. There's a little window if no one was lingering forward.
Well, it was a good setup regardless on that site there, but I love the heads-up fashion. Do not allow them to establish any real estate on the site. This is the choke point, and we will kill you in it. So look at this, just mowing him down, and they're even going to get a That's a perfect angle.
Goofy stole that Rainwaker 4K. That's all I'm saying. The poor guy, he needed an extra one. But Goofy, just in the flurry of chaos caused by that jump up.
Oh, this is the fourth and final timeout here for 9. Pressure's on, heat turned up. And the final buy, most likely, as Deagles, Tech9's AKs grace their hands, but Liquid looking to grace us with map number 1.
Picked Vertigo despite their shortcomings against Fnatic 9. It's very much a comfort pick, their most successful map in the pool. We've had Yanko breaking down their flaws or gaps, Ancient actually being identified as one of them. So 9, a 10-round haul on a limited map for them.
Well, they're going to boost over the donuts, mate?
Don't see that every day, no.
You don't normally boost from this side. It looked like that's what they were calling for, but they might just try and phase through together.
OC got so much waiting on the other side of that smoke. Minio and K into the AWP. Another to be found. A hard flick and overrun by the Tech9.
Everybody's here.
This is shaping up nicely. Need Rainwaker on that A site, and he's done everything and more. Yep, just like that. Liquid, they take the first map, their pick, their win. Comfortable scenes. Another interesting taste of what 9 are bringing into the mix here. And let's not forget, it's do or die. They must win this next map or 9 leave us here in Cologne.
But what if he's unsuccessful? So many questions, and there's only 15 seconds on the clock. No time for this one to start rotating. Arthur needs to go CT. Case Ratto drops as well. The clock becomes the enemy for Furia once again. Unable to bait the utility out from Mongols on that B bomb site. Disaster has struck when they were holding all the marbles.
Yeah, they had so many options available to them, but they decide to run the clock down low. That one smoke denying so much of their ability to move in. And they don't have much of their own utility to try and just burst through. Ends up being a brilliant hold for the Mongols. And that means we get to go the distance here in regulation. See even more counter utility coming in with the CT flashes.
They've got 3 AK-47s now. The thing is, the way Keisarato was, I mean, it takes guts to hold that smoke, but the way Keisarato was shooting was perhaps too baity for Mongols to use their util, and it's a dramatic change in scenario for them, for situation. All those French guns are gone, replaced with Kalashnikovs. Big upgrades, more utility, and now they've got 4 defuse kits rather than 0. Still work to be done though.
Wonder if they expect Furia to go for something a little faster here after that last round goes so wrong for the Brazilian side. That nade looks good.
Oh, that's meaty. Way too much protein for their diet. They have to play to win. They cannot be playing afraid to lose here, Furia. But they have got big issues now. We might need an individual performance, or they might need one, to find success here.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Liquid do pick up the first map of the series. That is Correctamundo. Now, of course, that being their pick on Ancient. We saw some good looks out of the coming together squad that is Team Liquid. I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters, and we do find ourselves in Cologne, Germany. The year being 2023. First map done and dusted for Liquid, but this is definitely going to get uphill as we switch into Vertigo. Before we do that, we're going to try to cap off some of the things here that we saw with it, Ancient at least, at the very minimum.
Yeah, I think it was evidence of what we were talking about in the pre-game when it comes to the maps, that this is a clear and obvious weakness even after the player break. I just don't think, for whatever reason, your 9 has a good understanding of this map and how it works, because you could see yet again in some rounds when it comes to the mid-round, there's confusion, there's players not covering each other, right? There's some indecision about how to proceed.
I saw that.
Are you getting attacked? Oh my god.
In certain scenarios, while Liquid on the other side was just like playing it pretty straightforward, pretty standard, just taking care of business.
Yeah, I think the comparison, the contrast of the two T sides paints the whole picture. You're looking at Liquid, and there's a savoir-faire. They know how to have their couple of nice executes, change of paces, slow plays, clutches, whatever. Whenever you go to the Polish side, it's either you have a bunch of multi-kills that you roll through, or you're not winning these late round situations.
It's very true. I mean, we have some evidence of that as well. We're talking about good setups, good stuff here within round 12, and a pretty well done execute, all things considered, Maniac.
Yeah, absolutely, Trace. And there's a couple of details that are nice. I think the word is surprise and intensity for that one. We have Yekinder waiting to turn off the smoke as late as possible, so do not give any cue to 9. And once the execute actually comes in, it's already over. You're burning, you're flash, you pretty much have to Jesus, take the wheel.
The key word here is scaling, right? Okay. Because Liquid managed to scale into the site before, there could counter utility could come from 9 or any flash support. Then we saw this, I think, the exact same execute in the last round of the half, because Liquid money wasn't great either. And it was a slightly different setup from 9, and we could see them hold it easily because they bought, the Liquid players didn't scale deep enough and quickly enough, and that's where the counter utility started, doing work, and that's where 9 was able to hold them back. So sometimes it's just about that, like, small detail. The first guy in, can he create enough space? That's what you say, the entry fair. He doesn't need to get the kills. He just needs to push, create space.
Yeah, draw crosshairs away from the main assault.
And that's why he waits to turn off the Molotov. It's all about it. Because you could think, why doesn't he just turn off the Molotov immediately? But you give the cue, you give the audio cue like something's about to come down, and then the CTs would immediately nade or smoke you out. You just wait the last second, everyone is ready. Once the Molotovs are flying, the smoke comes out, and in 2 seconds you have a MAC-10 that's in your face already.
I mean, there's also the idea of them setting up for the nades as well that they want to then use over on the B site. So, yeah, a lot of good looks here from Liquid. They were kind of abusing the B bomb site in some ways, I guess you might even look at.
I mean, I think they played most bomb sites, there's only 2 actually, A or B,
A,
but pretty
B.
evenly, right? I don't think it was a B simulator at all. I've seen them trying to go fast to the A side. They've done a couple of super quick mid explosion with Yakindar at the tip, having these double entries with the AK as well. They tried A, got blocked by smokes. Overall, they could do whatever they wanted. It's like going to a restaurant, you already have the menu page, just have a good time.
Yeah, it's like you already know what you want.
It's a buffet. You can have whatever you want, Chris.
You can have it your way even at a buffet.
All you can eat.
AYCE, yeah, that's right.
YMCA?
So, like I said, like I prefaced this when we first came back in here, it gets a little bit harder here for Liquid in theory, Yanko.
Yeah, it should be harder in theory. We've seen that their Vertigo is okay. They got a couple of wins on the map, but 9, I mean, we touted them as one of the best Vertigo teams in the world, despite them not even being really a top 10 team. They're specialists on this map, but that's where if you're Team Liquid, right, like, I think that in your preparation, you try to come up with a couple of cheese strategies or cheese setups, right? Like, let's say you win the pistol, you convert your 3-0 up the bonus round, like you do something a bit wild, you know, something unexpected, depending on what the style from 9 is on the map. Like, you try to throw them a curveball and make the game not really about Vertigo, the fact that it's Vertigo, but the fact that, you know, Liquid is 5-0 up and playing with a lot of confidence, and 9 is playing from behind.
And if anything, Yakindar can do that. I feel any aggressive player that then turns into an IGL, and Apex is another example down that line, knows how to play momentum call base. Like, you know, you won the gun round, you have the money for you, hey, B pop immediately. We've just done that, B fake into A contact. That's simple Counter-Strike back to back to back, like Tetris boxes. That's pretty easy to do.
And you're talking about scaling, we have conditioning too.
Yeah, we have to remember Liquid picked T-side here, right? Like, so they're probably feeling like, hey, if we can start off strong, if we can dictate the pace of the game, maybe we can even get it done in the first half.
Yeah, which would, you know, for Liquid, they need a strong start on Vertigo, regardless. I think that's going to have to be the MO. Gentlemen, let me step away for just 1 second, if that's okay. Not very far. I'm not going to go running across this whole venue. I did try that one out yesterday. But what I can tell you is James Banks is somewhere around here. We do have the B stream going on, so let's check in with him just real quick.
Well, I haven't just got a B-stream update for you. I've got an update of the game behind us that's going on. It is Liquid taking on 9. And one thing to look at this, I just spoke to 9's coach, and he said, and it was quite interesting, he said the great thing about this moment is that the team was not breaking down despite the loss. You guys touched on the desk that Ancient's not a winning map for them. It's not a great one at all, but Vertigo has full confidence for him. His goal right now is to keep the team, even when under pressure, on the same page and keep them together. So if they can do that, he's confident to get the win, and we'll be going to a third. But let's see if that team can stay together.
Yeah, Vertigo. Let me ask you guys a question about 9 on Vertigo, right? Not too specific, nothing too crazy here. What makes them that formidable opponent? What makes them being able to push around the old Cloud9s in online cups?
I think it's the fact that they have a really good understanding of the map. I think the players are much more comfortable, right, on Vertigo. Hades as well, on TN, CT side, finding impact. And just these mid-round situations we saw on Ancient and the confusions and teammates not covering each other, you're not going to see that from 9 on Vertigo. They're going to be sharp. They're going to be on point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the gray areas, right? When you run executes, it's not always just going exactly how you planned it, right? Sometimes chaos is erupting, and then it's about individuals kind of unconsciously knowing how to deal with it. And on Ancient, it wasn't the case. Like, these weird 3v3 turned mostly in Liquid's favor. We imagine a different scenario here on Vertigo.
Another word that we should say is timing, like the sense for timings. Not just timings individually when you're going to push, but understanding based off the information you get from your teammates, like, okay, they throw this smoke in this molly.
Where are they?
So what does that? What are the things that are most common to happen when they do that? Like, oh, now is it? And it seemed like on Ancient that's not really the case for 9. Whilst on Vertigo, you know, they're the ones who knock.
Yeah, gentlemen, thank you very much. Yeah, we do sit on the eve of Vertigo, which ultimately does bring us to a break. We're talking about a down 9, but not out. So we're going to come back, see if they can turn it inside out over on Vertigo.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy!
FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Living in a nightmare, Furia, in this overtime.
Blitz, the brainiac, the in-game leader of the team, puts himself in the corner and just says, you know what? I don't think Furia will expect this. And he was 100% correct. Even still, it is not easy to get those 3 kills that quickly. First headshot, sure, but then this second play is so low. That allows the transfer. Fallen the last man, maybe had a second guess, but it was too late. An incredible quad kill with the Silence Stem 4, and the Mongols 1 round away from picking up their map pick.
Glorious bait from the Mongols. They were on life support towards the end of regulation, and now look at them. Oh, Fallen. That was a sitter for him. Still standing though. Some extra util towards B still exists for Furia. There is a landslide of utility for Mongols. They could spread a carpet of fire on this bomb site if they want to. Oh, that goes back again. Gets dropped immediately. There's so much trouble now for Furia. They had 3, make it 2. Cello's been dropped. He's been so good for the squad. The AKs are coming, charging the bomb site, and Furia get dismantled like Lego.
That should be it. Art the last man. No way back in. The Mongols on the verge of picking up this map. And for Furia, man, they had the opportunities, but this overtime performance from the Mongols has been fantastic. I love the way they've been so composed, the way their players have stepped up. Only a matter of time now.
3 HP for Art, and that's a wrap. You could argue that Mongols should have lost that one, but they fought their way back. An excellent performance to claw their way back into that one and take it in overtime, putting Furia in horrific situations as the clock runs down time and again.
What is your calling?
I'm calling this is going 3, Shaddy B. I'm here with Mr. Sponge. My name's Machine, and we have got Intel Extreme Masters and the very last day of play here at the play-in. We're looking to secure the last 4 spots available at the group stage of IEM Cologne, and it's Liquid and 9 up for debate first. We've got another game going on. Mongols, of course, taking on who? I was just watching that game. Furia. That's right. Thank you very much. But that's, of course, going on the second stream. Join Bardoff and Hawker for that one. We're bringing you the action. It is 9's pick. The desk has set the scene. Let's see if they can start with a bang, as those dual Berettas do nothing. Rain, wake up. Shrugs his shoulders and, oh my god, Yakinda, this is what he's been waiting for. There is still a fight to be had. 1 through CT, but already the rotation of Kyla This is a gap he has to acknowledge, and he's checking it. He's checking it. Oh, Yakinda down. Nice one back. Hades down and out. It's a big pistol out of Rainwaker here. Minio and Kyler, they're in the right spot. And wow, very well placed bullets in the smoke. Patsy's lucky to get away. Naf as well on 6 HP. But yeah.
Have to address this post plan here. Rainwaker is in one of the most powerful positions in a post plan, especially on a pistol. The fact that he can just tuck into all sandbags and activate wherever he'd like. This is not a round I think Nine will be winning.
Should be no way into this one, you're right. Yeah, essentially the rest of the players can just watch, wait. I think Kyler spotted out a tip of the head, but that's not going to be anything to be celebrated. Sure, OC's down, but the clock has tuck. That's the past tense of ticked. And we will be seeing it go all the way down to a one-on-one Liquid. They're happy to be leaving with the round, despite Minio leaving with 3 frags and his USP.
If he had Kevlar left over, it'd actually be great, right? He could just buy into a FAMAS, even have some utility behind it for a 4-spy right here. It'd be interesting to see how Nine bounce into things after losing yet another pistol. Now, if you missed Ancient, we were talking about the fact that they were doing a decent job, but without the pistols, doing the hard work in the gun rounds, even won an eco or a lighter investment. So, yeah, another great start here from Liquid out the gates. They will have to deal with this purchase of 9 into the next round of play. And I did say there could be a FAMAS in the mix, and there is. K's been the man gifted that.
Oh, it's quite rare you see something so direct towards B round 2.
I do think it's interesting that Liquid have opted to start on the T side here and gift 9 the CT start on their home territory, right? The pressure is on them at this moment. They are down a map, it's their home choice, and now they have to start on the better side where they'd probably hope to bring things home.
Kyler staring towards this smoke and at his mini-map.
If you look at the utility available for Liquid here, they could do a B pop, but that means that they will have to send Kyler and Goofy packing. So if there is an exchange, they make the kills or do enough damage that these two drop right back, because otherwise they might be in for a world of hurt here, Liquid.
That's what he was waiting for. Well done. Bait switch. Goofy good. An advantage perhaps for 9.
It's rushed here. Look at Liquid. They're still trying to rush into this execute. They're setting up now. They're going to be going into the stack.
Yeah, this is already looking a little bit sketchy. Minio setting himself up for success and extinguishing a retreat as they do cross through. First contact, Kyler. Still racking up the frags. Huge from Kyler and K. Naf's AK. Only the 1. It's still K. Double. 3-on-1, Yakinda wondering where it all went wrong, and a fumble here from Liquid. You win the pistol all the way down to the wire, but running into this B site, and it seems like 9 is just thriving in this environment. A slither gap held by K, looking for his 3rd here in this 2nd round, and he'll take it. Brilliant scenes and a brilliant start for 9. You couldn't have asked for a better start. You lose the pistol, sure, but you take everyone down and do the same, winning the 2nd.
You're denying the plant as well there, and you could see. So as soon as Liquid see one player, they trade out. They think it's only one other player on the B site. But 9 already have multiple bodies lying in wait, and even though we see the site get set ablaze, there's no real issues for 9. And Rainwaker, a little bit disappointed with how that one unfolded, and they will have to try and force buy back on their own.
Oof.
But look at this force buy from Liquid. They quite truly just have one smoke in the mix.
Yeah, in-game leaders and scouts. An iconic combination, it seems. Yakinda whips one out and tags up Hades.
Perfect.
OC set up for success. Finishes off with the body shot. Long-range M4, good for Minio. Onto ramp and racks up the double. Now K still looking for trouble. OC's no slouch on that scope. Watch out. Exposed. Patsy, sir. Excuse me. He's alive somehow.
Grey screen situation right there as Minio. We'll find him with the nade. A great one here from the in-game leader of 9.
Not much more fun to be had. 1 versus 4. Good stabilization after you see that first frag. You know, you can see things snowball out of control, but 9, they keep a lid on it. And that scout is in its 3rd pair of hands.
How much damage can he find here? Minio and K are both very low. And, well, look at Kyler. A good understanding of the situation here. Hard clear for Rainwaker as he does go the long way round. So timing in Counter-Strike can be a cruel mistress. He's going to backpedal into this Deagle, but yeah, look, it's on his side yet again. Just like on the pistol. You know, he's getting a bullet right in the face for Yakinda on that dirty lurk.
Yeah, those 2 very important frags he's come out on the better side of. But yeah, this is the reason things didn't snowball out of control. Minio doing a great job. Actually finding another multi-kill round.
I'm going to go to a Liquid a body language check here, directly from above. You can't hide anything from us up here, guys.
You know, I've noticed a lot of the pros with this view are actually still buying with the wheel. I thought all the pros were doing the whole keyboard numpad jibbly-wibbly, but that seems more of like a thing of the past, more of the veterans of yesteryear.
I wonder if it'll change in CS2 with the new buy menu, right?
Yeah.
But yes, everybody has their own way of getting it done. As pure carnage here. Nice quick one. Not too many issues whatsoever. One casualty for that of 9, and just Yakinda to find right now with this P250 in his hands. Watching for that A bridge cross, and again, timing. Just as the player rounds the corner, he backs off and sets his sights on this bomb. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2.
I got you, man. 8, 7, 6,
51,
5, 4, 1.
And there it is. Okay, thank you very much, Yakinda. Now we can get back into the gun rounds here. And well, Liquid, you opted to start here on the T side. Let's find out why.
Oh, especially the Good Vibe Tribe really disrupted early, because you've gone for that audacious pick. You say, all right, we're going to give them their comfort zone.
We're going to set the tempo.
We'll set the tempo. We win the pistol, and now very quickly you're like, oh no, now 9 have got everything they want on their map and on their side.
Imagine you're on their map, you've already won the first of the series, you win the pistol, you win the conversion, you win the first gun round. They might start worrying.
Crumbling. And now it's up for Liquid to kind of get that pressure back into their grasp, or rather to be applying that pressure here to 9.
You can see 9 opening up here over towards A by blocking down with the deep yellow smoke, and then having a boost one player towards Sandbag. So you can see how they can play off of each other. This is going to be... we're starting to call that Xbox, because you got Sandbag, and then you've got the ramp Sandbag, and you might need a different name for it. So one-way deployed yet again. And you saw Liquid go for a standard gap and then a progression smoke onto ramp. We might see them in future rounds start doing the smoke that lands under the boards, which will not work in CS2.
No, sir.
Volumetric smokes.
But it does feel like CS2 is going to have a different fight dynamic.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And look at this, well layered here.
I mean, you're already seeing evidence of them being Vertigo geeks, right?
Yeah, because all of this is just a stall-out tactic. And if that molly lands and you hear them run down the ramp, sound cues, maybe it'll lick a player, do a little bit of damage, great. So smoke delay, now molly delay, and it is Minio again. So he's been over towards Sandbag, back around, and now aggressive short.
Yeah, super interesting setup. You'd think Minio is going to be susceptible to being potentially isolated, but they've obviously crossed their T's, dotted their I's. They know this is the setup for them.
Gonna call this clear. Oh, spotted.
Look at that shot. Patsy calls for the boost, and Yakinda pulling out nades.
That should be round over, really.
You'd think so. I mean, Naf is going to go for a walk through mid. Goofy on the jiggle should be spotted out.
Another heavy rotating B. Look at this.
Nice opportunity for Naf. The molly might delay the rotations. It leaves Rainwaker into the site and takes one down. Needed to see the trade. OC gets it done, but they're in. Chasing him down. They will disrupt the plant, and yeah, okay. He's done enough for them. With 5 seconds left, Naf can do nothing but just preserve what he brought into the round.
Yeah, great understanding of Naf's position there. Knew that they could isolate that 1v1 on the site, and now starting to make a little bit of noise here. You want to see the poles unleashed. I think he was happy.
Yeah.
Super info plays.
Super. Wow, I didn't know you did speak Polish.
It's crazy how much I can pick up.
It's incredible.
But we'll see Naf with that retained AK-47. The rest for some lighter investments, considering the affairs of the money. Next round, 3,400 into the bank balance with the max loss bonus, so we will be seeing a purchase. And well, heavy steps over towards A here.
Let's see how they handle it, right? We've been talking about and singing the praises of the 9 Vertigo ramp hold. This is their reaction to what's likely going to be something quite quick and poppy.
You see how worried they are about progression down yellow.
Well, you're hearing the AK, right? But you don't have confirmation of more. Okay, hearing that flash, and Tech9 now aware that there is a few more bodies behind those smokes, and he will elope. No need to give a life and a weapon away willy-nilly.
Good amount of information here as well for 9. Kyler's quite aggressive B, Goofy on the jiggles on mid, so if he gets under pressure, he can call for help. Both of these playing for information on the more isolated positions here. One way to work with here from Kyler, and so much nade damage. You might be able to farm up a few. Oh, they're past now. We'll have to respect that. But you can see how this works. Kyler takes info, Goofy comes over to help, and then K can drop back and cover mid. You can see how this overlaps. Right. You always want to make sure that you're tethered in some way, or if you're going to give up that space, there's an aggressive reaction available here. But more stall-out utility, and that is apparently a key for 9 in the early stages of this map.
You'd think you're getting it. Nine wouldn't have done that. That's what I'll say.
I watched that happen live from the POV.
And so, Kyler, he's been holding B comfortably and continues to do so. Mo's down 2. Naf responds in kind now with the saved AK in action, filling the feed. They will get the bomb plant. Is there anything more that they can do? It really would have to hinge on Naf and some sharp shooting. Minio beats him to the punch. A 9th frag. 9-1 right now. Minio has got something to prove. He's on the warpath. OC covered M4, an interesting angle. Susceptible to multiple fronts. Minio's doing it all for the boys. Double digits right now for the poll. And Yakinda, perhaps more to be said. They're already on the defuse, a 5th secure, and a threatening one from Liquid, thanks to Naf.
I think a key detail there that might go overlooked is the fact Naf saving a gun in the previous, right? If he did not get those kills and get the bomb down, his buy would have been a whole lot rougher.
Touché.
So the fact that they get away with that, it means that there should be a full buy across the board for Liquid here. They'll be at full strength going into the next round of play. And they've shown that they can get into these sites. They just need to be able to convert these late rounds. And with maybe better weapons, more armor, and more util, that's exactly how this could be going down as Team Liquid, as we mentioned earlier, the birthday boy, Mr. Daps, the big 3-0, happy birthday, will be calling attack.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, lad. So it says actually, Naf, you just have to not make noise. Yeah, no, yeah, if you don't have to crouch. You don't have to crouch. It shouldn't make a sound, and you should get the angle straight away. But it didn't. It really cost them too much. Naf still gets up, still gets the frags, but they don't leave with the round. Just trying to screw their heads on tight for this one. We are going to be seeing a change-up, I would assume.
I've got another little fun tidbit here. Now, I heard, as I was down there having a bit of a chit-chat with Liquid before we got underway, I heard Mr. Roberto from Miami.
Yeah.
He's promised 50 kills over 2 maps. So I think he's on a good track. I think map number 1 was quite favorable for him.
Okay, he's just making it harder for himself in these opening rounds.
I guess if we count maps 1 and 3, it could still count.
Yeah.
So he had 21 in map number 1.
Okay. Okay, he's on track.
Same defense here, right? It's the deep yellow smoke. We know how stifling this is to A progression. People can't use the Nafany and be cheeky up yellow early. They have to respect it as Minio. He really seems to have found himself the leader. Naf rips off the head, takes another duel. Information there, and no reaction for Liquid just yet.
I wonder if it's information both ways. It's not Yakinda, typically through mid. Is that an indicator as to what they are cooking up elsewhere? He's got the bomb on his back and he's with the pack. Advancing now up the ramp, smokes are still present. That one way, it's so hard to brave this fight, but Yakinda plays it nicely upon the fade. Draws.
Everybody's here, they're fully rotated.
A full rotation.
Yeah, but being quiet about it. 9 have made their way over with a saunter, not a sprint.
Okay, forward position, Patsy. Yet to frag, and it continues. Oh, and the nightmare. It really is brutal. Take Kyler, take them all. And take a bow. 1 left at the end of that one, but it was right down to the wire.
Oh, you can find your openings.
Just bang, bang, bang. Constant trades and exchanges.
But Fight Club right there over towards that A-ramp position. Love the reaggress. And just silent assassins here creeping out, and then they pounce. The explosion in the face of Liquid. Yakinda low, Naf as well. See you later. And Minio likes that one, letting him know.
I just love that it's so obviously an involuntary reaction for Minio. He gives himself a round of applause.
Yeah.
Like that's when he's feeling it.
Hey, if you got the... Ooh, hold up.
Nope. Yep. This is a lot more controlled than typical, though. Look at this.
Yeah, it is trying to be quicker here, but still susceptible to the same play, and well, that nade won't land just yet.
Against Fnatic, only 3 CT rounds, so this is already a much better start. Tidied up some of the mistakes, perhaps, that they were succumbing to against Fnatic.
Maybe they need a bit more of a seesaw here, but Kyler looks aware that possibility as he redeploys yet another smoke to the top of the B stairs. So Rainwaker, even though he wants to get in, isn't working with an awful lot. Yakinda chipped even lower in this 4-on-4 mid-round situation, but it feels like 9 have all the advantages in this one.
Certainly does. Rainwaker is investigating ahead of the pack and playing upon the fade. Kyler, and
he's on an island.
Angle. Look at this angle, and it's not going to be pre-aimed. An expert, it seems, at this position, and OC does step up and deliver. Puts us into a 3v3. Yakinda has the info on the rotate from behind. They know the B stairs are going to be flanked quickly. I say that. Minio changes and redirects. Wrapping up through the ladder, through mid.
Oh, he saw him.
And that leads to Yakinda's demise. He can't quite believe it. Naf realizing that might have very well been the
Oh, is he still worried about behind?
They are. Minio's decision-making here is leading to a very comfortable retake. It's a 1v3 essentially. OC 10 HP, and yeah, just like that, 9, another 7 rounds. Cooking with gas right now. That's 7 on the trot.
Minio, the Vertigo maestro, apparently, just conducting his team up to this massive scoreline. Beautiful call.
And I loved it when I was talking to you about, you know, how they're kind of Vertigo geeks, and the first thing you said was sound cues. One of the things Minio is probably hyper aware of is what is likely to be heard and still be occupied. That led to this comfortable retake. You could see Yakinda's back was turned. He was so confident. He's like, okay, guys, there will be 1B stairs. The math checks out. You got a 3-on-3. That's huge info that they was misinfo thanks to Minio.
Yeah, he's doing an awful lot here across the map, isn't he? Well, out the gates yet again. Pressure towards B early. Now Yakinda, he is looking a little bit angry with this one. Taking some liberties. Applying this pressure early with Rainwaker and OC along for the ride. That's a nice deep nade. They have established the early control here. So this is one of the keys. If you can't get A ramp control, you would love to get B lobby. Because if a team is using all their util and trying to block you towards A, you need some space. So they've at least been able to pick up the B stairs for now. But with the pressure applied over towards A, look at how deep you have K. So if there is an A play, this is a position where he's probably one and done, but it's super early info. It's the canary deep down in that coal mine. And he even has a player top of the ramp to bait for him here.
Wow, Patsy, so brazen about that one. He's whiffed the smoke.
Yeah, I think that was just to escape.
Well, yeah, it's going to serve that purpose. Minio spotted him out, but he'll be able to play around it, so not as vulnerable or susceptible to the hunt for the trade. Boost has to be perfect here, but yeah, perfect pre-aim. Goofy nearly 3. Yakinda left on 4 HP, and Minio likely to sweep this one under the rug, despite Liquid having a man advantage. Barrel still gets the frag. Naf unable to find him without the casualty.
This is winnable for Hades. A 2-on-1 with Yakinda on 4 points of health. He doesn't have a kit, but I'm sure he can find one.
Flashing high, 18 seconds. He'd love to disrupt Yakinda. That's the bomb on the floor. Hades, huge frag. And it's Naf to come up. Clutch into Hades. And he sends 2 to the underworld. 8 on the board. They've won the half already.
It doesn't feel like they can put a foot wrong here. Some of these rounds are close. They're getting whittled down, sure. But just some of the decision-making and just how calm and poised they look in these situations. A 2-on-1. No problems for Hades there. Right now, you're in panic stations if you're Liquid, and that sound signifies yet another tactical timeout. Goofy bops Rainwaker, jumps up, OC the freebie, and look at this from Hades. Doesn't have a... Actually, that was Goofy and Hades who haven't done an awful lot in this game or haven't been called upon to do so, and the two combined essentially within their 8th round and secure the half. This is great to see the resurgence of 9 here. Remember, I said there was a bit of groundswell around this team. Right? We talk about them in the major earlier in the year. The Polish Counter-Strike returning, a bit of excitement around some of the names. It's a good mix of Polish players. As it's subsided a little bit, and as I said, bubbling under the surface and taking a scalp like Liquid, even though it's early in the season and a new roster, it's the roster Liquid wanted. They chose to make this change, right? It wasn't like they had players taken away from them.
No, sir. Yeah, this is them pursuing the to break out of this kind of gatekeeper tag and be something more, be a contender once again. And Patsy most definitely has the capacity to be a contender and a superstar. Right now, I'm going to acquire Vertigo. Yakinda at the helm of this ship, trying to steer them out of these stormy seas. 8 already under the belt of 9. Here in round 10, it looks like it could be more of the same. Look at that angle he found. Nice awareness from Patsy. He tagged him up, they heard it, and he can't believe he gets away from that. So many people throwing a bullet or 2 into the smoke, but Kay, he gets away, and he calls upon Hades for the reaggress. Patsy will punish. Okay, this looks like it's the hardest one so far for this win streak out of the polls. Patsy's blind off that, checks in and wins his duel. Patsy coming alive now. Huge contributions. Rainwaker onto Goofy. Should facilitate a plant and maybe even round 2 for the Team Liquid T side.
Surely a save here, right? I mentioned they have been whittled down. This has to be that type of round where they hold on to their goods, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Maybe you hear that yell. That's not Liquid just yet. Sounds like that was from Fury up the other end of the hall.
Believe it or not, I think it might have been the Mongols.
Really?
Yeah, they've been making a lot of noise.
Okay, well.
It's not what you'd expect, but we'll find out. I'm tuning in to catch the action as it unfolds in a bit of delay.
But yeah, finally, another round here for Liquid. Here it is. Oh, actually, we have it on the screen for everybody playing at home. There you go. So
yeah,
must be a Fury around.
Oh no, this is up to date.
Yeah, so they're going to win something here.
Yeah, Fury is a Furious screen.
And if they win that next one, then they break the money of Mongols. So keep your eyes on that.
Mongols a map
Twitch.tv.
up, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
one Inferno.
yeah, that's worth noting. It has always been a map that they're very threatening on.
Something that was different on that round, by the way, Alex, was there was no early ramp smoke thrown from 9. They actually deployed it later. So you saw a yellow smoke get thrown late in the round, and they tried to one-way around that. And then when there was pressure, they lobbed out 2 more. But they didn't go with initial smokes deep. So that was a bit of a different look from their CT side. I didn't catch if it was missed or someone was meant to throw it. But I looked, and I saw everybody still had their smokes, and the round started. Traditionally, you're a rotator player throwing some variation of a ramp smoke.
Off the rip, yeah. Oof, well, they've had a timeout, and it's not the most beautiful complexion of investments.
But you can essentially stall Liquid out here again. So if you can win this round, deny the plant, rip everything away, don't let them save. Be another hodgepodge looking purchase. Galils, you know, players floating around with MAC-10s, lighter on the util. So 9, if they can just have one of those fantastic rounds where they look like they're controlling the entire pace of the game, they'll be back in the winning ways in no time. Flashes from Naf. This will facilitate the fight fast up the ramp here, and nobody peeking forward. It's the boost again.
You know how effective it was. Patsy died to it once. Will he go down again? Will he be cognizant of that?
Well, there's a big change. You mentioned Patsy coming alive 2-0 in the last 2 rounds. So if he can continue to find these openers and unleash Patsy, it's something exciting to behold. And there's that same Xbox redeploy smoke. And Patsy's actually going to jump up and be spotted again. Punish once more. Tried to use it against them. And that's the easiest kill Hades is going to find all round.
9 must be sick of these frags coming to so easy. I mean, that is lovely. Lulling your opponent into your own smoke, and it gets better for 9. Only 1. Make it 2 on the response from Liquid. They have to get this bomb, and Kyler is pushing. Kai will swing through, takes down Rainwaker, and Naf not long for this world as well. Has to go walkabout, but with this low HP, it's an impossible task. And I was sitting there worried about an MP9 and a FAMAS. You shouldn't be. 9's so comfortable around their utility, and losing Patsy in a very convincing way.
You could just see, I think Yanko mentioned this on the desk about the timings here, but their understanding of how they can reaggress silently onto the ramp and doing it together. It was something with Vertigo, not in the early days, but as the meta started to establish, where the CTs would kind of just stay in that short/gap area,
forward, yeah.
And you get caught, but you need to make sure that you're in transition together, because those fights, a lot of them as you're coming out top ramp for CTs, like left eye peaks. So maybe you don't get the initial kill, but you need to trade. And if you get a good timing, because it's a deployment area, once the Ts get that ramp control and they think they're comfortable, that's where they're pulling out their mollies, their smokes ready for site executes. And if you can catch them with good timings, you can win the rounds when they're not ready.
I didn't see that initially, but Hades, the guy who got the kill on Patsy, you can see his corpse there by the crane, he played the fade of the one-way that baited Patsy. I mean, he got both of them during that one duration of that 15 to 18 second smoke.
It's cheeky, right?
All over the shop. I mean, yeah, they really are exploiting and milking everything they can out of these rounds with their limited utility.
It's not as, like, you know, on Overpass, when you do the ABC, like triple boost or whatever, that tends to get punished if it gets spotted and you have players close short. If you have residual U2 and you're 9, it's harder for them to punish. Like, the corridors for them to push you, they can't pin you in as well.
And you can see that Yukinda's kind of gone back to the drawing board as well. Feels like every call has been landing rather flat. Need the individuals to be healthy by the time they get to the sites. Look at this abuse Rainwaker has taken. Forced to extinguish for survival. 10 HP. Without a bullet fired.
I'm just, like, if I'm 9, I'm feeling very comfortable early over towards A. You're not having too many issues whatsoever, so of course they're going to try something a bit more B-heavy.
But it feels right.
So Rainwaker and Yukinda have lost all of their HP from util.
Yep. Not a single bullet required.
Oh dear.
Practically a 5 versus 3 here.
I just think if well, actually, maybe not. I was going to say if they take the pace out, they won't get bludgeoned by this util, but
look at this setup. Look at this setup. You were just discussing their capacity for greatness on these fights. Again, takes the fight. Left eye. Patsy there. And oh, Hades. He'll get all 3. Okay, no trade. OC misses his chance. Locked in. Got 45 seconds with OC going for some combat AWPing.
I'm just saying, once we make it to the third map, sorry, if we make it to the third map of Overpass here, I'd say 9 are relatively comfortable. That comeback they had against OG, I think when we were tuning in while we were casting our matches, they were like 13-9 down or something, and then they ended up bringing, I didn't think they'd bring it back. And then I looked at the score after, and they brought it back in overtime. So OC looking to just try and retain this AWP, but things are going miserably. Now that he's been spotted, 20 seconds left. If 9 want to be extremely cruel, they can kill him after time.
They wouldn't do him like that.
I would. He smoked himself in. He has to be here.
Hades is giving it a shake of the stick, and actually 5, 4...
No, Hades, no!
Oh, no!
Easy as that, huh?
Okay, die after time or be humiliated by a bunny hopping knife.
Both suck.
Yeah, that's going to leave a mark. OC a tut of the tongue. You can see frustrations visible, palpable for Team Liquid.
What a round for Hades.
Triple out of Hades. He's had 2 back-to-back lockdowns on a rifle,
no bullets left for poor OC, and even pulls out the AWP straight into the reload. Get the upgrade. Takes his AWP. Not bad, huh?
Keeps a cool head on his shoulders. Smiles, of course.
That's a new meme template right there.
It's a full GIF.
Mighty Max tweeting that one in about a week's time.
10-2. Do you know what you do? I've got a tweet for you. First, social media managers, pay attention. You get that GIF, and you just tweet, they gave us CT to start on Vertigo.
There you go. Look at that.
Don't know why. Don't know why. 10-2 the scoreline. Overpass looms. We're going to have to see a recovery at the end of the tail end of this attacking half if Liquid want to have any voice or in the conversation about a 2-0.
Yeah, and this here is where you are going to have to be hoping for something a little bit desperate, something a little bit scrappy, especially when it's 4 Galils at Tech 9. What's the call? Because right now, Liquid, this is starting to sting.
I was going to say, how do they lock down mid? It's been very unoccupied throughout, and that is a pot shot from Hades that's gone awry. Doesn't connect, but takes the pot shot nonetheless, and AWP presence noted. K playing around a smoke of his own design. A win rate of 50%, we're far from that here. Prior to this, head-to-head with 9. Masters of their craft on Vertigo. And just as I ask questions of mid, we will get to have a look at how they react to presence and pressure. Oh,
a shot!
That puts his head in the vice. Yakinda watching from the sidelines as Goofy reaggresses, saved by the pipe. Rainwaker lives on. Quickly put to bed as Minio tucks 2 in tight.
Look at the response time.
They're so quick to support each other. Liquid have not once won these trade affairs. There's always more coming out of this 9 defense.
Well, let's call this 11, shall we? Patsy a 1-on-3.
Yeah, I don't know if Patsy's ready to call it just yet, but he's held. He's perfectly held. Don't forget, Kyler is the B defender.
Can we look at the bomb, please? Oh, never mind. I thought it was on the box. On the radar? I thought it was on the box. Never mind.
That would have...
That would have been...
I would have been ready. I would have been ready at that point. Doesn't look like Patsy's made too much of a move just yet, as you can see the passive nature of Kyler's angle. I love that. He's just making it as difficult as possible for Patsy to have a voice. And so 11. I mean, we are speed running map 2 of this series.
Hades, a classic black bars abuser right there. Less to look at. Of course he's going to hit more shots.
Exactly. You just have to make sure you keep your mouse wiggling a little bit so you don't get 4x3'd.
I hope nobody believes that logic, but he hit it there with a console clear.
Bang.
Yeah, nice shot from Goofy. Looks more impressive with the X-ray off, and
robbed.
Yeah, gonna be feeling outdone by that. But Liquid know they need rounds, and this is where desperation stations come into play. Yakinda, I'm going to take a 5 mid, and I'm going to win it.
Sure.
Heard that one. What?
Hades.
What did he see?
In support. Goofy onto Rainwaker. This is already falling apart. It's hard to keep track of. They're constantly poking and probing. A nice adjustment. OC catches the aggressor, knows Hades was sandbags on the AWP, and so will not be caught out upon the fade. And his frag alone has drawn us back into a competitive level pegging 3-on-3.
9 don't know this, but they could essentially play retake on one of these sites, allow to hear the plant queue, because it's likely to be from OC or Yakinda, and they have 2 HEs and a molly.
Ooh.
They could win the round with utility alone.
Which we've already seen them do.
Yeah, they've been on point, as we do have a contact in towards B here.
Here they come. Sound heard. Body spotted. Goofy cleared. Naf down. Brilliant lockdown. Plays his position, delays with a smoke. And such limited options in health for the rest of them. What is Yakinda supposed to do? Tagged up to 2. And they'll be kept to 2 in this half. I mean, 9. Their opponent choosing to start on the attack, and it has left them rather empty-handed. As we saw the stats, 50% win rate on T sides on Vertigo prior to this. And so this is the first true shellacking they've had.
Yeah, it sucks they're getting stumped like this, especially when Yakinda goes out there, gets them almost a free opener, and then 2 kills happen instantly. Right? But at the point of the game like this, in terms of what you've had time to work on and how deep your strat book is, it does get a bit more desperate, and you are relying on your players to have these. Here, okay, there. So he just caught. Wow. That's actually ridiculous. Wow, that's a really good replay.
And the flash popped as well. Well, there's your answer, because it really felt like Patsy might have that moment of ships in the night behind 2, behind the defense, but yeah, cheeky from Hades. He should be smug about that one.
Very happy with proceedings now, aren't they? Arrow smoke, progression up the ramp
he's
here.
He's feeling himself. Oh, leg shot. OC alive. Might struggle with the kicking though. 11 HP. And that's Minio, who just keeps pulling double kills. Oh, and trouble brewing for Team Liquid now. Goofy wins the duel on the aggress. They are so comfortable right now. Naf and OC. Not going to be easy. Final round of this attacking half.
Nine have a bit of a liquid diet right now.
Yeah.
And again, the nade for the plant. Both of these guys are low. Goofy, get on over here, bud. Line her up.
Bomb will go down. Bomb has been planted. Just looking to sweeten the deal just a little bit. It's been nothing but sour notes.
Oh, didn't clear sandbag.
Team Liquid. Naf manages to get away. That is a huge achievement, but I think OC's days are numbered. And it's Goofy, all Goofy. And it's Liquid feeling silly. 13 rounds already secure for 9 on our second map of the series.
For the CTs. Blitz may have something to say about that. Techno defending the B bomb site. Blitz has been smoked off in that connector. Hasek is here as well, but again, the mollies are well used by Furia. Blitz through the smoke, transfer, drops forward as well, and now comes Techno. Comes to life on the B bomb site. Archmage the world of a MAC-10, won't last long. 4 players standing for Mongols at the end of the round. 6-5, big fights every round on Overpass.
The Mongols, again, always have little gimmicks and tricks and different setups they're running. Always have the ability to play forward. That time, again, pretty aggressive on long. It just sets them up with info early. And having blitzing connector absolutely helped them as well. He comes in with 2 kills, helping out towards that B side of the map. It is definitely easier to do this on the CT side of Overpass. That is something to remember. But it's still impressive seeing Mongols play like this. And why does Art have an SG and no Kevlar? Who knows? Maybe we're about to find out.
Furia have strats that do not exist outside of their team.
Oh, there we go. I mean, listen, it's not bad at long range.
How dare you question a strat like this, Hawker?
I should have known.
Krieg, no Kevlar. It's Furia. Anything can work. Furia could eat spaghetti with a spoon if they wanted to, and only a spoon.
Wow, what do we do now then, if you're Furia? You've got a couple of flashes. Maybe send in those pistols and look for trades.
9-10 needs help, but the flashes are denying. And look at the position that might be taken now. Enzino cleaning up, really thinning out these numbers, but we're down to a 2 versus 2. Cello's got the rifle, but Enzino's got the taps. That was a scary round, but Enzino's 4K will keep the team alive. That was a terrifying round.
Zeno went for a quick fist bump, instantly saw his teammate wasn't looking, and tried to play it off.
Style it out. I was just stretching.
I saw,
Giving my elbow some air.
I'm really liking watching Mzinho's aiming style, though. I feel like he goes for these like quick bursts.
Liquid took the first map, and now 9 have counter-struck with 13 rounds on their map. Feeling very good, and a round of applause from Minio almost every single round. His palms will start to hurt, I think, as it's been nothing but upward trend for the boys of 9. We've had knife kills, and we've had a happy Hades. Could very well be a short-lived visit to the second half of this map before we find ourselves locked in and locking horns on Overpass. Our third, should it be required to separate these two teams here at the last day of the IEM Cologne 2023 play-in. Odds on your screen, still doubt in 9 and their capacity for greatness. That's a good one from Yakinda, but Minio better. He's having a hell of a game here on Vertigo. 18 frags for their in-game leader.
And there's those nades. That pistol, you could tell from Spawn once that was purchased where they were going to finish their in. The bomb just needs to go down now as Yakinda tries to voice some concerns. It's just Naf and Rainwaker.
Yeah, it would have to be a whole lot more out of these two. Kyler was going to stay on the site, doesn't have any reason to leave. Happy to take these close quarter engagements on that Glock, and that felt set for success. Flash does nothing, but Rainwaker does everything. 2 clicks, 2 frags, similar to our first map. This is a needed pistol. Liquid just to get the engine running. Just to have a hope of still closing in 2. Thinking it might be that 10-second defuse. The fight comes through. Rainwaker does it all.
Okay, well, this could be the start of something here. A fantastic retake on the site with Rainwaker getting those 4 kills. Massive work under pressure without that kit. You see the defuse come through for Naf. But this is still extremely bleak here because guess what? Liquid, they won the pistol in the first half.
That they did, Chad. That they did.
So that's all 4 pistols in the series thus far for the former North American side. And you know with the plant that there is going to be another 9 buyback, so...
You love the way they played that 1v2 as well, because you could see that the fake and the fight took a long time, but because he only saw Naf covering, he had the... had to check that bomb, and it did result in a nice 2v1 as opposed to an isolated.
Yeah, very well played.
There's OC on to K, going for a walkabout, wasn't expecting early friction, and it's led to a nice and early frag. And maintaining full ramp control. Patsy with the resmoke, they might push off of that, get some info, but it's already got very much a bolstered B.
Yeah, Yakinda extremely far forward here, but we have seen him get caught off with some silly peeks before. A well-placed molly will flush him back into the line of sight. And, whoa, around the flames, the double kill for Yakinda. Almost the triple, and Rainwaker mops up the mess.
That's a lovely handle.
He was scrambling.
He was screwed. He was supposed to be anyway. Loved the reaction from Yakinda. He solved that instantaneously. Like, he had no time to think. He just had to act. And finds a double kill to secure the round. Love that. I mean, you can see. Do you think he's taking burn damage there? He was. Had to go even wider into the fight. Kyler and Hades fall, and Rainwaker puts the cherry on top and says, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're going to be a bit frustrated about that if you're Hades, thinking we should have had that kill. Probably all get mopped up and traded afterwards anyway, but Yakinda got an awful lot done there as 9. They will not win the Force by now. Have to be humble just down to some light pistol upgrades. 3 Deagles, a P250, 1 Tech 9, and no Kevlar. It's like Minio feels like a different in-game leader on this map, doesn't it? It's not that he was. I don't think he was playing badly on Ancient either, to be honest. He was having. He was the top frag. So he's come in today with a bit of a mission. I remember when I spoke to him at the major, and we were talking about things with some of the younger lads. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm an old boy too. Like he's happy just to put himself down immediately. He gets it.
I've been around the block.
Exactly. Yeah. He made sure to get that sentiment through. Raker with the nade. Not far off the mark. Decent damage to K there.
Kablow.
Very important in the early stage of this half for Liquid to keep these rounds as clean as possible, right? Because the hard rounds will come. And we saw on Ancient there was an awful lot of faking from 9, pressuring one area, hoping for that rotation. Some really good ideas, and in certain situations it did work versus Liquid. And there it is. All 5 staying alive. Clean sheet and cash built now. Liquid, most players will be hovering around that 3K plus mark, which will mean they get another bite into the next. Now, Hades going into the first gun round here of the second half. Not enough money for the AWP, but opting to bring out everybody's favorite Craig.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested.
That's the Blitz Craig.
We'll see if they can be lightning fast in closing this game and forcing Overpass towards B with pace. To be tested is Rain Waker. Are they really going to try and abuse him? I say that as Yakinda's already gone.
He tried to push middle.
Yeah, and Goofy can't believe his luck. That's an opening kill given to him on a silver platter. Patsy loses health elsewhere towards the A ramp.
Yeah, him and Hades just had a bit of a spam battle.
Minio's got the nades.
Great one.
With Rain Waker's name on it. Look at his options. Forward is the only option. Oh! Welcome to Minio's world. This is his map. You're just playing in it. As the nade molly frag combo, he forced that fight.
But remember,
bloody hell,
yeah,
Minio.
remember the name apparently.
Yeah, old boy, new tricks, 22 and counting. As 9 are given the 14th.
Yeah,
or rather, Minio takes it.
He's only 27, so that's why I'm curious about him labeling himself that way. But fragging like a 17-year-old here.
Brilliant work.
And there is money for another liquid buy, sure, but it's almost bye-bye to Vertigo right now.
I mean, this is just such apparent evidence that they are comfortable here. You know, like that is just a flow chart. That is like a sequence that he's gone through so many times. Muscle memory's been rewarded for it, and he finds Rain Waker isolated on B there. Really nice. Hades was tagged up earlier during that spat, and it was Patsy who did the initial damage, so take that Krieg away from him.
Was that another Mongols yell or a...
Good question. It looked like it was actually going very well for the Mongols. I'm intrigued to see that head-to-head. I mean, that is quite the game. One of the...
Look at this. Minio just kills everybody and then also calling.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll shoot everybody and I'll... Ah, there you go. That's the initial push. Kitty goes down for free. Great shot. Reaction and then bang! Over the top of the default onto OC.
Yeah.
Great round.
Yeah, I mean, I would shake my head too. Yeah, that's not much counterplay to that one. He just handed out haircuts. Involuntary haircuts. Run boosting the AWP. Now we're talking. OC flirting with aggression and misses his shot. Highly aware of the potential. 9. Burning in the molly. OC forced away. Now we do see an equivalent exchange. Naf goes down after taking down Minio, but is that an equivalent? You've taken down Minio.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? But now he gets to be the puppet master from the Grey, so a better view of the macro. We still get that B stream update. The Mongols might get this one done in 2.
That would be exciting.
Yeah, and considering the hype around this Furia lineup, or what could be, that would be very disappointing. We've already had Complexity fall. I'd say that was the tippy top of my list of teams who, not that I thought would get through, but to be eliminated in last place as Rain Waker delivers 1.
Yeah, he's going to need a whole lot more of that. They are coming for him. He's actually opted to play the double stack. There's a universe here where he gets overlooked. Not by K. Yakinda, only 1. And they should be able to get that bomb down now. Rotations through. Patsy quite quick on the flank. Flash in. Good flash. K, attention drawn. Bomb planted by
Safe
Goofy.
plant. That means they're aware.
From Patsy. He kind of, like, OC doesn't want to move until Patsy finds the frag. Now he's got Goofy on 5 HP. K still looking for the AWPer. Patsy should have this eventually. Goofy, do you go wide? You walk into OC. And now K in a 1 versus 2. OC seems aware of the close fight, and he deals with it nicely. Dap's happy, but Liquid's still a long way. An arduous task to try and keep this keep a hold of Vertigo.
Yeah, another nice shot there from OC, right? 2 good kills with the AWP right there. He's had some moments on the AK that we thought were quite sharp throughout this series so far. So continuing to keep his name in the conversation here. We'll get up to 13 kills. It is Naf leading the charge so far for Team Liquid. But really not... Ah, okay, so OC just with the backpack spotted there. And also, if Goofy's in that position and you don't see where K is, you have a pretty good idea that he's going to be close. So his option to swing OC with the premonition. And back into another buy for 9. They get 1 more of these, and then they will have to take a bit of a save here. Loss bonus starting to build 2,900 into the next. Actually, a plant might change that as Goofy exchanges nades in middle with Naf.
Yeah, lots of action on Ram. Patsy, forward position on the girder. Oops.
Having a rough game here, Patsy. And under a lot of pressure here.
Thinks better of it after the sound cue.
Missed his nade as well there.
Yeah, he's definitely a little discombobulated in this territory.
Yeah, it doesn't look as well organized, does it, as Nines?
Oh, that's great from the Liquid defense. Yukinda chipping away. Didn't find the lethality he so hoped for, but find ourselves at a 5-on-5 still. That will not be the case for long. Patsy pre-aim and deletes Hades. Get away, get out of dodge. His 5th frag, but it could be a contributing factor into their 7th.
They're going to contact this.
They are just walking up, walking in. Patsy, problems. Yukinda, going to be cleared out, needed some help. Patsy does contribute for the trade, but just like that, the bomb site is there. I say that, an arduous one.
A molly here, it might be too late.
Yeah, he's going to get the bomb down. Covered by Kyler beautifully. The nade's not going to do anything either. They get away. Look at this health. 24 points of health in a 2-on-2.
2 smokes.
Okay. Dead. Alive. And now, grounds for them to close this. A 15th. They have no right to win with this HP. And OC, the AWP, not the weapon for the job, is misinformed. Back is turned to 1v2, now 1-on-1. He's got the kit, he's got the smoke. Can he find the round? Wait for the sound cue, Kyler. Pulls the bluff, spam the smoke. Oh, no! It was on him! It was on him, but he's been robbed! He has to hold it, should be Kyler's. 12 HP, no problem! As 15 comes home. And it's a beautiful 3K out of Kyler.
It felt like Rainwaker should have won that one, didn't it? Just missed that shot. Also, missing this player jumping towards short on low HP as well. So, Tumairs there on low HP. And that one is going to sting like for stolen. Liquid. Yeah, it felt like they could have converted this one, didn't it? But great job from Kyler. Well, actually everybody having a very good map here for 9 in a scoreline that's currently 15. Yeah, exactly. Because OC was covering the... Yeah, so many blunders there for poor Rainwaker. And this might be the game here. It's Polish Airlines taking off.
That is a lot.
Yeah. All right. I see ya. This one's done. This one is Vertigo gone. Just Patsy to find now a 1-on-5.
Overpass, our 3rd map. Yukinda trying to delay our visit there. Goofy secures it loud here in the studio. And 9, still up for debate. The group stage not out of reach yet. A single map to separate them. 2 teams, 9 clashing here with Liquid on Overpass when we return.
Pressure rising. Maybe some flashbacks for some of these players. As the Mongols, time after time, seem to take down Brazilian opponents. They were even leaning into that earlier when we talked to them in the interview. What can Art do here? That's a good shot. Blitz has the bombing connector. He's got to be careful. Should be fine now as the CTs fall back.
Mac 10, right tool for the job. Street Sweeper and Zeno sending out these numbers, exactly what Mongols need to have a roaring start to this second half of Overpass. Nice headshot to that USP. We'll see what Cello can do. Racing back to the A site. Can't exactly cross. He will be somewhat stuck. That's a very nice headshot from Cello. He's been so good despite this. Like, we just keep seeing great shots from Cello. Not enough on this occasion, however. Much more is needed from Furia as they pull out their bye in this half.
What do Furia go for in a gun round that is not quite a must-win, but it's close to that point? Furia already a map down. This is their pick. They need to show us why right now. No AWP for Fallen. Full rifles for Furia into this one. And nade won't do anything. And Yuri has found an angle over that smoking connector. A massive early kill to make Furia feel more confident into...
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Well, there you have it. It's kind of like we forecasted. It was going to be that second map, and it did go the 9-way. Polish pride all over that bad boy, and they're running away with it. They're in terms of Vertigo, at least, at the very minimum.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid had to take some risks. I think also they started off with picking T side, which is a risk in its own self, and in that sort of a scenario, you need a good start. They win the pistol, but then they lose the second round, which becomes even worse really in a way, and that's where all the momentum swings over the side of 9. And after you win a couple of rounds early, you get like some money in the bag, and then it's a much more difficult situation for Team Liquid.
Oh, definitely. And the contrast between map 1 and 2 for 9 could not be greater to observe. It's like watching, I don't know, a blind man that just gets his eyes back immediately, just out of nowhere, just see the light. The pace and the rhythm that we're playing on the CT side, no certainty. Immediately knew where to rotate, when to rotate, how many players should we send. It's like you don't have to make all of these decisions because you know these scenarios, you've played them, you mastered them, and they're just a great showing.
Yeah, there's something to say about comfortability for 9 on this map, right? Rather than having the hesitations that you're talking about, those kind of go out the window when you feel like you have that home map. In terms of rounds that we grabbed out of that one, what are we looking at?
Yeah, we saw a couple of examples of that, and it was, important rounds. Like they were winning consecutive rounds, but they had some money in the bank, not a lot. Look at this. Like this is a 3v5 situation where you can just see the re-aggression from the side of 9, and all of a sudden they bring it all the way back and they win the round. I mean, you don't really see that very often, but again, the sense of timing. Then a little bit later in the half, this is a reset round. Liquid just won the previous round. Now they switch it up a little bit. There's the boost. The boost nets them an entry kill, and you think now they're gonna fall back, play the 5v4, but not. They immediately move into some extra ramp re-aggression as they smoke off lane, and again, this is going to give them a nice big advantage here, and they'll be able to close out the round pretty comfortably.
And I mean, both of these examples also showcase like the difference of quality from what Liquid were able to do. We did a whole segment here where we decompose and execute from Liquid on Ancient with beautiful utility being placed, the rhythm, the pacing, the scaling. None of that was on Vertigo. It was very tentative, not knowing exactly how to handle situation. You show the 5v3, it looks like 9 make it easy. It's not supposed to be like that. The 5v4 being picked apart left and right and center. It's also because the quality of the offense is much lower.
Yeah, it is. That comfortable feeling that Liquid might have had from winning the first map is pretty much negated at this point.
It's like sometimes I'm trying to find the right words to explain it, but the difference between Ancient and Vertigo is sometimes just a second or two in a reaction of a player. And this is the type of difference we're talking about when you master a map and when you don't. Because when you're about to make a move, Trace, you don't have that voice that tells you, wait a minute, should I really rotate? Maybe he could be behind me, I don't know. And just like that, you're walking into a crosshair instead of being in position. They had that for them on Vertigo. They knew they were decisive and incisive on when they had to move.
You go back to the first round we've shown, if 9 was a bit faster in the re-aggress, Liquid is waiting for that. Like they have their guns out and they're just holding, and if they're a bit slower to do it, when then the execute is already coming in, and there's no way that they can hold that with inferior numbers and inferior utility. So they found that sweet spot, exactly when to push, and that made all the difference.
And then for the Liquid side, I'm looking at players like Patsy. What do we see out of him here?
I mean, I think obviously individually he struggled. We didn't see much, but I do think it's a little easy. I think it's a little easy dig on Patsy right there, because of course they started on the T side. They got absolutely mauled down. His numbers are dog shit. That's just what it is. But it's just mean. I mean, it's mean in the sense of, what is he supposed to be the can opener with the quality of play style that we're putting forth? I don't really know. He obviously struggled massively from map 1 to map 2. You could see the difference, but I don't know if we're not just pinning the blade.
I think this is more like we're not doing this because Patsy played amazing on Ancient and he played bad here, and it's more so to show how the fact that 9 played much better on their CT side caused his game to really drop down, right? Like, because it was much more difficult for him to have a good game because of what 9 was doing, and on Ancient, I mean, he could do whatever the hell he wanted.
I think it's both, actually. 9 played much better, but Liquid didn't have the same kind of tools in the shed.
Yeah, and that's actually what you need to complete the job.
What's your favorite tool from the shed?
I don't know. I'm pretty good with the trial. You ever used a trial, like laying bricks and stuff?
Ah, all right. Yeah.
My pops is a trim carpenter. Anyway, that's neither here or there. And speaking of trim carpenters, I don't think Jesus is in the room either. But Liquid's certainly looking to find him. We're going to hear from James Banks as we sort of get a deep dive into how they felt going into this little bit of a break.
managed to talk to Daps this time around, and he was saying on Vertigo, especially around choosing their T size, he feels like it's a comfort for them on it. It's what they've done. It's what they feel most good with. Well, it didn't show when it came to the server. Now, he does know that obviously 9 have a ridiculously good record on it, and he expects this to be a tough fight, but I think he's a bit disappointed overall, because when I came to Overpass and talking about what they delivered there, he didn't want to talk too much straight into it. They're right out there now just talking away, and the pressure is seriously on. 9 look like they're in the driving seat. You look at that game that 9 had against OG as well, and you look that when it's tougher opposition for Liquid on this map of Overpass, it's a lot harder for them to deal with. So let's see how it goes down, but it's all up in the air. Let's see if 9 can grab it, but maybe Liquid can steal it away. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, we find ourselves at that 1-1 scoreline. I go to Overpass.
So far, it's going as expected, really, in terms of the maps. And I think here is why I go with 9, right? Like, when it comes to this decider map, especially Overpass, like, the in-game leader has to be on point. Not as much the in-game leader, but all the other players have to be on point with their reactions, with their micro movements. You know, this is not where Kinner is going to call this, let's do that, and move people back and forth. It's like you need to see the space happening and go for the openings, right? And I think just at this point in time, the new additions on Liquid and just the players in general, like, as a team, are not comfortable enough to be able to execute that on a high enough level to beat 9 at the moment.
I think it's a good test to see what Liquid is made of. That's the 4th time that this roster is going to play Overpass on LAN. It's a very high intensity, a whole lot of repetitions short term. We have to see what kind of learnings they've made from these past losses. A couple of L's here and there, and then they showed Big the time of day, a Big that was meant to less, if you will, so that was not the greatest opposition. I'm still going to stick with 9. I had the idea prior to the veto. Moving on to Overpass here, I think they have enough in the bag to create an upset, non-upset upset.
Yeah, it's... Wait, yeah, I guess you got me with that one. When I think of 9, you know, they come into this third map. We go into the third map sooner rather than later. And nobody wants to change the predictions. Understandably so. We just saw what was a Vertigo masterclass, basically, right? So perhaps there is a little bit of fuel left in the tank. The player's going to be situated here rather shortly, which means we can get started with the matchup at hand, I think, gentlemen. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Always happy to be here.
And thank you for watching the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to cut to a break. We're going to come back with Overpass. It is Liquid and 9.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy!
FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Garrett, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Father, I have a problem. An addiction. I can't stop myself. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and it's full of sinners. But speak openly.
Then I shall. I know nothing about Counter-Strike.
Fear not. Your colleagues doesn't know much either.
But what if I call an ace a pentakill? Or even worse, a deagle a sheriff?
All will be forgotten. But just remember, that mic is always on.
That one time, Father. Why are players so important? I never thought they'd do me like that.
Tread carefully, James. If that happened to you at Blast, only God knows what can happen to you here. Believe me.
Believe me? Addiction is not easy to overcome. I've been trying not to tweet about my weight loss journey for quite some time. But isn't 3 hours too long?
The devil's pool is strong.
Yes, Father. He sits heavily on my shoulder, whispering
in my ear. Give them what they want. Give them another hot take.
Gluttony. The worst of all my sins. I've taken the ESL bag. I've taken the HLTV org bag. The Valve bag. I've even taken the Blast bag. Am I a sellout, Father? Should I give up the bag?
Fool.
I'm sorry, Father. I really am.
Never give up the bag.
Father?
Here.
Please. Thank you, Father.
Tom, if you ever need me, you can always reach out to me at sponsorships@fallinggear.com.
Flashes as 9-10 makes his way, but can he get both? He has no idea where Cello is, and Furia stay alive for now.
Just able to deny that early B aggression, and then that flank makes all the difference. Just stalls things long enough for Furia to figure out what's going on, to get themselves into good enough positions. Cello does wonders around that smoke at the end. So Furia still here for now. And it's still not a great buy for Furia, actually. Still an MP9, still a scout in the mix. Not getting any easier for them here. Up against a full buy from the Mongols again. It's a scout for Fallen, which won't connect. Spots the info, but has to fall back. This A stack is looking very good for Furia, though. Look at this. They've got 4 players on this A side of the map.
What is your calling?
Oh, still got a little bit of giggles from that one. Fantastic work from the ESL content team, and of course Fallen. As well, maybe Fallen's going to have a bit more time on his hands. We'll keep track of that. It was getting rather intense over on during our break.
We'll keep him around for a few more confessions, I think. Maybe one of these two teams might need to be finding that booth if they get knocked out here today. Liquid versus 9, and I think the script has gone exactly how it should be written so far. 9 picking up their map choice, a very strong home map for them of Vertigo, and, well, falling to Ancient, something that's plagued them and something that this team of Liquid have pretty tidy roles and positions for. But as we set our sights now, Overpass is underway, and Liquid won the knife, have opted to start on the CT side.
Let's get it started. Okay, it's going to be interesting to see how the 9 of Vertigo contrasts with the 9 of Overpass. You can see that still favoring Liquid on this third map. Overpass, more of their wheelhouse. And they are advancing quite quickly into Patsy. Yakinda, Goosh, problematic. OC takes one elsewhere, but it's still up to Yakinda here. He goes wide despite the flash. Minio and Hades, they're going to put pressure on him. He's got 3 bullets, make it 2. He needs to hit a shot, and the last one in the clip. Good for it. No one's killed him. Somebody finished the job, and they will in unison.
Everyone's lost their hands.
Awkward, but now the bomb needs to be planted. A re-smoke facilitates in the plant truck side. Patsy still alive. Don't forget that Goosh. He's gone around the world. He's toilet side. Naf into Hades. This is the fight. OC caught off guard completely, and Patsy does not have the health for this at all. Minio should finish the job cleanly. Already a double kill from the in-game leader. K the same, and one of them is going to leave with a third unless these headshots came through. Patsy, 3 bullets, opts for the reload. Would have loved to have found the isolating frag.
He's got time, but, well, he had time.
Look at them go.
Past tense.
Lovely work. I mean, you've got to be diligent. I think Minio may have picked up Yakinda's USP because he's got 3 bullets total.
This is their first pistol round in the series so far, and what time to strike first blood in that department for 9. Riding the high of Vertigo. Hopped off the train, and they find themselves here with a pistol round victory. Very well done from the Poles. They're not done just yet. Sure, it was a little bit scuffed as far as some of the aim was concerned, but some clean ones as the round started to heat up. And you'll take that one every day of the week. Liquid's turn to respond in kind with a force buy back of their own.
In hindsight, yeah, they chose a good time to start winning a pistol in terms of qualifying, rather advancing to that group stage. Kyler and Goofy going to be working their way through the connector position, doing so diligently. And on this second round investment, a very heavy lean. They're counting on OC's instincts to call for help when he sees fit. Right now it is just that scout, and just as he looks away, just as he averts his gaze into a more passive line, he has nothing to report, but they did poke their heads out and have a look.
It's quite fortunate. The biggest issue is this timing. Long's completely open. Oh, okay, he's even made space here. A flash to facilitate a peek, so pressure applied towards B means there will not be help coming for OC. He might be overrun here. A tag is scary, but now he's on the site. I'm not so scared of the scout anymore, especially with a couple of smokes in play.
Yeah, I mean, it's forced Yakinda to rotate through. They're not in any hurry at all. You can see that the Hades is moving the bomb away from Monster's side, so...
If the AWP is... sorry, not the AWP, a little bit early. If the scout, the scope, is entrenched this deep on the site, if you just execute, you should win this round. You should be able to isolate the pistols close. OC will have to either play in front of this or save. Yakinda tucked into a powerful position with Patsy baiting.
Minio's already up long as well.
30 seconds, time to go.
Perfect. This is perfect. Yeah, sure, you got one Patsy. I need to see a whole lot more before I get excited for Liquid on this second round force buy. Handling it. Minio's having quite the series and a strong start into our second, or rather third map. 4-0 as that second round seems imminent.
Are they really still looking around for something here? Team Liquid, you should silently save. Just walk away, make sure that there's not too many sound cues so they know how close you were. Last thing you want is to get hunted here. As we do see them start to back off as Hades trying to sniff them out. Doesn't need to follow through here, right? If he continued and goes down, gives over Khalil, Rainmaker would love to pick something up like that. So need to back off, play this one safe. Keep 4 staying alive, and that will be 9 with the pistol and the conversion here. We'll still have to do it a little bit trickier with this MP9 Scout and 5.7 in the mix. Naf and OC do not have upgraded pistols to drop across here. We're unable to get them marooned on the site. You can see these 2 kills coming through. So Minio again, a man possessed here today. And this is the 9 that I think all the Polish fans around the world were hoping to see, right? You're seeing them, they're happy to take fights. They're not looking scared. They are confident in their play. Sure, Ancient went against them, but I'm sure when they got out of bed this morning, they knew that was a very big likelihood. And the fact you do it as the first map, you can carry the momentum of Vertigo now into the third. And Liquid, lots of pressure. It's a big org.
OC is going to get run at. This is going to be a nasty death to concede as Minio is walking into his domain. Backs away in time. Good read of the situation. He will have an angle to post. Now they re-aggress short side. That's the Naf side by side. Heavy lean towards this third round B push. Oh, and lovely conversion from Naf. He will take down Kate.
Sketchy now, right? They've been able to get in and get away with not being traded, to not wanting to push the issue. We're 9. And now there might be a few more dramas. We're at the minute 10 mark. They didn't execute until the last 30 seconds in the previous. They've taken the space back, nobody home. They have enough nades for a full set piece, but if you're Liquid, call a gamble. Why the hell not?
Yeah, they're going to be walking right into the Lion's Den. Messing around with boost at this juncture, though. It could get awkward for Liquid. Oh, but they find Minio and dismount in time. Rainwaker does take one with him. A great contribution with the small sidearm. Need more out of Naf's SMG. Kyler's SMG does nothing. Great work from Naf. A third in the round. Big 4 from the Canadian sensation. As that is Team Liquid getting that second bite of the cherry, and it is sweet.
That is crazy that Naf gets so much done there, but you love it. The push forward first, the fact they get out without sustaining any casualties, the reboost in the perfect time, the stack towards the site, and stealing one away from 9 here, just as the mood was feeling real high in the camp. Things might start to soften here. This was Naf's initial, just catching the tail end. K had no idea that was a possibility. Catches another off guard. These are 2 players not even looking his way, and then when more fights coming, Naf's ready, pound for pound. Make an argument for best gun in the game. He mauls them. As both teams will follow through. OC keeps the scout. Yakinda with a MAC-10, so hoping to make these work. And a bait and switch setup in the upper area of the bathrooms. OC over towards Divider, and that puts pressure on Naf and Rainwaker towards B, but they're not going to have any company for some time. As
they're
all
going for the contact walk.
Yeah, it's just this. We do see this snake. This is something that, you know, players like Apex like to call.
But this is what OC's positioned to check, and will actually land a very quick tag. Chips down Minio and will finish off the job. Nice work from OC. Turns the flash for another. Impressive contributions. It should be Patsy and Yakinda to do the rest, working together. Okay. versus Patsy. Makes the Galil feel like an AK double ding just like that. Now 3 on 2.
A's their coffin here.
Trapped. And with Goofy's health, this is not a fight you'd expect him to win. Oh, especially with Kyla taking her heavy flak damage already. Seems great for Liquid, and they will be happy with that, returning to an even scoreline, 2-2. And broken money.
And winning that previous round with the saved guns does wonders for their money. It essentially establishes them as if they were to have won the pistol with the conversions and maybe even the first gun. You can take a look at here with some of the finances. Naf has an AK in his hands. He just rebought nades, still has 8.8k. And if you're OC, you're sitting there looking at the big man thinking, hey, if I die this round and lose the AWP, he can always get me another. So not flush for cash, but in a pretty decent position are Liquid going forward. And now up against a full eco, it means it can brim even further.
I would be scared, you know, for OC getting super comfortable on the scoped rifles. He hasn't, you know, had been a slouch by any means, but it's been a lot of rifle contributions. But the fact that he's just gone from pistol to scout, AWP, and he might, if they don't start shutting him down, have a whole half on the CT side of Overpass with his signature weapon.
Yeah, I think OC's had enough time in Liquid of kind of being this trapped soul. You can see him really starting to come into his own and show a bit more of his flair, because OC, when we first saw him, well, maybe not when we first saw him, when he was dominating North America, this guy was coming out hot with an AWP and just owning people, right? Like, he was the prospect. He was the American sniper that everybody was hoping would be the one to bring it home for the country. Now, well, it's a European team, but he's looking more himself than ever before.
Third map.
Timeout called. Yeah, and the first from Navrot here. Now, this is T-side Overpass. So if you can get yourself a decent bag of rounds, we're talking 4, 5, or 6, that's pretty good. You'll be happy with that if you're 9. But I just keep remembering that OG match, and I want to go and double check the particulars here. It was their opening game, right? It was a best of 1. They started on the CT side. We were able to post 7 rounds. So not par for the course by any means. Meant they had to do the hard work, 8 in total on their T-half to take it to overtime, and then they got things done. 19-17. Opening kills was something which facilitated a part of that. 21-15, and clutches in their favor as well. So I know I said 4, 5, or 6, but considering that previous, maybe we should lean more towards 6 rounds. But look at this, Patsy, hyper aggressive. Doesn't have anybody covering behind, so it's going to have to be onto his intuition on when he wants to take these fights, but he's going to creep forward for more information here. Hades is the target. He can find over towards Playground, but they can't pass each other like ships in the night, and now he's in the backline. So understanding, guys, I haven't cleared Playground. There could be somebody home. Right now, he's going to find the bomb, and he's going to be behind multiple members.
Wow, this is a real power position. Rainwaker caught by the boost, and Minio caught by Patsy. It's interesting now. They have to retrieve that bomb. Surely that's priority number 1.
Well, Patsy's just smoked off his back here.
It's another smoke. He wants it. Oh, and he handles the headshot. Another one chasing him down from every angle.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, this is perfect. But Kay, aware of the possibility, adjusts nicely. His 6th frag already, but it is going to go down to Naf in the end. Nice find back. Hades, he was the one walked past, and now at least recovers the bomb. Will he recover the round?
Might have to go long here. If he tries to go through bathroom, OC might be able to cut him off at the pass. Naf still has B completely, so how aware is Hades of his options here? Yep, there it is. Understanding this is probably the safest route with 35 seconds. Could beeline it in towards the site. If he plants safe over towards the bank and truck side, that means he can be quite entrenched in towards their spawn. And even though OC and Naf have the number advantage here, they're going to have to try and... Oh, he's going to plant open. This is a big risk. OC was going to find him. The bomb's not going to go down. There it is. Okay, thank you very much, he says. Now, Hades had no idea where they were, but that was going to be a round snatched away. Thank you very much, OC. Okay.
Plant would have been a nice bonus as well.
Yeah, it would have facilitated another buy here.
Yeah, okay, so a bit of a misplay that will be punished. And Liquid given the opportunity to just stretch their legs, get a bit more of a gap between them and the T side, 4-2, and looking like it could be set for a pacey pop.
Look at the bank here. Look at the bank. They have an awful lot of cash. High-end 11K on Naf. 7.9 for Patsy, 6.6 for Yakinder, 7K
No one
for
checking Fountain. Patsy just had a glance and said, nothing home, fellas. You're in the right place.
Yeah, that's very telling of a Bigo. They have 2 nades here, though. Where are they destined for? Maybe won't even get used. Yakinder could just kill them both here. Hello.
Goodbye. Kyla caught.
It's kind of in vain now, isn't it? They wanted to try and soften up the player wood.
Yeah, and that was the flashbang they intended to slow down the CT defense. It's not problems yet, and OC still hitting his shots, leaves Hades Deagle investing into the Kevlar as well.
Well, this is where the biggest critique of Nine starts to come in. Their inexperience and then how they may crumble under pressure. So we will have to see how they're able to conduct themselves here today. Hades grabs one back, but not long for this world. We'll go down to Patsy, and now Liquid will get themselves up to 5 rounds total, 5 in a row, and 5 rounds without a 9 plant. And at this point, if you're Navrot, yeah, burn a few of these, because Kyle as an individual, you need to get activated. 0 kills. Hades, 2 so far. Goofy, 2. All right, try and get your players involved here early before it's too late. And the reason I say that is not because I don't think they can frag, but if you don't have a kill, you're worried about not having a kill. As much as you shouldn't be, you know, it does linger. It's like, man, I'm not doing anything. I don't have a kill. Just get 1 on the board, get it done, and then you can focus on what you need to focus on. I'm curious, do we see... No, we don't see a Hades AWP here on the T side again. So we will be looking at 5 AK-47s, this time equipped with plenty of utility, maybe light on a couple of flashes and or HEs here. That's going to be multiple rounds in a row required for 9 if they would like to break Liquid. So strap yourself in. This is a tough task on the T side of Overpass. Again, extinguish over towards 8.
Missed Molly as well. They might be operating the assumption that there's more time to set up on long.
Bait and switch setup here again. You got OC baiting for Patsy on the anti-flash and Yukinder in connector.
I like the setup here from Liquid. Let's see if 9 get the ball rolling in their direction. Typically flashed and will be. That's why Patsy staring at the bricks. OC, bait. Oh, and Patsy flicks the switch, takes 2 down. Minio just trying as hard as he can to find a rebuttal, but by the time he glances around the corner, it's nothing but an AWP shot to the ribs.
Beautiful. What a beautiful little setup that is.
And now a double peek. I mean, this is Liquid playing some real tight Counter-Strike here on the defense.
Yeah, that was great from top to bottom there. It is just color defined right now, and you love, as I mentioned, for him just to get a cheeky kill, but spots the barrel on the quick change. Now he's going to be run on down. Yukinder on one side, and well, just Yukinder to worry about. Keeping him on the goose egg. Poor Kyler, but another round without a plant. And that says a lot, right? Because the rounds aren't even close at that juncture. And I love that setup. So obviously when the pin's pulled, as we all know, the sound cue isn't made, but once it's released, Patsy calls there's a flash coming, and OC can turn.
And I mean, what's Minio supposed to do? You've just lost, you know, you're in a sudden 3v5. You can understand his best bet is to go looking for a response on long, and Patsy feeling good about that as he rounds the corner. OC catches that attempted trade. K.
So one way here.
W. Tagged up. And he, on the reload, he might punish him. Rainwaker's not looking, runs him down. And that is a huge oopsie. A blemish on the record for this B defense. Why is that the longest flashbang in existence?
Patsy's never been so blind.
That was pure white. White as snow.
Okay, boys, save this. Don't give an AWP over for free. Liquid really need to consider options here.
That is a bizarro ending.
Yeah, and I had, after watching Rainwaker play in Blast, I said, you know, this guy looks good. He looks like he's pretty comfortable in these scenarios. Doesn't really look like a rookie at this level of Counter-Strike. That right there, he did look like a rookie, right? Not only did he, you know, spam all these bullets, reload with nobody covering and get caught in the open, he also threw a molly that got extinguished as well. So you could see that he was flustered. Yeah. That's a flustered moment from Rainwaker there, and the avenue of access in towards the B bomb site for their 3rd round. Keep in mind, 9 got the pistol and the conversion. So their rounds have come in, well, the pistol's a 50-50, and this round here was probably a 70-30. And maybe even more of an 80-20.
This run of 6 from Liquid, this dominating, not feeling like they can get the bomb down, is all wiped clean by one
little misplay. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, they got the bomb down for the first time in 7 rounds. And it's off the back of a oopsie, yeah, for lack of a better term.
Well, that one way now over towards Monster. I'm curious to see if it's something we're going to see 9 throw more just because of how it played into the round.
Yeah. Interesting to see Patsy's approach this time around as early bullets are thrown through the boards.
So a standard 3-1-1 here from 9. You have one player over towards B. They're the caretaker of sewer, backyard, monster, all of that. They call out the information. That's K's job here. Kyler over towards connector. Oh, and the flashes hit the teammate, but not the end of the world. They get the bathroom smoke, divider molly, and clear out connector as a unit here. So first tick of the box as Nine are working on this map control. Patsy hasn't had any pressure, which is quite telling for this B defense to be. They're gearing up, so.
Might be one of these fakes we saw more on Ancient.
Yeah, it looks like Minio being given the utility to help sell this towards B as the other three slink towards A, and the Hades AWP is out finally. Can it make a difference?
Barrels nades. Oh, stacked up on Naf. Leaves him wanting. Patsy info, mouth moving. They are advancing towards that A bomb site. And it is misinfo. They are looking to punish Rainwaker again. Patsy calls Kyler down. OC has rotated through the flash. Perfect setup. Minio down. Now OC. Can he contribute in the lethal department as well? He's going to have to. Miss shot onto Goofy, who's now going to jump surely. Try and take that AWP away. Oh, no. Double from Goofy. Jumps up, missed shot out of OC, and this gap is closing fast, rapidly falling between the fingers of Liquid.
Yeah, I feel like that's another round Liquid maybe should have been winning there. Hades got an AWP kill during all of that as well. Like the flash forward with the monster clear, they also killed a player over towards top ace. Felt like they had enough, but Nine, great job hitting the necessary shots here on the site. These are the nades, and that right there, that isn't the normal nade spot, right? And you're seeing more towards wood or more towards barrel, so behind the pillar this time. And Naf goes down. Nowhere is safe on that site.
Really cool. 9 innovators. And that is a very commonly occupied spot. And OC, oh, yeah, got a lot more on his plate than he bargained for. Needs to get out of dodge.
He doesn't know it. Oh, he's trying to exit through long here. This is really risky. He didn't know just hold down the trigger there. He has gotten away. I was about to say he might have to traverse back through the bathrooms, but more worried about pressure from that side of the map. OC will get away without a lick of damage. But there's no info for Nine over towards B. Take a look at this. All 5 of them towards Fountain and Long right now.
They feel like they've done enough to keep those B players static.
But it is a 3-2 split of the defense for Liquid, so they have, at least for now, set up in the right configuration.
OC's going to be the first to pull the trigger. Sliver. Held. And Hades bringing his AWP through as well. He's actually looking for the fight. A tag from Hades, looking to finish it, and he will. Impressive work from the Polish AWP. Takes down his rival. Yukinda needs help, and he does swing out, makes a mess of the first. Minio will punish, and it's shaping up nicely, but Naf, the safest pair, hand in the world as he delivers 3. And a one-on-one where Rainwaker can clear his name here. Play the clutch out. Recover the round. Take it all away. Rifle found. And Hades fakes it out. 9 seconds on this one. Rainwaker's not going to fall foul to making a sound cue here. And now emerging from the smoke, victorious. As Liquid secure a 7th off the back of the clutch from Rainwaker.
Okay, well, he makes up for that bit of a boo-boo over there on Vertigo. This one here, very nice. Didn't give away a sound cue, creeps through the smoke, staying very calm, didn't panic, didn't spam. Another round under pressure, but you have to look towards Nasty Ass Naf here. A massive multi-kill on the A side, the Rock, and the 2 of them. These are the passive elements of this Liquid squad, picking up their 7th round and breaking the streak of 9.
Every Counter-Strike team needs enough. You know, just untiltable, unshakable, unbelievably consistent.
Well, 9 have been able to bag themselves enough cash here for yet another purchase. The Hades AWP once more. Connector heavily occupied here by the attack. They feel like they should have won that previous round. An opportunity to ruin Liquid's money once again. Their loss bonus into the next will be a meager $1,400. Okay, perfect timing. Just a jiggle of Rainwaker punished here. An opener yet again for 9.
Patsy Yukinda going to be the A defense. Not typically expect to see OC here. Re-smoke on towards the monster side. Yukinda cheating over. And that, as we discussed, puts a lot of pressure onto Naf, but fortunately, they seem to be in the right place at the right time. K will continue to probe. 40 seconds, though. This might be the final commitment. Misinformation. They were looking for answers. They had no idea. Yakinda needs to kill the whole team. Oh, what a flash. What a frag. Wasn't ready for a third.
That's the bomb, though. Where are they going? A or B? They need to make a decision right here, right now.
Loud, loud, loud. I'm pretty sure that's heard by K, but that still stands in the way of their rotation. 20 seconds. They're coming through the door. Naf, he's got it locked down. Goofy's bringing the bomb, but K's coming to clear. It's all on the timing. Naf was so aware, but Hades hits him. Saves them. And now OC in a 1v3. He's not going to be able to get to heaven in time. It's perfect. And they recover. Counter-Strike in action here from 9.
And there's 5 rounds so far on this T-Hall. Beautiful work right there. And every time, well, maybe not every, but in the last few occasions, Liquid have gone for these info plays on A. It's been too quiet. Why aren't they peeking anywhere on the map? A flash comes out, a step comes forward. They get punished in these environments here. And 9 make the most of it. That's the opener right there. Rainwaker. Pretty common to see players go for that type of a jiggle jump or info play, but just being punished for it. And
oh, he saved K. He saved the round. I feel like Naf was one bullet away from that, so just, yeah, finding a very tough angle and fast enough.
A good round as well here. So I know that K got the opener, but Hades' kill on Patsy, who was going walkabout there, caught in no man's land. But that's an important kill for him to make. Really opens up over towards that A side. I know it was the B finish here, but it gave them the go signal.
Yeah, and it put OC into a really tough spot as well, because Naf was obviously activating.
Look at this tough spot.
Oh, yeah.
So we get to see what the... Oh, hold up. Thought I might catch a little tidbit from Mr. Yakinda there for a moment, but timeout number 1 from Liquid in map number 3. That shows you just how well things have been going, but the scoreline with only 2 rounds, the difference. With this type of purchase that we're seeing come through, Liquid, they want to discuss exactly how they can make the most out of it. Naf can buy himself. There is an M4 that has graced the hands of Patsy here. With this type of investment where the loss bonus is at, both teams into the next round if they lose, 1900. For Liquid, this is going to hurt them an awful lot more. So that's why they want to talk through these finances. But regardless, it's going to be the full purchase. So Naf buys, Patsy the same. An MP9 for Rainwaker, Yakinda. Something available for him, I'm sure. There's a kit, but this is the chance. 9 could even win the half here. Pick this round up. Liquid have to have that difficult choice. A force again, an eco so late.
Chip away. It's a T-smoke. T. Flirting with the idea of some help from this boost.
And you can see what Goofy had thrown at a spawn there, right? That one to block off the door in the meta where the HE is blowing it off the hinges. Want to give them some safe passage to treat connector as they usually would. Now, Patsy, he's essentially stalled out their progression on this default. But we'll still have to fight with Kyler, who's yet to frag.
They need this info.
He's going to hear the rotation.
A lot of communication from 9 here. OC flashed off of the angle and they crawl towards short. Rotations are coming through.
Heaven smoke. It's a fake. They're going to go A.
It is a fake. And it's Patsy second guessing it.
Oh, next jump, it'll be too late. They're already close.
They're already charging him. He's got a lot to do.
Yep, mouth
He's got a lot to do. Spots 1, bottom spotted, on the truck, back to turn, Patsy reveals himself. A second would have done a whole lot, and Naf's the one to provide it. Takes down K, denies that plant, it's still not down. 4 on 3 with an advantage on the Liquid squad.
2-man flank.
Make it just the one. Rainwaker can delay that. Aware the AWP staring at him, and OC, don't forget the biggest gun in this one, and the only one with a kit, so he does have to get a wiggle on. But 2 to 5, what is he supposed to do with these fights? Oh! Goes for the no-scope, Minio ready. And what are they supposed to do now? Naf is gone, Rainwaker late. Nice one from the MP9 at range, and yeah, just trying as hard as he might to try and find that headshot. But 9, they are making a real T-half out of this. You said 6 at the high end, Chad. Here they are.
Yeah, and maybe even 8 available here. So this has been great grit from 9. Pistol, remember, they're first in the series thus far. And then losing round number 3 to some saved second round guns, it felt, oh, maybe a sinking feeling for 9 here. We talk about the pressure. Well, we're not there just yet until we see how close they get to that magic number of 16. But they're setting themselves up in a perfect position. This has been a great T-half.
Good to see Kyler on the board as well. You can see Hades giving him the fist bump and keeping it all smiles. This is a half to be proud of and a team effort. Economical from Liquid. Ikinda caught out. Nice from Minio. Will find himself another frag, and there's a whole lot more where that came from. OC nice on the P250, the perfect weapon for the trade, and now leaves with an 8K. Into B, wide open. And so a 7-7 scoreline, imminent.
Still being diligent about this, right? Minio only saw OC, so they're not sure where the final 2 players may reside. Making sure they're using all that utility. Why the hell not? You're going to have enough money to buy everything you need and more into the next round regardless. So confirmed now as the bomb will go down over towards that B bomb site. A chance to maybe recenter themselves here, Liquid. Great guns from them. They managed 6 consecutive, denying the bomb going down time after time. But the round that they lost to get them back in it was that bit of a blunder over towards Monster with the timing of the push and the smoke, the Tech 9, the opening kill into Rainwaker, and then
that was
like the floodgates have opened.
That was K. K's intuition as well as Rainwaker's reload, but yeah, it did open the floodgates to a real valid T-Hall. I mean, this is going to be potentially even a 1 out, as you discussed. They got 8 in their first Overpass comeback on that T side. Well, already boasting 7. It seems like it wasn't necessarily just a fluke. Comfortable on this T side and well recovered, as Chad has highlighted. It wasn't necessarily looking to be shaping up that way.
Okay, they've got 2 kits here for the final round of play here, Team Liquid. So just trying to discuss who has exactly what. Need to keep that in mind for the next minute and 55 seconds as we stare down the barrel of round 15 here. Remember, elimination or progression on the line. One of these teams will be eliminated from IEM Cologne 2023. The other will join some heavy hitters in that group stage, who I'm sure are watching idly by, seeing this bloodshed go down. Heaven smoke from Hades here. It's just going to be the Bigo.
Realizing it's a bit of a relief. One of these is not going to be there at the groups. Rainwaker 1. Goofy the response. Naf safe and covered by the smoke. Ikinda still occupies the site. Naf's getting sprayed on down, flashes through, turns it nicely, but it's still Goofy. Filling the feed, an awful lot is Goofy. High impact. Multiple times, multiple rounds on this B-bomb site. He's made it his own. OC alone. Final round of this half, and it's shaped up nicely. 9 to leave with the lead. Coming into that break. OC. 2 to find, likely double peak. Never mind, Minio, precise. 9, boasting 8 rounds on the attacking side in this final map. 1 spot, 2 teams, and 1 final half. Stay tuned. It's crunch time, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final half of this series. 2 teams and only one can secure themselves a spot in the top 16. The group stage of Cologne awaits for just one. And the last time we had a Polish majority roster in the top 16 at Cologne was 2017. Yes, indeed, it has been a while between drinks. Virtus Pro, of course, legendary roster such as Taz, Neo, Pasha, Snacks, and Bialy. Well, these are the Padwans to those Jedis. They are back and they are most definitely fragging. Let's see if Nine's fantastic T side will lead to securing and making history for Polish Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they're going to have to slay one of their demons here, which is the pressure getting to 9 in moments like this. Hades. An exchange of information early over towards the T steps, but a silent assault from Liquid as they creep forward. Patsy close towards the fountain. The other 3 working on long as Naf locks down connector here. You can see that slither gap being held from Naf. Very tight in case of a push and still keeping it quiet. Note OC's utility here. We have a molly, a smoke, a flash, and Naf, well, he's got one left over as Hades is spotted again. They have to run him down. That is the bomb forward to the pack, and Rainwaker gets the opener. Hades not happy with that.
He had a couple of chances. Rainwaker will punish for
Maybe not ready for Kyler here, Alex.
They may not be. Patsy is now aware. Double swing, make it triple. OC is the one responsible for putting one between his eyes as it's Minyo. Wow. Every member of Liquid, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed into the pistol.
Goofy could do something ungodly here. Whew, not like that. I thought the door would swing into his face, not the other way round.
Different way of doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. 8-8.
Okay.
The door swings open and you're there with Julies and they come running out one at a time.
Oh no, I think we've seen those moments
before, right?
Many a time.
Okay, so it wasn't just
me. I definitely got the same kind of tingle, but it didn't involve him opening the door to 4 of them.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Oh, it's a party. Oh, I wasn't invited. I'm sorry. I'll leave. And yeah, after Hades' couple of real near misses on those taps, he just overstayed his welcome, and Rainwaker punished him for it. So yeah, nice start for Team Liquid. They will take so 1 pistol from 9 over 6.
Yeah, that ain't the best of odds.
Not the greatest ratio.
Fast beat.
And look at this, a boost on the sandbags might catch someone off guard. It's not going to be Yakinda, but it will be actually over the smoke sprayed on down.
They're going to boost.
This is unusual. The CT's boosting into the now taken B-bomb site. Liquid aware of the threat, seemingly from their post-plant positions.
Well, they have another Famis in the hands of Hades here, but
now it's a nice open plant as well.
Like, yeah, I really don't think you're getting into this round. They're continuing to push as well, so the more space they take.
No time for this.
No, just looking for damage, I suppose, but they might go down here. More kills coming through. Kyler's going down with the ship, that is for sure, but the other 2 with the Famai are going to get very far away. There's Kyler's death, and Rainwaker only had a P250, so he'll take that upgrade. Another round for Liquid, sure. Pistol with the conversion, but a very costly one. And I think, wow, you don't see that happen very often, do you? So 9 are now going to be able to get into a full gun round after forcing into the second. So 2 M4s, 2 Famises, 1 MP9, smattering of utility, not a single defuse kit. They're going to want to make sure they keep this one competitive here. He's trying to play for some info, but he's going to get caught in no man's land, and that is the scavenged back MAC-10 at range, removing a rifle. And I start to worry here a little bit if I'm 9. I understand they did a great job with all the damage in the previous. It was good with the kills. It was nice to watch. You go for this buy round, you lose this, the hole becomes extremely deep.
Yeah, more of a gaping chasm. Is when you take a look at the last 2 deaths Hades has conceded as well. You know, this in terms of the frustration will be definitely building.
And he's, you know, their top performer.
Yeah.
Former Ents Orpa, and was with Ents at Cologne last year when they placed 13th to 16th. I'm sure he'd be looking for returns to the group stage.
Oops. Bit of a flub smoke there from 9. could be exploited, and yeah, I think it will be. Yakinta's like, you didn't want us to walk through this pipe, but now we will. And now, one man about to clash with 3 members of Team Liquid imminently.
It's lucky they're only going to lose an MP9 here, right? It's not one of the rifles, so... Goofy, what do you got for us?
He's got nothing.
Perfect timing. As Yakinta rounds the corner, Patsy above, making sure at very worst a trade is available. So good counter-strike there from Liquid, and we'll be getting themselves up to the double digits. I wonder, how much are they going to hunt here? Well, apparently not enough. Naf not clearing his corners. They take away some of these guns. That's going to be key here. It doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a chase. So with the loss bonus where it's at, and the fact that they're saving, they could buy again. So good management of the economy here for 9.
Yeah, making the best out of a bad situation on that one.
We have just lost Hades from the server temporarily here. Just taking a look over. Maybe just going for a quick little restart. But there you have it. Okay, well, starting to heat up now. And 9 finding themselves in a bit of hot water. Now, this isn't the... It's so hard to kind of peel apart now being in the moment.
Well, I've already created a whole narrative in my head about this Hades conversation. He's had 2 nasty deaths in a row. Now his PC stopped working. So he's either going to be super mad and he's going to start dropping dirty frags, or he's going to be tilted off the face of the planet and be packing his suitcase tonight.
Yeah, that's
I'm just giving you the narrative. Okay?
No,
that's the personal Hades narrative.
I'm with you. I'm with you. You know, changing rares,
now
changing
my game's
sense.
crashed, and then he's going to come back in. He's going to have weird money. They'll have to do another restart, you know.
But this is where, when you look at this team, right, and in terms of internally how a lot of these squads work, only after time do we get to hear, right? Well, I'm sure maybe Taz at home could maybe send us a quick message and say, yeah, this guy's moody, or this guy's this, or this guy's that. But they definitely need someone to be the beacon of hope or that light to get them through when times get tough. And this is where boys can become men if you can pick up a big series like this with the pressure on. So a deep breath, refocus, and get back in the server as we do see Hades
everyone
rejoining.
Looking at the screen like, dude, I've got this round in my head. I'm still in the zone. Would love to stay there as soon as possible.
And that's why, you know, we've seen teams in the past. Some players will meditate. They'll close their eyes. They'll make sure they can keep themselves in that moment. Hades is usually one of them. Actually, we've seen him do that multiple times. I think actually at the start, remember we had Naf making his adjustments. Hades was just kind of focused on his meditative state. And if you've just joined IEM Cologne play-ins of 2023, where the hell have you been? But more importantly, we can give you a rundown in this technical timeout about what's gone on. So we opened up with the best of ones on day number 1. 9 took on OG on Overpass, brought it back on the T side, managed to scoop that game up 19-17 to set them up with the best of 3 to progress towards that group stage against Fnatic. They fell 0-2 to the new Fnatic roster, featuring Afro and Dexter alongside of Crims, of course, Mezzy back in the star fragging role, and Roy as well, looking like he's been hitting the deathmatch. Liquid's run. They started with a loss to Astralis, back-to-back, actually. You move from Copenhagen to Cologne and still copping the L's, and then took on Big, and they managed to get through in a labored 2-1 victory against Big with a stand-in. Were made to work, and are now here with one final opportunity to take down the Polish side 9. Only one of these 2 teams will be able to advance, the other eliminated here today. And we still have one more game coming up here tonight on the main stream. NIP taking on Imperial coming up next, and we'll have Apex versus OG on that secondary stream. Elimination or progression available for all of these names, as we did lose Furia a little bit earlier, falling to the Mongols.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Tatsanito can continue to
well done.
Thank you. I want to practice.
It's a new one. We are going to need some practice.
Yeah, Tata.
What if it's Chachanito?
Yeah, well, it's certainly better than Kaka.
Yeah, well, we'll do our best.
We can only do our best. That's all we can do. Let's go. Smoke onto the monsters to slow them down, and it does seem like there's a different game plan into this one. Look,
they didn't fully invest.
Yeah, I was about to say how little nades there are. This must have just been what was left over.
Well, if you want to play full CT side Overpass, which includes a Hades Orb, if you went for another dropped gun round, he's not going to get his primary weapon. And then you're going to be operating in rifle-only setup. So I do like this decision, but it can still be dangerous for Liquid. How much can 9 get out of this?
Minio. caught out. Nice find. And Kyler onto Waker. Hades' frustration continues as Wiss is getting a little bit interesting for Kyler's toilet hold. He needs another bullet. Would love another frag.
Good
Patsy
damage.
lives on. 21 is what he has to work with.
Still worrying signs now for Liquid. This was never going to be a walk in the park unless your name's Naf. You've come up long, you've got the space, and right now you're going to have to take some more to get the information for your team. Okay, back over towards B to investigate, highlighted here. And Goofy tucked in tight with this MP9.
Feels like it would take a Liquid fumble at that point. You're looking at the weapon Goofy's working with and the angle. Unless...
I do like this here.
Yeah.
So they have util from long against this gamble stack, but 9 can win this round. They've got
Now
the
they
players in the
can.
right place.
This is perfect. If a little bit of a distraction, Goofy needs one at range with this MP9. Already spots one. Now the clear. Naf contributes and a huge load of pressure relieved.
Well done from Naf there. Okay, he's actually going to give this one a go. A gap found.
Okay.
Even though it's the smallest of, he's got about 14 more seconds to stare at that. Oof, Patsy not far off. Damage is fine here. They're going to buy next round anyway. A kill would be great.
Got him. At least the info. No longer has that element of surprise that was favoring him. Oh, man. Naf. Solid. Absolutely solid for Liquid. 11. Now to 8. Let's see how many rounds it takes before we see a 9 CT round on the board. There's the AWP you were waiting for. And so we're 9. And so here in round 20, we'll get that full gun round head-to-head, and we'll have an understanding of just how competitive our final map of this series will be.
Feels like it's gotten away from 9 here a little bit, doesn't it? I know it's still early stages. It's only round number 5 of their CT campaign, but I feel like because of the closeness, how they were able to bring these rounds down and do so much damage, they were lured into this false sense of security. They could get things done. Naf with an exchange here over towards Sewer. Kay's going to push forward and try and punish, but now that's 2 members of the B-bomb site noted. Patsy needs to be very careful here, and Yakinda finds Kyler trying to get out of connector.
Okay, that's going to force rotations. Patsy onto Goofy, there's more. And he's gotten away. Okay, feels robbed after that one. Molotov, Yakinda can acknowledge and just distance himself from it. Already with a heavy advantage. Maybe that Hades AWP could be the difference maker.
There's so many nades though. Liquid should execute here. There's no need just to walk in. Smokes, flashes, everything at the ready as it's changing hands to Patsy, the lowest. He'll stay at the back of the pack.
And the luxury of Naf's lurk here. Interestingly, he goes first. Gets them as many answers as they can. Just as Minio looked away, he strikes, brings him low, and their hopes and dreams of a conversion here, now their priorities change. It's save.
Well, they're about to find that the site's clear here, and Naf, he already has them locked in. Where are they meant to go? They can rip every single rifle away here. Naf ready to take the first of the AWP, but Hades alleviates a whole lot of pressure there. If I'm Liquid, considering the situation of the game, I'm hunting.
Right.
I'm looking to take away a couple of rifles here.
It could make all the difference in a highly competitive game. Audible. Okay. Found by OC. Still defends his honor. So these 2 frags so far from Hades and K have facilitated a save. Patsy might have Minyo, you know.
Yeah, this is the thing. He's really not ready for this. And as he... Oh.
He's gonna see him. Oh, and that low HP does lead to his demise. He toes. Oh, down and so close to glory was Yakinda. 2 on his plate, but time saves them and a timeout called.
4th and final 9 timeout here. And this music, I think it really sets the dramatic tone of the moment that you found yourself at here at Navrot. It's going to be the last time he's going to be able to contribute on the microphone. And if I'm sitting here looking at the finances right now with the max loss bonus, Hades can drop a rifle, K can do the same, Kyler can buy himself. You can purchase, but right now the game is slipping through your fingers. Team Liquid, a newly formed roster, 9, no changes. The hope of Poland here in Cologne. Backs against the wall, and they need to show up right here, right now. This is the pressure moment. This is where they do crumble, they do fall apart, and this is where their story needs to change. If 9 have anything to show us here on Overpass, it needs to be now. And guess what? They haven't gone for the drops. They haven't gone for that full investment. They've hedged their bets here. They know that they will be able to buy again in the next. This is another round that can be scary for Liquid. You need to make a dent, 9.
They do.
Make them sweat.
They've yet to demonstrate an ability to convert. A single defensive round, and these nades, Liquid are having great success with these HEs, just bowling into Goofy and K. Already full control and supremacy of Connector. Swings open the door and wards off Kyler. Another spotted on the jump. Naf has a little bit of a premonition. There's a lot of players here. K doing damage and hunting now. They want to bring the fight, and K, the headshot machine, lays down the law with a double.
That's exactly what they need. They can win this round. 2-man advantage here. This is going to inspire some confidence.
And this is off of that timeout from Navrat. Their last one, their last chance for the coach on the mic in a do-or-die advancement match. And leaves Liquid slow.
B feels like it's a no-go zone, but they've only left Kyler here, and you can see just how far forward he is, playing this gap in the fence for information. Connector towards B is somewhat open. K considering that, spotting it out from the heavens as a fast rotate. You got to be hearing this one, Kyler.
Yep. Rainwaker gave him a little bit too much sound to work with there.
Now they feel locked. Connector and ARP is probably their only way out, and looks like it's going to be a save call. 20 seconds left on the clock, and look towards the big Ks, the special Ks in the server right now. Massive work. And that all came down to Patsy not thinking he'd get disrespected. He took the first exchange over towards Sandbag, and then he pushed out deeper, and nobody had that line. He even overexposed it. He got shot in the back. He's expecting Naf to cover him. There's no cover available there. So Patsy with a bit of an oopsie, giving away that opening kill, and Liquid will give one up. 9 get on the board here with their first CT round, and here it is again, the second beautiful shooting. The first was the gimme, and Kyler here, he seals the deal. It's not the end of the world, and it's not the end of the Liquid finances, but it is the start of something for 9. And this is the round that they were saving for. Right, they had the saved guns, they had some 5.7s, now they have all the rifles out. They have 3 bloody AKs alongside this Hades AWP. Consecutive rounds, essential here for 9.
Rainwaker responsible for being present towards that fountain position, keeps the CTs more humble. No early info flowing to facilitate a stack. Jump for info. Information flows both ways though. Naf spots out Minio's jump. 2-man setup towards this monster. And they're clearing that mid perimeter now. Patsy and Rainwaker are about to combine.
I feel like this is just going to be the B-go. They haven't taken any bathroom space yet. They haven't even investigated long just yet. So just hoping that there aren't any CTs too far forward for info. Rainwaker might get flashed around the corner, and Yakinda's actually quite bravely glancing towards the bathrooms. I'm not sure if he's trying to show the bomb here and hope to draw a rotation, but either way, as the time continues to tick down, 50 seconds, Rainwaker could be on like a giga lurk here. But with Yakinda joining him, I don't think so. Fighting towards Monster, knowing it isn't that B play just yet. Naf has his hands full. They've rerouted.
Yeah, I don't think they saw enough on that Monster jump and jiggle to cheat a player over. Minio is on his way. Hades looking for trouble and finds it as Rainwaker's gone. A response from Yakinda. Now more action required out of Kyler. A quiet start.
15.
Needs impact. A single frag can make the difference, and he does behead the bomb. Issues for Liquid. 10 seconds and counting. The whole squad here to slow you down. And yep, the call has been made. OC wants his AWP. Naf may as well hold on to his if he can. And Minio recovering his teammates, so that is perfect. No harm, no foul. 9 up to 10.
And it looked pretty chill for 9 throughout. They weren't really pressured across the map. The only moment where it got a little bit dicey was that flash and fight, because you saw the flash of Hades. It was too deep to get Yakinda, but wasn't even well placed enough to get the player deep. He got the kill short. This was it. Flashed out. Bang. You can see Rainwaker swinging off that flash. Yakinda comes out. He grabs, well, not a whole lot, does he? And now it's just a 2-round game, and Liquid, they're going to be out of cash if they lose this one.
Wow, whipping out the boost this late into the game, and no one home. Typically, that requires bit more of an investment of utility to re-clear here, but it is Yakinda still separate from the pack.
They were very passive last round on A, and now they're a bit more far forward. Look at Kyler just still floating around here with the support of Hades.
Heard that. Bait for the AWP. Ooh, Hades didn't quite have the angle at the time. Oh, the reset from Yakinda! And a sloppy spray that goes untraded.
That is huge for Kyler to get away because Hades, he made a bit of a mare there. Kyler was baiting the steps back. He just moved off the angle at the worst time possible. And OC on the jump, he spotted something. The bullet won't land, but pressure now towards A.
They're feeling the pressure this time.
Shadow.
Hades
Shadow.
Nose of Patsy. And this is not the final commitment. Will Patsy be considering a forward push of the AWP? He's not holding con yet. So it gets across without the spotting.
I think 2 players on B right now. Minio over towards the heavens, actually, so can contribute here. Strong setup towards Monster.
K-Guy had an angle for just info there. They'll flash through. An adjustment from K is fantastic. Yeah, they need off the flash, but Goofy anti and delivers. They are so low. Goofy and K, 35 points of health for this B defense. The rotation's coming through. Kyler low as well, but with 20 seconds, I can't believe it. I think they're actually just having to save again. OC hasn't had a chance to really see the round out.
Yeah, this is starting to look a bit like Virtus Pro, right? In the sense of they don't get anything done, they have to save, and this could be the absolute worst case scenario here. Look at them all, running OC's way. 8, 7, 6. If they take this AWP away after time, it'd be worse. 4, 3, 2. He's going to lose it after time. There's no way he holds on to this. Oh, that is miserable. 450 bucks left for OC this late in the game, and it was a spectacular start on this T side. 5 straight for Liquid. They look like they'd done enough to silence 9 to get this one done.
The demeanor shift we have witnessed here live. Yakinda's going to be kicking himself about that one, sure. Kyler getting away, as you highlighted, after finding Yakinda. Yeah. He knows he had it. And this adjustment from K. Never mind Goofy beating out Naf. Now, the flash was great, by the way. Naf just unaware that there was 2 there, or rather, one was still anti-Goofy, stubborn about that. Daps on the mic. Now, this is actually an extra opportunity for 9 as well. I'll remind you that they've used all of theirs, but will have the 30 seconds all the same with their coach.
Well, they know right now it's shifted just as much as we do, the viewer, right? OC with no money, they know that for a fact. They already knew what the loss bonus was going to look like. They know they were up against an eco. But now for Liquid, with OC with only 450, next round he gets the 2,900 loss bonus, which means, well, no AWP into the mix.
In the third map,
and these last 3 rounds, what's happened in these last 3 rounds, right, in terms of the openings? There was a little bit more aggression over towards B sewer, which cost them with that saved AK of K, and then now Liquid have looked limp. They haven't been willing to take the risk. They haven't been so aggressive, and when they have, you've seen Yakinda struggle with pedestrian shots for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, well, that's Tech9 charging towards Kyler. He seems aware, and so does Hades. Plucks Yakinda's jump peak, managing his spray. Lovely team play, and that is how you keep it clean.
And a roar from Kyler there. He started this game 0-10, maybe even worse, and he's starting to turn things around. He plays a key role on this CT side, the A rifler. And the fact that, yeah, this is only eco kills, it's going to feel damn good to get something on the board.
Yeah, especially with just the 2 of you. You know, the whole squad running at you. You prove that it's just going to be a walk in the park for you. Lovely shot out of Hades as well. Like you said, it's only an eco, but you proved yourself. He could have had an AK. I'd have still hit that shot.
Ooh, I hate what I'm seeing here from Liquid. They just left spawn. Everybody left the bomb. Right, Rainwaker had to go back. I know it's not.
I know what you mean.
But
I know what you're
just
saying.
these little details. Like, why are we even leaving the bomb in spawn? Drop it further down,
Especially considering where we're at in this intense investment of time and, well, money. This is the fight. Oh, K again victorious. Naf is having a fair share of troubles with him. And Hades holding the smoke monster side. Oh, Rainwaker, no trade. Hades too quick. This is all him. Oh, it's Hades, baby, yeah. All off the back of that previous round, he's definitely feeling himself now. K will close, and it's 9, seizing the lead. We were talking about the absence of CT rounds. Well, this is their run now. 5 in a row. And with 1 Liquid kill in that run of 5.
That is crazy.
Kill.
Yeah, it feels like all the oxygen has been sucked out of the room for Liquid here. And this was great from Hades, wasn't it? Poking through the smoke. You'll take these every day of the week. No one stopping him now. The AWP starting to light up, and Liquid
again, or what?
This is the thing. It's a partial buy now. Maybe take it next round, right? But 9 up against these Tech9s. If they can hold on, this is 14 guaranteed.
Yeah, we're going to be testing.
Look at the names!
Oh, it's perfect. Minio's calling it perfect. Oh, the double. It's utility trouble. Rainwaker and Patsy. Shrapnel and flames. It meets their end. And now with a tut of his tongue, he has to watch.
Oh, that right there was the perfect face to show the frustrations that are starting to brew now. A game that felt like it was theirs. It felt like that shovel that Nine pulled out with those earlier buys, those financial worries, those wobbles, not anymore. Liquid, he's looking shaky here. And after this conversion, just 2 more rounds and Nine will be knocking you out of IEM Cologne for 2023. You shall not pass.
You do not pass go.
No $200.
And no group stage for Liquid. You highlighted it perfectly when you talked about the fact that no changes for Nine and Liquid obviously making new changes, but we were using that to hero build this new Liquid. You know, they were starting to truly look like a contender and looking like group stage was imminent.
And I just want to talk about the finances of Nine on this streak. Good luck, Liquid. You are not keeping them in a shaky position where you can break them late and, you know, win the game because the CTs are operating with 5-7s. They will have guns after guns after guns. You have to do this the hard way.
Jiggle smoke defense from Kyler. Nice walk up from OC. Smoke is out. Needs a headshot, and it's Kyler that provides it. Spotless and a distinct lack of frags. Ladies and gentlemen, that's another round without a single casualty. You talk about their funds and their finances, Chad. It is because of this run. 6 rounds, 1 kill from Liquid.
And definitely no plans. Definitely no plans. Held at bay. Right now, the hand on the forehead as Liquid are swinging and not finding anything. The frustration's starting to build, and that's not a good sign for one of the young bucks here. Inexperienced member Rainwaker.
That's the timeout, right? Okay, I hear the sound. Liquid, they've got 1 left in the chamber. And what can you say? Mr. Steele on the mic.
Use that birthday wish.
He's 30 today. And we might see a full 30 today if this timeout does achieve anything.
It just feels in terms of the openings and what Liquid have been trying to establish. In these last few, they haven't established anything. As I said, I feel like they've been whacked on the nose like a dog, like with a newspaper. Yeah. It's like, you've been naughty, and now everybody's kind of reeled in. At this point, you kind of want some fire in the belly. But OC doesn't have his AWP to try and facilitate an opener. Who do you turn to? Yakinda? Patsy? Well, it's got to be as a team, because Nine, they are looking exactly like that right now. Strong counter-strike from this Polish unit.
This is a move, an aggressive AWPer and a confident AWPer takes, but he's burnt to 30, exposed, flashed, and fragged. It's Patsy that injects some confidence only for a moment. K versus Naf, his nemesis.
Now, you said K and confidence. Apparently this kid is full of it. These fights that he is willing to take right now, you know, just playing a bit more heads up in your face CS and putting his aim on display with that kill up to 22 frags, leading the server here.
This is a victory that, if Nine were to find, it would be such a confidence booster. Playing their game their way. Kyler holding long, flashed, and Yakinda profits. OC sets him up for success, but look at the response. Minio, quick to equalize. Takes him down. Yakinda watching now. Minio versus Rainwaker, double jiggle. Patsy's a threat as well. Good one back, but it's still K. A thorn in their side perpetually. Problematic. OC in the clutch. Loud about this. Will we getting that bomb down? K about 36 points of health.
Liquid need this.
This would be exactly what they need. OC1! Oh! Came the spray! And 15 in the bank. 9, 1 away from knocking Liquid out of Cologne.
This spree of rounds right now, finally some penetration, finally the bomb goes down, finally some kills, finally something, but nothing to celebrate yet for Liquid. 9 holding them at bay. 12 rounds is all you'll get, they say, as Kai with that exchange back, a massive shot, and he continues. He is unleashed. You can see the confidence, not worrying about smokes, just getting in their face, doing what the in-game leader needs of him. And this is the balls that Nine need to take down Liquid now and book themselves a spot in that group stage.
I just love the body language out of Minio. It's so apparent he's trying to contain his excitement. He can feel it. He can almost taste it. Eliminating Liquid and securing group stage top 16 for the first Polish team since 2017.
Now this is the moment, and they're not backing down. Hades forward once more. Kyler the same. Tucked up towards the party position. Do they have the resources to clear him here? Yakinda's making noise. I'm not sure if he's ready for anybody so up close and personal. And Kyler might have the perfect timing.
Surely. They're overlooking it. Off with the flash. They're set for success. It's Kyler. Holds his nerve and delivers the frag off the back of the flash. Now, Kyler does pay with a blood price. He's gone. And it's Rainwaker that does deliver.
And you mentioned this rounds ago. Naf getting handed his ass by K over towards B. He doesn't want to take any risks, doesn't want to brave a peak, brave a fight, just needs to anchor down to this side of the map. But Minio, look at this info play from the in-game leader. Ballsy stuff, but...
Could be misinfo?
Well, Rainwaker's thread the needle here, but the bomb, it's on the other side of the map, so not the worst call. Hades rotates over. Rainwaker have space, but I don't think it's going to account for anything because Minio could win the round right here, right now with this push.
Naf. One onto K, and it's lining up for 9. OC on that bomb.
He can't go back. He's heard.
He's heard. He's heard. Minio licking his lips, hatches OC, and a single frag. It all hinges on the lurk.
You've got no time to hold this shift key, buddy. 27 seconds left. You need to get a move on right here. 1 on 3 for Rainwaker. The new addition, a new name to this level of competition, but it just isn't happening.
They could feel it. They felt confronted. They couldn't do anything but 9 recover. What a run from that Polish roster. They did not let the foot off of the gas. A huge run of 8 sequential rounds to secure it, to knock Liquid out of Cologne here at the play-in and to secure the group stage in Cologne 2023.
Oh, it was feeling bleak in this second half, starting 5-0 down out the gates here. No energy, nothing going for them, but K, a hero here today, stepping up, putting his aim on the line. And it was a team effort here, but he was the fire, he was the spark with that saved rifle to get them back in.
It's got to feel so good. You'll be seeing more from 9 in the top 16. The next team from Poland, it took a long time for that region to recover from the loss of the legends. But new legends in the making and knocking out new look Liquid. What an achievement.
Yeah, this is a name, this is a scalp, and this is one for 9 to remember. Let's head over to the desk.
For Team Liquid, there it is. There it is.
Welcome back.
Yeah, not an ideal time for Team Liquid. 8 rounds unanswered. That's not going to help any war effort. I can assure you that much. Liquid knocked out in the play-in. You heard Chad say it, and we're going to say it a couple more times. But yeah, they got stopped dead in their tracks.
Yeah, but screw Liquid. Let's talk about the resurgence of 9.
Yeah,
and let's be honest, like, what are we doing? Like, what are we not appreciating the incredible comeback and turnaround that happened in this second half? From being all 5 down, not knowing how to get an entry kill, getting absolutely blistered, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, turning things around. Kai taking aggressive notes, aggressive fights, and then them dictating the pace, knowing always where to be, stopping Liquid everywhere. That was an incredible turnaround.
Yeah, you said in the pregame that this was a test for them. You know, it's a real test, and that they should show us that they're up to the task. And I think they passed with flying colors. You know, it looked like they got a little bit too much into their own heads in the second half, not going for it in the 3v3 in the force buy after losing pistol, then forcing again, right? And you're like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you shooting yourself in the foot? Like, just, you know, believe in your game. You had a great T side, right? Like, believe in your CT side, and it looked weird. Like, Liquid had all the momentum. You thought that was it. They just did it to themselves, but it all with that one sort of round from K where he had a saved AK. That's what turned it all around.
I wouldn't even say it was just one round for the man. He pretty much ran around the whole map as if he ran the place, you know? Wild stuff from there. And I don't think that there was any notion that Liquid was going to be able to topple that anytime soon. Surely.
No, I just think that there were too many back-to-back rounds that were mentally hurting for Liquid to go through. Like, it starts with the double entry kill that we talk about from K, and then it's Yakinder trying to call the bluff from the aggression, crossing the smoke. They have Hades waiting for them with an AWP, that slap in the face. The round after that, they try and go back to short. They get mollied and double-naded in their position. If you're an IGL at that moment, you feel like you're getting checkmate. Like, it's over. It's the worst in-your-face type of shield you could have. And from this moment on, you could see the energy just fizzling out. And unfortunately, they never had the backbone to come back into the game.
And it's still too early for Liquid, like with this iteration of the roster, to have either enough, you know, strategies and moves in their playbook for the new individuals to be used to the team and a different environment, and for Rainwaker and Patsy to communicate in English and contribute, right? Like, it's all these little things that added up and resulted in a loss for Team Liquid.
It's very much true, but also as true as our U.S. Air Force aim high. Player of the match, Minio. Imagine that.
I mean, listen, all due respect to him as well. It was very well called as well. Great performances on map 1 to 2. You'd like to think that he had obviously something to say in the decisions they've made on the CT side in that comeback. It was a great performance, great series overall. Here we have a couple of his kills. An absolute pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and while we have all his frags on the board, maybe he can run them right through.
Hell yeah.
Let's walk through every one of these. What do you think?
I mean, we had pretty bad start. We lost some stupid runs because of miscounts. But I'm glad we stayed calm because we had a talk after yesterday's loss, you know. We were doing really, really stupid mistakes and we were raging at each other. And today we were calm, we were having fun basically.
Yeah, it looked like it. I have a question for you because I've done a lot of your games before the break to online as well. Like, what's up with Ancient, man? Is this like the biggest puzzle you had in your life? Like this problem that you just cannot solve because you guys have been trying different things and it's just not working? Like,
I mean, we had few games when we won and we were like, okay, it's getting better and better. And then, yeah, I don't know. We are not feeling this map. We're like, everyone is doing mistakes. Like, we are giving up frags so easily. And that's our main problem. It's hard to say.
But you tried bringing back. You tried bringing Inferno for the major, but
let's not talk. No.
Well, Vertigo's there, so that's cool. You got Vertigo right in your pocket, huh?
Yeah. To be honest, we had pretty hard time lately on Vertigo as well. We got a bit tired of this map. Like we were playing this all the time, and we were winning. Everything was working basically, and yeah, something. Stopped working basically, and we are really tired. Like we are seeing Vertigo, and we're like,
oh
again?
no,
not again.
Really, like.
Okay, then we can talk about a different map. Let's talk about Overpass. Beginning of the second half, we got really worried for you guys. A couple of strange rounds happening, and then the incredible turnaround, and you make them look like a bunch of school kids. Tell us how you felt coming back into this map.
We're pretty confident in our T side because our prags, we were like winning 12, 11 runs against the good teams on prags on T side, but our CT was terrible. Like we had like 4 or 5 runs on CT side every prag. So we were confident, like we're saying calm down, play basics, and we're gonna win these runs. And yeah, that's basically it.
You guys came onto the spotlight in last season, right, qualifying for a couple of big tournaments, having some good results, obviously being very strong on Vertigo, being really good on Nuke too. Probably some disappointing results towards the end of the season, but where do you feel you are now as a roster, like at which level? What can we expect from 9 sort of coming into the group stages? How confident do you feel with how deep you can go?
I mean, we still need to find this confidence on LAN. We were not feeling that confident on LAN yet, and we are doing stupid mistakes. Sometimes we are just not hitting our shots. So if we can find this confidence and basically feel our game on LAN, then we can be a really strong team, like top 10 for sure.
When you say find the confidence, I just want to know, in your mind, is it mostly about just getting the repetition, getting the time play, getting comfortable with it? How do you imagine it?
Probably we need more time, but we need as well like someone to help us with our mentality.
Okay.
We're gonna work with someone for sure, because we are just sometimes some players are really stressed. We are not dealing well with that, and that's why we are raging at each other, because we know we can play way better a lot of times, but we are just choking on LAN.
Well, I can tell you right now, the 3 of us, none of us are going to help you with the mental aspects of things.
We rage here all the time.
It's not going to be happening like that. I do want to say thank you for joining us, Dziękuję. But yeah, for Polish Counter-Strike, it's a pretty good day, huh?
I can say in Polish?
Yeah, go for it.
No to dziękuję wam za oglądanie. Pewnie znowu dużo stresu było, ale daliśmy radę.
Yeah, all right. Cool. Well, thank you very much. We'll get you out here. Let me get that before we, Yeah, no problem. Man.
Yeah,
cheers. Cool. Well, good insight right there. You know, that feeling though. Oh man, Vertigo again.
It's kind of, it's kind of genuine, like to get that reaction when he's saying, "Listen, we get stressed, we rage, like we don't know how to handle this. I feel like this out of the how do you call that? You know, all the normal answers that you get in an interview, that one is not one of these. Like, it's not on the bingo card. It's been more interesting, more genuine. Like, we just have to play our game. Like, no, that was genuinely interesting.
It's true, and you know, it's normal for people to get stressed, but you also need to know how to handle that. I think a lot of time is just having, you know, almost blinders, right? And you're just looking at, oh, I just messed up this one situation. If I won this, if I got this kill, we would win this round. It's like, yeah, but there's 22 more rounds to be played potentially in this game, right? And I think it's someone just coming in and helping them and keeping their eyes on the big picture, right? And not letting these small things overcome them, and then for tilt to happen and for the game to get out of your hands.
And it can slip away just like that. Gentlemen, we need to slip away as well. But really, this being the end of the run for Liquid, it is what it is. I know I didn't come out of the gate and I was like, oh yeah, 9, they won the matchup. Also, you know, my heart aches a little bit for that one. But yeah, we say goodbye to Liquid. So commiserations perhaps?
Yeah, following the steps of complexity.
Wait, that means like just, Liquid is EU right now, NA.
Twist that knife. No, I mean, it's obviously it's disappointing for Team Liquid that they didn't get into the group stages at the very least, but you know, they went up against a couple of good teams who were just better than them. And that's the reality for this roster with such big changes, the in-game leader change and all of that stuff. So it's going to take a while for them to be able to be considered a favorite in some of these matches.
Yeah, and time will tell, but for Liquid, their time in Cologne has run out. And so have we. We're going to go ahead and cut into a break. We're going to come back. We've got the Ninjas in Pajamas slated to take on Imperial in a best of 3. So don't go too far. We'll be right back after this.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland. Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Garen, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
It's the end of the road for Liquid here, and not obviously the result you'd want at all, Yakinda, but I'm going to touch on the fact that Ancient, you knew it was a weakness for them, right? You guys did what you're supposed to do. Then it comes to this Vertigo. Now, you guys are choosing to choose T-side on this, right? Where most teams are normally going for the CT side. I want to touch on that, but also just why was it so tough for you on your T-side to even get going?
About the T-side pick, personally, I think like Vertigo can be both-sided. Depends on how you play, how enemies play. We thought it would be better for momentum after one map to start T-side. But other than that, Vertigo, after the lost force round where we kind of like rushed into things, we got an entry on B and we rushed into B side, and then we got the economy damaged. And obviously there were a couple moments where we could have played it more slowly and stayed back, and instead of rushing into things and dying, not necessarily. And there was some kind of stress in a way that we have to do this. Either though we don't need to do this. And they're a great Vertigo team. It's understandable why their record is so good on that map. And
Now, there was one point where we see you on Overpass, 6-2 up, and it has been a good map for you guys, but it's been a map you've struggled on against, say, the tougher teams when you faced them, right? We look at the big game, easy, but then look at the other ones, it's rougher. For me, I looked at so many of these rounds on Overpass where it was almost like mentally breaking. Now, I can only look at the cameras and see you guys, but it just felt like you guys were hitting a wall, because at one point it was 12-8, and you're like, okay, you must have this, but then they put up that huge defense. So what is going on inside the team when we're seeing these moments?
Well, I mean, on CT side, it's just we faced the same problems that we had against FaZe and Astralis in a way. They were winning B rounds, and then they started faking the B rounds and going A. So it's they did really good in terms of calling there. But on T side, we started good, but afterwards when we lost a couple crucial rounds because of like mistakes and whatever, and they were 5 alive like 3 rounds in a row, and their economy is like huge, and it's really hard on the CT side of the map to come back into it. And of course, I believe the crucial round was where I actually missed Molly short, and they double push short and killed Keith. Yeah. I mean, I'll remember that.
Oh no, the negatives of it. But how do you just experience this beginning with the lineup, right? You think from Blast to now here in Cologne. What are your thoughts of like closing it out and ending at the moment?
I think it's good. I think we kind of showed our potential in some crucial like games or moments, but at the same time we were weaker on some micro moments of the game, and obviously since Blast, since we lost like 2 games afterwards, we were working on different things and different obstacles that we were facing, and the progress is there for sure. Not only we start to know each other better and understand each other better, but at the same time it's just our game and style of our game starts to develop in a way. So, because it's not easy to understand what style are we gonna play, and like even for example, if I have a mind for one style how to play, then obviously maybe Alex and Robert are not necessarily fit for that style, and then you kind of need to change the style, you need to change the system, you need to adapt for the players, and that's just the way it is.
A lot of learning, a lot of adapting, but I know that's what you're capable of. So I look forward to seeing again the end of the road for Liquid now, but we'll look forward to seeing them back soon.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
It is elimination, and it is an advancement game. That would mean that the loser does go home and the winner goes on into the group stage. And would you look at that? Recent results for NIP put them in this situation. Of course, having beat 16-5 into the breach comfortably, well, then they had to have a response in the form of
Bro,
Mouth.
I think Maniac's morning 5-stack would beat Into the Breach the way in which they played this tournament.
Okay. So I think it's factually correct.
And, you know, there's really only one way to properly test that.
Because, you know, only massive nerds play at like 8 a.m. Real gamers like sleep until...
Yeah, real gamers be waking up early.
Harry had a quote about real gamers, but we'll get to that one in a different time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they eat their broccoli. That's exactly right. Let's go ahead and hear from the side of Imperial, and it's going to be in the form of Phelps.
This is a man who's not only lifted this trophy before, but he knows what it's like to play at Cologne. And Phelps, it's elimination or qualification time right now. It's a tough game for sure. But I want to ask, Vinny's been talking a lot about the strategy and what's going on with the team in this kind of loose style, a lot of freedom for you guys. How does that feel right now in the team?
I think our feeling is amazing, because I think it's the first time that I play with Vinny now. And in the beginning, he's doing a great job. He's an amazing guy, always happy, and he tried to put your mind in during the game. I think for me is a good, Vinny is a great player. Now it's a great leader. For me, it's a perfect.
Do you feel sometimes though that you have to be able to change it up? So the freedom's good, but maybe you need to add some more strategy. Is this just need more time?
Of course, we add some stress, but it's not too much for now because we practice. We did practice only 10 days, I think. Okay, it's not too much for this tournament, of course. But of course, we play sometimes freedom, but sometimes we use strats. Of course, we have a great guys, Express in this team. It's not a new team with new young guys. It's old players, you know what I mean? So for me, it's a great. We don't need too much strats for now. So we will try to adapt some situations during the game. Let's try to do our best.
Do you feel that a team like NIP can handle the pressure that you guys can put on them right now? Because they seem to, when they lose control, fall a bit.
I think it's the first big game for me, especially in Imperial. And NIP, it's a great team. But I think we need to play against these teams like these teams for try to improve your game. You know, we have 10 days, like I said before. But I think we have too much experience this thing. I think NIP will be a great challenger for us, but I think we can do.
Well, let's see who throws down the most. It's looking like a great game. Let's see how it goes out between Imperial and NIP. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much. I know you don't like it, but that's it. One and done. That's good.
Yes, we did hear from Phelps.
Step outside the comfort zone.
Yeah, you got that.
Don't like it, but got to do it.
Yeah. See? Yeah, something like that. Yanko, you look at this lineup of Imperial. What are you taking away from a surface level?
A very experienced squad. Guys, people forget that Henny and Bolts played the final of a major.
Yeah.
In 2017 in Krakow against Gambit. Phelps was on that lineup, I think, for a little while too. At some point, Zach as the coach was there. So you have guys who are familiar with each other. Really, Jota is one that comes from sort of the newer generation to some extent at the very least. But yeah, guys that are really capable, and we did their game yesterday. I talked to Zach. I was like, okay, so where's their motivation at? Because are they still trying to win? Are they just, here to sort of play along and whatnot? And he was like, yeah, I was actually surprised how hungry they are and how matured they are. Guys like Phelps and Henny too.
Yeah, you look at the firepower that we used to see from Henny at one point. Where's that been?
Yeah, listen, I just have a little bit of an issue with some of the quotes we've seen from Vinny's interview. He's talking about Phelps and how he's going to put Phelps into these star role positions. And I'm kind of blinking thinking, am I back in 2017? Is that what we're doing right now?
SK
because Phelps used to be an actual star player. He used to have the skill and the mechanical prowess to do it. My issue is time has passed, and I think now he's more transitioned into more of a supportive element. At best, I struggle to see him in a role in these positions where you would put your strongest fragger, because I just don't think the output has been here anymore. I feel like I might be stuck in the past, and hell, I've had to recalibrate my brain just a little bit because I'm still stuck with that image of Phelps being a hard carry.
Hard carry.
Yeah, I think for him, it's also like Zach said yesterday, he's been in the tier 2 Brazilian scene for a little bit, so that's caused him to lose confidence. Like, we'll have to see. I mean, it's been a while since we saw him in action, and whether he's capable of putting up those kinds of numbers. And it's a similar scenario here when it comes to Henny.
Yeah, Henny has been able to keep up with better numbers, you can argue, but also has sort of left out like the top tier LAN environments for a little bit. You see, that's, by the way, these are great little floating heads we have here. I would really like production value on that one, doesn't it? Just to be sure we're not, mixing them up. You see Henny towards the very end. That's 2023. The numbers are higher, but for Phelps, it's like Bitcoin in a way.
23rd of July, 2017.
Man, I hope Henry's on watch.
Yeah, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I was just I pulled up the stats page from that major itself, and well, lo and behold, look who's ahead of the pack right here in terms of stats.
Yeah, and he was the best player in the final, really. So I mean, he's definitely explosive.
Yes.
And he's capable of a lot. Even saw some great moments from him yesterday. I think it's just about sort of getting these guys in a good spot, like having a good vibe in the team, a good atmosphere, and letting them know, hey, just be yourselves, right? Whatever you want to do, Henny, go for it. Phelps, because they have these individual plays, these individual moves. You remember Phelps back in the day, like sneaking behind enemy lines, always playing around smokes before people even started doing it, and sitting in smokes and whatnot. So now it's about, for Zach and Vinny, okay, Phelps wants to do this thing, this is going to be the play for everyone else, right? Depending on what happens. Same for Henny. And then also maybe sometimes just reining them in when there's no need for some extraordinary moves like that, and you just want to play a little bit more default.
Yeah, definitely. You rely on the individual being able to have a good output from the get-go, because something we haven't really touched on as well is that Vinny is now the brand new IGL of this lineup. It's a brand new role for him as well. Now, he's had a couple of words where he said, listen, I'm learning almost every single round. Like, I'm realizing I'm putting myself in situations I have no idea what the hell is going on. So we are not really looking at Imperial to say, oh, they have this mastermind who's going to give them the best goal every single round. No, it's like Yanko is talking about. It's like putting players in situations in which they can have a good time right now. It's looking for a short-term return.
And also, he's played under Fallen, and before that, Art. So maybe he can combine the best of both worlds in a sense, and also have a middle personality.
There's got to be a middle ground.
Hopefully a little bit better than that, because Furia just got knocked out. So.
Yeah, that's also true. Hey, we are just a few minutes from getting the matchup, but I think it's very important not only that we look and find out what our maps are, but where do they conflict? Where's the collision?
Well, here's the thing. They overlap when it comes to their perma ban. Neither team plays Anubis, and there's a very obvious ban instead of Anubis for both teams, right? So will anyone actually veto it in the first phase? I don't think either team will pick it for Imperial, they should probably veto Mirage, right? Leave Anubis, veto Mirage. For the side of NIP, it comes down to between Vertigo and Overpass, really, what they could get rid of if they wanted to, but maybe NIP is just feeling super confident against Imperial, and they don't want to have any shenanigans going around, and they might just remove Anubis and then, you know, deal with the rest.
I would hate to have to call the bluff of Hampus. I feel like his face is a poker face.
Oh, you said Hampus. You mean that Ninjas in Pajamas
But
guy?
if I'm NIP, I veto, you know, I leave Anubis in the second phase 2. I force Imperial to do it.
Well, maybe we can like theory craft this, but first,
Dio throw.
There's more. Let's go and hear from DJL over on the NIP side.
Now this one is going to be a fast and furious game. It's what we're expecting, but it could just be from the play styles here, DJL. The thing I want to look at with this is the veto, though. Both of you ban Anubis, so who's going to float it? Who's going to have the confidence to go for it? How do you even approach this in your mind? Is it worth the risk?
I mean, we didn't take the risk last time versus Mouse, and I felt it was my fault because I think we should have floated that one for sure, and we did that today. And I mean, the veto was way better for us. So I mean, that was a lesson I learned. I think it might be better sometimes to float maps others don't play. But I mean, my thought process was that basically they didn't practice for a while, and I mean, you never know. Even though Sichu didn't play it in his last team, but yeah, I mean, both teams floated the map. So
floating it all the way. Let's see who's going to have success when this game goes down. NIP taking on Imperial.
Yeah. Well, there is the veto process. Overpass, Ancient, Nuke, therein is the decider. Okay, we got it.
We got the scene.
Interesting to see NIP get rid of Inferno out of all maps, but maybe they saw something there when it comes to Tier 1 opposition for Imperial. Yeah, that second part of it ended up being a little bit unexpected, perhaps. Also, the fact that Imperial themselves vetoed out Vertigo.
It's the NIP syndrome. Like, DJL is a friend of mine, but this lineup makes me want to quit my job sometimes. I'm so confused. Being on the desk when you talk about NIP is one of the most confusing experiences you can have in the last few weeks or month. You never know who's going to show up. You never know what player is going to deliver. You don't know what map they're going to play. It's very, very confusing.
Yeah, but you didn't watch them play a real tournament, so we'll see how they do here.
Oh. Well, that's
Yanko. That's
that's to be determined, to be
YNK.
decided. But yeah, well, gents, thank you very much. I think we're ready to kick this one off, or at least get ourselves into gear. Yanko and Maniac over here fighting off a well, rather
wasp,
treacherous. Yeah, it was.
If that was wasp, I'd be
like
out
a
of
crocodile.
It was a dragon.
Yeah, that's actually nuts. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and get into the game. It's NIP, and it's going to be Imperial on the other side, and we're ready to do it with the Sponge.
I got it.
And a machine.
Thank you very much, you handsome devils. That's Trace, Matthew, Maniac, Kikre, and Yanko YNK Poundovich.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I didn't do Trace's full name, but that's part of his contract.
Yeah, well, I think Redacted, I think, is where it starts. Redacted stun out Saranthus.
Excited is where it starts for me. NIP, Imperial, and I truly have no idea what to expect.
I'm still trying to work out if it's a wasp or a dragon, but either way.
Okay, yes indeed. That was a high quality segment full of fantasy animals and some Counter-Strike analysis for good measure. See what happens. NIP will be starting on the defense, and it's Headtrick that starts off with some info. Nothing spotted. You can see Vinny keeping himself elevated for any cursory glance from the monster tunnel.
It's a bit of a classic pistol out of NIP here, right? Very standard to do a 4-1. You have one of the better spawns taking info. Now, we will keep our eyes on Rez and Config. I know they've been working on this B defense here together.
Okay.
It's been evolving. Nobody really wants to play B for this NIP roster.
Interesting.
Well, they're all like to be in the biff, in the brawl, and where things get a little bit trickier. But I think Brolin is the one who's been given that luxury of being the A rifler alongside of Headtrick. But Bolts, that's a name you may remember from years ago. No, you're not in a coma. He's still plugging along as they've shown some A presence. Now back to B. They're going to explode. Heaven Smoke, Molly Barrel, go.
Config's having none of that. Wasn't interested in one and done. He'd rather play for more.
Here comes the U-tilt.
See if Phelps is up for the challenge. We've heard from Vinny. He needs a bit of time to adjust to this Tier 1 environment. No Heaven Smoke, but no problem. They're in. It was unoccupied, and they're trying to go for a bait and switch at the back of the side. Oh, it's laboured from Brolin. Gets nothing from that Heaven position. They get no benefit from that missed smoke. Rez, however, he's hit a good shot considering he was on 5 HP this whole time. It sets Config up for more. Great shot into Henny. Just the head visible. And it's all he needs.
Vin game leader.
See what you got here on a... Yeah, the 2 players, and it's Config, the healthy one, to wade through that, and he's trying to bring the energy. The Dane delivers.
How do you miss a Heaven Smoke from short? It wasn't even the hard one from spawn. No, seriously, how?
It is a good question. Not going to be setting you off on the right foot, is it? You know, when you're coming into a big, intense series, advancement.
Alex, that's inexcusable.
Yeah.
My mother could throw a Heaven Smoke.
Yes. Yes, I bet she could. Give her 5 minutes in the server.
All right, well, not starting off on the best foot, our Impero here.
That is exciting, though. This South American flair continues with a Jota AK-47.
Yeah, Jota and Cello, they were quite the Bash brothers, weren't they? 2 aggressive pieces, now just Jota. And I like the discussion from the desk regarding Phelps. And that graphic we had, I think that shows you the downward trajectory to not an awful lot. This kid, once upon a time, was meant to be the next big thing out of Brazil. And it really hasn't come to fruition.
Now, that is one hell of an angle. Perfect for a use case like this, but of course it now has transpired that the AK is known. Spotted. Config forward position, has got bolts on lock. Oh, teammate standing in his way, but he finishes the job. So, all good in the hood, I suppose. He's got the armor. He's got the kill.
I guess, you know, Phelps, as you mentioned, with the armor, sure, it's all good, but it's kind of a crazy extension from Headtrick there, all things considered.
Yeah, and that's pretty crazy from Hampus too. The door was blown off, he goes and has a look and finds more blood to be drawn. Vinny gone. Phelps not expecting such an advanced position from Hampus after that first kill. We'd assume he'd play the advantage, fall back, but he's happy to hold on, take these duels, and Bolt's next victim. Check this one. Oh, he's not going to clear. Body language implied. Config trades.
All right, well, just Henny Defiant here has been able to scavenge this M4 back, but no armor. A couple of flashes in 25 seconds, so I'm sure it won't be long for this world. Decent damage for Imperial in this one.
That's enough. Brolin's seen enough. Oh my lordy lord!
How's he get a kill there?
No, I thought there was a grounds for a second. How long it took for the finish behind.
I continue to build on that Phelps point.
Yeah.
I don't think he's shown too much to give us faith that he can get that source back that he had many years ago. Whereas Henny, on the other case, I think Henny's still got it. I think Henny's biggest issue was the fact that he loves his brother too much.
Yeah,
right?
well, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, exactly, right? And look, if he makes decisions for the family, who am I to? I don't have a twin brother. I can't tell you how that feels.
No.
And a missed molly. Oh, golly.
Golly.
I was talking to Hooksy today, doing some media, and we're talking about just some basic rules and things. And one of the things he wanted to talk about was, I don't want to spoil the content anyway.
Sounded like a spoiler coming up there. Yeah, hold on.
Okay, well, we'll save it.
Hold your horses.
It's to do with missed mollies, that's all I'll say. Okay, well, Jota, after that Hero AK, operating with a MAC-10 in hand right now. Phelps jousting with Brolin, who has got aggressive. Hampus just sliding down the stairs. Did not look ready for that at all. Phelps a nice shot into Brolin here, and now it's Headtrick. In no man's land, needs to be careful. Can be pinched on between this connected position. Vinny steps on out, gets the info, takes the fight, and goes down.
Okay, Headtrick, that was kind of given to him, and it's a way back in for the Ninjas.
Headtrick should continue to push here, right? He's got Config along for the ride, who can maybe even slink through the upper bathrooms or park the bus at long if Headtrick continues to walk, and the bomb is this far back, 50 seconds. Henny low HP could be found. Perfect rotation.
Rest is actually cheating over to A as well, so...
Phelps will be a freebie. Oh, maybe not.
Not at all. Phelps, another frag for him, 2 in the round, and it could even be more if he continued to linger, but it seems that Config going to be just looking to save through.
Barrels Murray.
I mean, unless Res kills 3, you might get a wiggle on, right? But seems unlikely. He is in heaven, however. Can be difficult to smoke, apparently.
Well, they have 2 more. No real way to do it at the moment.
Fine. Bombs through.
Round over.
Is 1.
Okay. Bomb has been planted. Interesting little exchanges here on this one.
Just in case?
Yeah, I guess. But Config needs to be careful here. He is low on HP. Jota is down the ladder. You would love to hold on to this Config. No residual cash. The next round, likely to be a force buy from your team here. And well, Phelps, he will clear his corner, but Config, too quick, takes him down, grabs another scalp, gets himself up to a 5-0 right now.
Oh, he's dead, isn't he, Jota? Rounds the corner. Can't find him. Config's away. Maintains the AK, but that's Imperial getting onto the board nice and early. First buy after lost pistol. 2-1 the score. And NIP with 2 saved M4s into this weird 4th round. Clear dialogue. Vinny on the mic.
Something about bolts.
Something to do with bolts.
And a timeout called here. One by NIP. Ooh, Brolin, that's some very early frustrations, isn't it? Babyface killer.
I'll take emotions out of Brolin.
No, I will too.
Yeah, you know, in terms of...
well, we always know he had them. It's just whether he expresses them or not.
He would just kind of internalize them and stare at his screen more intently. But I think just to be able to kind of get it out of your system and reset, I think that could be helpful.
Well, with this first time out, I guess we can address the coaches. Zach here behind Imperial. And, well, he's been with a couple of these boys before, the likes of Henny and Bolts, a major final. So that trio right there. Have to take a trip down memory lane. BJL Krakow 2017 against Gambit. And on the other side, DJL, coach of the Ninjas in Pajamas. And that was the timeout called by DJL. And now with the purchase that they've been able to scavenge together with these saved rifles, it's not too shabby.
Too bad, especially if that scout can hit a tag or 2 before they lose all that space. Brolin wants to hold on to this space. We saw the previous frustrations. Let's see if he can remedy them. That's a tag. Jinx. No, please, actually continue talking. Chad Birchall, Chad Birchall, Chad Birchall.
Thank you. You can cast alone.
No, I changed my mind, actually. I changed my mind very quickly. The solo cast would be a whole lot less fun for us and the viewers.
They're going to try and erect a boost here to see in towards Connector. Config currently holding the door, res the pipe, and
ooh,
yeah, Bolt's more than ready for that. So a big pickup.
Hampus reacts.
Yeah, he wants that gun. He wants to get himself a bit of an upgrade. So a block over towards A. The rifle has been preserved for now. A flash forward, a fight for Brolin, and he can get away. So head trick. Remember, he got that tag on Vinny earlier in the piece. So it's just a flash setup.
This is a nice pop. Config turned. Very distinct audio cue given. And well, I don't think that's going to achieve its goal. Config heard the door open. Watch the smoke throw.
Are they even going to clear this?
So much info from Config's position. This is actually insane.
They're running the bomb all the way back.
He's got his knife out, of course he does. And yeah, Config now. Ooh, expecting the trade. That would have been something. Some parkour to reposition.
Has to be B, but there's no one on B right now for NIP.
That's the headshot. That's what Brolin wanted. Another trade from Bolts as he does manage to get himself into the B site. Hampus has repositioned in time.
10 seconds.
They have to plant. If he times the contact right, he wins the round. Oh, Bolts! He's a man on a mission. He saves the ninjas. Excuse me, saves Imperial from the ninjas. Time was their greatest enemy there, but not when Bolts is hitting all of those headshots. Bomb goes down with a couple of seconds to spare.
Great round for Bolts there.
Wow.
Really good shots. Understanding the biggest threat to that bomb going down, hitting a necessary one. A lot of players, you know, they might choke that, they might miss. A bomb doesn't get planted, round lost.
Right, I mean, even if he gets it a little too late, you know, if it's too labored, if he goes too wide and Hampus just denies the plant, it's a very different round. So Bolts, let's see this one. Impressive start considering the angle he's fighting. And then number 3 here is the one we're discussing. Bang. And Hampus is gone. The round is won. Magical stuff from Bolts. 3 high-impact frags to tie us all up at 2-2.
And realistically, probably should have been NIP's round. Config did an awful lot. You were singing his praises regarding that info and that position. He did a lot of work. He had all the info, and they still dropped the round here. So I think we might get a bit of a yelling match between the likes of DJO and Zach throughout this. Both like to get loud and G up their teams. But yeah, I'm going to be seeing Brolin given the AK-47 here. He's bought Kevlar to go with it. Hasn't invested in any head armor, understandably so. But he will need to be the spear of this.
Chad, have you been looking at the B stream at all?
No, I have not.
Okay, so I just had a look. Any spoiler fans or the opposite
Mute
of that?
the stream.
Mute the stream now. But yeah, I'm seeing 13-4 in OG Apex Map 1. To
Okay.
OG.
Well,
to OG.
Yeah. Well, we will bring that to your screen after this round because Brolin 1.5 kills. Could be finished off. Vinny here. Under pressure. Drops a molly. Phelps starting to look for some space right now. It's a race towards the A site. Look at all the noise that Phelps is picking up. Hello.
Goodbye. Thanks for playing.
Careful now, Phelps.
Yeah, he's not expecting head trick close on dice, and that is another rifle. 2 rifles in the mix now. The B site's open, right? Rez has got
Vinny's low.
A USP. They're hearing all that gunfire, so I think the call has been made to play the conservative route.
Yeah, I wonder if you want to go and try and isolate another exit kill here. You
There it is. Aha.
Oh, they hadn't scooped it up earlier.
Yeah, okay. Well, that explains the pivot.
There you go.
3 AKs is a pretty damn good save considering what you brought in.
Yeah, 3 AKs for the price of 1.
Right.
So, yeah, Brolin, he did find that kill, and they've been able to even find an extra. Imperial will take the lead 3-2, but NIP will be getting back into the buys, and here's that B stream that we were just talking about here.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess this is OG's map choice, right? Starting on the T side initially and now flicking over towards that CT half. Looks like Keto's having a barn burner of a game. It's got to be at least 20 kills there, yeah.
Damn. Yeah, impressive scene so far. You can find that. What's the new URL?
Twitch.tv/ESLCSB.
ESLCSB. Cool. No underscores and none of that either.
No, none of that crazy business, yeah. Oh, that's a great angle to catch there of Brolin getting those kills.
There's the POV for you.
Yeah, that is how I would love to watch Counter-Strike all the time.
Inject that into my veins. Straight up.
See what the player sees. As mentioned, we will be getting into the gun round now.
Imperial take the lead for the first time in this game and series. Let's see how long they hold on to it. NIP, single round separating them from their adversary at the moment. T-side off for Henny.
Yeah, not the same for Head Trick. So let's see how they operate with a double rifle bathroom setup here. Doesn't give Head Trick the freedom to be as mobile. But again, just a 3-1-1 out of Imperial. Joe to connect bolts outside B, and the other 3, Vinny, the in-game leader, with a rifler, Phelps, who wants to set up as a star, and Henny, the AWPer, makes sense for your pack. Very standard concoction here. As standard utility rains out, bathroom smoke, divider mollied, and map control being worked on now. Phelps will give up the sound cue that party is currently occupied. Where's the call from Vinny here? To learn from Art, to learn from Fallen in recent history, and now playing his trade as an in-game leader. Great demeanor, somebody like Vinny to have as a caller. Never seems too stressed, always a smile on his face. We'll see if picking up this mantle can change that, maybe a grey hair or 2.
I feel like that's a pretty good shot out of Henny. Frolic goes looking for answers long and just gets an AWP to the face.
And now it has to be 2-2 from NIP unless Hampus feels something.
This is an interesting setup they're going for, like an angle that's contingent
it has to
on
be
that
short.
monster smoke.
Yeah, Config's going to re-smoke. It has to be short. They have to come up into this blender.
20 seconds, he's in the perfect angle for it.
Hampus might get to heaven in time.
Nose flash. No turn. Oh, but he still pulls the trigger, unloads the mag. Trade available, 1 and not done. Jota hits the shot necessary.
That is great trading right there, isn't it? Even though Rez gets one completely blind, Config chimes in, Hampus can't find anything. And now a Head Trick.
And they were forced to play by NIP's rules that whole time, and still the trade's good enough to actually extend this lead we just mentioned.
In that situation, if you're Hampus, you're trying to contribute with the team, but you might be better off selling your mates there, right? Baiting a little bit more, playing towards ABC, or making sure you can guarantee a kill on the way in instead of trying to scurry on over in time. This is how oh, wow. Look at that shit.
Oh,
give them a pay rise.
Round.
Give the cameraman a pay rise.
Every single round. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you do lose the appreciation for how wide their screen is with the flash indicators we have.
Yeah, because we still get to see everything.
Yeah, right. And we're like, oh, wait, maybe he had some vision. No, I can confirm he had a flash, like a PowerPoint presentation.
Get that man a Kolsch. We want to have more of that down there.
That is a lot of fun.
They're one up from our regular position. So, you see the cameraman?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, well.
Oh, wow. Jota was typing as he ran out of spawn. That's the extra gangster move. Here we go.
The classic offensive molly, extinguish. This time it's just Phelps. This is the change-up, right? We were talking about the 3-1.
Woof! That could not have been a more efficient nade. 1 HE, $300 and over 100 damage.
That's wild. Perfectly placed. Beautiful stuff.
Ooh, nice response.
Yeah, trying to get a bit back of his own as Mr. Hampini. Brolin aggressive. He would have heard that jump. Isolating a one-on-one. Brolin, he can get this on Phelps around the corner, and Phelps, sharp as you like, the AK reigns supreme.
Yeah, I mean, you felt like Brolin had that good awareness, sound cue given, but Phelps, impressive performance, and he's holding his own in a must-win game.
Yeah, good stuff from Phelps here, right? Lots of questions about if he can deliver here. I'm one of the people who think this is his absolute last chance, because Imperial, they're a limping of like, okay, yeah, this is one of the better Brazilian teams,
get there.
right? Yeah.
We'll be at the tournament.
And they were discussing on the desk, okay, it's an older group of teams. Joda's probably one of the newer names, and then it'll go Vinny. The other three are older boys from years ago. We were talking about them.
Good trick. Trying to reposition, will flash his way out. Currently a 3-1 division of Labor, so this current walk into the perfect site for the Brazilian side.
Hedrick just has to kill them all.
Yeah, that's all. And there's an AWP looking for him as well. Bogdan's Law puts it in Jota's hands. 20 seconds though, and already he's been spotted out. Tags up one. Vinny, that's the frag you needed. Because the bomb site's yours and the round is done.
What's not to like about what Imperial are doing so far?
It's fundamentally sound, it's impressive individually.
Trading well.
Very nice trades. And individually, yeah, we've seen Henny hitting a couple of quick ones. We've seen Vinny just now contribute an important round-winning frag. The trades out of Jota into that B bomb site. This nade from Bolt.
Boom. Straight down the guts.
And Phelps winning this duel. And a head-to-head, like you said, perfectly isolated, one-on-one, you know, put that in a vacuum.
Brolin knew he was there, and Phelps didn't know that Brolin was there. He could have a suspicion, right? But Brolin, I think, heard the jump, so had the heads up in that one, and will be extended to a 3-round lead now. And remember, Imperial, they could have had that pistol round if it wasn't for the heroics of Config. Don't worry, I'm not leaning into the smoke. The smokes, they can have it. That's all right. I'll give him the smoke. Okay. Wow. I'm already more interested than when we started this series. Okay, they're just working out their finances here. So not going to fully invest. You hear Config saying he's not buying an awful lot. They get 3,400 into the next round of play. What can they do with this? Henny being set up here with some util. Supportive AWPing is another nade. Oh, sorry, Vinny. Oh. Sorry, mate.
That's a nice encapsulation of the yin and the yang.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, and was that a team flash he just copped there or an enemy flash? It doesn't matter. Vinny survives, fortunately for him.
Reaggressing with help from Hampus. Doesn't need it. Bait with the tap. And that's the frag! Oh, I love it! Set up for success. Config, double trouble.
And that's what you need to do here. You need to give Config and Rez, you know, some little missions over towards B. They're not unbridled. They don't have like a whole map to deal with. They have these little corridors. But these two tend to have some ants in their pants. So keep them moving, keep them active.
Yeah, it's just satisfying as well because you saw that change in Vinny and Bolt's demeanor when that wallbang came through. Just kind of almost like just psychologically convinced yourself there's no friction imminent. And then Config comes around the corner, this foaming at the mouth berserker, just spraying you down. Phelps.
Yeah, okay.
Comfortable and cool head on his shoulders as he posted a very important frag if they can translate this into anything more. Lots of utility now.
Yeah, he's in strife.
And he's coming to him though.
How do they can win this round?
It does seem stacked against them. Hampus is even asking for Config to come over shortly. I say that as actually, it is a 2-man defense. And Brolin does not have the perfect weapon for this. Oh, Brolin completely caught out. He actually hit 2 Deagle bullets despite that catch. And now Hampus needs another. Phelps just passed him. 8 seconds, that's the bomb. He's won the round. Okay, despite all of that from Phelps, gave it a good shake of the stick. Config, triple.
And that right there is a chance for NIP to now establish their CT side economy here, around where we heard from them. We heard the comms. They weren't going to invest too much. The max loss bonus coming in. Knock them out. The only non-EU team in the group stage at IEM Cologne 23 will be the Mongols if Imperial lose. Newsflash, Europe best at Counter-Strike.
We'd never heard that one before. The North Americans, we saw them earlier today.
We got rid of complexity yesterday.
Yeah, sorry, a single North American now. I need to recharacterize Liquid in my head.
Wait, it's Naf and OC, and then we have Twists, who's left with FaZe. So
well, I'm sure the North Americans are sick of that story.
JKS on G2, if we're picking people from other parts of the world.
Nice.
Who else are we forgetting? We're definitely forgetting a couple of... Oh, Dexter as well with Mouse, of course.
Sorry, Chris. With Fnatic.
Oops.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Sorry. No, not sorry, Chris. He's through. That's fine. He'll take. He's happy with that.
Let's go.
Oh, dear.
Henny on that AWAP. Head trick as well this time. Brolin goes looking for early answers as well. So we know that head-to-head is going to be quite commonplace in this first half between Phelps and Brolin on this more extremity side, or rather undermanned. It's that toilet and fountain info play, and that's the info he was waiting for. Spots out Phelps, gives him another shake of the stick on the reswing, and calls it off.
Phelps has done a decent job on this T side already, just with some necessary kills, so he is given a lot of space as well, and seems like he's given a lot of autonomy to take these areas as he chooses.
Right, which is, we saw Vinny at the desk, you know, the quote they brought up, suggesting that, yeah, he still has it. Under Vinny's idea.
Yeah, there was just such like an overlap with him and Fur once upon a time, and I know that's ancient Counter-Strike history now, but it does feel not that long ago when I was watching that SK team playing those two in Banana. They'd both run down and dived around, and I think Fallen told them off and said, boys, you need to play more passive, and then the next game I saw them play on Inferno that neither of them left the site. They both played in B the entire time, so there's a history lesson for everybody.
Yeah, it's funny the things that stick out in your memory, isn't it?
35. A finish available.
This still looks primed for a head trick shooting gallery.
Brolin aggressive long here, so it will be head trick's job to take as many as he can.
Campus on the way.
You two coming over.
Head trick first blood, has vision, 20 seconds, doesn't pull the trigger. The flashes were diligent, now they have the space, now they're closing the gap. Quick flick out of head trick sort, but it looks good for the Brazilians. He didn't pull the trigger. Brolin maybe needs another, can't do it. 8 seconds, where's that bomb? Jota!
Oh,
Jota!
no time!
Hold on! They've lost the round! Head trick clutches! And Jota feeling a little silly after that one.
Oh, I didn't realize he had the bomb. Still somehow has a smile on his head. Gives a shake of the head. Smile on his face and a shake. Oh, I'm discombobulated after that one. Well, don't let it get to you. Don't let it get to you. Take a bit of a deep breath
there you go. It's got to the pointy end of first map on that secondary stream. Same stakes as us here in the final day of the play-in. One team, or rather two teams, one spot, and it seems OG have secured themselves their map pick convincingly.
All right, well, handy stuff. Check that one out, twitch.tv/ESL CSB.
I need another week with that, and I'll be able to say it, I promise.
That was actually a timeout called from NIP, and you can understand why. They're fortunate to get through that round. They should have probably lost that round.
Oh, that's a tilter.
But they've been given a gift here.
That is a funky round and a funky way to lose with more players alive than the CTs. And yeah, check this one out from Brolin. He's throwing himself a very peculiar smoke. If I'm a T and I see that smoke, I'm gonna give it a full 20-second burst.
Yeah, I'd say, well, he could be picking this in a multitude of different ways. I think we will just wait out that time, shall we? As should be starting to subside any moment. And Brolin's relocation.
Maybe you take a cursory glance while you're waiting that smoke out. Maybe you walk straight on in. Oh, with a very good flash. No, it's not. Take that back. Brolin mixing it up. Head-to-head continues. Phelps versus Brolin. How's the crosshair placement here? Brolin tames the spray in time to go one and done.
You can see how far forward he was compared to the rest of the team. Currently, Rez, Head Trick, and Config walking out of the B site here. Know they need to get a rotation on. Don't want to be heard from any lurkers over towards the sewer position. Hampus, he was the A rotator, has quickly tried to take position now up towards Bathroom, but they've rotated Head Trick and Config now as well. A is looking very strong.
Hampus on the reclear. Oh, Jota caught off completely. Very nice work from Hampus. Long the focus. Head Trick actually like a moth to the flame, attracted to the fight and successful. Bolt's gone. Henny with the bomb, not for long, and it's all looking good in the hood. Vinny caught out before he could get away. And DJL bringing the hype to the AWPer. 19 years of age and holding his own on the big stage. 5-5 the scoreline.
Yeah, talking to DJL on the media day, they love a bit of head trick, right? This kid, only 19 years young, a prospect picked up. And he's had some good and or bad moments in this event. Actually, the bottom performer for NIP after we were excited about his play over there at Blast Fall Groups in Copenhagen. So if he can come alive here now, finding himself up to a total of 7 kills. Good impact there as Miss Molly. Phelps didn't have a smoke to burn on that, so he's very happy for the fact he can just gallivant quite quickly.
Extra leg room. We'll see how high he's flying. Just the Desert Eagles on this one and a missed shot spotted out.
And that might be enough here to... oh, okay. No worries.
That's really worked out well.
Yeah, you'll take that one if you're Hampus, but at least the jig is up. This aggressive sewer stance here. Not actually backing down. Just Config truly waiting to play aim map. So Henny has flashes available if they want to try and swarm this. I don't think it was the initial intention.
Just like that, Config tames the full 30 mag spray.
I think over time as well, when Rez and Config become more comfortable with this, these two are going to just be an absolute nuisance of taking control of this backyard area because the two like to aim.
Just like the game we just saw from K of 9, in terms of his just the fights he was taking. We saw some of those engagements where he's like already pushing short pipe monster, clearing it out and making it really difficult for Naf in that role. I can imagine those two have the the read of the game and the mechanical skill to make it a nightmare for any sort of B-lurks.
Because it tends to just be one player tasked with that while the rest of the map control goes down. And if you're confident to isolate that fight, it can be really annoying. Again, I know it's a difficult molly. That one is a hard one.
He's already
Pace on this.
Yeah. 3 through the connector.
Oh!
Down the
These
gullet.
bloody nades!
Yeah, that one checked in on the utility damage after this round is done.
Both teams have landed some absolute scorches.
They have. So establishing a boost, they have to be quiet about the sound cues. It's a boost versus a boost. Vinny covering his bases and his teammates. And despite the flash, perfectly placed crosshair and a boost right back punishes Rez.
Well, they know there's two here. An AWP and the booster.
Lovely catch, head trick. He just got a glimmer of Vinny walking out the monster now. Brolin surely on notice. He's saying, not much else here. Not much else here on B. Get your booty to A. Brolin timing everything on this. Spotted out, and deleted. More contributions from Phelps.
Pushing.
Has the smoke. Pushing through his config and deleted by Jota. A 1v3.
Head trick save.
You'd think with the AWP, you have to. Nothing to be done. Nook to bring the AWP through the next. A very competitive first half here. And, you know, when you look at the T-side haul, this will be 6. Already something to be celebrating for Imperial. This is how Vinny got this frag. It was full blind.
Completely flashed. Wow.
Perfect placement of that crosshair.
Yeah, well done there from Vinny, right? That is a beautiful shot. Necessary from Phelps as well, and I know that it's deep in the site and it's late in the round, but it is the Phelps Brolin head-to-head, which is pretty common, right?
Yeah, you're right, and deeper into the site, but yeah, in terms of the head-to-head, I think Brolin's 1, Phelps 3, like just off the dome, you know, something like that.
This is where like the live stats, it would be great to have those head-to-heads updated live, and there's other stuff, like in terms of opening kills, I would love to have that filtered by CT and T-side opening kills live, right? And this is another thing that never used to exist. Back when Counter-Strike was, well, in its infancy, when you switched halves, the scores reset. So, because you're not expecting a player on a T side to get as many kills as a player on a CT side, right? Like you're in more multi-kill positions. Now we add it all up, and you know our player has a bad first half, and everyone's like, "Well, this guy sucks." Now wait till he gets to his CT position.
Yeah, exactly. Completely different role as well. This is actually a very quick take from Vinny. He's just waiting for the fade, and Config goes looking. It's a messy one. Both of them. Ooh, and the nade. Good damage onto Hedrick. They were looking for Config, but they'll take 50 damage onto the AWPer. That'll soften them up for any rifle engagements they have with Hedrick. It seems it's imminent.
Oh, now it's Bolt's turn here.
Is any flash in? Not in time. Hedrick gets Bolt down. An advantage held by NIP. NIP's Molly is cursed at the moment. I could have not say anything.
Whoa, let's push. Phelps.
It's Phelps.
Is he
It's
ready?
Phelps versus Brolin, baby. And this time Brolin does overcome.
Yeah, you can see him starting to line up his pre-aim there. Gonna get away with it this time, and Jota will rip his head off. 47 seconds left on the clock. 2-on-4 situation now. There's not really a whole lot more of a fight coming their way just yet. And again, a late monster smoke deployed has locked Henny out for about 20 seconds. And if they do want to finish it, will have to be towards B. He's throwing the U2. He's got a free Hampers kill there. This is going to spur them onwards, I think. Config low, head trick 2.
They're on a timer, though. That res flank coming. 18 seconds, and they're still not moving. Just in time. Henny needs to round that corner. And he does. Still, Jota caught, and with 8 seconds, nothing to be done. Hedrick hits the shot necessary to preserve his life, his orb, and convert the round. So NIP, they would bite your hand off for 9 at the end of this half. Vibes are high. First map in this series, first half of our first map in this series. In a progression game. An elimination for the loser.
Config and Vinny, yeah, talking about how messy that duel just got. Nice duel, Vinny. Impossible fight. Config, haha, 2 big noobs.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Wonderful.
You said trust me?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He said trust me, and he said play back.
Okay.
I let that float through your cerebellum, because that means nothing to me.
Well, he's expecting a fast round out of Imperial here to run down the orb. He wants he wants either Hedrick to be able to rotate quickly or just not to get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So,
right, so if he was doing his typical pillar, and as we've seen, that might have been exploited. Potentially. Let's keep an eye on Hedrick and his positioning, as well as this T push. What are we going for? Mac 10s. I'm intrigued, but it's not immediately pacey. But they are setting themselves up for something.
It is a B-go. Definitely a B-go here.
It's a bit quiet, isn't it? Sure. Here they come. Oh, Rez takes down the tail of the snake. Vinny loses the bomb, and the rest falls into place. Hedrick, Hampus, all winning their independent duel. Needed a trade, and Hedrick provides it. Keeping that advantage nice and healthy. Hedrick looking very sharp. 14. He's having a game, and he is going to be a thorn in Imperial's side. Last round of this CT. Let's see if they can finish for that 9th.
Good to see a smile on Hedrick's face right there. Happy with himself. The coach does a really good job, I think, of trying to be as uplifting as possible, but this was like a clothesline. You ain't going anywhere, Vinny. Bomb gets dropped, and some good shooting from everybody from NIP there to lock down this B bomb site. And we get into the final round here. It will be another hodgepodge purchase of Galil's Tech 9s, 1 AK for Phelps, but no head armor.
Brolin undeterred, eats the flash.
And back towards A, it looks like, which is where they've had some decent success, or maybe even rounds they could have won. Remember how this little mini comeback, there was that whole Jota not planting situation.
There was, and this long fight has support. Oh, he's going to be there in time. They're flashing short. Rez. Oh, no support. Still isolate Brolin. Mission accomplished. They've averted the issue, and it's gotten better for Imperial.
But they know there was one more. They know Rez was long. So they could try and quickly take some space over towards B here, but quite scared. Think about how forward NIP have been on short in a lot of these rounds. So smoke's deployed.
Yeah,
questions to be out.
Double smoke.
Yeah, yikes.
You could have used that. And Rez, look at this angle. This is a player that trusts his aim.
He needs to.
And will concede to the flame, throw out one of his own. 2B, excuse me, 2A, the info from the utility alone. Hangs in the balance. Hampus. That's the bomb. Still alive and kicking.
They're
Vinny.
rotating.
It's unguarded. Should get through. Bomb to be planted safely. Time extended by Vinny. Config hoping for a jiggle. And now That was the fight they get. Flash as well confirms it. Up to Rez. Chipping away at them. Last round, you want to give it as best a shot as you can. And Imperial, one hell of a T-side for their 7th. What a haul. Something to be proud of there, and a recovery for sure. 8-7, first map, all to play for.
What is your calling?
We've swapped the sides and we're ready for our second half here on Overpass. NIP and Imperial in a progression game, elimination at stake. And of course, getting to see NIP Hampus back in the ranks, that's exciting for many. Taking a leave of absence and now returning to that leadership role to try and ignite a strong start to the season with Config in the ranks as well. You got the firepower. The desk just making it clear that it can be very frustrating to know what you're going to get. It's a bit of a kinder surprise of Counter-Strike teams when it comes to your expectations of the Ninjas, but you can see what 1xBet's thinking.
Yeah, still got NIP as the favorite as we have a Biff in a battle. Phelps in his usual jaunt can't line the shots, but Hampus can, and maybe more bodies to hit the deck. His Config also has a one-on-one duel with Jota towards the bathrooms, and Hampus might catch a timing here, slinking around the corner too. Big info.
Yeah, and treating himself to an armored P250, now opts for the USP. Oh! Sorry?
Yeah, he's...
Okay, yeah, I'll take the USP and I'll use it. I'll use it to great success. He throws the P250 to Config, also justifiable. And now walking into a wide open bomb site. This might be the smoothest pistol on a T side of Overpass. It doesn't really get better than this. You've done the hard work. a gamble of what limited resources they have, and it's going to lead to a very diligent finish. I mean, look at the util. You're not going to be silly with not using it.
Hedrick's going to throw a heaven smoke. Did he do it? He did it!
Ladies and gentlemen, Heaven is smoked, and Hedrick is fragging. Puts himself tied with Config at 15 apiece. Keep going.
I thought we were about to spit in some bars, and here comes the drop.
Honestly, it felt like the beat. He had some rhythm to that.
Yeah, not
There was
bad,
some
Config.
melody. There
Keeping
was
the
some
time.
melody. No, very nice. He could be a drummer.
Here's one thing you don't want to allow.
What's that?
Henny to hold on to armor. So get rid of that. Shout your head trick. He will do it without any worries. He's coming. And he's gone. Henny. That explodes like a watermelon, and now it's just bolts to find. And Hampus, well, the Hound, sniffing him out. Bolts will get one, and done. Ah, the dog's back. Here he is.
Keeping the energy. Keeping the energy. He's not always been their strong suit, you know.
Well,
Nice to
Hampus
see.
doesn't strike me as the type of guy to yell down his opponent or anything, but he is the type of guy who I could see barking.
Was that a bark? I had
No, it's a bark.
It's a bark.
All of Blast, he just barked. Because I think it was Pro League last season. Oh, Hampus. Pro League. At that point, I know he's still calling, but it looks like he's celebrating the round.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I think Torji called them dogs or something.
Right, and he said
and so they just started barking.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
that. That's brilliant.
Okay, well, Imperial Force Spy here. Remember, this is their map choice. We go into Ancient next and Nuke if we need it as the third and deciding map. Imperial would love to snatch this one back on the Force Spy. Henny Scout posted long. Joda and Phelps down towards Connector, and they will have contact with Config soon enough. But Brolin and Hedrick going to try and pinch them in here. The bathroom smoke is quite telling of that. They're about to get flushed out.
Feeling the pressure, and Jota does deliver.
Got to clear your corners though, boys.
Yeah, good find. Brolin confirms Connector is empty. At least now. Phelps met by the AK-47.
Rez talking as well. I think he's heard a rotation back. So you can see Hampus now starting to take a couple of extra liberties here as he waltzes on in. And the site is completely open. So Bolts, Vinny, and Henny, their best options right now are to hold on to what they brought into round number 17 and try again. And IP getting up to double digits first. This should be 10 secure, and coming into this, most people should have had NIP as the favorites. Had a very good showing at the Blast Fall groups, able to lock themselves in for the Fall finals. They had a big win over Vitality. Oh, it's a missed smoke. Show me the smoke, MC.
They were just worried about someone in water, you see. Strategic placement of the smoke. But yeah, I mean, Jota, his days were numbered, considering the crunch we saw coming towards him. And yeah, getting run down by that MP9, a kiss on the head from DJL.
Gotta be like, hey, was it worth it, bro?
Yeah.
Was it really worth it?
It's a hard commitment, and it does lead to the round. Nothing else happens after that.
Config might want to just buy him with an SMG here and try and maul them. Actually, he has been dropped, so we'll see him wielding that. Deciding to get away from them a little bit here. Imperial, the first gun round will be in the next. This is just some upgraded pistols and saved upgrades again. Jota and Cello, well, they used to be on the same team, right? Both have a bit of a season at 75.
Yeah. We'll see how far Jota can get with it. Cello was really impressing us with his. Flash this scout off. Henny forced back. Brolin just alone in his project here, so a rather standard spread.
A little bit scary if they...
Oh, wow. Bolts is dead, and the round hinging on a trade. Vinny gets to it in time. It cost him a great deal, and ooh, he's not dead yet. So attack from the Galil of Rez puts him on notice. 9 HP.
They should be able to get this AK here. Yep, there it is.
Thank you.
So a weapon upgrade. If Henny's still on the A site right now.
Vinny's pre-aiming this.
He's been good with the boost, hasn't he?
Hyper aware of when it's relevant.
Well, there's 57 seconds left on the clock, and really no A space has been taken just yet. Brolin out long, Hedrick party, config up connector, Rez still babysitting sewer, so they have the util advantage. One of the scary components of this here, as we see the boost passively set up over towards B, is just how many pesky corners they could be in the bathrooms. So as they clear that out, time will slink off the clock. A heaven smoke to try and lure any more rotations towards B, but it will be the A finish, and I think Henny knows it's coming.
And that was his part shot. Gap will close here. But Molly forces him to adopt a new angle, and it does achieve very, very little. Config and Rez through. Oh. That Mac 10. Yeah, very intimidating, and eventually it will be found. Vinny down, and Phelps just with a unarmored MP9. Not sure there's much to be said about this one.
Hampus' AK's here somewhere, right? I'm sure he's going to try and pick this one up if he can, but NIP, I think they've got the same idea. Yep, they've just, you saw them ping it. You saw them ping it.
Yeah, he did.
You guys can all run away. You don't even need to fight him. He can't win the round. And he can only do damage, and he is going to go down with the bomb here. No point giving him a 600 bucks on the kill. Let him go down with the ship. Phelps removed. No kill for him. And 11 rounds now on the board for NIP. This will be the first gun round of the CT side for Imperial. And it'll be how they like it. This was a great shot from Hampus here on Bolt trying to do the jump spot for Monster. And then good work with the U2 to clean out this A site. So tidy stuff from NIP, not losing what should have been a gimme. Henny's all out, rifles to the rest, even a kit in play on Jota here. Imperial, what do you have to say about this one? Jota down towards Connector, Henny, Party, and the other three starting B. Fast through Connector.
This is different. Real change of pace here. Jota, vision obscured. Config pushing their own smoke. That is spicy.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect it, would you?
No, like in terms of the internal timings you have, Henny is actually holding it, so... Timing everything.
Oh, blind as hell!
Full white screen, Rez still converts onto Vinny. And that AWP from Henny on notice, tagged up by Config as he does get himself out, makes himself known, and Jota's reaction is to start pushing long. So Henny has support.
Look at the call here. Look at the radar, all the blue dots starting to move. I feel in this situation, without a lot of info, they are going to gamble A. Phelps will make his way over. Bolts to caretake that B site. But here come the ninjas.
Flashed off and executed. That's diligent flashing.
Beautiful.
Config needs a trade from Hetrick, and he can't get it done because Phelps and Bolt will do it all. Just when it looked like it was a little too much to ask. Not for Phelps and Bolt, not at all. Between the two of them, all 5. And Imperial, yeah, that is their first CT round.
And this was cool, though, because it was just a flash go. NIP were trying to do something without being too telegraphed. They had more utility that they could have used, but they just popped. They went in, and it was the gamble stack. Bolt even getting there in time. He was the B caretaker. So massive gamble from Imperial. A nice round to win, and one, if you're Vinny, that makes you feel like you're in the head of Hampus just that little bit.
Very effective nade that's becoming more and more vogue.
Yeah, I remember highlighting, I think it was Na'Vi, one of the first teams I saw doing it. And like Electronic would go there, Perfecto would go there, and they'd just, you know, have 2 to 3 nades. They'd also pair it up with spam because it's very common for players to play that wood position with the jiggle.
Yeah.
So if you get caught by the nade slowed, the spam's going to finish you off. And it just forces the B defenders to have to start rounds in a different fashion, right? So progression smoke dropped out from Config here. That's to act as a door, but thrown way too deep, and we can see just the gap that an aggressive CT could be working with. So an unforced error regarding that smoke. Time now 50 seconds. And speaking of smokes, Vinny's got a molly at the ready.
Oh, ahead of it. Did he get Config through? Shaping up nicely. In. Oh, and Phelps escorted out. The flashes from Hampus. Back to back brilliance.
Must be nice for Hampus, huh? I think there was a comment, it's nice not to have the biggest balls in the team anymore, right? Like, have config in the squad.
That's a quote.
Yeah, right? And to be able to set somebody up who you know is just as aggressive and just as much of a nuisance as you are, like, it's so cool, because I'm sure that Hampus and config see a little bit of themselves in each other.
Yeah.
They both like to go for these crazy plays. They're both such a nuisance to deal with. I think config mechanically is a monster, and yeah, showing it here. Being set up for success, able to maul this B bomb site, and from a win to a loss, Imperial. That sweet, sweet taste is short-lived. Now retaining the AWP and the rifle of Jota here. The loss bonus where it's at, Bolts can buy. Henny can drop a silent stem 4. And Jota might want to drop across an MP9 or something of the sorts here, but NIP, they're looking pretty comfy. They've been able to pick up both pistol rounds in this match so far. At least one round converted off of the back of both of them. And now on the T side of Overpass, traditionally where the harder work should be done, looking pretty comfy. Flash work great, and even that last round, I feel like they should have won it if they had used a bit more utility, and if it wasn't for that gamble stack A call of Imperial. I think it's got to be the mollies.
What about the mollies?
It's got to be the mollies. It's all about the mollies, Alex.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Okay. It's so unpredictable, though.
Right, and that's why I think it's all about the mollies.
Okay.
Unpredictable.
Yeah. Hard to pinpoint, you could say.
Precisely. Taking their time on this one, NIP. Don't want any foot faults here. No guns were saved. What is bought behind it? A minute on the clock, first 55 seconds without too much space, and well, B's just been blocked. Bathroom smoke lands. Jota aware of the possibility now. Connector also under the remit of NIP. This one's going to come down to the wire, considering we're at 40 seconds right now, and NIP have a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, you can see Jota's trying to edge back, realize he's probably overcommitted, doesn't have the info to make something like that happen, and now he's going to take that fight. Just as he averts his gaze, adjusts nicely, ready for the trade. Config just holds on. I think it's the mollies.
As we have 3 players on the site with 20 seconds left, NIP gonna have to hit some big shots.
Oh, res issues now, tagged, legged, and should be body bagged shortly. Henny zips it up, but it should be the round. 14 seconds, but Config another. Little bit of space, little bit of hope, can't hit the quick flick. Config doing it all on his own.
Plant, no
and
time.
He can't shut down. Bolts again. Bolts an impact on this site in moments like that. That's back-to-back rounds. He's left with 3 kills when late round NIP arrivals on A.
Yeah, feels like a safe pair of hands for that multi-kill, doesn't he? And Jota there, after that glass went off, you saw him death stare straight across the opponent. The yell came through. Love to see it. We've got Device starting the wave meta. Maybe we've got Jota starting the evils. Stare directly into their soul. As NIP have bottomed out their finances now. The full investment for round number 22. Should be seeing an eco for them come through in the next if they don't convert this. Rollins found his smoke. He lines it up. It will be the heaven play.
Vinny. Flash reveals the orb, but doesn't deter Config. Nice again. The Bolt's impact is felt. There's a double kill upon entry. NIP feeling their wrath. Roland, stubborn, meets Bolts again. Thriving in the CTE environment. Head trick, headshot, good damage, and now Bolt's very, very low. Head trick and Hampus, a potent duo.
No Jota though. That means right now, Henny and Bolts can just pause for a moment. Allow this flank to come in.
Smokes are up. This is when NIP will start to navigate. Henny's positioning primed and ready to punish anyone that descends. Hampus. Wow, it's actually head tricks pre-aim. Glorious head trick. 3. Call that a head trick hat trick.
Jota's undetected. They're not expecting this. They're not expecting this at all.
Yeah, completely not considered it. Actually, you say that. He does have a look, but he goes down. Head trick will be kept honest. Jota to reposition Hampus, a cerebral player at times. Will he anticipate the relocation short? 20 seconds. Spotted him. Jota knows. Jota aware.
He's gotten away. But Jota can't run. Oh, he's going around the world here. Up through the connector. Hampus. Will he plant safe side? He will. Behind the dice box. Bomb goes down. Jota not heard at all. This is quick.
And Hampus again just beats him to the punch by slinking into bank. Now it's a bankside plant. Jota, no kit.
He's got time to silently clear this out, though.
Right. And Hampus could be exposed if the timing will once favor the Brazilian, but no.
Just around the corner.
Oh, Jota! It's going to be a tight defuse.
Well, you'd hope he has the music on here. They're pretty comfortable with this. Looks more than happy with that. Yeah, just catching Hampus right there. I thought he was going to make it up the stairs, and you can see this one coming right down to the wire here. The sound effect and everything. So Jota snatches one away, but they know how close that was. No exuberant celebration right there.
Right.
Some great shots from Headtrick, looking clinical on this AK, but a big clutch from Jota. A 1-on-2 to put Imperial up to that 10-round margin. And guess what? We mentioned NIP. They're going to have to be on a bit of a lighter investment here. So this should become a one-round game. And yeah, so confident, Henny. Yeah, I guess they've got that music on, right? So even having a conversation with the defuse. No stress.
Oh, yeah. I probably had about 1 second left. Yeah, probably.
You heard about that local sporting team? Weather here in Cologne sucks, huh?
And it's going to be miserable throughout.
Yeah, if you're coming, if you bring an umbrella or a raincoat.
Umbrella, maybe, yeah, waterproof shoes, wellies.
There's nothing wrong with dancing in the rain, though, is there?
No, there's not.
Or singing.
You want to start us off?
Good morning. Good morning.
It's fun to stay up late.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that bit. I was already getting to that. We talked the whole night through.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
That's a shout out to all your parents who might be watching the broadcast right now.
What are you watching? Is that the throwback radio?
Hey, you're watching Singing in the Rain?
This is going to be fun for Jota. Look at that. Just a nice little massacre on long. Phelps has got him covered, so we can go farm some more. Hampus. With that Desert Eagle, he profits the first. Phelps wants to go and finish the job nice and neat and tidy. The whole squad are charging towards Hampus's location. And a top spin Pokeball. Jota, loud about that one. He knows they can hear him. Just sat opposite each other, staring at each other in between the rounds. That smart glass will open up and that roar will be heard. 12-11. Okay, a single round to separate them. Headtrick back onto his signature weapon.
And throughout all of this, Imperial still haven't been able to establish too much of an economy here. Last round, only one casualty, but the previous, only one player staying alive. They could use a clean gun round here, the Brazilians. I need a bit of Brazilians here. Pass through connector, Hampus again, out towards the fight. Phelps ready. Flash in the face, but here's the trade. Config takes one back, but Vinny, great response.
That's some counter-strike out of the CTs there. Leads them to a nice advantage. Oh, Henny, yeah, just gets away from the scope of Headtrick prior to the fade, so that's important.
Rez ahead of this.
Yeah, this is promising. This is where Rez can do some of his best work. Oh, but the flash is a team. Flash grenade.
Yeah, I'm curious there. Not how that one was meant to go down whatsoever. I don't know if there was a sound cue just before as the white Rez stepped out, but either way, it doesn't look good.
No, because it felt like it was the element of surprise there on Rez. Bolts was just going to do his due diligence and have a look, right?
Yeah, and that might have been the thing. If there was the sound cue, then Rez is drawn to look. He may have been turning Brolin's flash if they were expecting.
I see what you're saying.
Right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It looks
like
bad,
kind of
but
miscommunication, timing.
But it's going to be clean, right? Only one casualty so far. Headtrick might just save this AWP as well because NIP don't have anything to work with. So if you're an Imperial fan right now, you are really, really happy with this. Licking your lips, the fact that they can build this economy right now. Only one casualty in back-to-back rounds, a big injection.
That sequence as well, like Phelps in the perfect position to receive Hampus here. Then you get this lovely response from Vinny, just alerted to the presence and providing the favor, the leg up in that advantage. Now the flash caught Bolts as well to highlight, but yeah, in terms of the flash assist, Brolin obviously credited with that one. Rez eating that with a bit of a mistiming.
Yeah, that right there, so you can see just how focused Phelps gets to be in towards the connected position. One, they've already run that round, and two, the pipe is mollied off. So unless that gets extinguished, right, you're going to treat it as nobody's running through. And sometimes that'll bite you in the ass, but in this situation, sets Phelps up with that opening, sets Imperial up with their 12th, and we tie the game up here. Third timeout call from NIP, and it's starting to get a little bit more serious. It was jovial at halftime. A close half, but NIP coming out the gates. First 4 out of the first 5. And they were looking quite content with closing this one down and taking it to their map choice of Ancient. Now they're going to have to put in some hard graft, and DJL. Okay, there was a conversation there between DJL and Hampers, looking straight at the in-game leader. Have they got the message across here? It's about how are they going to sort the buys at the home stretch here of map number 1. Next round, max loss bonus in play, so going to allow this AWP of head trick to work here. One of the most common ways you can try and facilitate this early is the quad boost. They aren't going to set that up.
Protect the VIP.
Yeah, so if you wait out all of this early crowd control utility, Vinny, are you really going to push against this type of a buy? Loves an even deeper smoke here.
He forces a reaction out of the Rez, to be specific.
You see how scared he is, because a player could creep through either side of the smoke and he doesn't have a spammable weapon to deal with it. So Rez is very, very passive on this.
Yeah, anxious. It's a cool idea from Vinny. It's not necessarily going to reward them, but it is certainly slowing them down. And head trick is going to be boosted up. They're going to be looking for that info on anyone long.
Yeah, this is the thing. This map has so many different ways to try and set up an AWPer. But if you waste too much time, and speaking of time, we're down to 55 seconds. That's a minute gone already. He might not even get any opportunities. And if you don't let him try and peek, what was the point?
Could be an AWP head-to-head here. Head trick. Whoa! Blows Henny out of the server. Lightning fast into the angle. 30 seconds, though, as you discussed. They have been taking their time with this, and it could come back to haunt them, but Hampus is getting a bit fakey with it.
Are they selling this? They might have to send somebody in.
That's the question. They need to see bodies, they need to hear steps.
Yeah, it needs to be a kill.
It needs to be sold. It's not enough if you just turn around. I say that. As the contact is felt, and Vinny gets away onto Rez. Repositioning, Bolts in support, falling into place for the Imperial defense. And yeah, head trick, he's hitting every shot he takes, but there's no time to convert. And Jota will find Hampus as well. Will head trick leave with his AWP? They're louder now, they really is. We've hit a break point, Chad, where both teams are well aware of just how close they are to taking a huge leap towards the group stage of Cologne.
Yeah, that's a massive round right there. It's one of the rounds that you cannot concede if you're a team like Imperial. Right? When you're these teams who are trying to break into this echelon of Counter-Strike, you can't be losing to rounds like this. And the newly appointed in-game leader, Vinny, did a fantastic job of managing his angles late, under pressure, multiple bodies coming his way. Bolt's also there, and that was after they lost that early pick. And now Jota letting them know they're here to play.
He is looking
He's got some venom. I love it.
No, I wouldn't want to mess with Jota. I'll tell you that much. Death stare as soon as that glass opens. 13, they have the leg up, they have the advantage, and Vinny charges into Rez, perfectly set up with the flash, but that is absurd. Such an important round, and he just throws caution to the wind.
Feels a little bit like that 9 game we just did. Turning it around late here on the CT side, and now looking inspired, looking hungry for this map victory.
You can see the sheer focus on Config's face as well, a furrowed brow, as he's aware of it's going to require some individual heroics. Oh, Hampus. Info on Jota. The shouter.
Gets away here, so extremely fortified as Config steps into Henny. 3 on 5 now.
Damage onto Jota. Head trick could be.
They're going to have 4 players at A.
Look at this, the AWP entry. Molly Jota back, hoping that the reaction from Jota is a cursory glance. They are stacked here. And it's surely just going to fall into place. Oh, no problems at all. 5 alive with 14 on the board. And Vinny started that with a push unlike anything you've ever seen. 1 minute 34, and Rez is dead on B.
Yeah, rattled them early there, right? That information network of Rez, his job is just to keep that side of the map busy while the rest of your team takes space, comes out the tunnel, flash, well, both of them looking quite blind there, and this is the second kill for Imperial in the round. Henny, one of the easiest shots he'll hit. Pedestrian work for a player like him. And during this, Brolin turned around. He thought he was getting shot from behind. The silence didn't force. There was just so many players on the site. And now it's been the final timeout for NIP. This one feels like it's going one way and one way only.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Brolin's been very quiet.
Config.
8 kills.
Another end of the spectrum for NIP, but could you really keep asking him for more? It might have to be one of those more quieter voices.
Yeah, the Swedes here. 13 for Hampus, 10 for Rez, 8 for Brolin.
Big round.
Look at their purchase.
It's not pretty, and that nade sours the mood further.
Especially when it's config.
There's one of the 2 rifles in play for this T side.
They are set up for a B explode here right now, Imperial. You know that the buy will resemble something like this. You know, they'll have a few key pieces of utility, maybe a couple of upgrades, but you know it's not a full buy. The AWP of Henny as well in the 8 kills. It's not like he's been a massive factor in this game.
No, a team effort outside of him, though.
Yeah, the riflers have been doing superb work. 20 for Vinny, 19 for Jota, 17 Bolt, 16 Phelps. And again, 3 of them on A. And it's all rifles.
And it's always right.
Look at this setup.
It's very avant-garde. That's enough. Bait. Oh, the flash doesn't mean Phelps is unknown. And Hampus actually
they won't
profit.
Expect Jota.
Most definitely not.
Oh no, he does.
Head trick. How are you so alert? Advantage NIP, but up for discussion right now. The bomb going down truck side. Awkward retake.
Bad round for Imperial to lose.
Very bad. And Config, this is that Jota head-to-head. And he does behead the Dane. Do you go for this?
You do now.
You certainly do now. Brolin's gone as well. Headtrick only has a deagle. Rez the same. What are you supposed to do? They're coming for you. They've spotted him out on the jiggles. Headtrick.
It's a bad plan.
Down. And definitely their round now. It's all helpless. Rez has nothing to contribute. The defuse will come through, and Imperial secure 15.
Damn, okay. Worrisome for a moment right there. Jota not getting anything done. You think he gets found out. You think he gets isolated, but he steps up massively and does some good work over towards that A site.
Brilliant work.
So Jota, again, the voice of the team right now, the heart of the team. 21 kills, trying on the top of that scoreboard alongside of Jota, and out of options now, the T side of Overpass, a cruel mistress and blanked for what has been a 7-round spree for the Brazilian side. Unstoppable. This is another new roster as well. It's not like we're talking about Imperial. This isn't the same team. This isn't the Cello and Fallen version.
Oh, Jota this time completely body bagged by the flashbang. Config just doing his due diligence.
That's the same opener, but Hampus didn't jump out and go towards short this time. So finding success with the entry config.
They love them some long, don't they? An effective 2-man hold of A, so long as they don't have any early contact.
Again, it's just Vinny on the B side. Bolts is now up towards heaven. Still just making a bit of a fuss here, but I do love these confident calls from Vinny. Just, hey boys, that'll be fine.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. They're not coming here anyway.
This is huge problems. Oh, spotted Phelps. Smoke that. Get on out of dodge.
Well, at least now they'll be paying attention to Long's occupation. Henny realizing it's best, and it's in his best interest to get across. Re-peeking into toilets, and they both have completely depart.
What do they think's going on here? Vinny has early info B.
Oh, Config, he's given him a leg up now. What does Vinny overlook this? He's holding the angle, perfectly placed onto Hampus, and he's continuing to be so consistent. Oh, and now Rez is dead. It's all hanging in the balance. Headtrick gets the necessary frag. to extend play. Bomb loose. Bolts leaps in like Superman, flies into Hedrick, and there's more to be done, but he cannot get it done. A miss from Henny, and we go again. Counter-strike continues.
Yeah, finally some impact from Brolin there. He's going to get himself 2 kills in that one to close out that round, but that was coming down to the tiniest of details, the smallest of margins, and now Zach, he's going to call the 3rd timeout. A bit rusty on my Portuguese there, but Config, massive impact from him again with the opener onto Jota. A second on towards that side to keep some boots planted, allowing them to get in towards B. Bolts and Vinny again, it has to be said. Vinny's understanding of how he can get that kill, get away, still be a problem. Great job from him. Uh-oh. Missed by just there. Hedrick just bought a Bison. Now, I don't know how much that's going to affect the purchases.
Oh, yeah. If it was CS2, he could refund it.
Yeah, okay. Well, Bison on the ground here.
Better win the round.
Just missing U2 on res, really. But otherwise, the rest have AKs. 2 more to take us to overtime here on map number 1 of this series. All the marbles in this one. A 2-1-2 spread of NIP to open up this round. Nothing with pace through connector here. Not looking to try and open up that space within the first 15 seconds of the round. Hampus and Rez working on this long control, which has been a nuisance for them in some of these more mid to late round scenarios over towards A.
But with the bomb on the back of Hedrick.
Yeah, I think they understand that they might be able to get away with a bit of pressure and a lurk here. Wants to smoke redeploy from Phelps from the top of A. Hampus as he rounds this corner into Henny's AWP. Oh, well-placed molly. They're going to push.
Jota heard. And Hampus dead. He's going to be frustrated about that one. More presence felt, though. Surely that would force a rotate, but Bolts doesn't feel the need to. He's happy just to be supportive element in Vinny.
They have to go through Monster now. They've run out of options.
With the whole map up for discussion.
Bolt has a smoke. As soon as Vinny takes contact, Bolts is going to block them with the smoke.
There it is. Smoke comes through. Molly in. Forces it back. Spraying in. Oh, he's burnt down. A 4-on-4 established. Off the flash. Leaping through it. The ninjas weather through the flames to facilitate the plant. Phelps can't get him in the smoke.
Oh!
What? Jota can. Hedrick down. Yeah, sure, the bomb's down, but it's up to Config and Rez.
That was a 4v3.
To take us to the 30th round.
They're going to go for it now, surely, right?
Stampeding in now in sync. Config, that's the angle. That is the angle. Clean on the first. An immediate trade from Henny. Rez, quiet game, all to play for. Both of the round. He's gone. Imperial, take it. And take NIP down a peg. A loud victory from them. And contributions from every single one.
Oh, right there. 4-on-3 situation. I'm calling the save. 2 kills out of nowhere. Imperial picked this one up 16-13. Their own map choice.
Jota, 24 frags. Vinny and Bolts as well. So much credit to that second half out of Vinny, allowing those gambles through his intuition and understanding. And they're a map up. 1 map away from more Brazilians in their group stage.
Lacking in this series, but they'll start off well in a pistol round at least.
Yeah, I think the big issue for Apex is that their star trio has not showed up at all on this map. The players fragging have been Stiko, who's doing well there. He's meant to be the supportive element. And then Kicksan's been fragging pretty well as the in-game leader. But hopefully with that pistol round win, some of the stars starting to get involved. That can help them. Not out of the woods yet, though, as OG have themselves a force buy thanks to the bomb plant. There's an AK in the mix. Galils, Deegs, nades. Lots for Apex to trifle with in this subsequent round.
Unchallenged on Banana. OG are holding on to their util. They've got a fair chunk for an executing around such as this. What exactly do they have in mind? Could re-emerge on Banana later. I think they're just waiting out the CT util for now. Very safe positions. Turtling early in round 17. Apex disengaging from Banana then. And OG will get it for free. Maybe some flashes towards the top.
What is your calling?
Check that out. Imperial secure the first map of this series, albeit it was Nip kind of driving the car for a second, but then we did one of those things where we kind of swap everybody around in the car, run around the outside of it, and then get back in, right? So
yeah, auto drive and whatnot.
Yeah, auto drive. Yeah, so for Imperial, good stuff. For Nip, a little bit to be desired. They did fall a little bit flat there, especially in that second half. We're going to jump right into that. Just joining us, it is the Intel Extreme Masters. It is Overpass, done and dusted. We'll look forward in this series. And in doing so, I look forward to hearing what you guys have. Let's start with you, Maniac.
Hard-fought battle. I think Imperial did a lot in the first half. It's probably where they put enough on the side. I will say NIP looked to struggle to find solutions. I think Hampus gave away his life a couple of times, trying to find entry kills, and it was kind of an admission of guilt that they didn't really have what was needed to close these rounds. A few clutches going here and there. Overall, I think Imperial did what they had to do on their first map. It was a relatively clean first half.
Imperial is looking actually pretty good, to be honest with you. Like, you go back to the first half, NIP wins the pistol at CT and converts, right? First gun round, in those initial couple of gun rounds, you have Phelps and Bolts doing a lot of work, right? Like, there were a couple of aggressive plays from Brolan early on in the first half. Phelps was finding Imperial a lot, you know. They went on from being 2-0 down to a 5-2 lead. NIP started coming back a little bit after that, but they already did a lot with 5 rounds out of the 7. And then in the second half, you have Jota sort of stepping up, right? Finding a lot of important kills towards that A-bomb site.
In game and out of game, right? Like, there's some screaming going on.
A lot of screaming.
It was a little bit of a library for a little while, but now it's definitely not. And Jota has let that be known.
Yeah, I think his work on the CT side was massive. Honestly, anytime he was very forward on the map and pretty cognizant of like the risks that could happen, what kind of timing he could have to play on. He had a couple of 1v1s against Hampus as well. And I like the fact that you mentioned Brolan, because prior to the first map, I told you NIP is a very confusing team to understand. The reason I say it is because against Vitality, he destroyed them here. He was nowhere to be seen. But this man, definitely aiming high.
Yeah, he's definitely our U.S. Air Force aim high player of the map. Not so much the entire match, but
he might be.
He might be.
Who knows?
At the rate we're going, you know, there is something to say there, Yank.
Yeah, and also a game where Henny is the lowest performer for Imperial. He was their best player coming into this one, right? So I really liked it, man. Everyone's contributing. I liked, Chad pointed out in the cast, some of the calls towards the end on the CT side, like the aggressive plays from Vini outside Monster, then from Jota towards A. It's like, even though towards the very end it didn't work out, like they were a man down, it just shows you the mindset, right? The approach is like, we are playing to win this game.
Like, look how aggressive he is in most of these kills. Up until that moment in the highlight reel, he was not more or less forward than Bathroom. Then again, here is at the entrance, he's punishing the kill onto Config, who's trying to lurk him out. Scoreline is 14-12. Once again, here is Bathroom entrance. I'm not making this up. He was very forward on the A side, and he was stopping NIP prior to taking any map control, which Hampus would have loved to play with.
I think for NIP on the other side of things, great game from Config. Hat-trick was all right, but you know, you could see frustration on Brolan's face very early on in that first half, because he was like playing deep fountain, gets checked by Phelps. He's playing close long, starts pushing, loses the duel to Phelps. He's playing tree, gets traded out 1-for-1, right? Like, and I think that sort of continued throughout the map. Felt like if he could have brushed that off or not let some of those early rounds affect him as much, he might have been able to contribute more, and NIP might have been able to get over the finish line.
To be fair, I think he does have a tendency to dig a hole for himself. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. He has games where he disappears. And the contrast is so strong, because the games where he doesn't, he turns into an actual machine. Like, he can have so much impact, and he's a player that we peg as so powerful individually, but I will say like emotionally, just psychologically, sometimes he just goes AWOL.
On top of all this, we had that round from Imperial where Jota didn't plant the bomb. Like that was a reset round. That was after they just lost the round. Like if they win that, money becomes much worse for NIP, and Imperial gets who knows how many rounds in the first half.
Yeah, and that is just kind of the way it all shakes down at some point, right? We could begin to kind of look at what the next map in the series is, with Ancient, you know, being the pick of NIP. Now, do we kind of find ourselves going to 3?
I think so. I would give them the edge here, but it's not beyond reality, you know, that Imperial can close it out. Although the same thing is like it's not going to be as much maybe on team play. It has to be, you know, some of the guys stepping up and then winning some silly rounds.
Yeah, and honestly, the team play on Overpass kind of surprised me. Like I wouldn't have pegged this Imperial as being as well oiled. Like we were talking about just basic principles, using players in the right way, but there was a whole lot of synergies in how they were handling rounds. I struggle to see how it would be the case on Ancient. They have a very small history on the map. They've played it only once against top tier opposition, and that was with Fallen, that was back in Washington, if I'm not mistaken. So there's not a whole lot of tape to go about Imperial on that map.
Yeah, and we kind of look at the NIP side. You've got to get some props in there for Hetrick. He definitely hit some shots in that map. And then Config, you know, he showed up in a way. But what do they need to do differently?
I think they just need to really have everyone, they need to be a little bit more calm, right? And not let things going sideways affect the whole map or affect them in the long run, really. I think they're going to be in a better spot on Ancient. We've seen, you know, Imperial, even in the previous iteration, Overpass, they took down a lot of good teams on Overpass. They obviously have a really good understanding of the map, so it should be a little bit easier for NIP to play them here and just, you know, the series is not over at you're 1-0 down, but you're still in it.
Yeah, it's not ideal if you're Ninjas.
It's better to be 1-0 up.
It's true. And also, if you're watching this tournament, you're like, what's going on the B stream? Well, I can tell you right here that OG, they took the first map, and it's looking like they're going to take the second one against Apex.
Damn.
So
and if they lose, it's this guy's
right over there. Definitely not. No one said that. No one agrees with that. Perhaps if you do agree with that, the hashtag IEM, go ahead and use it up on your favorite social medias.
What's your favorite social media, Trace?
Well, I can tell you what it's not.
What is it not?
Going to be discussed during this. We're going to go to a break so that we can come back and jump right into the action. I think, yeah, we pretty much covered all the bases, boys. So
it's Bumble, isn't it?
We go to.
Are you on Threads?
No, and it's not Threads. Get us out of here. I'm done.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Toma. Aqui,
Caralho,
cara.
velho.
Nossa, toma.
Caralho.
O Rick tá campeando até nesse mapa, velho.
Nossa, ele tá surdo.
Nem sabia que podia passar por ali, pô.
Cuidado, você...
Ó, ixi. Toma. Toma, ganhei. Toma. Toma, ó. E aí, Jaca? Que isso, Pampão?
Deixei ele menos 90.
O Jaquinho não quer jogar, né? Aí, tem uma escada aqui, viado. Olha o cara aqui. Nossa, meu usado. Meuzinho na chupeta. 10 vidas.
Ah, que isso, olha o jogo. Nossa, foi ponta do risco. Nossa! O cara tá campeando desse mapa, velho. Os caras tão parados na base. Ah, mole. Olha isso. Entendeu nada, entendeu nada. Isso, voltou também. Foi parada, buscou. Até aqui já, cara. Ai, eu ia pegar na faca. Pera. Quer outra? Quer outra? Ah, olha o Jota. Que isso, cara. Tá dentro do bombe aí, o jacaré. Pegou. Achei meu caminho, ainda beitei ainda. Tá azedando, né? Lá pra terra. Ah, sou o entre, né? É isso, nego. Ai, fui pro outro lado. Coisa que... Opa. Jogaram um alquezinho, já tinha. Acho que ele tá aqui. Ai. Tem mais um mapinha? Tem mais um pra nós se divertir?
Does your moisturizer suit your narrative? Why should age determine expectation? Save your skin with the all-new Potential, a skincare range by Res Valley. Potential defends against the 4 symptoms of underachievement. Why be a future star for just a year when you can be a future star forever?
What is your calling?
Overpass was our first, and Ancient our second. Imperial, a map up, an impressive victory broken down by the desk. Our Machina got spun with me, and we're going to be witnessing what could be Imperial securing themselves a spot in the groups and eliminating the Ninjas. Or it could be 3.
Well, I was going to say it could be crowning the new best Brazilian team in the world, Alex.
Yeah, right.
Can't argue with the results, can you? If Imperial make it deeper in the tournament than Furia, can you really argue with that?
I would.
Someone will.
I would, yeah. I think it would be a conversation more than a statement.
Right now, Imperial look more put together, I would say. And if they can carry that through on Ancient, a map that they are yet to play in official capacity with this very team. We're going into their black box.
Okay.
Interesting, NIP. You picked this. Let's make sure you can punish it. The high fives go out, and this could be the resurrection of the Immortals.
Final preparations, last 10 seconds, and we are into our second map. A reminder as well, so is Apex OG. 2 streams running simultaneously, same stakes, an advancement match, an elimination at stake. You can check both of those out.
Interesting.
We see a lot of utility for the Ninjas in Pyjamas roster.
Yeah, they're throwing a decoy at red here, not a smoke, so looks like they want to push and fight both sides of the server.
And he's ready for it. Phelps just welcomes the duel, and at least Henny trades. It keeps it nice and level. Ooh, there's more to be had. He can't quite find it. Hampus can.
Henny's locked out.
With Jota gone, yeah, they're running out of options. That bomb will go down. Bolt's wrapping around. We've got Vinny and Henny coming in from CT. And as the smokes fade, you got one on the CTs. That's going to lock 2 players behind the smoke in Cave. And Bolt... can't believe his luck. They're busy boosting. Manages the first, takes the second with the dual Berettas. Now a really uncomfortable pistol for Hampus. Handles a nice one onto Henny, clotheslines them. It's 1v2, not comfortable at all. And on the defuse, held by Bolt, he has to be precise, and it's clean on the first. Head trick clutches up. And DJL joins in.
I understand the celebration to pick up a pistol, but that's your third. That's 3 out of 3.
No map win yet.
No, and your T side looked pretty damn average on Overpass there to close things out, didn't it? So Brolin getting fired up and happy with that. They know they need to bring and keep this energy. You can't let it simmer down. You can't let that flame die. It is going to be an uphill battle if they want to make it to that third and decider of Nuke if we need it. Let's see what type of gusto NIP come out the gates here with. It's a heavy eco aim push here. Rez has an opportunity to farm up a couple.
Head. Needs to have his hand on the mouse. Molly, dink through it, loses it without a single frag. Not bad from the boys of Brazil. It's up to Config to pick up the slack. They're trying to run him down using their numbers. He tames the spray nicely, and Config does what Rez couldn't.
All right, well, farms the full eco ace. It still counts.
It does. I refuse to say the word, though. How many have we had?
8. 8. That is the 8th ace of the play-in stage. Vexite had one against Furia. Frozen had one against NIP. Roy had one against 9. Thomas had one against the Mongols. Sasanito had one against Astralis. Yakinda had one against Big. And Tabson had one against Liquid.
Gone now, of course.
Quite a few of those names, actually. Liquid. So no
Greyhound.
No. Oh, yeah. Yikes. Okay. Well, let's turn our attention to this first gun round here, because
correlation, causation.
Real grim, wasn't it?
Here we go.
I need the comms of the other game.
Me too. It's getting a bit exciting over there.
Well, Phelps on the jiggle with the smoke to block this. Brolin has been in cave for some time in this round. Rez still in main, Happer still caretaking middle. They're kind of just waiting for any aggressive information plays from Imperial here. So they want to sell a bit of a rotation over towards A lurk smoke, as well as a deep CT smoke. And yeah, around the corner with an aid in your hand, to boost always a possibility.
The second smoke, they're not taking any chances that Config could profit from the fade.
That molly as well, not perfectly placed. Happers is in.
Yeah, very peculiar. He's called the A site clear.
Well, they can come back through donut if they're quick about this.
Yeah, Bolt is going to be having a glance as he quickly rotates his race against the two. Jota slowing down as well, but it's Vinny. Right place, not quite the right placement of the bullets. Brolin down, Bolt's quick to surprise, a second as well. They were really unprepared for that one. And Config has to do a whole lot more with that Galil, this time against weapons. Oh. Nice shot, beats Phelps to the punch. Up to Jota, yet to frag on the big box, noted. Oh! And a great headshot onto Hampus. Config now has to do it all, and they know he's donut. Jota would have loved to take the fight instead, and yeah, not going to happen. A 3-0 start for the Ninjas, and listen to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about,
it's
right?
Very conscious.
It dropped off a lot within that, and I'm sure it's easy to drop off when you're not winning any rounds, but if you can try and keep that energy flowing. Counter-Strike at the moment, you can be very momentum-based. You get that money flowing on your side, you avoid those break points that we're talking about, and you can run away with sprees of rounds, and that's what NIP are looking to do so early on their T side here. Brolin, after every round, he's kind of a bit more fire in his belly here. It's going to be Imperial limping in with a couple of upgrades, the biggest being the Swag 7 in the hands of Vinny. That's over towards A. Respecting the smoke, but Brolin going to play with this little gap in the boards here.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, you need some geeky eyes for that. I think Happer should get the better of him here. Yeah. Oh.
And, yeah. Thought perhaps he'd have an advantage, but Config's going to be throwing a couple of bullets into the smoke.
Did Config see him?
No, I think that was just a supportive tap or two into the smoke his friend was considering.
All right, well, it's a good lesson for life.
Yeah, just give it a go. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Well, this is a free B bomb site right now.
And a very Vinny-esque purchase as well. We'll get to see a second look at that into our 5th round.
Oh, Config had a bit to say there. He took his hand off the mouse. He was definitely saying something. Is that Apex, given the roars?
That's a GG.
Okay, oh, yeah, all right, confirmed right there. If you didn't want it, you've got it. And that right there, I would say, is an upset victory. OG today, playing some great Counter-Strike, and I'll be very keen to go take a look at the stats, see who was popping off.
Keto had a fantastic first map, and it's actually Fasha and Regali at the top of the scoreboard on map 2.
Regali's looking like he's a bit of a hot prospect, isn't he? I think there was already conversation about that, but he is delivering.
Oh. And that is a shotgun delivering. Fight about to ensue. This is going to be a very costly round after all of this. Vinny making it hurt. And the shotgun, 2 frags. There's a lot of cash injected into his bank account.
He gets max loss bonus next round too.
Yep, not bad. 6,600. And of course, 900 a pop on the shotty.
Well, if they wanted to try and double up here, they definitely could right now. No reason that they couldn't bring one out on Henny and Vinny if that's what they're hoping to achieve. And Vinny's actually yet to vie here, so maybe, just maybe, that could come through. Never mind. He's picked up the M4A4. Belts of utility. A diffuse kit in play, but just the one for Vinny here. Make sure we keep that in the back of our mind if NIP manage to penetrate in towards the site here. Config's coming out mid. Oh, he's thought better of it. Make sure he's mollied over towards ledge. That will slow down the assault of Vinny and Bolt, who are locking down middle. Brol and Headtrick and Hampus have been able to get this B lane control early here. So Imperial do have mid control, but they cannot harass B through it. So job done for NIP as far as their nuisance in middle.
Smoke and Molly combo. Flash to follow. Hoping to bait any responsive utility. And yeah, with the third smoke up, it's Hampers that goes investigating. They could erect a boost. And they are. But this will provide the answer that there's not much going on. You can see how quiet it's fallen across the map.
There's only one key piece of utility over here towards that B bomb site, and it's Bolts with the incendiary.
Double fate. Double fate.
It's actually drawn them back, but
they need to hear something.
Yeah.
They need something more.
They might just contact the ramp here with Headtrick watching over towards long.
And that's Phelps.
Oh, great job.
Rewarded. Both go down, and the round falls apart for the Ninjas. You heard that reload. Tried to punish Phelps. Jota safe to hold the short side, and there's nothing to be done here.
Headtrick.
Yeah, with 20 seconds.
Great job from Phelps. And you know, we're normally talking about teams going for info plays and constantly staying active across the map. Imperial played somewhat like statues there. You know, they didn't over-rotate. They didn't get caught off guard. They weren't moving around a lot. They just sat, and Phelps delivered a multi-kill and round converted. First on the board for the Brazilians now. Now, we'll see if they can buck that trend, because we've been talking about how much on this map, you know, the give and the take, they take this area, we push this area, they can have donut, we'll take A main.
Right.
Well, interesting to see how Imperial are going to be able to play, and if that is the type of Counter-Strike they're looking to hope for, or if they're just going to play a bit more in the backlines, a little bit more passive. Is there an aeroplane in here?
Yeah, trying to pinpoint what that was. Or was
Some
it
rumbling?
Yeah,
what was that about?
Some mouth breathing. 1 round on the board. That's where you want to be if you're Imperial. They break their run. 4 rounds out on the trot from that pistol.
Here comes the flash.
Not big. Oh, the flash does say make the difference. Look at the health left on him. And with Vinny gone, he'll be the puppet master now from the grave, pulling the strings.
But look at this. They know they're under pressure over towards B lane. A defensive smoke. A molly comes out. Hampus extinguishes, just making sure that they can hold on to his territory. You don't want to play around those smokes if you're Imperial with the aggress. You don't know exactly what elevation it's at. You don't know how it could be one-way behind, so you cannot push forward and find that info. And with the man advantage, you can see Imperial in somewhat of a passive stance here. Hampus can call his troops into line as A main is now blocked. Smokes, flashes, even Molotovs available. Bolts looking for a cheeky gap. Going to cop a cheeky death. Straight into the crosshair of Rez.
Patience rewarded there. An advantage extended. Potential to see, you know, as we did on Overpass, a bit of a gamble and hedge their bets.
That's the thing, though. NIP going to send a feeler out. If you throw Rez out towards A and he calls it clear, you could do what you did in the previous round where Hampus got the troops to rotate back in through Donut in towards that A site. Now it feels like it's destined to be beat. 35 seconds left on the clock. Rez trying to sell a fake again. This isn't going to do anything. They're going to hear the smokes, but Imperial don't want anything to do with it.
And if they happen to walk into B, there is a defense here. 20 seconds. No one has bitten on this bait twice now. There's a good flash. Confirmation of presence at the bare minimum. Phelps down. Henny to hold. Can't stop the bomb now. Orb confirmed. Jota, a good frag onto Brolin. Maybe they keep going forward on this. Jota, he's threatening. Vulnerable to that head trick swing if he was to try and take contact with Hampus.
No kit. They're going to have to get out of here. Trying to find safe passage to do so, but the door's been locked.
And now Henny's lost his AWP as well. Rez, more than a door locker, kicks it down and leaves with 3 frags and a round.
It's a bit harder to be yelling so much when you already know you've confirmed the round like that, right?
Sure.
Like, that's the thing. You hear DJL getting into it, but the rest, well, we already knew we had won the round, right? It's harder to get the raw out of them, but easy to get the timeout out of Imperial, the first here for them on Ancient. I think he wants to do something set.
You know how we said that those Reza smokes, you know, these bait smokes they've tried has achieved nothing? Well, obviously they're winning the rounds regardless, but perhaps there is something to be said about throwing them and actually being behind them. We might be seeing Imperial assume it's something more similar to the first times they've felt that Rez set piece.
Yeah, they've done a couple of different looks over there. They had that one round where Rez died, then they had the other where Hampus made it. Well, that's the same round Hampus made it out, actually. Okay, get config across to Tetris, up and over. Hampus in the smokes as well. Brolin and Hedrick lock down B lane. But this is a fight against Phelps. He's tucked into a position we like to call rat.
Config to clear the rat. And does so with precision. Straight to the dome. Phelps gone.
Well, Jota's going to fill his position here. Might get mollied out. Yeah, I think he will get mollied out indeed. Hot toes for Jota, standing and wanting to deliver the fight. Brolin just playing into this. Flash fight and a great shot from Brolin. Perfect work to clear out that cave.
Hiss. Between the two of them, Config and Brolin have done the heavy lifting. Both lingering for a moment longer. Hedrick will punish.
I don't know if they've done something set here, but they've definitely been able to take the map control with ease.
And 2 AWPs invested into this. So this is a high priority save now for Imperial. And the fact that the bomb hasn't gone down yet and Hampus is still worming through means that there's gonna be a lot of grounds to hunt these.
Precisely, and Hedrick's already looking towards T-spawn. So whittling down the amount of options is, well, now you should have a pretty good idea. It's a double AWP setup.
If Vinny and Henny are left, and Vinny killed me with the AWP.
What could that possibly mean? Well, it means that NIP don't want a bar of it because, Alex, let me tell you, there was once upon a time a man named Threat.
Oh, yeah.
And Threat was more than happy with his ninjas in pajamas allowing the opposition to save trash guns like FAMASs and MP9s, because if you hold on to that, you're going to use it in the next, and we're just going to execute on you, or, you know that you just have these crappy guns. Well, the AWP is the opposite of a crappy gun. But there is one issue that AWPs do have, and that is smokes and flashes. So right now, if you can kind of piece this together, that it is a double AWP setup on the other side of the server, might be able to rock and roll with a bit of a setup to exploit that.
Yeah, it turns out AWPs can only fire 1 bullet at a time. And if there's 5 of you jumping out of a smoke with a flash, you might not find many.
Yeah, so this is where it will be interesting investments around these 2 AWPs. You are going to have to make up for some of those shortcomings, and
this is, I mean, this would be how Imperial find their second round if you were following the laws of Counter-Strike. The Brazilians with lesser guns doing something ridiculous.
What on earth, Vinny?
Like that! A knife kill to start off proceedings with a double AWP MP9 buy.
What the hell was that?
I've never seen that before. A Vinny exclusive.
Oh, okay. Well, Config, red-faced right now. But a leg up here for Imperial, and this would be one way to pick up your second round. NIP a little bit stunned right now as Hedrick has quite the aggressive line from the beehive in towards the cave. Hampus with a molly to try and hold them. in place for now, but against a round with MP9s in play, do you really want to try and test this cave position? You've got smokes available, short and long. And there they land, a pillar molly as well. They should get into the site here, you know.
If Hampers loses his AK, that's a scary weapon in the hands of Jota.
Yeah, he shouldn't go cave. There's no need.
So 4 versus 3, but the AK taken out of his hands immediately from Brolin. Another high-flying round from Brolin. A second important frag contributed. And perhaps Config's death is going to be avenged. Head trick, quick to the draw on bolts. Lane clear, he says.
Guys, you have 2 orbs again.
Yeah, let him have it.
Let's save these, shall we?
Oh, wow. Vinny's on special sauce right now.
Go again, Vinny. Almost. Running out of bullets, just one left. Henny's going to get it. So damage name of the game, apparently, but losing 2 AWPs. That's on Brolin's menu. Whew. Takes down Henny. Vinny gets away. Vinny's like the money-making merchant here, isn't he? Swag 7 kills, knife kills. The guy's just planting seeds and
harvesting.
Yeah, that is quite the... Here it is. Oh, here we go. So he comes out the smoke with the AWP and gets...
Flashes.
Okay, comes out, Config blind. Hello.
This is the shot. And finishes it out. Hard to explain that one in the feed. You know, imagine being the B lane player and you just see Config kind of
that was jumping from Brolin as well.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right though. Krilla, how did he knife you?
Yo,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, win the round, please.
All right, well, that was a timeout called. It won't be double ups again here at 7-1. Quite a commanding scoreline for NIP, but quite a funny game of Counter-Strike we've had so far.
Yeah, 100%.
As long as it's entertaining, it doesn't matter how it is. You know, all different types of movies. We got comedies, dramas.
We do.
Action.
Yeah.
We're getting it all right here.
Yeah, well, this is a blockbuster.
And they might need to go to the ancient mid-smoke school.
Oh, wow, great eyes on Config.
Yeah, well, if you threw your smoke properly, that probably wouldn't happen.
You have a point. And NIP have a sight. Now, Donut is smoked off, but by the time that fades, the bomb's halfway through the A-halls.
Yeah, very good space here from Hampus, and Phelps isn't looking. Phelps isn't looking at all.
How have they not considered this? So fast from Hampus. Oh, the double! A flawless one-tap into Phelps and an adjusted spray. He could have found Henny as well.
Ref, throw in the towel. Let's get to map number 3, shall we?
Completely different ball game here on Ancient, isn't it?
That's what they're playing with us.
Was this our first taste of it as well?
For Imperial, yeah, we haven't seen them play this map
Okay.
just yet with this. You know, this is one of these things that's like these teams coming into this event in the black box.
Right.
How prepared can they be? Yeah, okay. Well, running away with this one now, I think I might put my feet up. Can take a bit of a break on this one.
I'll do the same.
Yeah, it's definitely getting away from them here, and I know we still need to see 8 more rounds for NIP. There is obviously never say never in Counter-Strike, but I don't feel we've seen enough competency from Imperial so far on their CT side to show that they would be able to deal with what's being thrown their way, because it's different looks, it's not always the same. I think it's been quite diverse, this T side from NIP. It's been great that their individuals have continued some of their sharpness. Config top of the scoreboard again. 12 kills to his name. They're going to boost. Yep. Look at this. They've got the answers. Hello. Ancient 101. Welcome to school.
Is that a nice deep elbow smoke? I guess you can get on my head.
That's the thing, right? Like at the upper echelons of teams who play this map, you're aware of all these possibilities. You tend to have one person glued to it, right? If that boost comes in and your teammate dies, you're spamming through the smoke with a silent stem 4 to try and bring them down. In the previous, I couldn't believe Vinny even jumped up when the smoke was missed because there's just such a void. Right now, they're in the right position yet again here. This would be a confidence booster if they can win a 3-on-5.
Oh, on the box, boosted. Hampus should be, well, I was going to say traded. He's alive. Beats out Phelps to the punch. There's one more on the side. He goes overlooked. Nice from Henny. Could have been two.
Hampus with the wall bang there as well.
Whew, okay. NIP already running away with this one. And it does seem like Imperial less refined and developed on their defense of Ancient as it was on Overpass.
I think it's going to get awfully quiet in here as well, everybody. Now that the secondary stream has come to its conclusion with that victory, it's just us and IP taking on Imperial here. And the barks from Hampus might get louder and louder if they continue to hound Imperial on this map. Another timeout called from the Brazilians, timeout number 3. If you're Zach, you know that at this point, you could still salvage 6 rounds, which is more than serviceable. But as each just slide by, you're not winning the opening duels, you're not landing your smokes, you're not landing your key utility. I think hope is starting to be lost now. Red smoke, 2 fighting mid, Vinny through. See, they're not even using the smoke this time round and extinguish, and Config's out.
Wow, and quick to it, up the ledge already. Oh, comes a big nade to the chest there. Bolts operating at half health.
Yeah, I felt like Brolin has been able to get this cave control almost every single time he wants it. You don't have mid, you don't have B lane, you don't have A main. Imperial not able to contest for map control early, so NIP laughing here. Nice deep red smoke there. Countered by a Bolts one way. Off angle.
Powerful angle.
Vinny. Yeah, we saw Minio do that in the previous match. Playing in front of the donut. Very, very rare. That's your pre-aim.
I've heard pros call it the Sphinx angle, but I have no idea.
That's not a bad call for it at all, yeah. Okay. Well, Henny, you got to hit these, mate.
And Henny did.
What, Brolin?
Yeah, Brolin goes a little out of character. He's actually, whoa, in CT spawn. And now applying pressure from 2 different fronts. They're worried about head trick, but Vinny relieves the pressure, and it all falls into place for a second.
Okay. Well, it starts here, doesn't it? Hampus, 18 seconds remaining. Would love to do some more damage here if he could. Plenty of cash in the coffers. Joda deleted. He could just be a nuisance here. It doesn't matter if Hampus goes down after time. Not a big deal. And he might not go down at all. So, yeah, he wants to fight. You really want to offer another rifle up. Vinny finds a secondary AWP again. And there you go. You took a timeout. You win the second.
I'm just laughing at the kind of half-hearted way that Bora Bora, like, you know, he wants to give them noise. He hasn't had a chance to. But it's also like mid-yawn, and it's a second round in a 9-2 scoreline. So it's kind of a...
Good stuff. We took the timeout. We won it. Do it again. And even a smile on Henny's face.
That,
yeah, okay.
More of that. And I mean, it is, like you've highlighted, it's still attainable. This is by no means a guarantee for NIP.
Again, Config with this mid control.
Roland has to wait a couple of seconds before he takes cave.
Yeah, again with this redeploy, so that smoke that Bolts is throwing, it just holds them at bay, and it means they're less likely to pressure red. It means Bolts gets to hang around and linger. You can find some powerful angles up there late. Doors smoke. Oh!
Phelps dead.
Yeah, on the jiggle.
You know, not many players actually get away with the headshot on that. Config does.
They can boost head trick up on the box, and he can try and take this long fight. It's a pretty standard position to find the AWP. Maybe as that door smoke starts to subside, they will get him back up there. Bit of a nuisance otherwise, as he has the bomb. And now with the mid-ramp smoke, not so worried about the push anymore. But maybe he should be. Look at Joda starting to investigate this. It's a little bit too quiet.
I think that smoke's also a little suspicious.
You see what Bolts has retained here. Just get a highlight on that. Oh, maybe you don't need it. It's going to be the B play.
Jota wants that first contact. They still establish an erector boost. Config running away. Head trick misses the panic shot to respond. He does pull it out with the Glock, but Hampus has gone cave. Henny was exposed. Brolin faffing around with his nades. Now there's one hiding plain sight. Flashed in. Bad from the flash. Good for the round.
Wait, they're going to get towards A.
And they are going to have a double up retake.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be seeing the A site this round.
Pivoted very quickly there.
Didn't they?
Extinguish and go.
Charge. Vinny, he's doing a lot right now. Applying some pressure, some scrutiny. Oh, and there's a 1v2. What have you got for us, head trick? And no scope to start. Hey! Ole! Head trick up to 10 for the Ninjas.
AWP on AWP action right there, and head trick stands up, steals another.
Oh, you guys are hobby hoppers? Yeah, this is my main gig.
I love this. I wake up for this. And Imperial from the, high of winning a round finally gets all taken away. Headtrick's Glock on the trade comes out. The no scope to Vinny and Henny just around the corner. Happy with that one. As now, Imperial, you may as well get out what you can. A couple of M4s, a couple of 5.7s. Oh. And a flash in the face.
Oh, yeah. Now it's a
Facing
rat
Ghost.
race. It's a rat race. Ring around the rosy. Where did he go? He's found him. Config best sports. And now Brolin gets away with murder onto Jota. And this spells 11 for the T side here on Ancient. What was the third map?
Nuke.
No.
And that was the third map Imperial took on versus Greyhound, where they had their victory in the best of 3. And they had a very dominant CT side. I was keeping tabs on, I think it was like 8-9-0 at one point in that matchup. So let's see if Imperial can bring that same kind of flavor. Map number 1 was the story of Imperial getting it together late and converting against an NIP who were looking pretty hot to trot. This is about NIP finding that energy again and now maintaining it for the entire course of the game. And with 11 rounds already on the T Hall, they're looking good to convert their map pick. This is all just constellation frags as far as I'm concerned, as Hampus will eventually finish off the frag. And they just have to find Henny right now, the alligator. I suppose he wants to see if he can pick up one of these guns that's hit the deck. Rez and Hampus should be able to deal with this. Not too many problems. Henny chipped down, position noted, and there you have it.
A dialogue between the Imperial squad. But out of their depth, it seems.
Yeah, this one definitely does already feel over. It's going to be an A-go, like just a fast A. I think one of the players has got the fast donut smoke lined up as well. Yeah, there it is. Thank you very much, Jakey. Yeah, line that up from spawn. Don't move your mouse. Run, jump, throw, bang. And just like that, the dirt is gone. Nobody's playing A anyway. What a perfect call.
Couldn't be better. I mean, completely unoccupied bomb site.
They don't have a kit either.
Deep smoke into Donut. That is terrifying.
Still have 3 mollies they can deploy.
Henny's done well to give him something to talk about. Campus dead. Util dumping. This is such a hard retake.
One more molly in play here for Config as well. I don't think he's going to use it. Barrel stuffs Vinny. The next up is Bolt, shipped on down to 19, and he'll finish him off as well. Config having a field day, changing guns and knocking them all down. That's round number 12. And Config's in beast mode right now. The Berserker, he wants map number 3.
And Headtrick will go down, but the glory is all theirs. Plenty of cash, and one more round to find 13 on this T side. Limited resources for Imperial. An AWP to be celebrating, but it's that's on the high end of the spectrum.
Yeah, right. There's not a whole lot to celebrate in this map at all.
Look at that, 1 minute 40. You've got CT smoke, donut smoke, and you're planting.
Yeah, and then they had all those extra Molotovs they just kept layering on.
And extra guns for Config as well.
So
Lovely.
Even if you thought you were getting close, you thought the U2 was starting to fade, think again.
They want to go for a mid-go. This is the fight Vinny's been waiting for. A FAMAS, though, not the weapon for the job you'd think. Hampus, he is a dead man walking. fair play. 4 HP into smoke.
A leap of faith.
Yeah, exactly. Just hoping Vinny blinked or something. I don't know. Tota's got some lane control. Brolin has spotted him out now. Vinny again. Takes down Config this time. Heavy scalps being taken.
Surely a third here.
Most definitely. They're already crawling behind you as well. And Hedrick has no information as he takes that first glance. Will he take a second? Too far gone. Now he's quick, but Bolts catches him by surprise, and Rez in a 1v4. And we're locked. 12 is a fantastic haul. Will it just be a formality to take us to the distance and take us to 3? Stay tuned to find out. We saw Hedrick having a whole lot of fun, and Ninjas in Pajamas in general. A nice respite from the Overpass, which was a whole different kettle of fish. Ancient, yeah, look at this guy styling on and having a good time, looking good while doing it. 12-3 on the half. We swapped sides, and myself and Chad here to bring you the action. And our conclusion that we're here is a bit of a waiting room for map 3. Imperial seem like they've bitten off more than they can chew here on map 2.
Yeah, it's the Good Vibe Tribe on the NIP side of the server right now. Could hear them talking throughout that break. They were talking about some of their scalps they took, the trophies of that first half, and just how they got it done as, well, Brolin, he wants to get it done right here, right now. The Julie's at the ready.
Flash from Hedrick, he'll have a look off that. Phelps full blind. Vinny, though, plays anti and delivers an opening. Can they find a pistol? NIP, 3 out of 3. And Imperial, they want to fight. They bring it into Cave. Didn't clear their corners. Ampus is laughing at him. That flick. Gross. Revolting from the Swede. Config's still alive. They're coming for him and gunning for him. Nice shot out of Bolts.
Yeah, might get their first pistol here. Bomb down 1 on 3. Rez. 2 pistols at the ready.
And an understandably passive hold.
Might find... Oh, I was going to say might find one. Not anymore. Ramp takes contact first. Now Rez is scrambling. He gets 2 kills, but doesn't have any time for this.
Yeah. Style points for sure. Rez gets 3 down.
And
bye. There's no way. Really? Yeah.
Oh, I died there? Okay,
Yeah.
well, if he kept the Kevlar, he could have bought a silenced M4 with Kev. So, a few extra points of HP, and maybe, just maybe, he would have survived that one. But he can still drop the silenced M4.
2 bullets left on that. Second shot out of Hampus. Nice shooting. Bolts finding the frag onto Config to secure it. And yeah, Rez, it was, I mean, stylish. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, like nice shots. And he's like, I don't really care. We lost.
Yeah, so he did drop that M4 over to Config. Makes sense. He's going to fight a bit on his lonesome.
Bolts is coming for him. Config caught out. Bolts brings the fight to the Berserker and bests him.
And no one can pick up that M4.
No, unattainable. Love.
Oh!
Rollins a geek for the gang.
It must be nice to have young eyes.
I think we did see that on the very first game we cast with NIP, where he was just one-banging people through with a deagle. It's his angle. He loves it. And yeah, you can see what tiny bit of info he's working off.
Rain looks through it as well. He's an older boy, but he wears glasses.
He does,
so,
yeah. He's got the X-ray specs.
He's basically an android, right?
Oh. Yeah, that one looks a bit robotic as well. Just when that 4-on-4 was feeling pretty damn good, do you lose your mid component?
I'm surprised no one's still lingering to pick up that M4 purchase just yet. So, running out of time, running out of options. 55 seconds left on the clock. You 2 now deployed. Cave has been blocked by the CTs. And all 3 are going to come up the ramp. Not going to take a lot for NIP to pick this one up. Oh!
What? Vinny. Into head trick, which will facilitate the plant.
Maybe they can win this.
Yeah, I mean, there's some chip damage inflicted. Would need some stunning shots now. That smoke phaser, they already tuck Kenny in towards the cave position.
They're backing off.
And they are, yeah, accepting defeat.
No way. It looks so good for their round. I understand.
Yeah.
As soon as they lose the sight and the bomb goes down.
And there's an M4 mid.
That's true as well. Should be a Galil or something of the sorts to be able to pick up off of one of the other dead bodies. So, yeah, Galil and an M4. So you're going to have 3 rifles into the next round here.
Suddenly it makes a bit more sense, actually.
So a good reconnaissance mission here, understanding the lay of the land, the Swedish, Danish, Ukrainian mix.
Ah, yes.
And Imperial will add another one to the scoreboard here, bringing it up to a total of 5. We still need 7 rounds here to tie up the scoreline, and I don't think we're worried for NIP just yet. In the very early stages of this second half, the pistol, the conversion, and now another rough round for Imperial to overcome. It wouldn't be too advised for NIP to go all in like this, considering the scoreline. So they have just bolstered some of these saves a little bit. Rez didn't even buy armor here, which I think is a bit surprising, but... Oh,
ooh,
perfect weapon for the job.
Exactly what he was hoping to hear, but not what he was hoping to see. As it's Vinny just filling the feed, 2-1 upon entry. Losing Jota from that Rez unarmored M4. That means the nade does a ton of damage. Maybe we lay down arms and play for the next. Bolt is already on the hunt. No, he's not. Thought he might be pushing the issue, but he might be...
He might hear them if they run in the water. Like, they have to start walking about. Okay, he moved. Never mind. They won't hear him anymore. Or he won't hear them. Nobody's hearing anybody. But you're hearing us.
Just wanted to leave you there for a second.
I don't know where I am right now.
I apologize. It's just leaving you out. You know, you're just desperate for just a life ring,
Save
anything.
me, please.
Just a sponge. And there goes Phelps. So, yeah, forcing 2 rebuys, but this gap...
Oh, it's perfect. They get rid of the scout. They drop the Galil back to Hampers, and they pick up an AK. No one has to have any trash guns in the next round.
And everyone's got plenty of cash.
Beautiful. That's actually a great little save right there from NIP. But Imperial, how much more do you have on this T-half? Now we're about to get into the meat and potatoes. The weapons are purchased, the nades are in.
But is it potatoes and meatballs, or is it patatas bravas? It's not a Brazilian dish. Just didn't know any Brazilian potato dishes. Inform me. Let me know.
Confid's taken a lot of damage here, hasn't he? 38 points of health. It's a T-side cave smoke there.
That's a warning shot fired off from Config. Whistles past the ears of Jota.
Well,
spread.
NIP have as much map control as they did on the T side. All of mid, their side of cave. You know, it's like...
This is becoming a bit familiar for them.
Yeah, they have so much space, they don't know what to do with. But limping out Util now, just stalling this out ever more so. Imperial have left themselves with 2 smokes, a handful of flashes, and a couple of Molotovs to try and finish this one off.
And
now,
no map control.
No, but they have enough for a B exec. That's a red smoke deployed here, so Config, oh, dearie me.
He's licking his lips.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Oh, it's a really nice one-way dance. That's a no-no. I don't think Bolt is going to brave it. He got the info from the jump, sees the smoke missed, and I think he's going to have to rework his approach.
Yeah, well, he's very aware that nobody's gone donut. I'm surprised not to see Hampus rotating yet. It's a 2-2 split on the sides here. Hampus starting to cheat over now. It is going to be B.
It's going to be Brolin. Tucked in on Bucket. Good. Oh, great. Into the heads of Vinny and Phelps. Managing that AK spray beautifully. And Config put with the pièce de résistance, 7 seconds. Jota and Henny. Not much longer here for this round to conclude. The 13th comes through. No one's found him. Oh! Saved by the clock.
A flash of him on the screen there for a moment's notice. NIP will draw blood on the CT side, picking up their first with 4 staying alive. And that's more of what we've come to expect on their map choice here of Ancient. Really good util usage here, just blocked to the top of the ramp with only 16 seconds left. No option but to flash and hope as they just peel them apart here. That AK used to get there immediately and poof, gone right in front of your eyes, just like this round. Config's nade onto Phelps, Jota low as well, and 14 pretty much confirmed.
Unless they forget A exists, it seems Hampus and Rez have not. Boosted up, spotted out, and Vinny quick on the headshot.
Oh, Vinny just blocked his teammate's smoke there.
What happens to Donut now? Rez is going to have a full vision. And Config can flash for that engagement.
Yeah, after the molly fades, watch this. Oh, maybe not even.
He knows they're looking. Oh, spotted out. Great work from Henny. The bomb will go down. They're recovering.
Boys.
They're recovering. It costs them an arm and a leg, but Vinny burnt to a crisp. And his teammates get the bomb out. Oh. And maybe they could leave with the round. It's only Henny though. And yeah, Rez had the info. Damage was done. And 14 on the board for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, a couple of moments where that one could have fallen by the wayside for NIP. Got a little bit scrappy. But they will scoop it up. And with that plant, find Imperial having to make some hard decisions here. Was a nice shot on the jump up there from Vinny. But too low HP for them in the final throws of this one. And now, even with the plant, there is not enough money for a full buy. They are just going to...
It's so crazy looking from the TV. I just turn to my left and I see the whole squad. I could just...
Right.
I'm just watching NIP live. It is the coolest seat we've ever had for a casting desk. And it seems 15... There's a couple more clicks away. Head trick, Brolin, Hampus, every single member finding one.
I think this type of round kind of sums up the half here for Imperial. You know, it's desperate in stages. Things just aren't quite working. You see a lot of missed nades for them across the course of this map. Misunderstandings of how to play certain scenarios. So NIP leaps and bounds ahead of them. On Ancient at least. Nuke will be that third and decider as we're just one more round away. And Config continuing this fantastic form. 22 kills, another banger of a map for him. 68% headshot ratio. 63% for that of Rez. So you can see the two of them just ripping off skulls at the moment. Util damage pretty high for a lot of the members on the NIP side. Flash assists are there, ADR's there. It's just going beautifully, and that is represented by this 15-6 scoreline. I think this is all she wrote.
Certainly feels that way. Config up to his usual antics as aggression is caught out. Good to see Phelps fighting Config at that initial engagement. Spray through the smoke rewarded by Hampus. So mid shut down. Brolin staring at his favorite gap.
Yeah, well, I guess he is the early warning signal here for NIP in round 22. He might even want to go for an info play after this smoke starts to fade. Hedrick also starting to get aggressive with this, and well, Hampus can deal with A from Donut as well as mid. So as he just jiggles for info, or not even, hoping to lie in wait here. And they are starting to head back over towards his side of the map. As Hedrick goes down ramp, Brolin starts to investigate cave. And as more information starts to fall in favor of Hampus, they build this mental picture of where the last 3 members of Imperial must have gotten off to.
So what's his reaction? Find out with us live.
Hampus has a molly still, even a smoke. If he blocks them right now, there's no way they get out.
Perfect timing.
They have to respect this.
Just through the smoke. So it's confirmation. It's like it's extra juicy. Yeah, he's going to throw out all of his
they
util.
missed another smoke. They missed a donut smoke.
At least they've got a gap to walk through.
It's going to be
Otherwise,
used against them.
It's going to be awkward as hell. Yeah, it is. Look at that angle. You're not pre-aiming that one. Do they boost? Yes, they do. And it's straight into Hampus. Try and explain that call out for Henny. He's up over the smoke that we missed. And yeah. Bomb is in their grasp. No one's looking at Donut, though, so Jota does catch one by surprise, but with 13 seconds, it would have to be some magic. Does NIP secure it? Okay, Nuke, it's locked in. Grab yourself a drink, tell your friends. It will comes down to a 3rd map in this advancement game. 1 spot, 2 teams.
What is your calling?
Well, well, well. What do we have here? That would be a 3rd map on the horizon with Nip pushing us there. Of course, that would be a rather limp, if I should put it that way, Imperial on the 2nd map of this series. But yeah, the Nip bounce back is real. I'm here joined by Maniac. We brought in YNK as well. Let's try to rationalize it all. Try to bring it to a head.
Well, I think you just see the different levels on this map compared to Overpass, really, right? When it comes to Imperial, we touted them for some good moves, good team play. On Overpass or Ancient,
not so much. I mean, they did get off to a bad start, but even after that, when they were trying to regress, when they were trying to make some of those moves on the CT side, it felt a little bit discombobulated.
Yeah.
It felt a little bit forced at times. You know, we have to do something. Usually at this time we do something on other maps, but we're not really sure what it is.
Yeah.
And NIP was just on a different level.
No, I agree with you, and I don't even hate Imperial for that. Like, it's fine. It's fine that they tried. It's fine that they overcompensated in being too aggressive. Like, I have no problem with that. How many times do we stand at the desk and we say, hey, if your base on this map is not that strong, then throw off the rulebook and go a little crazy. And I think that's what they try to do. They try to be overly aggressive. They try to be in an IP's faces. But the problem was, whenever they traded, they ended up being punished in situations, again, being too aggressive, allowing NIP to play around with these number advantages that they had.
Yeah, there was a freedom of movement that they were
that was
giving.
very free. It's very free-flowing, very hippie style, new wave generation, the whole thing.
And it is cool when you see it work out for some players where they can capitalize on that, maybe get 3-4 kills in a succession. But really, the only thing that sticks out is Config just having his way with the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's been having an incredible series so far, and I think NIP will absolutely need him to continue this level of form coming into third map. But considering the third map is new, maybe even more so Hampus, right? Like, we know what he's capable of playing in that outside area on both CT and the T side. He's the focal point for NIP's nuke, and because of those things, right, you're counting on him to have another good game.
Yeah, he truly, he makes the weather, right? Either rains or it's sunshine with Hampus. You talk about that new game and his positions. If you guys, not now, stay with us, but whenever you have time, go back to Vert against Mouse, and you will see, I guarantee you, Hampus died 13 different ways outside, through 8 different smokes, 3 different Molotovs, 2 different backstabs, a nade and a knife in his hand. They did him really dirty, so I think he's ready. Like, I think he's ready for all kind of traps.
It's all there. Like, it's got the makings of it. Cool. They win this map pretty handedly. They get off to a great start. They've got pretty much the ball in their hands for the majority of the game. And you've got to wonder, carrying on with tradition in that third map anew.
You'd know a thing or two about having a ball in your hands.
All right, Kassad.
That's so unnecessary. That's so gratuitous. Why are we entertaining this?
Hello?
Is Casada here?
Nope. I just wanted to see.
I think, though, in reality, looking at the veto, for both teams, it was going to be a 3-map affair if you're going to win it, right? Like,
there is 3 maps, yeah.
You have to convert your map pick, and then it's going to come down to nuke. And I think also for Imperial, that was their opening game against Monty. T-side was okay, pretty much. It was on the CT side where they really faltered, and we already saw how they made improvements from the Monty game to the Mongols game on Nuke, where they were much better. So it seems like they're doing a good job of getting better on the fly, and I think they'll give us a much better fight on Nuke than they did on Ancient.
So how do you, if you're Hampus, how do you go about avoiding some of the conflicts from the first map where everything kind of unraveled itself a little bit?
You're talking about the first map in this series?
Yes, of course.
Right there. Well, there's not a whole lot you can take away from. That's a different map.
No. What I'm saying is they kind of unraveled themselves. I know it's late, and I know you guys might not know the next map. So let me remind you all, it's Nuke.
I'll put the ball in my hands now.
Ball for you?
I think, though, the problem for NIP for me is, like, what's played Config probably throughout his career is inconsistency. So I have a hard time seeing him have another good map. You know?
Yeah, mathematically, that's 2 out of 2 now. So, red.
Yeah, I think
green.
Also, it's funny how Zach was on the desk in the winner's interview telling us about how, we were talking, Brazilians, you always scream, but your guys were a little bit more quiet. It was only you that were screaming. He's like, yeah, we need to conserve energy, right? If it's a best of 3 goes into a third map, you lose a lot of energy. On the first map, they used everything. They were all fired up. So maybe they were just saving their energy, Matthew, on the second map, knowing it's going like into a third, and now they're going to unleash the beast.
I mean, it's a strategy that the Animal Kingdom has used for a very long time. It's summer, you go ahead, you get the most food as you can during winter so that you can eat when it's needed. Same with the energy, right? First map, sunny outside. Second map, bit colder. The draft's coming in. The ocean's rising level up. You have to keep that food in.
So maybe like a hibernation is kind of what you're thinking of. But you've got to wonder, does the little, what is it, a groundhog, does he go back into the hole? Or how does this pan out for the side of NIP, who have-handedly taken the second map of the series, but then we go into a third? Does it even up the scales?
Yeah, I was trying to think what's the national animal of Sweden and think about their hibernation system. I'm not exactly sure. So maybe we just circle back to Counter-Strike for half a second, Trace. What do you think about that?
I'm going to look up the national animal of Sweden, but go ahead. Yeah, carry on.
A moose.
A moose?
National animal of Sweden is an elk. You were really close.
An elk?
That's not bad. No, it's kind of like how Overpass is not anything else. You know, it's a kind of a crazy phenomenon. You could actually just say that.
That's great. But listen, like usually in games like this, it is a good amount is about stamina, right? Like it's a long series.
I mean, it's also kind of late now.
It's late in the day, right? So you will absolutely have to do some shouting and yelling, right, to keep the energy up, because everyone plays like a good Counter-Strike. You play your best Counter-Strike when everyone's talking, when the communication is good, it's flowing, right? People are asking for utility, they're offering utility to their teammates, right? Like everything is happening sort of intuitively, right? And you're not going to get that there. Everyone's like sort of dead and sitting back and like, oh, it's late.
I mean, we could hear Nip from where we're sitting.
It's also for spotting group stages of Cologne, Trace.
Okay.
There's a lot on the line. Over there. See it?
Yeah.
They could win that.
They can.
But not
Phelps
tonight.
lifted that.
Okay.
So what you're saying is?
Yeah, he could do it again.
Okay, there. I just wanted to know where we were going.
Like a huge payoff coming over now.
Not if they lose here. They have to win this game, Trace.
And is that because Overpass is different?
Yeah, Overpass is not just like
it's not just 2. It's not Inferno. It's nothing else. Anyway, it's certainly not Nuke. That's where we find ourselves going. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. Just always right there for the taking. Hey, let's go to that break. I'm going to recollect my thoughts and ultimately figure a few things out before we jump into Nuke. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters with Nip and Imperial.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Scarrow, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
How's the maths, fellas? This is where I know you were worried.
It's rough. It's rough. It's been, yeah.
If you need to put numbers down, I wouldn't be mad at you.
Let's take this so we look smart. Don't take it. Let's look smart.
You look smart if you're not using it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't use it.
So you got 2 minutes for this, right? So you got a little bit more time.
Here's the first question. Let's imagine that Valve makes CS2 pay for access.
The game now costs 20 euros.
You still have some Revolution cases, which are worth €1.20 in your inventory. What is the minimum you need to sell of those cases to buy CS2?
Is it 15? 15? 15. Yeah.
Wrong answer.
What? Wait. Yeah, because it's 21, no?
I can't work this out.
Can I work this out?
Yeah, my brain is not good today.
But if we use this now and we don't make it, we look even dumber.
Yeah. So come on, guys. When you guys handled CS economy, you know, when you're playing the game, so
18 cases. 17. 18.
It's 7. 17. Sorry, 17.
Yeah, I think it's 17. 17.
Bing, that was quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had 90 seconds still on the clock.
Ding, ding, ding. You guys got it right. And I'll give you a bonus point. I'll give you a bonus point if you can also tell me how much money would you have left?
40 cents. 40 cents.
Yes. Oh, damn. Bro, what's going on here?
That's fast.
3 seconds. Give me a number. Give me a number.
Fuck the bonus point.
I said fuck you, though.
All right. Final answer. Fuck the bonus points. That is unfortunately the wrong answer. The correct answer was 40 cents. But, it's a bonus point. Well, it's fine.
You're not done with maths, though. I'm so sorry, guys. There's a bit more.
Your team will compete in a CS tournament with a €700,000 prize pool.
The winning team will receive 25% of the prize pool. How much does the team get?
How much was 700k?
700,000?
150,000. It's not that easy.
No.
I'm gonna need an answer out of you in 10 seconds.
No. 175,000.
175?
175,000.
Oh my god, he's not even doing any math, he's just saying the answer.
He didn't even write anything down.
I know. I just did it in my head.
Give him harder question.
Question 3. This, I think we'll start with you, Deva, here.
Oh my god, no.
During the clutch, prime ZipX's heart rate used to rise slightly above 100 beats per minute.
How many times on average do our hearts beat per day?
Is this still a math question?
Do you say in 1 hour?
No, I'm looking for in a day.
In a day?
In a day.
Okay, if 100 is a minute, then...
Okay, I would say 90 is average. Okay, so we have to...
this one, divide... Wait.
So 90, in 1 minute, there is... It's 540 an hour, right? 5,400 an hour.
Yeah. Then it's 3,600 times 24.
One more zero, I think. It's like 144,000 times.
Oh, 142,000 IS.
142,000?
78,000.
I don't know, 80k.
80k? I'll give you the point. It's 100,000 per day.
But points for 20,000 above or below. You said 78?
Yeah, that's not good enough.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
It is what it is.
I don't know how he got 140.
I don't know either.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the last day of the Cologne 2023 play-in. Deep underway and a very few seats remaining at that group stage table. NIP, Imperial, duking it out, map 3.
Yeah, the final spot
available.
Yeah,
Oh,
everyone else has gone home, Alex. It's just you, me, the desk. I think Banks is still around here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we ride towards that that midnight with Counter-Strike. It's my favorite way to do it.
I'm just taking a look here. We've got the bracket starting to come together as well. So Group A for the group stage. Rogue Mongols, Game Legion Monty, Cloud9 Fnatic, Ents 9.
Oh, Ents 9. Does that mean Hades playing against his old team?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So it looks like we got a bit of Na'Vi, Mouse, G2 Astralis, and I suppose the result of this one here will determine how the other two matchups line up.
Okay.
But this one here, in case you've just joined us, is for that coveted final spot in the group stage. And Imperial, on their map choice of Overpass, they had a resilient comeback late within that second half of play, led by Joda and some of his fantastic maneuvers over towards that A side of the map will bring you forward into Ancient, where it's a map that I think Imperial would rather forget. Sure, their logo's green, but going to be seeing red after that loss. They need to recenter and get themselves ready for NIP on Nuke. Now, Nuke was the third and deciding map for Imperial against Greyhound, I do believe, and we just have a little bit of a technical timeout. Well, the game's not live, so I guess it's not timed out just yet, but this is the perfect time for us to take a trip down history lane. NIP, in their best of 3, took on Mouse, and they picked Nuke into Mouse, which tells you they have some confidence going into this. They lost it, sure, but definitely keen to get this one done. And you and I went outside for a breath of fresh air on the balcony just down the back. We saw NIP across the road having their pep talks, getting it all ready and raring to go. I heard some final words from Mr. Troll's Rubble, just telling him it's about the details on this, you know, the communication, keeping that energy high. I was listening from some distance away, so I am paraphrasing here.
I was going to say that, well, you have a really good ear on you, but it does look like that Imperial T-side start, NIP will be taking to the defense, and the game is underway. One final map to separate them, one final spot at the group stage.
Julie's on hut here. Actually, Julie's in A completely.
5 Glocks, walkout yard.
Hampus is already on B here. He's starting lower deck, and P250 of bolts. Spots one out towards the heavens. All 5 down secret. Keep it simple, stupid.
Well, Hampus. Wolf, I thought he was looking for info. He gets Henny's head. And now Config descends the vent. Hard fight now. Oh my goodness. Look at the damage. Vinny hanging on by a single nerve ending. 1 HP.
All right, well, smoke can come out here to grant access to the back of the site. Hampus, doors open, mate.
What can we do to disrupt this? Oh, Phelps just pushing into him, and he greets them with bullets. More to be found. Info on Jota as well. Don't forget that Vinny, 1 HP. Hampus, 2 frags so far. And oh, sitting duck. Brolin collects the headshot. Now to fight this is a big fight for Bolts to win. Up for debate now. Brolin on the floor. Time ticking. And not ready for the off angle. Jota profits nicely. A misplaced crosshair from the Swede, and now it's taking shape for a Brazilian pistol.
I thought Joda had fluffed his lines right there, didn't he? First bullet not connecting, took him a couple. Head trick has no chance in this round here. Bomb too far, gone moments from Demise. And Zach happy to make a bit more noise this time round.
Yeah, no golf claps here. That's a big injection of momentum. And pistol rounds have not been coming all too easy to Imperial.
Yeah, and the start that I'm sure they were looking for here. Want to relive the glory of Overpass. Great job with the kills down towards the lower side of the map and then playing this out. Yeah, I thought that Joda had screwed up there by not connecting the dots immediately. Brolin had no idea that that was even a possibility, as we do see NIP battle in here with a force by their own. Headtrick with a scout, 5-7 and Deagles with some smokes to lock down some of these key choke points here. We always talk about these scouts finding a couple of key tags. He finds one tag, one Deagle bullet, that's a frag. This time very lobby-centric from Imperial. The squeaky smoke deployed, that will hold them at bay until about that 1 minute mark. Brolin and Hampers both still with smokes at the ready. You can see how Brolin is approaching this ramp position just to block, not to fight. So as soon as he gets info through that gap, he'll drop it.
He loves a gap, does Brolin. Can't fault him if his eyes are working as well as they clearly are.
Smoke wall, and, well, unless they follow through, Hampers is ahead of this, Alex.
Yeah. So in terms of this, all of this time, ooh, head trick dead. Hampers, perfect placement of the crosshair, despite the flashbang. Phelps is caught.
They know it's a fake outside then. Could turn more attention towards this A site.
Yeah. Oh, but actually picking up the rifle could have cost him his life. Gets away with that for a moment, but the bodies do drop.
Still plenty of time, 40 seconds. No sweat on the brow just yet.
Ooh, Config actually had an opportunity onto Jota, but that's gone now. And a clean round. Henny's going to be happy with that one. That's 3 in their second round conversion and keeping 4 alive as well. So NIP going to have to kind of stomach a full 3-0 start for their opponent.
Yeah, and if Henny starts to have a good map, I think you're in trouble if you're NIP, because he's going to get loud alongside of Jota. These two definitely love to play Counter-Strike with that fire in the belly, and then you'll see all of them ignite here. So some tidy shots, even with Hampers trying to throw a spanner in the works, and Henny here crispy on the headshots. And there's that fire I was talking about. They call him the alligator. I haven't quite worked out why, but it's a pretty fun nickname if you ask me.
There's a lot worse out there. Isn't that right, Sponge?
I tried to rebrand. Just wanted to be Chad.
Yeah.
Hooksy took that one.
He did. And Phelps has taken Hampers straight out.
Nice little aim map smokes here. Obscure lockers. Main smoked off. There is a little bit of a gap here. And it is starting to fade, and Config will punish.
He's not, oh, he is kind of ready for this. And the Shadow, not going to be enough time for him to react and place that bullet correctly. So, whilst it's nice to see that P250 in the feed, Config, probably the only frag to celebrate for the boys. It seems like they're even holding this. Henny, you talked about him coming in hot and strong. He just looked away. That's the bomb. This is a small window of opportunity here for Brolin. And well, for the whole team.
Now, lockdown now. You can see timing. Cruel Mistress in Counter-Strike.
Oh, Shadow. Lovely.
And
Dream
Phelps
start.
as well, yeah. So this is Phelps, 6 kills, and Henny with a couple on the force buy as well. So all in all, not too shabby here for some of the key names on the Imperial roster, especially the 2 newest additions. But, Phelps was having, I wouldn't say a field day, but he was definitely having some good exchanges on Overpass on that T side. Remember when he was getting those heads-up duels against Brolin? So if he's feeling comfy again, we might actually have a map on our hands.
Well, Vinny's quote was specific. He said that he's kind of, by playing for so long against Brazilian competition, he's lost confidence against Tier 1 competition.
Okay.
Which I can understand in terms of not playing the same game here. Different level of opponent, perhaps.
Phelps is behind Hampers.
Yeah, and Phelps has completely caught off this in-game leader.
He's heard him. I thought he heard him. Well, they know where he is now.
Oh, yeah, lost that element of surprise at least. Oh, and Hampus goes looking. He actually has confirmation of not only Vinny, but Phelps as well. A one-man yard hold.
Calm, considering how much pressure there was.
Very cool. Above and beyond the call of duty, even confirms Bolt's location with the swing of the flash. And look what Hampus has done to this Imperial T side.
It's really hard to find a way forward. This molly and smoke implies there is a possibility for a vent drop here. So you can see Config trying to address that. Hampus as well from Yard. And well, Config's actually covered some flak damage. There is a gap on that smoke. They've limped out Squeaky. And Jota's not going to push the issue. I think they are just going to call the save. So 20 seconds left, holding to the guns. Bolts all the way back deep in T-spawn. Holding on to 2 Galils. They're not going to get any loss bonus here. Regardless, it would have been that bottom of the barrel 1400. Jota and Henny still have residual cash. Vinny can buy himself. Phelps the same. And all it took was Hampus getting that double kill towards Yard. But Phelps quite truly beelined it with that smoke wall into Warehouse. Got there what was seemingly undetected. Had the sound cue of Hampus falling off the box. And then got caught off by one AK bullet. Trying to search out the head of Mr. Headtrick. A little bit scary. He thinks they're going to do some inner stuff. Okay. So feeling under pressure when they have these round openings was Config. Let's see if he feels that pressure again. Imperial. Do we have a similar wall of smokes towards Yard or a different look completely? Yeah, different look completely.
Towards that inner side. Config rewarded. Rez as well. Racks up Vinny. And already they're left wanting. That's big from Bolts elsewhere. Catches Rez. Hampus has something to work with if they were to push it. Yeah, the smoke should cover it. Peeked ahead of it and does throw a good set of rounds into Bolts.
Poised enough to swap out the guns here. So AK into the healthier Jota as opposed to the peppered Bolts. And still trying to harass is Hampus. Hampus has another smoke for this, and I guess he doesn't need to use his own. Going to be replenished by his teammates. Might run out of bullets before he finds a frag. But this one again, kind of stomped, blocked, and forced to reconsider their options are Imperial. Definitely not in a rush to throw away their lives here.
No, it's our turn, they say. Oh, but he will get info. Yeah,
they've really got to fix up those smokes, don't they?
That was what he was waiting for. Confirmation of presence. They go for the boost behind the T-side vent, but they're not going to get anything done here. Heaven looking for answers and gets the face full of lead. They know where the rest are, though. Both spraying, spamming Hampus. He's throwing bullets back in their direction. And though arduous and drawn out, we'll see NIP make it just a one-round game.
Okay, well, these rounds have essentially been decided within the opening jaunt, right? That little exploration last round in towards Yard, the deaths, and this time hard in towards top. Blocked, stopped, round done. And a one-round game. You know, Config's had his ups and downs over his career, right? And he's one of these players that, well, we know he's had some moments that he'd rather forget. But seems like he could be a good source of energy for this team and a good role model as long as he keeps the head on the shoulders in the right way. Young Headtrick next to him.
Yeah, no, I agree. An opportunity. Hampus trying to time this spray right. Phelps is already well across. And it's just Phelps. So Bron, you can see ramp player already descending to acknowledge the potential.
And the AWP of Headtrick is here to fill that void. It's always very together from Imperial, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire with the Brazilians. Second flash.
So
effective. That's beautiful.
They know it was the AWP now, so should expect one player to potentially be lower already.
Where is Brolin hiding, says Vinny. Deep clear. Nice shot, Brolin. Racks up ahead and stands tall for nothing more. Henny. What a round. First the flash, now the frag. Bolt even anticipating this lobby wrap to ramp.
And they're backing off,
they call it this time.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's going to be one of these maps of Counter-Strike. Lots of respect being shown here. Neither team wanting to force themselves into situations that feel unwinnable. Polar opposite ends of the map will be
occupied here as Imperial notched the 4th onto the board, and in quite simple fashion, Hedrick getting caught out completely blind. Brolin does his best, traded, and that's the site given up. You have to be feeling much better about this already if you're Zach. It's not another Ancient on your hands here. This is already a competitive affair, and you have the lead.
It feels, yeah, attainable, right? I mean, it did feel like Ancient was just underdeveloped in comparison to the first map and seemingly the third.
Yeah, and look, it's difficult. Like, it would be easy to say, oh yeah, that makes sense. Teams coming into this, they're having a lot of time to practice on all the maps, so they're going to have more focus on their own good maps, so you see less of the, swapping of, winning opponents' map picks. But then you could conversely look at the other side of that. It's like, well, no one's seen what we do, and we haven't played it in official. We hope it's good.
Yeah.
And then maybe it's not.
Living on a prayer, they
exactly.
call that, yeah.
So, yeah, you could really frame it either way. As oh, yeah, Hedrick a bit frustrated there. Understandably so. His death.
The second flash.
Right. So a bit frustrated in that situation. Young Hedrick.
Okay, Hampini being cheeky. And Henny up on the silo as well. Different flavor to this one. He thinks better of sticking around. He's going straight down. Okay, so trying to be ahead of this. Maybe he wants to be playing from the secret side, but Henny up on the silo. Config responsible for inner. Bit more of a divide and conquer this time for Imperial. You can see a little bit more divided. I say that really. I mean, it's just Jota holding the lobby, rest work and yard. It's still...
But this pace is more reminiscent of Overpass as well, right? Remember when they were doing the 3-1-1s or the 1-3-1? And they were taking map control. They had good ideas. You can see much more organized here, and it's going to be a top split.
Just like that, Config finds main, and Jota responds. Heavy damage inflicted to him. Reaction still out of res required. He's got topside on lock. He's calling it clear, but there is movement. Look at Phelps. He has found and identified a huge gap, and Hedrick audibly descending into the site.
Phelps is a great timing here, Alex.
Lips here, bro.
A great timing.
Res, free food. Hedrick doesn't react, and this round is glorious. Brolin from behind. A flank on the flank. And a bomb to be denied. Oh, he's done it. Now all up to Hampus. He's set it up on a silver platter, though. That's the layup. It's time for Hampus to hit the slam dunk. Skadoosh. Happy with that one. Well recovered, considering the way in which Phelps caught that timing and the damage he inflicted. Brolin and Hampus piece it back together again.
Yeah, kind of just get away with that one, don't they? You can see not acknowledging the gaps that are available. But again, I just want to continue to sing the praises of Imperial here. They're doing it in blocks, in chunks. Take this area, right? They're looking good in the way that they're able to move across the map here. And that's a bit of a relief there for NIP.
Keeping that energy. I mean, I think that's going to be a priority for both of these teams. You know, we are getting into the later stages of the evening. Got to maintain that energy in this third map. It's all to play for. The last spot in the group stage.
Phelps is going to make it across again. So they are setting him up to take this space, right? They're using a lot of resources. You can see 3 smokes dotted across yard here on the radar. And as they start to fade, that is all given to at least make the CTs worried about the potential of that lower play.
Right.
But last time Phelps got across, he stayed exactly here. He didn't push the issue. He chilled and he actually activated late, and he wasn't necessary. This time might have to be a little bit more forward to help force a rotation, because it's currently quite heavily fortified. Now, another way that you would want to make this one happen is if Phelps can get down, you could do like a vent drop, but he hasn't investigated, so it makes it a little bit scarier for them to operate with this. But
he's made it very clear now.
This is important.
And that is a very comfortable headshot.
But they're still going down the vent. This is still working.
Hampus hears it. Config tagged up heavily. Hampus' reaction is just in time. Look at that. Distraction. Oh, Brolin needs Hampus to deliver. He can't finish the meal. Henny, 1 HP on that one. And Config the save.
Another save.
Yeah, has to be.
Oh, wait. A kill back. Bomb's not down yet.
That 1 HP finished off. Nice work from Hedrick to keep him interested.
Round's just changed.
Yeah, and Bolt is investigating down as well, joining the only healthy
Alex,
member.
the time.
They can still get that bomb down. It's impossible for them to disrupt directly.
No one's on it. No one's planning. Guys, someone has to plant the bombs.
5?
Guys! I don't know if there's time. This is going to be real close.
They got it just in the last frame. That nearly was becoming an Imperial special.
Yeah, another Jota moment right there.
Whoa.
Okay, well, just the key word in that one for Imperial. And we were already calling the NIP save about 20 seconds ago. That nade almost changed the entire conversation for round number 8 here. But again, impressed. Phelps taking that duel, understanding what that means. If you're Hampus, you don't want to stay around and take that fight, initially taken towards Secret. That meant that avenue that they were able to force, just drop down the vent. It was the fireman's pole to success. I like that from Imperial, I really do. Understanding what utility they had available, what avenues were open, and having to kind of smash their way into that one.
Yeah, no, and in considering the way that kind of it started and Phelps' initial damage he takes, they really did make a round out of that.
Yeah, but that shows his presence alone was enough to force Hampus back, because if Phelps died and Hampus got to stay in that position, it meant that he could deal with the vent drop, at least maybe for another kill. So really important from Phelps. Even though it was just an exchange, it was still key. So doing good stuff. I was just saying how many resources they put into him getting that space, and that's exactly what he needed to do. Counter-Strike, especially with the macro here, as we're seeing these rotations being exploited, you can see it's not always just about the kill. And NIP, they take a timeout. This is not the start that they were looking for here on the CT side of map number 3, especially after they won the knife, and that's a start on their side of choice.
Promising signs at this Imperial T side. Chad's impressed. That doesn't happen every day. Hampus trying to go for this over-the-top angle.
Another different smoke wall.
Yeah, and he's trying to piece it together, but he's exposed to that silo. Jewel adjusts it to Vinny. Knee-jerk reaction. Phelps is dressed, and it's back to a level pegging. Oh! Brolin up the ladder. Great on the deagle, and forces them, propels them down the ramp.
Well, there's ahead of this. No one's here just yet. Dropping down the vent is going to be Brolin. A lot to consider here if you're Imperial.
Here's them. Good idea as to where they're coming from. Brolin left short-changed. Jota bests him a 2-on-2. Jota's looking sharp, but so is Head Trick as a one-on-one emerges. Rez versus Henny. Loud about this. Advantage Rez as he tracks him. Through the sound, Henny hits the walk key. Information confirmation with the door.
Born in tent, mate. Didn't close the door.
Oh, but Rez takes too long about it. And Henny, gets the info, fires off the shot, Rezel throws. An opportunity presented itself. And Henny going to be kicking himself for the miss or the pre-fire, but that is going to be a 4th for the Ninjas, and they've got Rez to thank.
I've still got a smile on his face right there, Henny. That's the type of round that I think he knows he could have won right there. Still very good to get that bomb down, considering the circumstances of how this one was starting to spiral out of control. Great trade here onto Head Trick to make it even possible. Had a lot of time on the clock, had no idea exactly where Rez was. And we'll go down in the final throws there, but NIP returned to just a 1-round game. They retain that AWP for Mr. Head Trick, and the same can't be said for Imperial, who are down to some pistols and 1 AK.
Yeah, dropped by Vinny. I went to art school of CSGO. Phelps down. AK on the floor. Vinny still manages to contribute. It's short-lived. Config will make it a second on their top side defense. Jota advance ahead of that smoke. He is perhaps hoping to catch an inquisitive CT off with his forward position. Roland. The full belt of util playing for the full off. Happy to take these engagements with the pistols. Now for Will concede. Ramp lost. Heavy advantage NIP.
Imperial have done all right when they've forced out some of the space here. Now that they've parked bolts behind the ramp box, a late activation towards Hell is possible here. Remember, config's very low, Head Trick half HP. Brolin has been forced down towards the lower deck, so they have divided, but yet to conquer here, Imperial.
Ooh, good reaction out of Head Trick. Jota's element of surprise now squandered.
They know exactly where the AWP is. Oh, and Bolt has been found.
Less potent now. Playing upon the fade. Rez is staring right at him. Set for success. Maybe overlooking Henny here, but no, cleans it up nicely. Rez, some heavy contributions, getting himself back towards that positive KD as we are all tied up 5 to piece. And this is where it's going to be kind of the make or break of Imperial's T-Hall, right?
Should be the partial here, which means NIP can take the lead in this one. Get themselves up to 6 rounds first, and then in the follow-up, we will see the guns come out again. Loss bonus 2,400. Very interested to see Joe to buy into a Galil. I guess he's happy to operate with Galils in back-to-back rounds here, and if he can get a couple of kills and keep this CT economy somewhat humbled, then the investment is well worth it. Don't mind the fact they're returning to Yard here, especially with more numbers now. Phelps has had decent success in getting space.
Cross to red already. A Deagle headshot would open up a lot of our possibilities, and Phelps trying to just pepper away long-range block. That's the Deagle we were discussing. Rest in peace. And Jota's Galil now in the feed. Bolt's tempted. Head trick posted. Rifle recovered. And they do catch Rez off, overwhelming him. Now Confi's got too many fights, too many fronts, and he does manage to reposition very well for the first, and it enables Brolin to contribute. And so NIP, I mean, 3 frags, you know.
Worth the investment, 100%.
That's what they were looking for.
100% worth the investment right there. They got so much out of that, and Jota will go with another Galil again. He could have bought an AK, but why the hell not have the Galil? He did great damage with it there. 8 kills for him, and a fantastic job at making sure the CT economy doesn't start to get out of control. They will have to almost bottom out all of their funds here, NIP, to get the guns in everybody's hands. It's Headtrick, the only one with the residual, and Imperial calling this timeout allows DJ and Zach to both contribute here. For NIP, it's about clawing back this half and getting as far ahead of Imperial as you can. It's 3 on the trot right now, the biggest streak for either team. Imperial managed that with the pistol and conversions out the gate. NIP now doing that through a string of, well, somewhat difficult rounds. But now we get to see Imperial with the full guns back out. What's the next call look like? Zach's taken this timeout for a reason. He's probably identifying as well just how much of a field day Phelps has been having in getting that space. So smokes towards Yard once more, and this time it looks like it's with pace. Oh, lots of bodies. I like it. Direct as a unit.
Hampus overseeing Yard.
Have to get a bit of a wriggle on here, don't they, towards Yard? The smokes are going to start to fade in a moment's time. Bolt's parked behind main.
I mean, Hampus has got any sort of funny business covered. That is Bolt's perhaps going to be able to catch him on his stray foul.
But we've seen only Phelps go down almost every time, right?
Right.
This time it's, other than the pistol where it was everybody.
And yet NIP really switched on. I think it's because Brolin just pushed lobby and saw nothing, by the way.
Yeah, so less resistance across the rest of the map. A telling sign here is Phelps will deploy the stairwell molly and one in exchange. So not negated, but definitely stalled. And Hampus is in a position where he can't really move. Has to activate late. Smoke perks his interest, and oh, Bolts didn't see ya.
Oh, he did now. He did now, Mr. Hampus. Yeah, wow, effective damage into Hampus. Bolts draws first blood. With 30 seconds now for the final flourish. 2 to find down here. It's a nice crossfire. Look at that. Break that, I dare ya. Phelps, first victim, and there's the help. Solid from the ninjas, and even gets away. Brolin lives to fight another day. 20 seconds, no hope.
Vent to A, maybe? They're really running out of options here. Might even just be the save. 10 seconds left on the clock. Do you really want to brave this one? You'd just be running into the den of death. And there you go. NIP will convert yet another. Awkward moment towards Yard with that Hampus death, sure, but I love that crossfire. Great work, door wide open. Literally 180 degrees they have to clear out.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Bolts just forcing Hampus to kind of expose himself and gets that info just with a speculative bullet. You can see that knee-jerk reaction of, I guess, the jig is up. Spotted a pointy elbow and finished him off. This is a crossfire that you don't get to see every day. Just so effective if they're all channeled into that direction. They had cover. And yeah, that was that first element of surprise. You saw that immediate jolt. He's like, he wasn't expecting to be taking damage. You were just saying, he'll activate late, bang, maybe I won't.
And then the problem is that he knows he's been hit, so he's worried about the blood splatter on the wall. So what could it mean?
Oh my God, Phelps accelerates. Rez needs to react, and he does so well with Brolin's help. Down the vents though with the bomb, and 3 members get down there. Oh, this is a very different looking round now.
No util though.
Headtrick should have a shooting gallery in the absence of Molotovs and smokes, and now Hampus as well applying the noose from behind, tightening now around what was quite a potent descent down the vent. But falling flat in its conversions. Vinny spotted on the ladder. Should be a free frag for Hampus. And the Bolts 1v5. I think it's an order a little too tall. Up to 8 now on the defense. This is a recovery from the Ninjas in Pajamas. They are running towards a impactful CT haul.
Config just said, where's my M4? He had a Galil in his hands. Needed to make sure he got that one upgraded. And he found it there in the end. And yeah, you're right. I agree. Like the recovery from how this one started very shaky, but now extremely strong. And we've been talking about the energy of this team. If they can go into the halftime break with 7 consecutive rounds, their confidence will be bubbling out of control here. Another buy that is lacking in some departments for Imperial again, and Phelps, well, we're going to try and get some world records for his speed, not a swimmer. But has been quick towards yard at times. Wonder if he's been on any Wheaties boxes. Be a late top hit here. HE to blow open the door. He's already on the roof and the go, but Headtrick already in hut with the AWP. He's going to skewer them here.
Or not. Not on Phelps' watch. Swats away the aggressive AWP. Mistimed on the molly. Brolin dead as well. And just as we discussed, NIP's recovery.
There's 2 on B.
Imperial respond with 2. Advantage. Well, how long will that be for? Hampus ready, shakes things up. Aggression. Henny in support. Config held at bay by the smoke on Decon. And with Rez actually activating onto ramp, now things get interesting. They are pincering in. Smokes will be fading. Time aplenty. Bolt doesn't necessarily need any help because his teammates are doing all the work. And forces Rez away and down into a 6th for the boys. Yes, some legacy on the screen as well. SK Gaming's back-to-back, 2016 and 2017. Bolts, of course, familiar. And Phelps too.
Yeah, I love the fact that Phelps got the opener and the closer there, right? You see those 2 frags come in for him, but they were key kills. As I thought Headtrick was about to get an awful lot done there over towards Hut, Phelps rips his head off.
See what? Yeah, 3 and 3 in opening duels, so he's participated in 6. Taking some gambles on that yard position. Oh, Hampus this time brought very low from Phelps. He seems to have Hampus's number in these yard exchanges.
This is cheeky. This is real cheeky from Config here. Hyper aggressive, res debate for him as well, but that smoke's still up on the fade. Might go overlooked.
Config, power position, profits. And from Hut, they do manage to take down Red. Headtrick lets it go. Config saves him. More to be found though. Vinny should have him, but Config somehow pulls a 2nd. Hut clear, he says, and oh, Hampus. Can't believe his luck. Bomb delivered to his front door. Had to get off there and get the round done. 9 in the bag. Ninjas in Pajamas and Imperial a single half for the final spot at the group stage of IEM Cologne.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. This is the final battle for the final spot in the group stage. 16 of the world's best teams going to be gathering and doing battle starting tomorrow, and in just NIP and Imperial for that final seat at the table.
Oh, I got that big list right in front of me here. Alex, Heroic, Vitality, FaZe, G2, ENCE, Gamer Legion, Cloud9, Monty, Astralis, Mouse, Na'Vi, Fnatic 9, the Mongols, OG, and the winner of this match right here, right now, NIP or Imperial, will be joining those big names in the group stage kicking off tomorrow.
Stacked. So are the odds against Imperial. That's a very close game here on our third map. Let's see how Jota handles this as they're coming for him.
2B.
Yeah, Henny, perfect position for some good headshots here. Very ready his aim and already catching flag. Brolin gets them both.
I don't think he was ready. I saw him pull himself closer in the chair in that moment.
Oh, dear. And head trick onto Phelps just for the final finish. There's nothing to be done. Every single member of Imperial left empty-handed.
Running all over them here. And
there you go.
Config almost kept it clean.
The exemption to the rule.
Oh,
Maybe any more from Vinny?
Let's see. It's the Vinny 1-on-5.
The Vinny 1-on-3. And it could have been 2. Oh, nearly finished off Rez as well. I can't believe he's still alive. Gets time to reload, and this time, Rez finishes the job. DJL desperately trying to get his boys across the finish line. You are now 6 rounds away from joining that list of teams.
These next two become the most important, and you see Henny and Jota here just getting overrun. I was looking at Henny's cam as he was getting pushed. Like, the fight came so quick, it felt like he got caught off guard by it. You're right, it is a strong position, but it didn't feel like he was ready to accept those duels. So right now, Zach consoling him after that one. An important pistol here, and an even more important follow-up. NIP should be good for this when you take stock of the current purchase. Now, I will tell you, Vinny has a Zeus, and Jakey, he's even been able to find that one too, so... Come on, man.
Vinny's might be reporting back that Hampus is 50 health lower. USP bullet long range to the helmet.
And they are doing this duo stack on the rafters in the top site. Vinny in the vent, so you can see here we've seen this one before.
It worked before.
Yeah, and it's good to see Imperial with these tricks up their sleeve, right? It's nice to have as many of these maneuvers as possible. You want to be able to pull out these little tricks when you can, but as NIP quietly make their way out ramp, they will be finding the path of least resistance here. Bruce Lee fans being like water, as they have gotten themselves down towards the lower site with no dramas whatsoever. Vinny could still get away with a cheeky one here, though, couldn't he?
I think it's certainly looking promising right now. I say that as Rez does seem to be caged up, locked in.
With all the rifle investments here, if you're NIP as well, you want to hold on to all of these. Hampus is the only one you're willing to give away. Won't be a unicorn round. Vinny's way too close.
He really wants this. More for a morale boost.
But they're just going to live in the window side, right? They don't have to back. Vinny's going to run at them.
Ah, they really were ready for that.
Yep.
And Hampus confirms that the rest of the USPs seem to be lingering around this top site. Boom.
Okay, well, Bolts and Jota go down with the ship. I think Hampus is quite surprised they wouldn't fight him there. Well, you had a MAC-10, mate. I think they're quite fiscally responsible over there on the Imperial side of the server, but things will start to heat up now. I think the serious nature is sinking in.
It is.
And Round 18 will be the first buy for Imperial in this half.
Yeah, and T-rounds at this stage going to be worth their weight in gold. Now the weapons are out. So getting yourself to 11 before, you know, you have to take an extra deep breath, fill your lungs. Advantage CTs in the weaponry department, still a bonus as it were. And a spray through the smoke, chips away at Head Trick.
You know there's commitment behind it because of all the nades. So rotation in towards the lower deck here. Jota is going to need some help. I know a lot's coming. This is very loud.
Yeah, it's very brazen from NIP. No secrets, and Jota done. After the one, Henny tucked in, overlooked by Head Trick. And doesn't kill him. Maybe Phelps can clean up, and he does. An important and impactful double. Now Hampus, he's not the weapon for the job. Doesn't even get the chance to pull the trigger as he's caught in transition. Rez versus 3. Bolts on the reclear, good and set for it. Impressive adjustment, but the damage was done by Bolt. Puts Rez into a very uncomfortable scenario. Maybe the M4 is a more valid save.
That was essentially a full bonus round, right? Nobody dying in the previous for NIP.
Right.
Galil's carried through, MAC-10 for Hampus. So even with the min-loss bonus coming through of 1,400, they will be able to buy yet again. Even if Rez was to go down, right, it would have still been fine.
Yeah, just Henny's going to be super grateful that Phelps got both of them there.
Yeah, Jota's so annoying, right? You're not expecting anyone to swing the door open as you're trying to scale, and Head Trick to get the double was beautiful, but nobody able to make good on his 2 frags. Brolin getting caught off guard, and a good response here from Imperial. So they will keep 2 alive, but it's still quite touch and go. I believe NIP will have a better purchase than Imperial into this next round, even though they are going to win it. So 4, 3, 2, and of course 1. And that one's done. 11-7 now. Just a 4-round game.
Timeout called.
Number 2 for NIP. Now, as mentioned, they can buy, but because it's a bit more sketch, 4.7 was the high end on Head Trick. Everybody else just above that 4K mark. It's about discussing, do I need a Galil because the boss wants extra U2? Can I buy an AK and maybe I just have a smoke or a flash? And it looks like they are prioritizing the AKs here. So as we take stock of what util is available, and the 2 Molotovs, smokes on everybody and lighter on the flashes. And what this means is not just me filling time, it removes the amount of options and openings that NIP are going to be having within the round. If they use a Molly Top Hut early, then they've only got 1 for later in the round. If they want to use it to isolate main, only 1 for later in the round. So you have to be a bit more particular with this. And as mentioned, some emissions in the Imperial buy, 1 kit and a Bolt MP9.
Yeah, just 4 flashbangs. All his defense. Phelps, hearing Hampus, he's ahead of the molly. But will Phelps be ready for the amount of bodies occupying yard as well? Jota, his pesky nature. I think he's been spotted out by Hampus. He's communicating that information.
They should be able to cross this treacherous path quite late here. It is just Henny to worry about from heaven, but it's not an AWP, it's just an M4. Main smoked off now. And they're across. Now they've been able to retain.
Ooh, Henny,
good info, good info.
Valuable information. And that's the end of Hampus as well. Jota plays the headshot angle. Phelps, I think he spotted out 1 on Rez, maybe not. Great flashbang. NIP are up the creek now without the paddle.
40 seconds. Lobby aggression as well here. Good move from Imperial.
Adjusting really nicely. Jota! That is revolting. Just the tips of their heads, and now he's dead. Perhaps there's more for the Ninjas. Very light on time. Still feet planted on the top side. It's only bolts even within touching distance of disrupting the plant. Util through. They have to be good about this. 15 seconds, lads. And okay, low HP is Config. Bolts doesn't quite finish it off. Stralis plant, hard to stop. Near impossible when Config's hot, hitting another shot. 2 frags from him on that low HP, and now a 12th round secured.
This is so difficult for Imperial now. They win one round. They only have 2 players staying alive. They have to drop an MP9 in the mix, not full util, no AWP for Henny to wield on Nuke. Now 1900 is the loss into the next. 1 saved rifle, 12 rounds against them. And very likely to be 13. Because the options are starting to become more and more limited here. Was some really, really nice shooting from Jota there. Just was an absolute monster, a headhunter. Just ripping off those scalps, but it wasn't enough. And the energy only coming from DJO right now. The rest of the NIP boys focused on the task, but take us back to Overpass. Imperial came alive. Managed to shut them out, right? If I want to give a little bit of hope late in the evening here. Interestingly enough, DJL has called the 3rd timeout from NIP here, understanding the importance, this springboard that they currently stand on. Could be a bit of a belly flop, or could it be a perfect dive in with a number 10 if they're able to convert this round here, because we can see the type of investment off of the saved rifle that Imperial are looking for. Is it the shove all in? 2400 in the next. I can't believe they've dropped another rifle here. This is the type of round where they're hedging their bets. They're saying, hey, look, if Henny and Phelps are able to gear up and get us a kill or 2, then maybe just some light pistol upgrades, even Vinny with just a Zeus. So this is very, very strange as far as the purchases are concerned, but if they can be a disruptive force here, maybe, just maybe, this is what Imperial need to get the party started.
See what the call is. To boost for that CZ.
Your biggest concern if you're NIP off the back of that timeout is discussing the saved M4. You wouldn't be expecting an AWP in play, so Yard would be a safe bet. And look at all the smokes deployed as Rez finds bolts in the back right there. The first incision. And it comes for free.
As we saw, they have set Jota up for success if they do really want to force a fight on ramp. Vinny with only the Zeus, it's not going to be him taking first contact, just Jota. Readies himself for that first. How aware is Rez? He gets the info.
Scrappy.
And Vinny down as well upon the jiggle. Great work from Hampus to relieve the ramp pressure, and confirmation of a 3rd body there. And so the low site's theirs.
And a big one once they note that that M4 in the mix. So Phelps and Henny are looking to hold on to these here and should be able to do so. Bomb will go down, 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and NIP have secured their 13th round. There will be a buy for Imperial into the next. We are well aware of that. Yeah, DJL knowing, can't hear anything, can't see anything, has to be the save. You can hear a pin drop in here now.
You really can.
It's gotten quite quiet.
It's a completely different environment.
What are we at? 11:15 local.
Dead silent. Holding on to those 2 rifles. Henny and Phelps bringing through. NIP, they are starting to get to that magic number. 3 away now from the group stage.
And just again, to return to Overpass, they were up 12-8 and ended up losing that first map of play 16-13. So they managed to get the 13 again, but is this where Imperial come alive? They've already been able to come back into a game once before. That belief is there, but the momentum right now is with NIP. A new look squad. Hampus back in the leadership role. And now he's got Config and Headtrick to work with alongside of the Swedes. Their momentum, the 16-6 Ancient win, propelling NIP his energy.
Wow, so obscured by the flames there. Brolin couldn't see him at all. It leads to 2 opening kills for the defense.
At this point, you'd be saying, hey, they need a round in any fashion, but they need a round with at least 3 players staying alive here, Imperial. It's a pretty damn good start. Deep deep squeaky smoke deployed as they find another. Multiple bodies take the step out, and Hampus is found here. They're not giving them a whole lot of room to work with.
And they're perfectly rotating into this. There'll be 2 here. Make it only 1 or none. Config and Headtrick combine for a 1-on-1.
Blink and you miss it.
Just like that, 3 frags from NIP to completely even us out. And now we get a full duel with very high stakes. Bolts, an opportunity in the clutch to give Imperial a little bit of breathing room to recover in a must-win map to continue here in Cologne. And Headtrick, with the bomb on his back, the responsibility to plant.
No kit for Bolts here. He's deep in Squeaky. Bomb will get planted. Realizes the wrong place at the wrong time now. Wants to do this as quietly as possible. Finds himself a smoke, sure, that's not too bad. You would love to have found a kit here somewhere as you traverse down towards B, but that's not the case. Headtrick will get the sound cue.
Oh, the door! He had all the time in the world to adjust, but perhaps caught in his head. Bolts, says Imperial, have a lot more to say.
Oh, that one right there. You know, I'm talking about the sound cue of the door. You feel like you should be able to swing there in time, but just not ready for it. And this was really thanks to Config's heroics towards ramp. Without that, there wasn't too much of a way back in. Door swings open, Headtrick not ready, and Hampus slumps over in his chair. That's a round.
They know what it means,
almost
don't they?
stole away, yeah, and this is where Imperial can start to try and bring things back together. Trader with an MP9. M4's on the rest. A much fuller looking buy. The NIP side of things. Smoke wall towards Yard. Not deployed off the rip, but after a moment's notice. It's the L block, a classic.
One of our favorites. And this is a lot of aggression! My God, he's got the whole team! He takes one with him. Look at their health. Brolin and Rez, ooh, left wanting. As Bolts' shots, they're connecting. All to play for still. Jota cheating down. Vinny interested in answers from lobby.
Config's the key here. They're letting him explore, right? We see the info plays and the info moves from Imperial, but that's to be expected. It is Config's maneuver here that may be the difference maker. Hasn't taken any contact yet, and at this level of Counter-Strike, NIP should be expecting this lobby push. But right now, it's a 2-2 split of the defense, and Config with perfect timing can't hit the shot. Vinny's going to find him. Brolin onto Jota, and they're running into B.
Had his knife out, no trade available. Henny delays with the flame. They return the favor, but really uncomfortable for the 2 of them.
That's so scary. Look at Bolts.
And Vinny was there as well. No one's ready. Bolts will spray through, and Zach gets a little louder now. 9 in the bank. And Ninjas in pajamas will have to wait until round 24 before they can fully have another taste.
And maybe, just maybe, this comeback could be a reality here. I mentioned they did it on Overpass. That was their map choice. Nuke, they've also shown a bit of proficiency at in this tournament just here. And that was perfect from Vinny onto Config there. That could have been the kill that got away. And you can see them here, just no time and not ready for that type of a play. Yeah. And Config curious as to why Vinny's ready for exactly that. But remember, there was just an air of change. There was a full-on shift in Overpass, and it was talked about on the desk. You saw players starting to make plays.
Can you recall the catalyst to that?
Well, they were highlighting Jota being aggressive over towards A, and then they even highlighted Vinny going for that backyard B flash push, right?
Yes.
The game kind of shifted. Yanko highlighted it as they were playing to win. They weren't playing scared. And if Imperial can find that form and fire right now, it might be enough to pull them back into this game. Sure, looks like quite the distance as far as the 4 rounds are concerned, but this one here should be a gimme. As Henny starts to light them up now. 2 on the trot. Config's Deagle, deadly as ever.
Continue his crawl. Oh, we had one drop into the site, and there's a weapon to be retrieved. He's got Kevlar with that, so, you know, it's certainly it's in the right candidate.
Config's been a monster this series.
Oh, Rez gone.
He's plus 22 is Config.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's not including this 3rd map, and he's currently sitting at 17 and 12. Let's see how many more he can make it. This position from Vinny, he is such an annoying player to deal with.
Right, and he always does it with a smile on his face. And no stress. This time, Config gets the better of him. But Henny, dropping that bomb carrier, lines up for the double. NIP fall at the hands of Henny. 4 in total. Sure, supposed to be, but doing so with that AWP.
Yeah, pretty good team effort so far over there on Imperial as well. 16 for Phelps. There was a big question mark about him. We saw it highlighted with that graphic at the start of the segment here. His performances since 2017, and Land had just been hitting the dirt in 2017.
Brilliant graphic, that
remember, with SK, Phelps picking up that Cologne trophy. So for him, it must feel like almost a lifetime.
Right.
So long ago, 2017.
And Phelps, Volts are doing it again.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is another almost free round. NIP went for something more direct, something a bit more of an uppercut. They didn't want to go slow. They didn't want to try and play the rotations. They tried to brute force their way in with a top pop. Roland and Hedrick dead already. 3-on-5 situation.
Just like that.
Remember what happened as well? They couldn't get the bomb down in that patch. They couldn't get into the rounds, right? They just weren't able to get into them.
Oh, if NIP in 2 map losses with an advantage to miss out on Cologne groups.
That would be from a 12-8 and what, a 13-7 scoreline? A 13-8 scoreline?
Yeah. Oh, this one's most definitely locked in.
2,900 lost into the next. A plant.
Impossible.
Yeah, and it would have really been quite the happy helper.
Maybe not. And Phelps secures it, and the belief is swelling right now for Imperial. With 5 still alive, they are building that fund, that little cash in the coffer that they'll be able to call upon in their times of need on their path to glory.
And NIP are feeling it right now. DJL has felt the need to call the 4th and final timeout available to him here as they're about to head into a partial bye. This is a real problem for DJL in that moment because you're almost letting go of the wheel. You're saying, what do we have available? What are some of the other good rounds we have to call? You need to remind your players, your in-game leader, of what you have in the back pocket, because as the stress starts to mount, you get clouded. That energy's gone. Remember, it was a team effort of the energy. Where is it? It's just DJL screaming after round wins.
Yeah.
And now we're talking 4 consecutive, about to be 5, unless this little pocket strat from NIP can get something done.
It would have to be spectacular. They tried to shift up the pace with weapons. Now they're trying it with a lighter buy, and into the spray, into the meat grinder. Phelps, he is holding his own in this game. High stakes, tier 1 opposition. And he's at the top of the scoreboard. Phelps, 19 frags. And as you've highlighted, yeah, his last trip to Cologne a few years ago.
Yeah, might want to have a bit of that Peter Pan syndrome here. I don't want to grow up. He knows what it's like to taste victory here. Look at that bomb, marooned on a desert island right now, and Bolt's whipping away with a couple of shots.
Nice work, actually.
Snatched
off
it.
the flash, anticipating the turn. He actually finds a little window into Ninja in that bomb and giving them something to hold on to into this round.
And just as we saw Phelps get that opener, he's currently 6-3 in that department. Oh, almost a double.
Could have been the collapse. Now Henny needs help, and that's what Jota's here for. Great connection. We'll take down 2. And there's more where that came from, as they can see just throwing their bodies into Jota. He racks himself up the quad kill, and now it's a one-round game. DGL hands behind his head and touching knuckles because no more timeouts remain. It is all Hampus and the NIP boys individually going to have to pull themselves through this one. It has been, what a run. The last rounds.
5 in a row, I think.
5 in a row, yeah. 6 in total on this defense. Been quite the hiatus from this NIPT side. We told you these T rounds worth their weight in gold. Well, in need of a couple more. And Bronlund throwing caution to the wind. It's this time the exception.
Massive fight to win.
Has provided an opening for the Ninjas in pajamas. And that is what he was called upon to do. And he provides. Smokes through the sky. They have the advantage. Can Imperial find anything to recover? We talked about Phelps' prowess here. He has been delivering in a hard roll yard side.
If he deals with Hampus here, he knows this outside player is just a fake.
If. Molly to delay. Hampus peeking around. It covers. Phelps completely over. There's info. Phelps spotted out only one, though, and the smokes perhaps for all for naught as Phelps maintains full secret control. Now, they lost ramp.
Look where Henny is. He was on the upper railing last time round. This time in the back of the site. Has a smoke if they molly him as well here. And 2 players, as they come and creep in towards the B site. They can do this.
Henny poised, focused, aware of what's in store. Safe from the flash and the perfect weapon to collect. Rez down, Hendrick eats lead, and Phelps with a final flourish. 2 remain for the Ninjas and 30 seconds to piece it together. Config ahead, separates 1. And Hampus trying to join in with 28 seconds. Vinny tactically delays and then hoping for this late ramp arrival to disrupt the plan or retake.
Well, they know both are B now. Bolts was still looking at lobby. Finally gets the call that they're both down towards the lower deck. Bomb to be planted 2-on-2. Kit's in play.
Up for debate. It hangs in the balance of this duel. Hampus, safe. Spotted. Vinny, ramp, noted. Trying to delay. Time half gone. Bolts arriving shortly. Config unprepared, but still adjust immediately, immaculately. And they convert what Brolin started. A little bit more of a roar from the troops. DGL doing everything he can to try and keep the mojo flowing, because that's just one little taste, and they need 2 more.
Yeah, well, right now, Config having a step up there when the chips were down. It was a great job in towards that lower site from the likes of Henny. But this was the opener, and this was the spark. Sure, it looked like it was going to fall apart, but it was enough to get them down towards this lower site, and some bangers of shots there from Config to rip away some heads. Job not done. 2 more rounds for the Ninjas if they want to make it towards that group stage, but Imperial still got cash.
Oh, and Brolin's aggression this time is going to be slowed down by a spray. Phelps is brought into 27. Through this diagonal smoke wall. And there's more than just the one this time, but unconfirmed. Bomb on the back of Hedrick sweeping through silently. Henny, though, look at this position. He's anticipating this. Imperial anticipating this. And shuts it down. It wasn't Hampus.
Textbook. Angle, kill. Molly, fallback. Beautiful work from Henny here.
An implication from the scalp alone that there's more behind it. This angle from Phelps. Hampus is aware of it, but can't best him. As Imperial counting on Phelps for more. It's not looking likely. Config isolates him, and Rez in the meantime goes walkabout. Takes Bolts down on A. Henny hitting every shot he takes. Maintains form, thriving in the pressure. Advantage seized by that AWPer. And with 38 seconds, decisions to be made. Hedrick and Rez. Heads on swivels.
This is a good call here. They should be able to get in towards the site. Looking at the util, the problem is they can't block decon door with a smoke. And Vinny's here. He doesn't realize it.
Now they know.
That's one back.
That's a gift. Vinny's going to be punching the air if he watches this one slip away now from the sidelines. Plant required. A necessity. With 10 seconds left, they extend the clock. The door's blown off. Replace the flame and try and find a post plant. Henny hitting every shot, sure, but is he ready for Rez? Yes, he is. Henny 3. Head trick in the clutch to secure 15. here in Cologne. And Henny has relocated his Jota steps as well. An idea as to where they both reside. Pre-aim spotted out. Now he's surely a dead man. They can defuse. He just has to cover. Posted. Fragging. Henny comes up trump.
You see that roll right there? This is the Henny. This is the Henny. This is the guy.
Oh, I love it.
This is the passion. This is what I'm talking about. Him and Jota sitting next to each other. They've got that fire in the belly.
That gave me goosebumps,
And
man.
a massive round right there, letting them know they're not done just yet, and this game ain't over.
Incredible scenes from Henny. Such important frag. Every single one of them. Like, you can't take a single one of them away. And let's see Jota's reaction to Henny's monologue. Yeah, I thought he'd like that. Does he continue? Another opening on the menu. They're coming to test him. He's everywhere they are. Everywhere they go. First secret. Now ramp. Henny poised for success.
They need another plant here. NIP, max loss bonus into the next. Another plant to get another buy.
His shot running down the AWP now. His reaction seems to have led to survival. They have ramp, sure, but it's still that 5-on-5 and a reaction required out of the defense. Loss of territory, regain somewhere else.
Oh, this is so brave, trying to go hell here. Yeah. They're not worried about the AWP holding off, but if Jota blocks them with the smoke, there's just no way you could dare braving that avenue. So sent packing back towards lobby here.
You can see Brian was communicating, and now he's moving towards it. Perhaps opting for a late lurk.
Might be a top play here. Squeaky with a very, very deep molly. Starting to fade now. Brolin to be the late piece of this puzzle. Up towards the roof is going to be head trick here. He's got a molly. Now, it looks like a back sight molly he's about to throw here. Yes, indeed.
And oh, locking it down is Jota. It's his turn. His moment in the sun. And Vinny, walkabout, still at just. Hampers down, and it's looking perfect. Only Brolan can make an impact here. Head trick as well. Chance to plant, perhaps. This is going to make a huge difference. And it does go down. Perhaps a conversation about the round. If Headtrick can snap into these main players. Vinny spotted out, executed. Headtrick, so much damage. Maybe Brolan's got it in him.
It's not planted for him.
Depends how long they take. If Phelps just holds it here. He's just holding it. He's holding it. He's holding it. Problematic. Can't see the defuse. And that's the end of the round. He'll take both of them down. Leaves with the AWP as well. But another step in that direction. Tied up. 14-14.
Oh, having to really suss out the finances here for either team. Talking max loss bonus for NIP with the plan and a saved AWP. A lot of damage. Their buy's going to be looking tidy, but these heroics from Jota from the raft are huge. Vinny again just scampers in and gets a kill. And from here, sure, it's looking great for Brolin, but hey, it's not planned for him. They're good kills. It's great to throw onto the board. The biggest key, no kit. It's actually done some good financial damage here. There's not a single kit in play, and Bolts is down to an MP9.
Okay,
maybe Brolin's damage is enough.
It could be. It's forced him into a slightly more uncomfortable position, and every single nuance in this game can make the difference and be the difference maker. What's the call? This is where an in-game leader can have an inspired call or feel responsible for their fall.
If Imperial lose this round, $1,400 to defend their honor in the next and final round, round number 30. They need this, and they need it now, or NIP might steal it.
Vinny's reaction is quite strong with the smoke as well.
They used all their nades. They got nothing left.
They've got nothing but a smoke and 2 flashes. Mission accomplished. You could say the same about the ninjas.
Yeah, they used everything to go for that top play, and they were just blocked
by a single smoke on hut. And now it comes down to guns. Oh, Brolan gets away with murder onto Vinny, and the config is activating as well. Bolts has given up the goes. Spots out Jota. Not finishing it. We need action on main. Phelps contributing. Oh, and Phelps again. Hampers looking for him. He hasn't have the bullets, so 2-on-2. Look at the mess they've made. 1-on-1 as Bolts does damage. 1-on-1, sure, but he's going straight. Oh! He gets away. 1 HP. Headtrick, how are you still alive? How is this clutch still a conversation? Up the ladder. Henny with the USP out. Headtrick staring at a smoke now. Henny up and out. 1 HP. With this spot in Cologne essentially up for debate. Doesn't matter when you've got an AWP. Both of these players, one bullet will do it.
Remember, no kit. They couldn't afford one.
Good point. Play time. Hedrick has the same premonition.
He can't find him. He can't find him. Henny, the clock. The clock.
Out of time. Oh, spots him. That's it. Surely Hedrick's done it. I can't quite believe it. He was dropping down the vents. It was supposed to be done. And Henny silenced by Hedrick. No time for this one. And the 15th is theirs. 1 point of health, Chad.
And Henny is distraught. That right there dropped down the vent right into his... what should have been the demise, what should have been round number 15 for Imperial. Look at this, down the vent. Hedrick turns his back and pops up the ladder. How does he get away with this one?
Again, we just talked about nuance. We talked about the tiniest fractions. Never mind. 1 HP, a point of damage. A teammate with a misfire. Headsets are off, frustrations are high. 1 round left of regulation, folks.
And we know exactly what that meant as far as the loss bonus. This was just consecutive round after round for Imperial here, a couple of dents. They were making the comeback, they were believing, just like Overpass.
Look at the cheeky smile, the contrast of the two human experiences happening live here in Cologne.
Imperial are going to call a timeout again here, so just starting to burn a couple, just really talking through what they have, which is basically nothing. You're taking a look at the purchases here. MP9s, 5.7, CZ, Henny yet to purchase anything up yet. He's still going to be rattling around his own head about that round. Hedrick called his bluff. He outplayed him. And Henny knows that when he dropped down that vent, it should have been his kill every day of the week.
We'll see it again while we have the time. 30 seconds.
Oh my God. How quick did he get back up? I think just maybe 2?
Two of the shots. Sorry, we've got 15 more seconds, production. Do you mind if we give that to me one more time? Oh, wow. I mean, just the full spectrum of emotions.
Yep.
Over the course of a game of Counter-Strike, he just needs a minute. But let's see it. So 1, 2, yeah.
Oh my God,
went to the legs because he was on his way up.
Oh my God. Yeah, Zach.
Well, this is where...
What can you do, Zach? What can you do? What can you say? Oh my God. Give us overtime. I think Imperial deserve it. I think we deserve it. Let's get it on.
5.7 CZs, a couple of SMGs up against armored to the teeth tees. Jota and that CZ, we know he likes it. We know he can do damage with it. Matching set with the gloves. He's got the style points, but can he do anything in their time of need? Contact. Spots the whole team. Mouth moving about 1,000,000 miles an hour. Henny's there as well, ready to support. Perhaps they can have the crossfighters hold the choke points. This is where those pistols thrive. Close quarter environment. Bullets to the head. And IP walking in contact. And that's Brawlin caught out. Jota activates. Henny contributes. And that's got to give him something. 3 frags. With the limited resources, Hampus is hoping to catch him in transition. And Vinny has been caught. Hampus communicating a lot. Res to react. The 2 Swedes now probably transition. Sweden versus Brazil. 55 seconds.
Phelps is in the perfect position. Res. He's going to go up the ladder to his demise.
He's lost the bomb down the ladder at least. Perhaps a conversation to be had, but what's Hampus to do?
Coming up secret. Bolts might have the perfect timing. Hampus got the back turned. Hampus is ready for this.
Out. They're taking it. Surely to overtime now. 5 HP left on him. Hampus's days are numbered. And Henny's missed 1 HP will not be haunting him unless Hampus does something equally ridiculous right here.
That smoke is devilish. That just dropped just under sub 30. What is Hampus meant to do? What is he meant to do?
Hope that he's not looking, and he tries a speculative spray.
It's over. We're going to overtime.
And that 3K from Jota and Henny. The conversation. They save it. They never gave up. Staring in the face of complete oblivion. Money broken, heart and soul ripped out of you. And you take 3 timeouts back to back to back to bring it back to overtime.
Oh, they didn't give up, and look at this again, the 2 of them back to back. The 2, Jota and Henny just locking down this B site, and Phelps licking his lips. You're coming up the ladder into an MP9 with the bomb. And desperation stations from Hampus there. No time, no HP, no chance as we get back into things.
Give me more. Give me more. Phelps, we know what he was doing on Yard. We're straight back into the action here. MR3, 12.5. The wall of smoke's erected. No answers from the CTs. It's an effective wall and a deviation from the norm.
Yeah, Brolin and Hampus paired up here down towards the lower side. Already have this space quite early. You can see Jota here just jumping, playing for information. Mollied off for now. Back fence susceptible. And Bolchi caught in no man's land, still gets 1.5.
Yeah, no complaints from him. Despite being caught out, he contributes. And Henny, his impact has been felt. Tested again this time. An off angle, an investigation that they think better of. Finney's up to no good. Into the smoke, Config's anticipating it, staring at it. They're next to each other. Oh, Rez dinked, but his weapon's better. Phelps' reaction's impressive. He's managed to already tuck in. Might be overlooked, but Config's cleared him out. Nicely done as NIP look to take their first of this overtime.
And he's not too far away here. If they overstep the mark, Jota's coming in from main. They would need to give them a reason to go for this, and Headtrick says no. If they can grab one, you go fishing late in this stage. Anything can happen. Players overstepping their positions, re-peeking, causing some issues as short. And he will grab one, but this isn't the type of retake he should be considering. Are they going to feed him any more here? Push from Squeaky. He's grabbed another. Seems to be aware of everything.
He's got Config as well. Henny, if you had the kit, he's just going to run at it.
There's one backside.
There is one backside. He is not going to have time. Needs to kill Hut now, immediately, and Pronin will save him from red faces, but Henny, he keeps him honest. He keeps him honest, reminds him who they're trifling with.
Yeah, and putting his skill on display right there as well. Imperial, you brought it back all this way.
I can't believe they're still here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they never gave up.
There are so many human beings that would have been swallowed and consumed by that.
I honestly thought he was done. I didn't think he would offer any contribution going in the next round. You saw how distraught he looked and checked that one from both angles. Damn. But here we go again. This time, more pace towards Yard. Hampus. Oh, smoke wall didn't land. It's been rumbled here. Yikes. Yeah, you can see they've thrown a molly, so this is a force gap in the smoke wall.
A forced error, as it were. And Rez, lucky to be alive, to be honest.
Well, lots of information here, and NIP's opening gambit to get them space towards Yard. They will have to try and recalculate this. Reboost up and towards the rafters here. Will facilitate a bit of help towards Yard if necessary. Vinny. And transition, but helps not to. They are trying to fortify A right here. Helps backing up ramp. Any down towards B just in case, but NIP appear to be setting up the util for a top explode. If they molly backside and they come in through main, there's nobody home to worry about here. And oh, Phelps.
Just in time. I say that a lot with Phelps in his positioning. Oh, eats the flash. No one's looking. He's still alive. He gets a frag. Brolin needs revenge. Config will put him to rest, but already a contribution. In these awkward environments, it seems Imperial's individuals still managed to get something. Hot fight. Elevated angles. Hiding in the smoke. Vinny delivers. Hampus will keep it level. And it's still, not finishing it.
No!
Bolts was stuck between two different frags, and no, the trigger discipline doesn't get rewarded. Rez with that AWP and the low HP contributes for their 17.
He went for a 1-on-4. He's definitely going for a 1-on-2.
He's coming for a knock. He's coming for a look. Rez a hobby Yorper. Henny, this is his main profession. Ready for this angle for the clear. Baits the shot. A pot shot through the wall, and now an AK-47 to try and find them both. Molly might do it if he could just find Hampus. Rez has to go wide. It might spread out. Yeah, Hampus good for it. Keeping their head above water. And to remind you, T side, we just saw NIP kind of get swallowed by the moment in their T campaign and regulation. If they could leave with 2, well, they will. If they could leave with 3, they would be laughing.
Yeah, and that should be the game at that point, right? You mentioned the moment starting to be a bit of an issue for NIP. We saw what happened on Overpass. Imperial brought it back. I thought it could happen here again on Nuke. But they found this second wind, and it looks like they're finding their voice once more. Again, this similar scene. It's a top go. Rez is out hot fast.
Very fast, so quick. Bolt is still blind. Brawlin right behind. Vinny's gone, and there's more to be done. Phelps caught in main, and that looks like a perfect T-side. Many would consider that to be curtains for Imperial's journey here in Cologne. Jota caught standing still like a statue, and Henny, no reason not to give it the beans, as it were. But no pathway to do so. Smokes off the squeaky side. Pot shots through the smoke is only hope, and an 18 secured in the first half of overtime. I mean, NIP would have bit your arm off for 2, never mind 3.
Yeah, just any hit couldn't be a nuisance in these early rounds, right? Could only really come alive late where he was trying to win out clutches with that AWP. So they've been able to avoid him and the big green, and there's definitely a change of demeanor in the camp here. It's going to have to be 3 consecutive rounds out of Imperial on their T side if we want to go double OT. They pushed NIP, they've made them work, they've shown heart, they've shown grit, they've shown determination here today, the Brazilians. But this might be it.
What a game. Full 3-map affair, throwing overtime in there for good measure. I mean, both teams leaving it all out in the server in our final advancement match.
Now, Phelps was an issue getting down secret in the first half. We have to go back in time about 45 minutes, but Hampus being in a forward position over towards secret means that Phelps will not be able to grab that real estate so easily. That doesn't spread. That's bad info. And they might not clear.
Passive angle held by Headtrick, but information nonetheless. Anyone that crosses to red will be reported back or not anymore.
You see the real contrast in the two teams' T sides, right? A lot more pace, a lot more quickness out of NIP, but this is exactly what Imperial were using within that first half of play. Sit and wait mentality.
He's looking at his teammates, Monas. Make sure you have your eyes on the prize here as they're coming his way. Swinging through, lining up, and a triple spray to finish it all and break Brazilian hearts. Hampus, a prime position. Jota, not his next victim, but Config there for the trade as the Ninjas in pajamas secure it. And they are locked in for the group stage. A sigh of relief and a rabid roar. The Ninjas in pajamas send Imperial home.
What a hard-fought battle, and no better way than Hampus with a multi-kill on the final round. The returning in-game leader took some leave, came back, took back over the reins, and takes his team to the group stage of IEM Cologne in 2023. But on the other side, a distraught-looking Henny here. You can understand. We saw the moments in that game. He's an emotional player, put his heart on his sleeve. They played a good game. This is a new roster as well, the addition of Henny and Phelps, and both of them showed up in this series. Respect from both of these teams. A great game, a fun match, but NIP are victorious.
Most definitely a good game, as Hampus just said. It went all the way. Both teams thinking they had it, both teams thinking they lost it. It really was a special battle in Counter-Strike. They've got something to be proud of. They recovered it all. And NIP in Cologne 23.
Config, that was one hell of a battle back and forth, and it looked like it was almost slipping away, similar to what we saw on Overpass there towards the end on Nuke, but you managed to get it into overtime. But it was also a battle between you guys shouting and screaming. What's the energy levels like right now?
I mean, it's crazy. I don't think I'll get much sleep tonight, so I hope we don't get a game tomorrow.
And how tough is it to play against these guys? They never get up. They're always popping up in your face. It seemed like a complete war on the server.
I mean, props to Imperial. I think they fought their heart out. We did the same, and I think that they played so good, like for being a new team. So they should be proud of themselves for sure.
And just talk to him. We're looking at the Overpass map, for example. This is a map that we know you guys can play. We've seen it quite recently as well across this new live, across with Hampus leading. And yet it was the same thing where you were up 12-8. It was looking really good, and then they just put up this wall of defense, and you guys couldn't break it. What was going on that part?
I mean, I think they just played really great. I think that we have some homework to do, but I think that, yeah, we lost some stupid rounds, and it kind of fucked us in the end. So, yeah, I mean, we just have to look it through.
And then when we go on to the second map on Ancient, it was just dominance from you guys. But we saw Brolan in particular, who's been kind of key in your successes in all of the wins you've been having recently. Him being alive was a key component. Was there something said in between the maps?
No, not at all. I think we knew what we were supposed to do. We knew what kind of rounds we wanted to do. DJL and Hampus made a really good game plan, and we tried to follow it as good as we could. And thank fuck people showed up on my team today. I think there was really some insane clutches from Hetrick, and yeah, I'm just proud of the boys.
And for you guys now, you've advanced through to the group stage. Now another test begins for you guys. How ready do you feel? Do you think this has been a good enough warm-up for you?
I mean, no. I think that it was definitely a rough warm-up, but we will try to bounce back and find the form that we had in Blast.
Well, let's hope we do, mate. Thank you very much. The last team through to the group stage. Stunner, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banks. Of course, we look at config, and I think he said the magic words right there. Do you want to repeat them, or?
I think that was cucumber. That was a magic word.
Cucumber is the word you come to. Okay. Well,
you try.
Yeah.
Oh, I was walking to that one, Trace. Set a trap for me, didn't you?
Yeah, normally do. No, I was just glad you went that route. Nonetheless, Nip are probably glad that this one kind of came to a head at the end.
Man, what a game. When Janko said now it's about stamina, I don't think we anticipated the incredible marathon that this third map would be, and just the scenario, pure Hollywood style, NIP, great foot forward into the game. You feel like they're in control, and then the ghost of the map one comes in, lurking in, Imperial fighting back, turning around situations, and then it's all written. NIP is supposed to crumble. They're supposed to fumble the bag. They're supposed to just let it go, and they push it to overtime. And this is where I tip my hat to Hampus, because I think the overtime calling, spot on.
Absolutely, and just, man, I'm just heartbroken for Imperial.
Yeah.
You know, it was a very tough game. They lost a couple of difficult clutches. Sure, they won some too, but it felt like towards the end, you know, they were doing it. They had the momentum, and just a couple of small missteps here and there. I mean, that clutch from Henny
versus the USP.
The vent, and then Hetrick left on 1 HP. Only just very, very difficult to come back from that. And when they somehow miraculously win round 30 with just pistols and inferior equipment, you're thinking, wow.
Yeah,
now they've
done it.
They've done it. Like, now they can. But then, as you said, just a brilliant approach from NIP in overtime and took care of business.
Yeah, you know, and I've been told that we may or may not get Hampus up here. Obviously, they have some things to think about.
He might be tired as well, you know.
Well, no joke. That's a
very long series to play.
Again, yes, that does make sense. There was a testament to endurance and stamina in here. But for the side of Hampus, you got to think about also being the brains of that, right?
Yeah,
it's not just playing, you're the brain.
No, that's why I think the praises should be twofold in that scenario, because obviously you're the leader, you're in a very long series, you have a spot in Cologne group stage that's right around the corner, so the pressure is at the max. Individually, he stepped up as well in the last few rounds, and he was not afraid to take a couple of risks. Like in overtime, you see him, the first round of overtime, he basically turns off the smoke into secret, jumps right into it, takes that space. That in itself is a huge risk.
Here's a crazy idea.
Okay.
Maybe after such a grueling series, just let your players go.
I'm okay with that.
Straight away.
I'm okay with that. And we don't know when they're playing tomorrow.
Leave it to the staff to analyze this, and then prepare a brief tomorrow for the players. It's like, I think this team has this thing where it's like, oh, we have to talk immediately while all the emotions are still there. It's like, man, it's not, you know, I don't know.
To be fair, these 5-10 minutes down there don't make any difference.
To do I don't know what. It's like everyone is so exhausted, like mentally, even physically at this point. Like on that team, it's just no one is gonna give you. Like everyone just wants to go and rest.
And they will.
And they will.
And they will.
But then they'll have to crank it right back up, you know, because
even Config said, I hope we don't play tomorrow. I need some rest. And now they're having talk about, oh, how did you feel when we lost the first map and won the second?
Yeah, that seems like such a foreign timeline, you know, like it never existed here for us, but it did. And in fact, we do see NIP move on into the group stage, group of B. I think if my mathematics are, well, they're pretty shaky. I ain't gonna lie to you guys.
Do we know who they would face? I think Vitality and FaZe were both open. Is that an information that the Lord of Command has already...
I don't know that for sure.
We don't know that.
But perhaps, you know, when we start doing our update here, we take a look at those brackets and really hone in on what it means to be in the group stage and exactly how much firepower is down there in Group of B. It's pretty gross.
Yeah, I mean, we have the matchup from the A stream. Wait, hold on a second. That's today. That's today's matchup. I was just like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You got to read the 2-1 in the middle. That's what that means.
Exactly,
usually.
yeah.
So Liquid out. Imperial out, and now 9.
And I almost forgot we said goodbye to Liquid today. Felt like a lifetime ago.
It kind of maybe was. Now, meanwhile, on the B stream, they went 2-0 City, which ultimately did come to the conclusion for Fury and Apex to also be leading us. So
both NA teams out, both Brazilian teams out. It's rough out there.
Oh boy, let's take a look at the group
Here's
of
the Group A.
Heroic versus Mongols, Monty versus Gamer Legion, Cloud9, Fnatic, and 9 versus Ints. 9 versus Ints, you say?
Man, if you know what, for Heroic, it truly feels like it's fitting that we're in Germany because they have that German Autobahn with no grins limit. They just straight to Lanxess.
Look at this group though. Like this is almost like, you know, we're in the playoffs already. We have G2, we have Vitality, Na'Vi, FaZe, then also you get Mouse, Astralis, OG, and NIP. That's stacked.
Especially the OG that has shown face as of yesterday, right?
Yeah, they show way better than what we were ready to give them credit for. Oh my god, like they made Apex, like, what was it, 2-0? Easy job.
Oh my god. Okay, so Cloud9, Fnatic, I had to go.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness. So G2 versus Astralis midday, and then we look at Mal's Na'Vi to round it all out. I'll be joining you guys for that one later on tomorrow.
Shuhei versus Aimee. It's a cool little storyline, Miles versus Na'Vi.
How about this storyline? Monty Gamer Legion.
Yeah, how about that one? You wanna?
No, I'm good.
Set us off.
9 and the quarterfinal of the Blast major, the last ever CSGO major. Matthew, thoughts?
That is absolutely incredible, Yenko. That's a very good nugget you just found right here. Thank you, Gordon.
Nugget. Guys, you got anything else you want to add?
I'm cool, good? Personally. Should we do the NIP 5 minutes, talk about our emotions, or should we just...
Well, they are waiting on us down there. So,
Trace, how was your day?
You know, it's pretty good. I think we're done. So let's just do that. You know what? You guys, you've been here long enough. And so, with that being said, this has been another day of the Intel Extreme Masters. We're in Cologne. It's 2023. And guess what? The party continues tomorrow. So this time, don't forget your party hats. We'll see you there. Peace.
in history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. IMC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Stroll is winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navu! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What is that reaction?
Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy!
FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Scarrow, are you going to be kidding me?
What a map. What a map.
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Look into my face. Tell me now.